turn it on. Anyways, my point being, all man-made, not because of a iron molten core that's so-called magnetic and holding everything to the surface of the Earth. No, because you're sitting in a jet that's going thousands of miles an hour.
Jump up in the air for me real quick.
Yeah, again, this is you not understanding things, bro. Like, you need to understand logic before you engage in these debates. So if you jump up in the air...
I'm the one who doesn't get a logic, yet you're a flat earther, okay.
Again, you don't know what a non sequitur is, and you told me earlier that's because you don't care. So you told me you don't care about...
Because I know the Earth is round.
You told me you don't care about logic. So every single time you have your little sniggering about, oh, tee-hee-hee, flat earthers logic, you told me you don't care about logic. So...
because it's not logical. The logic is that the Earth is a sphere, it's round.
Can you name me 5 logical fallacies? 5.
5 logical fallacies?
Yeah, name me 5 or 3. Name me 3 logical fallacies.
That the Earth is flat?
No, that's not a logical fallacy. That's a statement and an assertion.
That is a fallacy because it's not true.
No, that's actually not how fallacies work. See, you don't even have a basic understanding of fallacies.
The Earth being flat is a fallacy.
No, it isn't.
The Earth being flat is a fallacy.
No, that's not how fallacies work, you moron.
I'm the moron, yeah, you're a flat earther.
Again, you're just making claims. If I said to you, what's 2 plus 2, and you said purple, there's no possibility of that being right. It has to be a number. Correct?
What, 1 plus 1?
Yeah, but if I said orange...
Well, does that 1 represent the colour purple? And because if so, then you're adding purple, and that's purple.
Yeah, you don't understand logic, dude. So, you have these
numbers are variables, my good sir.
Well, numbers are integers, actually, and they can be used in
variables. Numbers are integers, which are also variables.
Regardless, you don't understand logic, my guy. You need to go away and read about it, and then maybe you'll have a clue what's going on.
What, read a flat earth book?
No, read a book on logic.
I'm good, because your logic is twisted.
You don't know any! How would you know what I know?
How do you not know what I know? We've known this for years.
You don't understand logic, my guy. Tell me what a straw man fallacy is.
I don't know. Why don't you tell me?
Yeah, you don't know what that is.
Why do I need to understand all of this crap when I can literally see from all the scientists who are telling me the Earth is round?
Because if you knew logic, you would understand that that statement was fallacious. Obviously.
I genuinely think you're joking, not gonna lie.
No, I'm not. And this came back to what I said earlier. Because you don't understand this topic,
anyone who can view my screen, can you just look at it real quick?
You don't even have the grounds for understanding what I'm saying. So you can't even go to you can't even rise to the level of wrong.
I'm showing you something. I know you can't see because you're driving, but if anyone else wants to look, this is how gravity works.
Yeah, everybody here knows and has already heard all of the arguments for and against gravity. We all know.
Okay, so you know the Earth is round.
No, I don't know that because you don't understand logic.
The simple logic is that the Earth is round.
That's just a statement. That isn't logic.
It's a fact.
It's not a fact. It's an assertion.
It's a fact. You cannot argue it because it's 100% true.
Yeah, that's not the case though. And if you understood logic, you would understand
arguing that the Earth is like arguing that the Earth is flat is like arguing the sun is a planet. Is the sun a planet?
The globe
is the sun a planet?
Been fallacious. Every argument you've made for the globe has been fallacious, dude. Everyone.
Is the sun a planet?
No, not even in your conception. Nobody thinks the sun is a planet.
because I thought nobody actually thought the Earth was flat.
Dude,
I
Globers
thought humanity had progressed.
You're not listening. You're not listening. Globers don't think the sun is a planet. Neither do flat earthers. What are you talking about?
Logic.
You're a waste of time. You're wasting my time. I'm already wasting my time in a car, and you're wasting that time. Can you imagine how worthless that is?
Yeah.
Can you stop doing that then? Maybe engage in what I'm actually saying.
You're an adult and you're arguing that the Earth is flat.
Because it is. That's what the evidence says.
Ask any scientist.
Do you know what a scientist is?
Someone who studies science, yeah.
Right, do you know what science is?
The study of everything.
It's a method, so you follow the scientific method. So anybody following the scientific method is a scientist.
Ask any credited scientist.
Oh my God, you just didn't say that. Really?
Yeah, I did.
You just said that. That stupidity just came out of your mouth.
Who are you talking to? Yeah, I don't know.
I'd be very surprised if he's talking to me, because I'm the one talking logic here.
You haven't actually said any logic, and you don't know.
I'm the one arguing the simple scientific fact that the Earth is a fucking sphere.
You don't know logic.
Yeah, I think you mean the claim that the Earth is a sphere. The claim that the Earth spins or curves. Those are claims.
The Earth does spin.
That's a claim.
Yeah,
That
it
is
does
a fact.
In fact,
It's a fact. It can be scientifically proven.
Dude, how thick are you? Even if it's true, it's still a claim.
So 1 plus 1 being 2.
This?
So 1 plus 1 being 2 is a claim.
Your IQ is so low that you don't understand that even something that's true is still a claim.
Is 1 plus 1 being 2 is that a claim?
Is the Earth observably curving and spinning? No, it is not.
The Earth is a sphere. It is 3D and it spins.
Listen. Instead of just talking over people all the time, you need to actually listen. If I make the claim that a tree is green and brown, that is a claim that is true. Right?
No, it's not true. They're red and yellow.
Trees are generally green and brown. If I present you a green and brown,
they're red and yellow.
You just want to say no to everything I say now, so you might as well fuck off.
I want to contradict you because whatever you say usually is retarded.
I think we know what.
Just leave.
You're trolling now. You're trolling now.
Just leave then, dude. If you don't want to have a conversation, just leave.
I just explain to me your logic. I want to hear it.
Yeah. If I claim that the tree in front of me is green and brown, that's true, but it's still a claim.
Okay. That's not what he's talking about. He doesn't care. We all know what a claim is.
Right.
Explain your explanation of claiming that the Earth is flat.
Hold the fuck on. He said that when a claim was said earlier, that it implied falsehood. That's the way
you're claiming the Earth is flat.
The way you're using it, yes.
So when he implied that, it needs to be stated very purely what a claim is. Okay? A claim can be true or false based on evidence.
There is plenty of evidence that the Earth is a sphere.
Your evidence is incorrect.
No, I still hadn't finished.
So you're giving false claims.
Still hadn't finished. So when someone makes the claim that the Earth is a globe, it can be proven true based on evidence, not based on the statement itself.
Oh my
Right?
God! No, we all know.
Okay, and I've got a question. Does this prove to me that the Earth is
It
flat?
doesn't
Are you
prove
trying to prove to me the
anything
Earth is
that
flat?
your evidence and claims are incorrect.
Neither one of
You
you are
can say
listening.
this all fucking day.
Neither one of you are listening to anything this gentleman is saying.
Because
You're
he's talking bullshit.
no, you're really not listening.
He's literally talking falsehood right at us and saying, it's a claim, it's a claim.
You didn't listen to what I said. Again.
Okay, just explain to me why the Earth is flat. Just explain. I don't want to hear about your logic bullcrap. Just tell me, why is it flat?
Why don't you repeat what I just said to you?
No,
Why don't you repeat what I just said to you?
They bring you on a roller coaster.
Can either of you repeat what I said to you?
Can you repeat what I just said to you? Can you repeat what I just said to you?
Yeah, you said that what I claimed is bullcrap, and can I give some evidence for the flat? Your turn.
Oh my God!
You said. Let me explain what you said. You said, "You're wrong. You're speaking over me." That's what you said.
No, that isn't what I said actually. So I'll repeat, since you didn't listen.
You're idiots.
A claim is based.
Oh my God! Who gives a fuck about a claim?
Whoever this guy is, mute him. He's a dickhead, right? This idiot.
We're the dickheads, yeah.
Fuck off. You're a waste of time. So the British guy, right? A claim is not validated based on the assertion of its truthfulness. A claim is validated based on evidence.
Okay.
We
understand that. Now explain why the Earth is flat.
Yes, please. I don't want to hear about this claim. I just want to know why you think
claims and fallacies and strongholds and
swirls and pizzas
and toothpicks. Explain how the Earth is flat.
And not based on you talking over me.
We'll both be quiet.
Oh my God.
Me and a bunch of other bullshit. You need to understand logic before I can say anything.
Nobody needs to understand anything but you telling us why the Earth is flat.
Dude,
just explain and we'll both be quiet.
You fucking moron!
That's what I say.
You're a moron!
You're too stupid to understand what I say, dude. You're both too stupid to understand what I say.
We're the stupid ones.
Fucking moron!
Obvious.
Dude,
we're the obvious stupid ones when you're saying the Earth is flat.
Do you guys know how to measure the Earth?
It's simple science that the Earth is flat.
Do you know how to measure that?
Nothing else. What the fuck do you think the Earth is flat?
Hello?
That's what you get after you unmute him to let him answer you.
Yes.
Okay, Vince, you're raging a bit. Let's just calm down and let him explain. We will both be quiet. We don't want to hear anything about the claims or the logic. Just tell us why you think it's flat.
Well, you need to understand logic in order to understand my
statement. Okay. All I'm saying is we understand your view of logic. We'll do some research in our free time. Just tell us.
No, but you would need to understand the logic to understand the statements, dude.
Okay, we'll both be quiet. You give us your little speech on logic, and then we'll listen to why it's flat.
Yeah, but it's not, you don't just have a speech and understand logic, dude. This isn't how that
just
works.
Tell us why it's flat, please. I'm trying to stay cool. Just tell us why it's flat.
Because the evidence suggests
I think they're really trolling. I really do. I think they're just joking. They can't be this stupid.
Vince is such an asshole. Just mute him.
Just please tell me why you think it's flat. I understand that I don't know whatever logic you want me to know. Just please, just tell me. It doesn't matter whether I understand it or not. Just tell me, in your reasoning, why the Earth is flat.
Because the evidence suggests it for the 10th time.
And can you give me some evidence, please?
Yeah, when you try and measure curvature on water, it's not there.
When measure curvature of water?
Yes.
Okay. What physics are you on about here? I'm confused.
So, this is going to be logical, so I hope you can follow me. If you live on a globe, and the globe consists of 70% of its surface being water, then that water must be curving on its surface. Correct?
Water? Are you saying the water must be curving?
If you live on a globe and 70% of the surface of that globe is water, then the water must be curving. Correct?
No, it's the seabed underneath that's curving.
So the water is flat on top, on 70% of a ball?
I mean,
Can you draw that?
I'm not a scientist, so I don't know how to explain it. But
Just draw
technically, no. I don't know how to explain it.
Don't
Yes,
pretend. Don't.
Yeah. So
It appears to be flat. It appears to be flat. When you have a large mass.
Okay, I've got a question.
The larger the mass, the flatter it looks.
So, draw me a ball where 70% of the surface of that ball is flat. Please go ahead.
Okay, and I've also got a question.
Can be done anytime.
Can you just do that for me? Go and draw me a
Okay,
ball.
but I want to ask you something first. If the Earth is flat, then why doesn't the water fall off?
Come back. Do that first.
Why doesn't the water fall off?
Do that first and then come back. Just go and draw me a ball where 70% of the surface of that ball
You have to zoom in. It can be done, but you have to have a micro zoom to zoom in, and you'll find the flat surface of it.
Go and draw me a ball where 70% of the surface
you can find
of that
any flat surface on depending how length that space is.
No one cares, Vince. Shut up. You're a waste of time.
I just proved to you.
English guy.
A 40 mile length will appear flat on the
Vince,
globe.
no one cares. Vince, no one cares. The English guy.
I know you don't care. I'm trying to tell you. 40 miles. 40 miles of Earth will appear flat when you're looking on the surface of the outside the planet. If you're that close, 40 miles will look flat.
Do you know what percentage means?
Yes, I do. If you're looking right above the surface, looking straight out of the horizon, and you're looking at a 40-mile length, that will appear flat.
Yeah, that's brilliant.
And none of your pictures and photos, all of your pictures are zoomed in.
Literally, if
they're all zoomed in. Everything that y'all present is zoomed in on the Earth.
Otherwise, I'm going to have to pull over and do it myself. And I really don't want to have to.
Oh, my God.
So, to the English,
I thought I already muted him.
Vince is just a waste of time. There's no point talking to him. And he's talking through
Okay, I'm back. Sorry. I just had to get some cake.
Go ahead.
Just fuck him off. And if any moderators listening, just mute Vince for the majority or the entirety of this conversation so I can talk with the other guy, please. So
go ahead. I'll shut up.
I've got your ball where 70% of it is covered in water.
I've wasted 3 minutes trying to get the other guy to fuck off so I can say this, right? Can you please just draw me a ball where 70% of that surface is flat? Please do that for me.
Okay, yes, I've drawn it where roughly 70% of it is the blue represents flat, the green represents not flat. There you go. Is that what you wanted?
Is that a ball shape?
It's the best ball I can do free-handed on a mouse, yes. Unless you want me to get a perfect one from the shapes.
Oh, that's fucking awesome.
Yeah, so it's not going to be a ball shape, is it?
What's not going to be a ball shape?
Well, if it's 70% of the surface is flat, it isn't a ball.
So, I wonder,
let me explain.
Hair shape.
It's like this. There's land, then there's water here, and then there's land underneath. It's not water down to the surface. There's land underneath the ocean.
Yeah.
I'm not talking about the land. I'm talking about the surface of the water.
The surface of the water. Yes. So hold on. Let me just draw this roughly for you. The surface. Oh, wrong color. The surface of the water.
Of the globe
so I'm going to do that in blue. Oh, oops.
So the surface of the globe has to be 70% flat, right? But still be a ball. Like, you should have known from the second I asked you this, it's not possible, and just still try it.
It is possible because we can see it every day.
No, it isn't.
Okay, let me.
Again, you're not listening or you're not understanding.
Okay, can I just ask you a question?
Balls can't be 70% flat, my guy.
I just want to ask you a question.
You're not understanding what I told you. There's no point asking a question.
That's not what he's saying. It appears to be flat.
That doesn't matter.
Yes, it does.
No,
it
it
appears to be
doesn't.
flat, but it's a ball, right? That's your
They,
logic sequence.
they say
The
it if
fuck?
you zoom in on a set 40-mile radius of the
Vince,
Earth,
no one cares.
it will appear to be flat.
Vince, no one cares. You're just wasting time.
Every time I give you the correct answer, you go, nobody cares. Yes, they do
No,
care.
So
nobody cares
look.
because you waste everyone's time, Vince. Just
No,
go
I'm
away.
not. You're wasting people's time.
I'm
I'm
trying to
giving
talk
you the
to
truth,
dude,
and you
and you're
ignored.
just not rescheduled. And
You
I've
just-
asked
You
anybody
refuse to
listening
accept it.
mute Vince because he's a waste of time.
No, you are.
Yeah, Vince. Let's not
Leave
waste your
You're
time,
in
Vince.
my VC.
All right, I won't waste your time. Okay, I'll shut up.
Dude, you're in my VC. If I'm a waste of time, fuck off. No one cares. So the English guy, you can't draw a ball that is 70% flat. That's not possible. So, therefore, the water must be curving on a globe. Very basic, very obvious.
Well, that's okay. So you're saying because water can't bend, the world must be flat.
That's not
Well,
his
that's
point. No.
But that if the water isn't curving on the surface of bodies of water, then the Earth cannot be a globe. Correct?
No,
Why?
because you're not. It's just wrong. It's wrong.
So no
What is
argument.
What is wrong with that statement?
I can do the research. I'm not a scientist. I'm sorry. I can't come up with these things. There is a reason. I don't know why. I'm not a scientist.
So you don't have an argument.
I'm saying that there's land underneath the water, and that controls the water
Talking about
level.
the land under the water. I'm talking about the water itself.
But okay, if you had a, do you know what tinfoil is? Is that the same in the US as it is in the UK? Do you know what tinfoil is?
I'm English.
Oh, sorry. If you had some tinfoil, if you had a pan and you had some tinfoil in it, and I poured water on it, the tinfoil is flat, correct?
Yeah, I know what your point is, that the water above is a different shape to the land underneath. But I'm not talking about the land. I'm talking about the water.
Yeah, you're not getting the point. You're just not addressing Crypto's argument to you. It's a very simple deductive logic sequence. If the Earth is a ball and the Earth is wrapped in water, then the water is wrapped into a ball around the ball. But
Right.
the ocean is not wrapped into a ball. Therefore, it's not wrapped around a ball. Therefore, we don't live on a ball.
You do live on a ball because of gravity.
Right,
Yeah,
gravity. So watch this. Let me help you out. Okay.
Yeah, go on, Greg, please. Please, Greg, save me.
We don't need you having an aneurysm, Crypto. We want you in good health.
Thank you.
The water on a flat Earth. Why doesn't the water just fall off then?
Yeah, give me a moment. I'm about to show you something. Look in the open chat. Okay. Those are some citations of the second law of thermodynamics. And then here's my deductive arguments. Now, this is my first time speaking to you, so I'm going to say it all. If you really care about the subject, then you will persevere to listen to the entire argument. So let me begin and get out of the noise. Excuse me. Sorry. Okay, I'm out of the noise now. So, as you can see, this deductive argument here, it is a deductive argument. I know it's a big paragraph, but bear with me. So the second law of thermodynamics, very succinctly, it deals with heat and pressure. Gas is very much concerned with heat and pressure, its nature, its behavior. So the law of entropy concerns gas. Gas naturally behaves to expand, right? Now, it also concerns water. Water tends to find its equilibrium, and then its surface, whatever container it's in, it takes form of its container, right? And the water finds a level surface. So as it concerns the Earth and the oceans, every solid or liquid object has a surface. Every surface is either curved or flat. We don't observe nor measure the Earth to be curving. We do observe them to be measured flat, right? And we measured them to be flat, like I just said. Therefore, the Earth and the waters are not wrapped into a ball, but rather lay flat in their orientation. The ad hoc appeal, here's where the kicker comes in. The ad hoc appeal, which is a fallacy, right? It's just a rescuing device for a glaring discrepancy in the paradigm, right? The fact that you have to account for what causes the gas and the water and everything else not attached strongly enough to the Earth to not fall off, right? So that we live in a chaotic world where we suffocate within several minutes, right? So we can't have the debate.
I'm sorry,
here's
but
the
this is
argument.
funny as hell. I didn't actually think there was anyone in 2024 still arguing for flat Earth.
Yeah, there is.
No, he's saying.
Let me finish it for you. I know it's a bit long.
This is a new thing for me.
He's saying
didn't
it's
know this.
measured
Yeah.
to be flat. He's saying it's measured to be flat. So where's that measurement?
Just let me finish. You can hear me trying to finish. Okay. So here it is. The refutation to the ad hoc rescuing device, which destroys the globe. Right? There is no reconciling this discrepancy. So you're either going to appeal to Newtonian, Cavendishian, matter attracting matter, universal gravitation, or Einsteinian, GR and SR, bendy spacetime, universal
I've got a
gravitation.
question for you.
Not before I finish this, because this is rather long, so just be patient. No interruptions. All right. So
I'm not
if you
gonna
appeal
lie,
to the former,
I don't take orders from people, so I'm just not.
So you're going to keep interrupting because you don't actually want to hear the argument, right?
You're
Yeah,
wrong.
he's been doing this.
You're wrong.
I mean, Greg, you've probably heard me come in very frustrated, like at the end there, but he's been doing this to me the whole time, just not really listening, not engaging, and then 10 minutes later, just call you stupid. Nuh-uh. And it's just, what's the point? Like, honestly, you know, and
I've
then
just got a question for you.
Vince is like a 50-year-old version of this 16-year-old English guy. They both just don't understand the point. Nuh-uh. Call your names, and then they don't know why you're a flat earther because they never heard any of your arguments. They never had it in their brain.
Right. While they interrupt the arguments and try to prevent the arguments from being said. Right.
All right. So
his intentions are disingenuous.
yeah, that's fine. So let's just do a quick history lesson. Let's just do a quick history lesson.
Okay, are we done with the waffling yet? Can I finally speak?
No, I'm gonna mute you so I can give you a history lesson. Then I'll unmute you.
No, I'm just gonna leave the VC. Bye.
Dude, why? No, seriously, why?
Because you're not gonna mute me. I don't take orders from people, so you're either gonna let me speak or I'm leaving the VC.
Listen, dude, are you the only person in this room? No, the room is full of people. It's not your turn to speak yet. When it's your turn, you can speak. How about that?
As I've mentioned, I don't take orders from people. So can I speak?
Okay, then, dude, listen. You're asking to speak, and then you're saying I don't take orders. So if someone denies your request to speak, you're basically giving
if someone
orders.
denies my request to speak, then I leave. Goodbye.
Okay, so goodbye, dude. You're a dumbass. Excuse my language. Listen to that, friends. I decide that you can't give me orders, but if I ask to speak, it's not asking, it's ordering you to let me speak. What a hypocrite.
Okay, so Gregory, you said it's measured to be flat. So
yeah, before you go on, I just want to give a history lesson. Hold on, I just want to give a history lesson. Since that kid said, I can't believe there's people still flat Earth, and okay, flat Earth has never gone away. And flat Earth has become so irrelevant that they literally talked about it in the United States Congress. Flat Earth has become so irrelevant that it literally surpassed the relevant search results on social media greater than Donald Trump and Justin Bieber. That's how irrelevant flat Earth is in the modern day. I rest my case. All right, go ahead, friend.
So that this person tries to interrupt my deductive refutation of universal gravitation with his ill-timed question, I'm going to ask him to say his question, and then I'm going to finish my argument. Or you can stay silent, either way. So, the argument, right? The deductive refutation to either of these two types of ad hoc rescuing devices for the glaring discrepancy in this paradigm. Right, so you're either going to appeal to Newtonian, Cavendishian, matter attracting matter, or Einsteinian, GR and SR, general relativity, special relativity, bendy space-time. If you appeal to the former, then you'd be appealing to an empirically inadequate and unverifiable hypothesis that can only reduce to absurdity. The hypothesis, aka the concluding premise, being that the sheer existence of matter causes other matter to be pulled to it. So the sheer existence of matter will be the independent variable causing the dependent variable to manifest, which is the other matter being pulled to the other matter. However, the law of the conservation of mass states that matter can neither be created nor destroyed. And it's patently obvious that no human, hang on, being disrupted by some other thing. patently obvious that fact that no human has the ability to cause any material entity to begin existing out of nothing, nor the ability to cause any material entity to stop existing. So no human can manipulate the independent variable in the experiment to verify the hypothesis to be true. Furthermore, there are only 3 logical possibilities concerning the cause of locomotion: either moving toward each other or away from each other, or absolutely stationary or idle. In principle, subsequent to the supposed primeval atom expansion, the quote-unquote Big Bang, every material irreducibly complex particle would expand from each other, so there would be only a multitude of material particles disconnected from one another. We don't live in that world, obviously, so that is a falsification. That which implies false, it is false. Or every material particle would be moving toward one another, so there would only be one humongous mass of particles. We don't live in that world either, obviously, so that is a false implication. That which implies false, it is false. Or every material particle would be absolutely stationary, so nothing will be moving whatsoever. We don't live in that world either, obviously. That is a false implication, and that which implies false, it is false. Therefore, the hypothesis, concluding premise, cannot be true, and cannot be known to be true, and can only be false, given the necessary absurd implication of the premise. So that's matter attracting matter refuted. Now this has Bendy space-time refuted. If you appeal to the latter, then you'd be also appealing to an empirically inadequate and unverifiable hypothesis that can only reduce to absurdity. The hypothesis, aka the concluding premise, being the sheer existence of matter, again, curving the fabric of space-time, causing material entities to fall along its surface to the center of the given material entity. So again, the sheer existence of matter will be the independent variable causing the dependent variable to manifest, which is curving space-time, quote unquote, and causing the given material entity to fall down its surface. However, once again, the same as I stated above, humans cannot manipulate the independent variable, which is the sheer existence of matter, and thus cannot know that supposed independent variable to be the cause of the effect, the dependent variable. Furthermore, space and time are not concrete material entities. Space is the area of absence that can be occupied, and time is the past, the present, and the future moments, all of which are abstract entities. So they are not entities that subsist of any material substance extending in space. Space nor time are existing in space, of course. So they cannot be contacted by any material entity, and nor can they move through space over time, nor can they be curved. Einstein fallaciously reified space and time and coined a logically invalid portmanteau, a new term, combining space and time with a hyphen between the two. Therefore, the hypothesis, concluding premise, cannot be true and cannot be known to be true and can only be false, given the necessary absurd implications of the premise. There you have it.
You know, nobody's saying new matter is being created.
I hope, if they're going to be logically consistent within their own paradigm and the empirical fact. So,
Yeah.
Well, why?
Oh
Well,
my
see, now,
As for
see, the problem is that wasn't word salad, and others can actually understand Gregory. So it's not that Gregory was saying that we can create matter, but it is to say that your claim is unfalsifiable because we can't create matter.
yes, nobody's saying you're creating mass matter.
Right. So then you have a hypothesis that is untestable. Then.
No,
Oh,
you
okay.
can test whether matter is being created or not.
Oh,
That's the
okay.
conservation of mass thing.
Okay, then.
Yeah. And secondly, when Einstein talks about space-time or bending of space-time, it's to the effect of bending space-time.
well, they are time dilation, space dilation or expansion, where space itself is expanding, not the distance between two objects expanding. So yes, they are. So Einstein and all the Einsteinians are fallacious, reifying abstract entities, these being space and time in this particular instance. So yes, they are. So my argument is relevant to what is being affirmed by the Einsteinians and Einsteinianism.
Look,
Einsteinism.
time. How do you define time?
As I just defined earlier, time are the past, the present, and future moments. Very simply.
Is it independent of observer?
Yeah, there is time, whether there's any creature or non-God entity that exists or not.
Okay, so if there is some entity called time, independent of observers or independent of a non-God entity, then why can it not bend?
Because it's not matter. You can only bend if you're matter. It's not matter, therefore it can't bend.
Well, time can dilate.
Say again?
Time can dilate.
But it can't, because it cannot expand, because it's not matter.
Yeah, but then do you understand the meaning of time dilation, right? It is
Tell us
to the
why
effect
Yes, I do.
It can in your
of
head if
dilation.
you
I
it
understand
can
it.
in your head if you take drugs, but in reality, no, it can't.
Yeah,
Wait,
I
why are we just
understand the
gonna
idea.
assume
The idea
along with
is
you?
fallacious. The
Tell
idea
us,
is fallacious.
yeah,
So
tell us why
if
it
time
should
exists,
bend, sir. We're not gonna just
if
play along with you.
if
Why
time
should it bend in the
if
first place?
time exists independently of non-God entities, then does it adhere to the conservation of mass principle?
The hell is that?
Okay, it's not a matter of the conservation of mass applying to time, because time is not mass in the sense of matter, nor even in the sense of inertia. It's not mass in any sense.
What is it?
Like I just said, the past, present, and future moments.
What is it? You can't just say moments. Like, what are these moments?
Well, I just did say the word moments, which is part of the intelligible definition of the word time, like I just said. So yeah,
It's moments to you and me, but you're saying these moments exist independent
Well, you're saying
of
they
you and
bend,
me.
bro.
yeah.
You're saying they
You're
bend.
just confusing what I'm saying to you. All right, you didn't refute
No,
anything. There's
I'm just
time,
trying to,
independent of any human existing.
Come on,
yeah,
man.
what is time? These are moments.
Past,
What are
present, and
these, where
future
are these moments?
moments.
Past and present and
We're going in
future
circles,
moments.
dude. Stop.
How do you
Because you're about to
define,
irritate people,
how
and
do you
then people
define
start
past
talking.
and
Just
present
stop.
and
Just
future
stop.
moments?
Just stop.
No, I'm not going to stop
Just
because
stop.
you're not able to
Stop.
define you're not able
To
to
disrupt the
define
voice channel,
your
because it's going to irritate
definition.
people. People will start talking to one another.
Look.
Stop.
Nobody's going to stop just because you ask them
Yeah,
to,
you're just
because
Yeah,
they
you can
confusing things
stop.
actually,
with word salad.
I'm not confusing. I'm
So
asking.
stop it. So time is past, present, and future moments that exist independent of any human or non-God entity. Okay? So there you have it. It's not matter. So it doesn't dilate, it doesn't curve, it doesn't bend. Deductively true.
So you're saying there's entities that exist that don't have matter in the universe?
There are
That are not
immaterial
made of
entities, of
matter
course.
in the universe? So there are immaterial entities in the
Think about
universe
this.
that do not subscribe to the conservation of mass principle. And somehow you know they exist, but you cannot really tell us where or how
Okay,
they
What
exist.
universe?
so explain to me that you're a materialist without explaining to me that you're a materialist.
Look, I'm talking to that guy who's getting really angry because I'm asking him his
It's an
definition.
open panel, bro. It's an open panel.
But because
So,
you're a
so
materialist whose
I have a feeling
paradigm
he doesn't
can't,
understand what time is.
because you're a
I mean,
materialist.
nobody does really
Who,
properly, but he doesn't understand the
Yeah,
basics.
you're
so we're
not
gonna let
engaging
him.
in conversation. Shut the fuck up.
Well, it doesn't bend, so thanks.
Look, stop getting angry. Nobody's getting angry with
No
you,
one's mad.
Shut
right?
up. You're going to keep disrupting the
I'm
voice channel. I'm
asking
going to
you,
keep disrupting your disruption to this moderation. That's how this going to work.
you're a coward.
Well, Gregory's
You can't
upset
debate.
because he decided to talk through me and decided that what I was saying was irrelevant, which was rude. I don't know what the
Gregory
moderators
is
should do about
upset
that.
because he doesn't know his fucking.
Yeah, so you're just get sophist because for some reason you're religiously devoted to a worldview which you did not make, which is not worthwhile in any sense given its own premises. You're just a devoted idiot.
Damn. Yeah, it's pretty bad when you answer the question at least 4 times, Gregory, and they still like, so what you're saying is like,
Yeah, they
And
don't
then
want to
fill in with
answer.
something that I didn't say at all.
Yeah. Well, I was going to ask him if he thinks love can bend, or maybe excitement. Can you bend excitement?
well,
How about this? Crypto.
listen, love
Watch
is
this.
a very
Can
nice
your
lady,
empirical
very
senses bend?
flexible. She can definitely bend. Love is a nice lady, okay? She's a sweet gal. She's very flexible. She can bend, yes.
Yeah, and they just say these absurd things, but they act like they're so sensible. Oh yeah, time can bend. What? Time can bend? What are you talking about? Oh yeah, totally. Yeah, that time can bend, bro. And you're an idiot if you don't agree. What?
Ridiculous. Now, let me refute empiricism very quickly. This is how silly it is, which is why it's called naive realism. It's really a synonym for empiricism. The idea that you can only ascertain knowledge by empirical senses. Number one, that very premise isn't matter, and empirical senses can only detect matter. So the only way to verify the premise, to know any premise is true, is to empirically detect it, and you can't detect any premise that you affirm to be true or false, then you can't know any premise to be true or false by its own standard, which includes the premise that you have empirical senses to do the empiricism supposedly. So you can't verify any premise, including the premise that you have empirical sensations in order to do the supposed empirical detection. What the fuck?
Come on, man. Well, it's crazy to me that they just jump to assuming things. Well, how come time can't bend? What? Show me bending time. Why are we going to assume that with you? We're not.
And then, of course, right, CB, of course, also, they attempt to substantiate it because that's what they have to do, because their premise necessarily implies that time is matter that can be empirically detected. Then they try to appeal to matter, which isn't time, and they appeal to clocks specifically, which again aren't time. They're material entities that we use as measurement tools to measure time.
Yeah. Counting devices. That's not time itself. Wow, that's embarrassing. Well, here's a clock. Okay. That's just counting, dude. Come on, man. Crazy. So who's the next globe opponent? Nobody.
Opponent.
Well, I would say is a measurement, and
I
it's
don't want
counting
to
too, right?
argue. I just want to know why you think the Earth is flat. I
You don't know
want
what
to
we
debate.
think. You don't
That's
even know
fine.
what we
No,
think, bro.
look, no, wait.
Yeah, I was talking to this guy.
Time out.
I never even wanted to debate in the first place. I want you to tell me
Wait,
why. I don't care about logic. I
that's
want to
the
know why.
question
I don't even want to argue.
that I
Just
wait
tell me
to
why.
hear
You don't
all
care.
year long. What's
I
wrong
do
with that
care. I
question?
actually do. I'm interested.
That's cap. That's cap.
You can say it's
Yeah,
cap all you like. I'm still interested.
I was talking to Olof earlier, guys. I don't know if you guys were listening or not, or whatever, but he doesn't understand very basic logic. So, I don't see a point moving forward with somebody if they don't understand basic logic, because the statements you make don't mean anything to them.
I'm not trying to make any statements. I'm just
Lies.
asking for your opinion.
Lies.
So, I was asking you earlier, and I think we should continue this conversation. If you can have a ball that is 70% flat. Now, the answer to that question should be hell no. Balls need to be curving virtually everywhere, at least within a tolerance.
Yes, on a sphere shape, it is bending. Yes.
Correct. So how could you have a sphere that was 70% flat?
It's what do you mean 70% flat?
Got him.
Bro, it's not possible. Just say it's not possible, because that's obviously the answer.
Who says the Earth is 70% flat though?
They say it's 70% water, ding dong.
It's 70% water.
Come on
and
now.
the water on a globe must be conforming to the curvature.
Yes.
So if the water isn't curving, then it can't be a ball.
Who says the water isn't curving?
Oh my god.
No, but that's the point I was getting to earlier, right? There's no point me presenting laser tests to you that show flat water until you understand that flat water can't exist on a globe.
Come on, man. When have you ever seen a hill of water anyway?
Because if you think flat water can exist on a globe.
Water
I
is
need
not
you to
flat.
Wow.
I can't hear you. Sorry, my mic's cutting out.
If you think flat water,
You're cutting, Crypto.
Oh, is it me or is it him?
Wait,
I can't tell.
wait, bro, is it convex, concave, or neither? That's the question.
water.
Why are you using lenses to ask
Flat
what about
water-
water?
No one's asking lenses, ding dong. The water's
You
either
said
convex.
concave and convex.
The water itself, you
Evidence I
idiot.
present to you doesn't mean.
Crypto, you're roboting, bro. Either the water is convex, concave, or neither. Dummy, pick one.
The water is on a globe.
I'm asking you if it's convex, concave, or neither, sir.
The water is on a globe being held by gravity.
So either it's concave, convex, or neither.
Well, I don't see why this matters whether the world is flat or
You're a retard.
spherical. It is
You're a
a
retard.
sphere. The Earth is a sphere.
Okay, give him
He's
an
an
answer.
idiot.
Listen,
You are so
bro,
belligerently
no,
ignorant of law. You're just a fucking retard.
No.
It's A, B, or
I
C,
mean,
bro.
maybe. Listen, yeah, he could answer the question, but the attempt to meet people where they're at should happen at all times.
All right.
He's not doing it.
Yeah, well, that's what
We attempted that already.
It's A, B, or C.
Well, when he, but
Ain't no fill in the
me,
blank.
I can recognize that the answer is convex. He has default selected the answer convex. Why don't you move on with your point creation there?
All right. Let me move on. Bro, go into the go. So, okay, your answer is... Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, and then I promise I'll leave, but I've been working on this with this guy for ages, and I know
I'm not going to change, so I'm not going to lie, this is pretty useless.
It doesn't matter. I don't care what your opinion is.
Okay,
you don't seem to understand. I don't care what your... But I need you to understand this because it's based in logic, right? So you've got a globe. Okay, cool. So then the water has to be curving on that globe. So if I present you evidence that suggests that the water isn't curving, then that must therefore be evidence against the globe.
Sorry, say that again?
Yes, no, maybe.
Idiot.
Jesus. Right. If the water must be curving on a globe.
Yes.
Right, because a ball can't be 70% flat. Then if we present to you evidence... So this is what I said about context earlier, right? You need to understand the foundation of this claim. If I present to you evidence that the water isn't curving, then that is evidence against a globe.
If you can show me that the water is not bending, then I would be impressed.
You've seen that your entire life. What do you mean show you? You've never seen
I've
anything
seen it in my entire
contrary.
life that the water is bending.
Never in your life, ever once.
Regardless, at least we've got somewhere, because at least now you're understanding what a principle which is called falsification, right? So you've got a claim of a globe, but you can now say, well, if the Earth wasn't a globe, how could I falsify the globe idea? And this is how you could do that, by finding flat and level water instead of curving water, right? So now if people present evidence to you that the Earth doesn't have curving bodies of water, then you understand that that is evidence against the globe. That's all I wanted to achieve. I'm happy. I can leave.
I will accept that could be taken as evidence against a globe, but in my mind, it is not.
Okay, bro.
That's not as much progress as
Watch. Appeal to incredulity fallacy. So regardless of you not believing the argument is still logically
this guy
sound.
in chat saying it's held by air. It's held by fucking gravity, you moron.
Okay, moron, but when we go out to the actual oceans, is it concave, convex, or neither? You can't even answer that question.
When you look at the ocean, it appears flat. When you look at the ocean.
That's not what I'm asking you, what it looks like. I'm asking you what it is. Convex, concave, or neither. Pick one.
Well, you don't see it going in.
Just waffle away. It's A, B, or C, bro. Come on, man. Holy shit. Yeah, you're welcome. It's flat. Thank you very much.
But that does not mean
you just played yourself, you idiot.
That does not mean the Earth is flat.
What the fuck? Yo, Crypto just walked you through how the water is flat. 70%. They're claiming the water. There's like 70% of the Earth is water. And that's why he talked to you about
70% of the Earth's
70%
surface
is flat.
water.
Yeah,
70% of the
aka
Earth's
flat.
surface is water.
Flat. Yeah. Flat, what you just said, dummy. Oh my god.
I said the water appears
It's
flat.
neither. No, I didn't. Well, hold on. Because I made a distinction. I said, okay, well, I'm not asking you what it looks like. I'm asking you what it is. Either it's concave,
if you're asking
convex,
what
or
it is,
neither. And you said
you're
it's
asking what
neither,
it-
sir. Hold on. You said it was neither. And you're correct.
Okay, well then I made
You're right.
a grammatical mistake.
70% of the water, it's flat. Brilliant. We'll take that, boys.
Okay, can I just ask something?
W flat Earth.
Okay, just let me say something. I made a mistake. I didn't hear what you said. It
Gotcha.
appears flat.
I gotcha. Yeah, because I asked the question like not 5 times. Yeah, that's right.
Yes, you didn't.
Holy shit. Actually, I did.
I don't think you
You got
did.
it wrong. Are you serious?
Yeah.
No, I asked you at least 5 times. Is
I
the
don't
water
think you
concave,
did.
convex, or neither? And you're like,
Concave.
well,
It's
waffle,
concave.
waffle.
It's concave.
You're a troll. Just mute him. He's a troll. You had the right answer. It's neither.
It's
Thanks.
concave.
You were right the first time, sir. It's neither. Thank you very much. Exactly. So that proves Crypto's point. 70%.
I just googled
means
it. It's
not a ball.
concave. I didn't know the answer.
You're
That's why I said
retarded.
that. The answer is concave.
You're actually retarded.
Just searched it up. It tells me it's concave.
You're an idiot. Someone just mute him. We'll move on to the next person. This guy's bricked.
You can call me an idiot all you like. You're still the one
You're
supporting
saying concave. That means, are you a concave earther? What the fuck?
Yeah.
What is wrong with people? Just mute him.
The Earth is concave. You know what? The Earth is a
Just
plate.
mute him. Just mute him.
When the asteroid hits.
Retard. Like, you globers don't claim this guy, surely. Holy smokes. Incredible. All right, who's next? Who are these people, for real? It's like we're dealing with the bottom of the barrel at this point. If you haven't figured out that the Earth is flat in 2024, we're scraping the bottom of the barrel in terms of intellectuals. The IQ is room temperature over here, guys. It's just crazy.
That part was hilarious, though.
What an idiot! What a retard!
That was really hilarious. Like, actually, oh man,
bro, this freaking guy. Well, it's neither. Yeah, we know, dude. Welcome to the party. Wait, no, it's concave. I googled it. All right, bro. You're making my job way too easy. Come on, you goofballs don't claim this guy. Who's the next person? Phantom, Olaf. Is that him? Wow. Incredible. It's so
You
easy
should
to
have
make
a
them
show.
break. Go ahead.
Maybe you should have a show that's named No Intelligence on Globe Earth. A podcast by CB.
Sheesh.
I mean, you might as well make it the spin-off from No Intelligence Allowed, you know.
That's good. I like that.
Mhm.
But spin-off, that's a play on words on the spin of the Earth. I could deal with that.
Mm-hmm.
Incredible.
So your boy got that, as you say.
You know what's like, it's maddening that they can't understand just basic dichotomy. You have black, you have white, you have up, you have down, you have curve. and not curved. For some
It's
reason,
worse
they
than not being
can't
able.
grasp it.
It's worse than that. It's they don't want to.
Right.
Because in their
Frustrating.
everyday experience, they do understand it thoroughly. But then when it comes to debating this issue, they don't want to.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Greg,
but you think they'd be more? You
Go
think they'd be more intelligent to understand shapes? And when you say, "Is the Earth a sphere?" They're like, "Yeah, it's a sphere." And you show them the picture of the blue marble. They agree with that. But when he starts naming what it actually is, an oblate spheroid, and it's chubbier in the middle than it is at the poles, like then they start to, oh yeah, it is. And some even say that it's not a perfect sphere. And then you show them the opposite, right? The photo of NASA, the blue marble. And then they're like, well, yeah, look, it's not a sphere. And it's like, it's a perfect sphere in those images. I just don't know, man.
Well, Greg, I want to push back a little bit because I agree that they don't want to engage on that dichotomy, but a part of me actually thinks they don't understand it. Because when they'll quickly say, well, it's not a perfect sphere, but they'll judge you on it not being perfectly flat. Well, there's humps and bumps. My lovely lady lump. It's like, yeah, I fucking know, dude. Oh my God.
What you said is correct. In light of the fact that they don't want to. You see what happens there?
Yeah.
They don't want to understand. Therefore, they don't understand. So you're right.
I don't know. Some of them probably do, but they're like being ridiculous. But I think some of them don't get it. They don't understand. When you ask them, remember back in the day, guys, when we'd be like, if it's not curved, what is it? And they'd be like, it's a like they wouldn't say the word, right? And so like things have changed to the point where now they'll say, well, it's locally flat or whatever. But I genuinely think a lot of these guys don't understand it.
Don't you love it when they say it? Because now I can ask this
love
beautiful question. How many horizontal planes and their lines can you put together to make a ball?
Right. 0.
Exactly. There are no straight and horizontal lines on the board. That's stupid.
Is that clay?
Yes.
It's clay.
Oh, nice.
I'm in my car.
I'm going clay.
Golly.
Eli, please tell me you got that reference. Eli, please tell me you got that reference. Please say yes.
Wait, yes. What'd you say?
Well, no, Eli, but you too. But I wanted to hear Eli laugh. You seen Come to America, haven't you?
Oh. Yeah.
You remember? In the barbershop?
Well, another question would be how much flat and horizontal water does it take to form a spherical surface?
No. How do you fall off the ground?
Good question.
Fall off the thing that you can't fall off of. Now,
like you're
let me say
on
this.
Wow, go ahead.
Because Olaf is saying it in the open chat. So, of course, he, like most people, just either voluntarily or subconsciously presume that we're just substituting a ball in a cosmic vacuum with a sedentary plate, a sedimentary plate.
Oh my God, what a...
Yeah. So, look, how do you fall off of something when it has a finite extent in space, occupying a fraction of space, and then you walk away from it? So if you can't get to the edge and then walk off it, which, according to my knowledge, no one has done, then no, you can't fall off it. If we're contained inside and you can't traverse to the edge to therefore walk off of it, or fly off of it, or run off of it, whatever, then you're not going to fall off.
Bro, let me just expose the double standards. Let's say for a moment we live on a globe in a giant universe. We leave the globe on a rocket and we start traveling towards wherever the boundary may be. Can we, quote unquote, fall out of the universe? Your dumbass would be like, well, I don't know, man. How does that even work? Yeah, you're the same person asking us, how do we fall out of reality or fall off of reality? It's a ridiculous question. You don't even think about that in your own worldview, and neither do we. There is no such thing as falling off of the earth, falling off of the universe, falling out of reality. It's a stupid question.
Now let me
Next.
articulate it this way, because this is the insinuated logic sequence. When they raise the question, what about people falling off? Has anyone fallen off? Basically, the logic sequence says if the earth is flat, then at least someone has fallen off. No one has fallen off, therefore the earth is not flat.
Wow.
That's non sequitur.
That's brain dead. But like you said earlier, Gregory, he's taken the globe. We have the sun, Mercury, Venus, Earth. Squash it down into something flat, and then you go to the edge and you jump off into space. Okay, first of all, we don't think that. No one thinks that. It's a ridiculous question for you to even ask. So, what else you got?
Let me show you something. Let me show you something someone just sent me in my DMs. Watch this.
Incredible. Guys, it's 2024. This is the best you guys have.
Bro, they have
Wow.
nothing. They have literally
Stupid.
absolutely nothing. They're void of arguments.
Also,
You see that screenshot in the open chat? Imagine being an adult that thinks about and talks like that.
we'll see. Let's see here. Vixen, I love your furred troll. Eclipse makes furds cry. Heard you sucking Oakley's D.
Hey, that
Yeah,
same person
this
has
is
wrote to me in a
classic.
private message. I literally never
That's classic.
answered
Why are they posting you flat water?
because I
Though?
already
What's
had
that supposed to
the
prove?
feeling it's a waste of time.
Why
Thank
do
you
they
for
post flat
confirming that,
water?
Gregory.
What? Like, what am I supposed to like? You posted flat water. Okay. What?
Yeah, look at
Look
the
at the
flat
flat
water, therefore
water.
it's wrapped around the ball.
Yeah, like I don't get it. Their argument is basically a straw man. Well, if it was flat, we'd see China. No, you wouldn't, idiot.
And you're not Superman.
Yeah. We're flat earthers because of the way the earth is now, where you don't see to China. So why is your argument, well, we should see China? No, we shouldn't. What? You're not
If the earth
debunking
was
anything
flat,
but a ghost you created.
if the earth were flat, we would have supervision. We don't have supervision, therefore the earth is not flat.
That's basically what they're saying. Well, if I woke up tomorrow and the earth was flat, I'd see like Superman. What? You would see the same earth you've always seen forever. Why would that change? What the hell? Retarded.
Sandra.
It's so dumb. Look, you can't see across the ocean. Like, yeah, I know.
Sandra, furred. Yeah, I think my inference is right. I could be wrong. It is flat tard. Conjunct, abbreviated.
Why can't I see a few thousand miles across Earth if I can see millions and millions of miles out into space, man?
Oh, wow. A straw man linked up with a assumption.
But
Dangerous.
you know that's how they do it, though. That they do that. That's exactly what they do.
Man.
Oh, Gregory, you're always running your mouth with fallacies and all this logic. Look, listen. Stop committing fallacies, then I will highlight them. Deal?
Right. Seems like a fair deal.
Especially in the attempt to ascertain knowledge. You know, that thing that requires logically sound argumentation for the premise.
I think they hate us because they ain't us. Pause. But like, I don't know, man. There's something wrong with you. If it's 2024 and you still haven't figured it out yet, you got mental problems, you got baggage, you got, I don't know, emotional damage. You got something wrong with you if you can't let go of the globe by
Emotional
now.
damage.
I don't know, man. You don't have
It's
anything to stand on. That's crazy.
It's like they're space toys. It's what those ideas, those concepts, right, are like toys. So they're literally adult toys for the mind.
Oh my.
How's that?
Probes and rockets shaped like you know what? Oh, what the?
Exactly. What is it? Astrozoology?
Astro? What the? Gay. Come on, man. You
Speaking of
can be a
which, small
flat earther. It's
digression.
fine. Good.
I really want this to catch on. I really want people to appreciate this. It really annoys me that in academia, with all their concern about Greek and Latin roots, that they literally switched around the terms that identify the study of the stars as opposed to the metaphysical idea of the governance of the stars. They call it astrology for the governance of the stars, even though it really means, when you look at its roots, the study of the stars, astrologia, the study of the stars. And then they call astronomy the study of the stars. The study of the stars, they call it astronomy. Even though astronomia, right? Nomos, the law of the stars, the governance of the stars. It really annoys me that they flip the two around.
Yeah.
For people who are so concerned, again, I emphasize, for people who are so concerned in academia with the Latin and root words, especially go out of their way to name the celestial bodies various Latin or Greek deities. It's not okay.
Yeah. I wonder, like, how many globies are into astrology? Probably more than the flat earthers.
Probably so. I would say you're right on that. And as far as I know, it's a geocentric concept anyway.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I thought it was heliocentric. Or at least some of them.
You're standing on Earth, and then everything's circling. Like if you actually see somebody's chart, right? It shows circles, like circles around the central point, which is you. But I don't know. I could be
in a sense, at least in the sense of the stars having a functional focus on what happens on Earth and human affairs. In that sense, then yeah, Sonny's right.
Well, Greg, if it helps you sleep at all, academia is not with those things.
Who is this goofball right now?
I don't know who the fuck that is.
I don't know. Who the fuck is that guy? That sounded like a recording, bro.
Yeah,
Of a bot.
that's right. I'm a recording.
Of a bot with an NPC programming.
That's right.
Heard this
You got
before.
me, man. You got me.
Who is this, man? Come on, man. Go back into your non-moving building and be quiet.
Like, we already know you're here to irritate and to
do you guys
distract.
just want to have a circle
We already
jerk
know what
like
type
you
of
do
time
that?
you're on, bro.
We're
We know
gonna
what type of
disrupt
time you're on, bro.
Like, you don't come in here to engage in good faith ever at all.
Nope.
So we're gonna keep disrupting your disruptions.
Exactly. Facts.
Gonna disrupt my disruptions. Ooh.
Go back into your non-moving building, homie.
Oh, you guys think you're engaged
under
in
your
a
oblate
battle?
spheroidal rock.
Gregory, do you think you're engaged in a battle right now?
Yep.
Go crawl back under your oblate spheroidal rock.
Yeah, man.
Christian, do you think you're engaged in a battle?
Yeah, facts.
For real? For real?
Yeah.
With who?
You.
Over what?
Right now. You think the
Seriously?
Earth moves, dude? You're in a building right now, and you think it's moving, dude. What the hell?
Why do you think that's a battle?
You live in my
Why are you
community.
coming in here doing something that's vain? Why don't you go somewhere else and do something worthwhile doing?
Hey, they might call
What
you
are you
for jury
fighting for?
duty, and your dumbass is gonna just believe things like, "Well, I've known John in the community for 50 years," and you're not gonna go off of evidence. I don't want to be around people like you.
Which evidence do you have?
Yeah, it's a battle. I made no
Why don't
claim.
you go away?
What the fuck?
Why don't you hang up the phone call, go do something worthwhile
I'm just
doing?
saying, bro. You're weird. I don't want to be around people like you.
You obviously come here to do nothing that's worthwhile doing. You don't come here to do anything that's any good at all. So go ahead and go do something worthwhile doing.
Bad faith. You're bad faith. And if I saw
what have I done that's in bad faith?
Everything, yes.
Name one
Literally
thing.
that question you just
Right
said.
now.
Everything you say you do. Everything you say you do. Everything you say you're an expert at. Everything you say you've done. In
All right, if you're in good
actuality,
faith.
it's like it's not that hard to tell. I don't know how you think you're some chameleon.
You're a weasel.
Shape shifter or something.
You're a fucking
Like, trust and believe, Scott,
weasel.
this voice channel will do just fine without you. It doesn't need you at all.
It'll do better without you, Gregory.
Yeah, right. Gregory
It'll be
runs
much
this
better
shit.
without you.
Nah, y'all just don't like black folks, so get used to it.
You in here telling everybody they can't talk to whoever. It's not your room, man.
No, just you. No, it's his room.
Yeah, it's not your room to disrupt either. So you obviously don't give a fuck
I know.
about
I'm
logical
engaged.
consistency, nor
I'm
ethics, nor
engaged in the.
virtue, nor
I'm
anything
engaged in
good.
the
So why don't you
conversation.
hang up the phone call, go do something worthwhile doing?
You'll do
No,
what you're told, Scott.
I'm gonna engage in the conversation right
You'll
now.
do what you're told, Scott.
Until Heretic tells me otherwise.
Yeah, exactly. You'll do what you're told.
Until Heretic tells me otherwise. Yeah.
Exactly. You'll do what you're told.
If he wants me out of the conversation, I will bow out.
Exactly. Facts.
Listen, friends, this is boring. Please move on to the topic.
Thank
I
you.
agree.
Thanks for the boring update.
So let's get back to the shape of the Earth and the battle.
Yeah. We're not. No one even brought up any shape, so it's just not a globe and it doesn't move.
Whatever
Easy.
topic it is not going to be the one Scott chooses.
Yeah, exactly. Facts.
Yeah. So how about this? So we've carried our burden several dozen times over, only the God knows how many times. So how about you actually do that for once? So you carry your burden to prove that the Earth is a ball, which is what? I'll tell you. I'm glad you asked. You need to give measurements of the ball. Go ahead. We'll wait. We'll wait for your citations and your presentations to post in the open chat, not just speak.
Yeah, speak again when you come in again when you're providing some evidence. Then you can speak again. That sounds like a good deal.
Yeah, he's gonna have to be on mute
similar to like what D. Marble did. Is that your requirement? I showed you a couple of days ago. Remember that? Where we actually showed you something. We actually did the operation of measuring, right, to see whether it is the Earth to be curving or not. Right? So we're waiting for you to carry your burden, which is to demonstrate that you have measured the Earth to be a ball. Go ahead. Not just speaking. If you just speak from this point forward.
What have you done, Gregory?
Don't ask
what have you done, Gregory? What have you done, Gregory? That allows you to come in here. What have you measured?
Objection. Switching to
immediately try to scrutinize me while we're beginning with scrutinizing you. So we've already had this debate already, so we're not going to pretend
you
this is the first time we're talking
anything,
about
right?
it. So we're waiting for you, as you have to rumpus me, right? So we're waiting for you to carry your burden of proving the Earth to be a ball. Show us the measurements that have supposedly been done.
Well, women lack accountability.
And no switching to the burden of proof.
Don't talk about Gregory like that, man.
No, you lack accountability. You're not even being accountable right now.
Don't talk about Gregory like that.
No, obviously I'm talking about you, idiot.
That's mean, dude.
Obviously I'm talking about you.
That to Gregory.
As you deflect from accountability, you're being like a woman.
Well,
typical,
Gregory hasn't done any measurements, has he?
Yes, he has.
Contrary to AI's instructions, right?
Neither have you, Creation, have you? You haven't.
Yes, I have. Of course I have.
Subject which the question was designated for. You want to distract with a bunch of churlish nonsense. So
email brain.
You know, if you continue this, then I strongly recommend censure of you.
Just muted,
for the moderators.
Facts.
Mute him
for recommend all you like. You have to agree with you.
Guys.
And if they agree with you, I'll be censored.
Attention. That's all.
He's like a woman, loves attention.
Yeah, he just wants to have your attention and then gets you into a circuit jerk of a conversation and the outcome is always fruitless. There is no progression with him. He's not here to learn. He's not here to have an honest discussion. He already has set his his assumptions about the whole topic. So there's nothing to help him with. He's just here to be the center of conversation. You know, that's all.
Insubordinate and churlish.
You guys were engaged in a circle jerk when I came in. That's where I came in.
Not really. That's why
you were.
You're horny. You're horny, bro. Relax.
Do you have a globe earther you can argue with right now?
It's okay, bro. You're horny.
No, we don't. we don't. Even while you're talking.
Well, not even you.
That's what the room wants.
We don't.
Not even you. Not even you.
That's what the room wants. Heretic wants.
No, he doesn't.
Argument.
No, he doesn't.
Not really.
No, he doesn't want. No, dude, he's like, come on, dude, don't be dumb. He wants like engagement
like 7 or 8 times. Just
because it's not permanent.
Just scrotum, relax.
Why don't you guys talk about a point? So one of you make a point, and the other person rebut. How about that?
Yeah, that's
not going to happen.
So hold on, CB. That's what we want here. Okay.
I agree.
Yeah, I'll be clear. That is going to happen, or anyone not doing that is going to find themselves not being able to speak. Those are the.
Well, then you should mute him. The fuck?
Hey, I would say I would want to hear some arguments for spinning wobbling tilted space, but from Vixen, since he has already contacted Gregory and me and says, quote unquote, you are a third, hence automatically a failure. So he might have something to say. Or did he drop?
He's not even in the voice channel. That's the thing.
No,
Well, he
that's
was in a voice channel. He
that's
was
a
in a
text.
voice channel.
Hey, Clay,
Yeah,
that's
he
a
was.
sock. That's a sock of. We think we know who it is. We're not sure yet, but it's a sock account.
Okay, here we go.
All right,
Watch.
Scott, bring a point,
you
bro,
have
or
the
you're getting
floor.
muted. Yeah, bring a point or you're
Scott?
getting muted. AI said it, so you heard him
So here
first.
we go. Watch. Show us the measurements of the ball. Go.
Yep. All right,
Yeah, they're super zenith angles. Here, I'll post it right now. Hold on. Give me 2 seconds.
It
I
has to
will
be a
get the
measurement.
data.
Wait a minute. It has to be a measurement.
Angles?
It is a measurement.
Yeah. Yeah, I can't. Yeah, no, not a conceptual measurement, a actual
No,
measurement.
these are actual measurements.
Of what? Flat water?
As long as you include all the instrumentation or documentation of what equipment was used and what method was used.
Are those angles measurements or calculations?
The things, the data they wrote down were measurements.
They wrote down, where did they get the measurement to justify the calculation?
From total stations and I guess theodolites or something like that.
Oh,
Yeah, I
the
guess.
GS84 model it's based on, though. That's a problem.
You know, something or other.
Yeah, it's based on a model. So
you guys asked for evidence. This is evidence. Let's look at
Yeah,
it. Let's look at the numbers they got.
Okay, so let's say this very clearly.
What's wrong with
Your
the numbers
appeal
they posted?
is self-defeating for the following reason. You're appealing to angle measurements, zenith angle measurements. That necessarily implies that the bottom baseline out of the two straight lines is the surface of the Earth because the zenith is above the GP, right? Or specifically where you're standing, right? So you're getting a angle measurement up from the Earth, necessarily implying that the surface of the Earth is one of those two straight baselines, one of those two straight lines, the second one being the baseline. So that necessarily implies the surface of the Earth is horizontal and not a ball. Congratulations, welcome to Flat Earth.
Got him.
Except none of that has anything to do with what I posted.
But here's the reply. Right, you ready? Because it was directly relevant and poignantly relevant to exactly what you just appealed to. I just said that your appeal to what you just appealed to is self-defeating. So it's not irrelevant. It's poignantly directly relevant. So that critique is refuted.
Except there's no GPs in this stuff.
So you're not getting a zenith angle measurement up above the Earth, up from the Earth? You're not doing that?
You don't need a GP for that.
Answer the question I asked you, Scott. So you're not getting an angle measurement up from the Earth to the zenith, which is above the Earth? You're not doing that?
No, they're getting an angle measurement from measured vertical.
They're getting an angle measurement from measure vertical. That's not even a coherent, syntactically correct sentence.
Yes, from measured vertical. We can measure vertical, right?
From measured vertical. So they're
Yes,
getting
we
an
can
angle
measure vertical.
from vertical.
Yes, we can measure
Does
vertical, right?
This include the assumption of the radius?
We can measure vertical, right?
Is the horizon vertical? Does this include?
It's so funny. You guys can't even allow anything of reality to come in. We can measure vertical, right?
Does it include the assumption of the radius?
We're not there yet. Can we measure vertical?
Well,
yes or no?
I'm just asking. Does it include the assumption of the radius?
No, they're figuring out the radius.
Oh, wait. So how do they know the distance that the zeniths are diverged? If they don't assume the radius.
They assume the radius.
By measuring them.
No. But how do they know the distance between the angles?
Assume radius.
You get your vertical, and then you get your line to the other point, and you measure the angle between the vertical, that which you're standing, and the point to which you're pointing.
How do you know the distance on the? How do you know the distance?
Oh, they can use laser. They can.
You're not
they
standing
can.
on the You're not standing on the
We'll let him answer one day.
Sorry, mate.
Yeah, I'm sure they can bounce lasers off the thing or
You know,
something.
they
Or
just do
test some kind of distance.
something. You know, I'm sure they
Oh,
do
so
something.
wait a minute. So
They're,
I
they're
thought
the
that
experts, not me.
so the divergence is measured with lasers and not with
No,
anything
the
else.
laser, the divergence is measured by angles.
Okay, so the
Angles.
angle, how do you know how much it diverges in actual distance, a measured distance?
Angles are not distances.
You know, I'm sure they do
Oh, okay, so
something.
what is the angle in relation to then?
Angles are angles. I don't know how to explain that. An angle is the
Well, a zenith angle is not just an angle. No, it is an elevation angle. But
a zenith angle is the.
if we're talking about the distances between
We're not.
these reciprocal zenith angles that are divergent, how do you know by how much they are divergent by?
You look at your instrument and you write down what it says, and then you add the two numbers
distance,
together.
with
So
distance,
vague.
how do you get the
There's no
distance?
distance. No distance. No distance.
I don't think that's true.
You're being vague on purpose.
I can't help it
I
if you
don't
guys
think that's true.
understand very, very, very simple concepts.
You just said
Listen,
look
Scott.
down, write down the number. What are you talking about, bro?
You look into your instrument, your theodolite or your total station,
No,
and
we're
it
not
gives
section,
you a
mate.
number. It gives you an angle of elevation, and you write that down.
And that's
Don't
a fucking
verify
flat
anything.
baseline, mate.
Don't verify anything. Just write it down. You're done.
Right, so he said his answer again. So let's repeat the refutation again. Here we go.
How do we
Your appeal
verify
to
what the
elevation
instrument
angles
says?
up from the Earth is. You already had the floor, Scott. Let some reply to you now, not go in circles ad infinitum.
Okay, say
So
something
your
stupid.
appeal to as he continues to rumpus me, right? So your appeal to elevation angles up to the zenith above your position is self-defeating because that operation in principle and in practice necessarily implies that there are two straight lines involved to make the angle. The straight line being the distance between the GP and you on the surface of the Earth, which would
No
necessarily
GPs.
imply that the Earth is horizontal. Exactly.
But it doesn't.
Got another UNR, not an argument. So that's refuted also. Yeah. So there's no
You do
evidence of
understand how
curve.
theodolites work, right?
Okay, you guys, hold on real quick, Mackie. Just give me a second.
Yeah.
Okay, we don't need. Okay, like which one's taking point here? Okay, because having you and CB Gregory talk over each other, or Clay, I mean, it's just creating audio chaos, and it's like Scott Mackey's points are getting through, and your points are like a garbled hot mess.
I will take point, if I may.
Okay, sounds
Bird
good.
Lawyer just posted something that really shows what I'm saying. Straight lines.
Oh, I see. So getting elevation angles from fictitious horizontal lines into our planes and not the surface of the Earth, and therefore failed to get the elevation angle up from the Earth. Right. Another
We
self-defeating
don't care
appeal.
about that. We go off
Oh, so you
zenith
don't
angles, which are
care
from
that your
verticals.
premise necessarily implies an absurdity where you didn't actually inform yourself of the elevation, the angle of elevation up from the Earth. So
What's wrong with the
refutation. The
diagram?
refutation, of course.
What's wrong in the diagram? Which part of that don't you understand? I can help you.
Like I just said, I'm going to say it one more time. I'm not going to
Talk
say it
about
again.
the diagram.
I'm going to say
Talk
it
about
one
the
more
diagram.
time, not you rumpus my repetition of what I just said, right? Before you ask that question. So a graph that illustrates you're getting an elevation angle up from not the surface of the Earth, but a fictitious horizontal plane and or line, therefore necessarily implying that you failed to get the elevation angle up from the Earth. Therefore, this operation didn't indicate that you indicated that the Earth's surface is spherical or that it's anything, but that the imaginary horizontal line or plane is a horizontal line and or plane.
Show me the elevation angle on that diagram. Which one is it?
Diagram's not happening, mate. Okay, so immediately switch to quizzing me about your argument, even though I obviously understand it.
I
as you
said the
just surpassed
diagram
plain
is my
refutation of it.
argument. I said the diagram is my argument.
That diagram.
Okay, so I just refuted the diagram, and the diagram is your argument, so I refuted your argument.
Show me the angle of elevation in that diagram. Which
so there is no
number
elevation angle in the diagram?
There isn't.
There isn't? Oh, so irrelevant retort, right?
Show me one.
So an irrelevant retort.
Well, this diagram shows you how you can get zenith angles without getting an angle of elevation.
So dig in your heels with an irrelevant retort where you move past your first appeal.
Fucking stupid. My goodness.
Right? So now you don't have an elevation angle, right? All of a sudden, okay, fine, but just forget that. So what are you appealing to now to prove that the Earth is a ball, that you measure the Earth to be a ball? What are you appealing to?
Zenith angles. Zenith.
Oh, you're still appealing to zenith angles.
Like in that diagram.
We're not talking about zenith angles. Okay.
You don't know the difference, do you?
Oh, I don't know the difference between talking about zenith angles and not talking about zenith angles. No, I do.
What's the difference between a zenith angle and an angle of elevation? What's the difference?
Yeah, as you whistle past and rumpus through my reply,
because you don't know, do you?
Let's clarify this. Not you cause audio chaos. Let's clarify something. What is your appeal right now, Scott?
I think I got
diagram.
Yeah, so the diagram illustrates what? What is logically relevant about your appeal to the diagram concerning your concluding premise?
You want to talk about the diagram or not?
The diagram's just a fucking drawing, mate.
I know, but that draws out. It puts in visual for my argument.
It's not reality, pal. It's not reality, pal.
Hey, Scott. If I may, like this diagram, okay, from my point of view, okay. Do you like? I mean, I think so. I mean, I don't know for sure, but
we don't even need to look at this.
Like riding an airplane was kind of like a brand new thing. Do you remember that when it was like not everyone did it? It was like a really special occasion, and everyone you wore your people dressed up for it and everything. Like mostly people took trains and buses, or unless you were like upper class, like right from the very beginning. Do you want to talk? Okay, so did you ever take a bus or a train to go on vacation and stuff, or were we always just planes and stuff, or road trips?
We never went on vacations when I was a kid.
Okay, well, I think you might resonate with this though, right? Because I did. We took buses and stuff and did different campsites.
I got on a plane until I was 21 years old.
But a lot of it had to do with religious. It was like religious groups and stuff that we would organize with. So it was like, this is what I think about your drawing. It's like where you go to that really shady bus stop and there's like a vending machine, and you like plop in your quarters. And you're like, yes, I'm gonna get a snack, and it's like half eaten by a rat, and it pops out of the vending machine.
Okay, so you don't want to address it. Okay, that's fine.
No, I'm telling you that it's like you're expecting the goods, like you're expecting, hey, I'm gonna get this is it, right? But then when you plop it down, it's like gnarled and like mostly eaten by a rat. It's like not even there.
Okay, so in your analogy, I can point to the parts. All right, go ahead.
No, that's not going to work. What's going to work here is if Mr. Mackey's ever done this test himself, because he's speaking of like he's actually done something, and there's no demonstration to back up what he's saying, because he always talks about diagrams and explanations, but he doesn't know what he's talking about because he's never done it. He's not a land surveyor. He doesn't know what he's talking about. He's never used any equipment. He doesn't even know what model of theodolite or total station that he's even referring to. So there's a lot of missing information that he wants to tell you that's filled in by his explanation. But he doesn't tell you the rest of the story, does he?
Yeah, like where are these positions? Like how far apart are they? Where are they? What did it? What certifications do they have? Did they calibrate it? What other locations did they double check?
Well,
none of that's important in Mr. Mackey's explanation.
The one thing I wanted to know was how he knew the distance.
Yeah, I'm just pointing that out. So he doesn't have any of that relevant information, yet he wants to grandstand and talk about this being some evidence of the Earth being a globe. So he doesn't know any of the things that I just mentioned, nor will he even entertain the fact that he will have to answer for those. So he will whistle past this and continue to keep asking you for something that he doesn't have himself. Do you guys get it?
He does not know the Earth is a ball.
Yeah,
all
it's
they have
like
to do, Miggy, is explain what the relationship between the horizon is, the horizon mirror, and horizontal.
Yeah.
Look, yeah, but
But we
look,
can't.
when you look at the diagram, there's a divergence. I'm trying to understand how there's a divergence. Where does the distance come from?
No, but Eli, we don't even need to look at the fucking diagram because it's just lines on a computer. It's not
But
even
y'all are
reality, mate.
but you're missing it, bro. You're missing it because it's
It's
like
not
you're
reality.
like, nah, we don't have to deal with that. What you're saying, like, well, for those of us that want to deal with the diagram, like, the point at which these things diverge, like the divergence within itself, like, where does it come from? The distance of the divergence.
Yeah, but Eli, when he's on, when Mr. Fucking Dickhead is on his boat, he's not on a diagram, is he?
But just
It
let
doesn't
him
matter. It
let him
doesn't
cook.
matter.
Let him cook.
He's not on a diagram.
It doesn't matter.
We know, but we need to let Scott reply.
Like,
So let him cook.
because I'm having the same conversation Nathan was having earlier. Would you have been like, yeah, but Nathan, this is irrelevant?
Well, let's talk about the diagram then. That doesn't mean anything.
Okay, so
you
we'll
guys
take the
asked for
silence so that we can move. Oh, okay, go ahead.
I was waiting for you all to be done because I'm courteous. So, anyways, so when you ask for evidence, and we give you evidence in the form of written stuff, which is all we can do on the internet, that's not okay. That's not good enough. What would be good enough then? What can we provide you?
Yeah, that's not the
When
issue.
you ask for data, when
That's
you
not
ask
the
for
issue.
data, what are you asking for?
Okay, stop asking the question. Let me reply now.
Okay.
That's not the issue. It's not that you just refuse to accept evidence. The issue is that your appeal, first of all, is vague. You didn't even define the premise that you're trying to appeal to support your concluding premise that you measured the Earth to be a ball. Secondly, what you did appeal to when we actually do the work for you in making your appeal intelligible is not logically sufficient nor relevant to your concluding premise. That's why.
Okay, so what data can we provide you?
So I have to do your work for you. No.
No, I provided data. You've rejected it for no reason.
No, I gave the reason. I gave the reason because your diagram
reason is stupid.
supposedly illustrates that there's a divergence like Eli is asking you about, even though you cannot justify the supposed distance so that there is a divergence to talk about. So you are not being logically consistent, nor even logically cogent with your own appeal. You're appealing to a graph that illustrates an idea that has never actually been measured. And
But it has.
your idea is incoherent on its face because you're trying to argue again that you can have vertical lines that aren't parallel to one another. You're not being logically consistent. If the lines are parallel, then they are perpendicular. If the vertical lines are parallel, then they're perpendicular to a horizontal plane, and they are parallel.
I agree.
Correct. So since we have verticality on the Earth and the oceans, then necessarily implies and indicates the surface is horizontal, not convex nor concave into a ball.
Ooh.
Except for when every time they measure whether these vertical lines are parallel, they find they are not.
You
Yeah,
haven't
you're
measured
being
anything.
Therefore, it's wrong.
inconsistent. That is not logically possible. They aren't measuring something that's impossible.
But they are.
They're
Whether you
not. So
accept
you're
it or
just
not.
repeating yourself. That's the fallacy of repetition. Not pretend as though you still have the case. You're just repeating the premise I just refuted.
It's just you denying reality itself.
So
See,
more
that's
carping,
all
not
he's
an
got,
argument.
Gregory.
Well,
That's
if
all
you
he's
deny
got, Greg.
reality, what can I say, man?
Hold on, I'm gonna have to stop him. He doesn't know how to shut up. All right, so basically, the basic thing that you just refuted him on, Greg, he didn't measure it, and he would say "nuh-uh" to you. That's the only refutation he's got to you.
You're
Nuh-uh.
right. You're right.
Really? That's the best you got, Scott? Nuh-uh.
He's gone now.
Good. Good fucking riddance, man.
I don't know, man. He can do Yaha pretty well.
Fucking ready. Yeah, he was thoroughly slashed with that, man. I mean, there's no way. You just finished saying he didn't measure anything. He says, but we did. Really? Is that your retort? But we did? What the fuck, dude?
Yeah, we measured something that's not logically possible. No.
We did?
Yeah, but we did.
Just like Jar Jar Binks. We measured the impossible. No, you didn't. Shut up. Put your tongue back in your mouth.
All right, we got Be Right Back in July. What's up, man?
So, just to say this very succinctly, given the refutation I just said to Scott Mackey, not only did he not prove that the Earth has been measured to be a ball, his appeal is self-defeating, necessarily implying that the Earth's surface is horizontal.
How can Earth's surface be horizontal, though?
In the spirit of Scott Mackey, nuh-uh.
There's a new person. Someone asked a question.
Yeah. How can Earth be horizontal? How can Earth be a flat surface? Yeah.
It sounds like you're asking what caused the Earth to be horizontal. Is that it?
Sure.
The God.
The God?
There's your answer.
Measured horizontal.
Which God, bro?
What?
Oh my God.
The ontologically supreme being who created the universe.
Created it to be horizontal.
What religion you talking about?
Level.
The worship of Yahweh. Look, he asked me, I'm engaging him, so just, let's see where this goes.
Yeah.
Nah, I just want to know what's your religion like. You talking about God?
Yeah, the worship of the one and only true living God, Yahweh.
So you're Christian,
I don't call myself that term.
but that is what you are.
Like, you still don't make sense.
No. I'm not a Christian. I do worship Lord Yahushua, Jesus, but I'm not a Christian. That's irrelevant to the issue, though. Let's not digress to that.
Horizontal.
I mean, I hope you get relevant to the I hope you get relevant soon to the Geodetic question. So I answered your question. Let's not digress into scrutinizing my theology.
Nah, because your proof of the Earth being flat is God created it.
No. Let me correct you. That's not the argument. No, stop talking. No, that's not the argument that I said to you. No.
What is it then?
What I said to you is the answer to your question. Can you stop talking to me, please? You're about to irritate the moderators, and then this is going to start pressing buttons. Just stop. So I answered your question. You said, how is the Earth's surface flat? So I clarify what you meant by your question. You meant what caused it to be that way. The God created the Earth and everything in it. So let's not digress into scrutinizing my theology, because that doesn't get to the issue that this voice channel is designated for, which is empirically verifying that the Earth's surface is horizontal. So I hope you get to focusing on that ASAP, like now.
Well, we're asking you that, but you just answered with God did it.
No, you didn't ask me that. You're not being logically consistent. Stop talking to me. Stop talking to me, dude.
Brother, it's a public channel to speak. What do you mean?
No, it's not a public channel for you to talk to everyone. No, that's not the purpose of the voice channel. No. So no, stop telling me that I said an argument that I didn't say to you.
Hold on, fuckers. Listen. How something happened and that it happened are two separate issues. Okay, we're all going to, let's hold on. We're all going to agree to that point. Anyone who doesn't agree to that point right now can leave the room because you're too dumb to be here.
So I hope you get it.
That was you.
Moving on.
That was you. Be right back in July.
I
Did you
don't get it
understand what
because
he
he
said?
basically didn't explain anything.
I have a question for.
Hold on, Bird
Yeah,
Lawyer. You're not going to put your. You're going to wait, Bird Lawyer. We got two new people in here. I had to mute you. We're going to let the two new people talk. Be right back in July. And Yusef, I think your name is?
Yeah, sir. Yeah.
Yeah, welcome. So we got two questions on the table, right? You asked, how did it get here? You asked, how did it get here? He answered that question. Now we're going to go to the second one, right? So what's the next question you have about geometry of the Earth? Go ahead and ask your questions, gentlemen.
No, I mean, you have to... Hey, God. Go ahead.
Who is the other person talking? It's only Yusuf right
I know
now.
it's.
No.
Be
Let
right back
him
in
talk.
July.
Let him talk.
Be right back
Can
in
you
July. Go
prove
ahead.
that it's flat?
Was I talking to Be Right Back in July? Is that what I was talking to?
Yeah, that's who he is. They both sound similar, but Be Right Back in July.
know,
Just
right?
ask the question.
Got hella dude.
Fucking hell, man.
Okay, July, your question?
Can you prove that it's flat?
Yes.
Go on.
Okay, so latitude. What about latitude? Their elevation angle measurements up from the Earth to Polaris, necessarily implying that one of those two straight lines to make an angle is the surface of the Earth and or oceans.
Oh.
Which necessarily implies that the surface of the Earth and or oceans is horizontal, not curving into a ball.
Yep. I'll accept that.
That doesn't make any sense to me.
Well, that's no refutation of the argument I just said. Would you like to learn today?
It does know what angle is.
So like shadows, shadows. Like wait, never mind. No, not shadows. Are other planets also flat?
What we observe are circular looking lights. We don't know them and never empirically detected them to be humongous balls of solid, liquid, and or gas flying around in a cosmic vacuum. They could be, maybe not.
What do you mean by circular light? Confused.
You look up and you see a brilliant circle in the sky.
Yeah.
You see lots of brilliant circles in the sky. That's what we observe.
Yeah.
Yeah,
How
you
does
don't live
that
in a
make
club.
the Earth flat?
Yeah, man.
Say again?
How does that make the Earth flat, or the other one
It
flat?
doesn't.
Yeah, Yusuf, and Be Right Back in July. Notice that your question is getting answered, and it's not the one that you just asked after the fact. Like, how does it make the Earth flat? You're asking specific questions. He's answering you specifically. So if you want to know
Yeah, but they
another
don't make any
specific,
sense. They still don't
I
make any
know,
sense.
sir, I know that. But then ask the question that's relevant to the one you want to know. How is the Earth flat? That's what you're asking, right?
The last question was, are the other planets flat? And he said,
Right.
we
And it's
see
only
lights
listen.
on the sky. That doesn't answer anything.
Right.
on
But
the
check this
question.
out. Just let me Be Right Back in July. Relax, dude. If he answered you that one question, has nothing to do with the Earth being flat. Has everything to do with you understanding what you're looking at the sky. Two different questions. Do you
Yeah,
understand
no,
that? Okay. Let's just answer that one question at a time. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, okay? So
Okay.
you want to know what the lights are in the sky. Gregory just responded. Did you hear his reply?
no, I wanted to know what are the other planets flat or not? Then
We'll try this
He can
again. So
answer.
you asked that question.
Yeah.
Here's the reply. It doesn't. Neither did I argue that it does.
No, we're asking, are the other planets flat or not?
Dude, you're about to repeat the question again. You're just irritating us now.
Because you didn't answer it, bro.
But I
You just said I
answered
don't know.
it. July, stop talking so much. You're just being disruptive at this rate.
Bro, you're asking me to stop
You're
talking about
just
fucking
being
debates, man. What are you
disruptive
talking
at
about?
this rate. Stop talking and listen.
Disrupting what I'm asking you.
Okay, so he's just being disruptive.
Kick him out.
Next person.
Yeah, gentlemen, let's not. We'll handle it. Moderators are handling it. Just relax. If anybody needs to ask a question or if they're getting disruptive, moderators are going to deal with it.
Thank you. The floor is open. Anyone who's new in here?
Yeah, the other guy left, so I guess they came in tandem.
Yeah, they're in quantum entanglement. Wink, wink.
Yeah, it's okay, guys. Sometimes you got to be a little patient. I know everybody wants to feast on their bones, but we do have to kind of let them kind of progress, but in a structured way. We'll try to assist with that as much as we can as moderators, and please let us do what we do. Don't be yelling out mods. We know, we hear. If we're letting it progress, that's for a reason. We want to see where the challenge will let the person, get to the other interlocutor to. So it's
Shall
also
the
a
heat?
dynamic.
Yeah.
We
Shall the
gotta
heat is
we
truly
gotta
reveal to us?
we gotta kind of let it divulge a little bit. We don't have to let it go all the way full chaos, but we don't need the other 10 flat earthers jumping in and saying, guys, what's going on? Are they all talking about the flat earth? What's going on? Like in the middle while they're talking, guys. That's just adding more chaos. Come on. Anyway, let me unmute this guy. You probably already know him. He's probably gonna chime in here. So,
Lawyer.
lawyer, go ahead. Yeah.
Oh, sure. Yeah, I just wanted to ask a question real quick for the flat Earth.
Sure.
So why would all the world governments lie about flat Earth?
Okay, look in the open chat.
I'm looking.
I'm gonna find it for you. Give me 10 seconds.
We don't know.
We can make a strong inference, at least.
Well, the measurements to.
Okay, so if they wanted to influence the public to act in a certain way, why not lie about something else that's easier to lie about?
That's irrelevant, mate. It's measured flat.
How
well,
about
let me say this, because it's replied to me.
I'm
Can
not
I
asking
let me say
about
this.
flat. I'm asking about why they would lie about it.
If I can, just real quick,
Can I please
they
reply to
pretty
him?
much
You said it to me.
lie. Sorry, they pretty much lie about everything. Go ahead, Gregory.
Yeah, can I challenge that? It's actually the easiest thing to lie about, my guy. And the reason is that you can't verify anything they tell you. Anything else that they tell you with regards to things that are happening on the Earth are in some way verifiable. But the Earth itself, unless you're going to go to the lengths that we go to, i.e. measuring water or going very, very high in the sky, it's completely unverifiable. So it's actually the easiest thing to lie to you about.
Well, so like I understand that governments lie. They do so fairly constantly. I will agree to that. But they usually lie for a purpose, right? They lied about weapons of mass destruction in Iraq to increase funding to the military and send soldiers over there to like get oil rights over in Iraq, right? But I don't see any purpose about lying about the shape of the Earth. What's the purpose of lying about the shape
Okay,
of the Earth?
consider this, which is what I was finishing in the first instance. I said more than what you said to summarize it, even though your summary was accurate. When you lie about the geodesic issue and the whole cosmology issue overall, including geodesy, that is a heinous and profound deception about the entire world on the most macroscopic scale.
I understand that.
Just let me finish. Because we can't do this if you keep interjecting like that, even with affirmations like that. So that is very much, very, very much influential in controlling the way someone thinks, including the way they evaluate, including the way they discern, including the way they behave and speak. People behave a certain way according to their beliefs, especially their philosophical beliefs, all the categories of philosophy, which includes cosmology. And so we can clearly see that given that many people believe, have been deceived into believing that they live in a godless cosmic vacuum with a bunch of matter with sound and fury signifying nothing, where everything is red in tooth and nail and claw, then people behave accordingly. They are statists, or they're anarchists, they're hedonists, or they're moral relativists, and they're all other types of schools of thought and philosophy where they behave accordingly under the influence of the tyrants who deceived them in the first place.
Okay, but so a few things here. You can still like believe in God and believe in a round Earth. In fact, the Vatican.
I'm aware.
Well, hold on. The Vatican, one of the largest political bodies, political and religious bodies in the world, is like says that we live on a globe Earth.
I'm aware.
It's not a prerequisite about godlessness being
I never said it was.
congruence with a globe Earth.
I never said it was.
But you said that like changes people's perceptions, which I agree with. It does change people's perceptions, but it's very obvious that you could still believe in a globe Earth and believe
I'm aware
in God. So, well, okay, so then that just kind of flies out the window then.
Like what flies out the window? Your point, which is not relevant to my answer. Yeah.
Well, the idea that they're trying to push like a godless society, right? Because
no, they are. Actually, that is a part of the worldview. Let me reply. Let me reply. Let me reply.
I wasn't finished.
That is a part of the worldview. Just let me reply. That is a part of the worldview.
It doesn't have to.
It's a part of the worldview, in tandem with the lie about the Earth being a ball, in tandem with the ball existing in a godless cosmic vacuum, in tandem with all these other lies in the entire worldview.
But it doesn't have to be, though. That's the thing.
I know that.
But that's what I'm trying to say. So if you're holding up a pillar and says, well, this pillar is part of the whole overall thing, it doesn't really work. I mean, we look at
I didn't say that they're supporting one another. I never said that either, lawyer.
Really quick. We look at people like Newton, right? He was incredible.
Dude, stop. You're attacking a straw man again.
I'm just trying to finish. I'm just trying to finish, right? So
just
you said that
you're attacking a straw man again.
You said that it was trying to hold up a godless society.
Brian,
it was just.
It's got you by the
again. I've already made it clear. I didn't say that atheism is the prerequisite to a ball. He's just trying to obfuscate. He's trying to attack a premise that I didn't say. So stop.
Well, you're saying that's part of the part of the.
It's a part of the worldview. I didn't say that atheism is the support for the globe. There's two different arguments.
And I'm trying to say that worldview, you don't have to have atheism for that worldview.
I'm aware.
Okay,
yeah, no shit.
That's not important to what we're talking about.
It is important. You asked the question, why would they lie?
No.
So I answered your question that doesn't only concern geodesy. I answered your question as it concerns all the worldview, including geodesy, as you talk through the answer for no good reason, because you don't actually want to know. I'm not going to let you disrupt or distort my point. So just
chill out, friends.
Gregory, you've interrupted me like 10 times.
Kid, chill.
I'm not a
Let's
kid.
Let's just be gracious, dude.
I've been interrupted.
Shut your mouth.
Times.
Shut it. Thanks. Okay, let's just be gracious to each other and say that broadly the implications of the worldview could be supernatural and metaphysical, or the opposite. Either way, right? Broadly. Now, the specifics you can argue severally from that, but there definitely is, from a grand worldview perspective, philosophical and metaphysical implications. I think you could both agree to that, right?
I don't think that.
So what just happened is he's going through the circle again after I've already told him clearly I never argued that atheism is a logical prerequisite to the globe. So he can stop pressing me on that point as though I argued that.
You said it was a philosophical pillar of the globe Earth.
No, I did not. I never even said the word pillar. No, I didn't.
Okay. You said that so you said it was part of like the overall totality of the worldview, though.
Yes, it is a part of the worldview.
Okay, but that's not true. That's simply not true.
It is true,
most people that have done the I don't know what you would say, math, the calculations of the globe Earth are largely Christians or pagans. If we go all the way back to Eratosthenes, right? So these people are religious and they still hold deeply religious beliefs of a globe Earth. Like, atheists are a very small portion of the population overall.
Okay, so I'm aware of that, and it's also not a refutation to the premise that I've been articulating to you. We are not going to sit here and pretend that we were not taught tacitly or explicitly agnosticism or atheism in the state indoctrination system. They didn't teach me that God is real. They taught me that you can't know that God is real. They never said there was no God. They taught me that you can't know, and it's theology and other philosophical issues and religion are all just matters of intellectual taste, not matters of fact. And that's also what they teach in university. And that's also what they teach on TV.
I don't know where you got that idea from, but it's more of a religious thing, not pushing one religion. I mean, I've been in university for plenty of years. I'm studying for a biology degree. I at no point was I told like, no, God can't exist in this system.
Any statues of God there?
Way to miss the point again. I'll say it again. I'm going to say it for the last time. You are pressing a point that's a non-issue. You're pressing a critique against a point I didn't say. So we don't need to go through the truism of establishing the fact that agnosticism and or atheism and or even anti-theism is taught in tandem with the globe. It is. But of course, to answer your question in the first instance, right, that's not a point of contention that's worthy of contending about. We know full and well that universities, including the state indoctrination system, K through 12, teaches agnosticism or atheism or apatheism and or even anti-theism, especially with a virulent antichrist professor in university. So stop acting as though that doesn't happen. Nor did I ever argue that atheism is a logical prerequisite for the ball. So you're attacking the premise I didn't say. So can we please move on from this?
But no, I disagree with the statement you just said. I don't think that like K through 12 is pushing a like anti-theist, atheist, or agnostic message.
Oh, they teach the Big Bang.
Yeah, I'll read somebody.
You can believe in the Big Bang and believe in God at the same time.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Lawyer.
Okay, so like they're not teaching that God doesn't exist. They're just
they teach evolution. They teach everything came from some big cosmic
you can believe in evolution and believe in God.
Religious texts that
you're being disruptive again, lawyer.
So
but you can believe in evolution and you can believe in God
again, lawyer.
All right, listen, friends. There's three people talking through each other. So fix it or be fixed. Those are your options.
Sure. I just want to say all of the things that you're bringing up, I know Christians who believe in both that idea and in God at the same time. I know Christians.
We're not going to go to the circle again, lawyer.
Okay, so you can just stop interrupting.
Fair point, but listen. All right, just chill. We already concede the point that the majority of the world is religious. The majority of the world ascribes to a general theistic faith, and the majority of the world also simultaneously believes the Earth is a globe. Okay, that's the facts of the reality at the present moment. Okay, so now that we all understand that, let's move on.
Okay, so if we all believe that, I just don't understand why they would be pushing this idea of a globe Earth. It just seems so ridiculous to push that idea. If the Earth was truly flat, they could just say, yeah, the Earth is flat, and then lie about every other thing that they want to lie about. I agree that they do lie about things, but it just doesn't seem like there's a purpose to lie about the flat Earth.
Okay, again, listen, I'm going to say this one last time, because you're talking as though we haven't answered your question. We have. The answer I said to you is the following. It is a part of the worldview. The globe and all the other humongous balls of solid, liquid, and or gas flying around in the cosmic vacuum is the consequence of the supposed primeval atom expansion, a cosmogenic doctrine that happened several billion years ago, another cosmogenic doctrine, and a godless cosmic vacuum, another cosmogenic theological and metaphysical and cosmological doctrine. And several billion years later, all the matter is swirling around in a godless cosmic vacuum with all the laws of physics, which don't have any God making the laws of physics real in order for them to operate in a law-like manner, eventually culminating into a bunch of humongous balls of solid, liquid, and or gas flying around in a cosmic vacuum. So that's a part of the worldview.
Incongruent with actual reality. But that doesn't, like...
All right, so let me... Here, Bird Lawyer, let me ask you a question. Do you have a primary experience that the Earth is a globe yourself?
Yeah.
Okay, what is your primary experience? Name one.
Well, okay, so we're moving off of the claim of the Earth
all of it,
flat,
all
and
of,
we're now
all
going
of it
to
is in conjunction. Yeah, all of it is in conjunction with you stating that you see a reason why they're doing this. You don't see a reason why they wouldn't have.
No, I'm asking you about your claims of why they would be doing this. I'm not asking about the claims of the actual geometry of the Earth.
Bird, That's why I'm asking you why you experience the Earth as a globe. So I'm asking for that experience. Tell it to me. How do you experience the Earth as a globe, Bert?
I think that's irrelevant to the question that I asked.
Why don't you answer the question? Are you afraid to answer the question, sir?
No, I just think it's a
Okay,
diversion of
then
what
answer
we're
the
talking
question.
about.
If you're not afraid, Bird, just answer the question.
So are we diverging off of
Are
the
you going
original
to answer the
question?
question, Bird, or are you afraid to answer the question?
I'm not afraid to answer the question. I'm
Answer
just
it then,
asking
please.
if we're
We'll get back to it, Bird Lawyer.
Alpha.
Okay, chill
Just
out. Everyone
asking.
chill out for a second. Listen, I'm gonna lay the groundwork here. The motives for why someone would do something are speculative at best. So we could speculate back and forth ad infinitum, or we can move on to the brass tacks, whether it's a fact or not. So let's do that. So we're no longer going to entertain why are they lying, because we don't want to listen to a bunch of schmugs speculate till the cows come home. So let's move on.
I do think that that's a little bit of a cop-out, but sure.
It's not a cop-out. I've already answered your question several times. We're moving on
It's
now.
irrelevant. Greg, it's irrelevant. We're moving on, kid. You either move on or you get left behind. Those
Stop
are your
calling me a
options.
kid. I'm not a kid. I'm
All right,
29 years
whatever.
old. Dude.
Okay, listen, homeboy.
Calm
Move
down.
on. Move on, homeboy. There you go.
Right.
Oh,
So
boy.
the
Damn, I
yeah,
didn't know
Bird,
we were in the hood,
Bird,
dude.
the primary experience then, since we're not speculating, how do you know the Earth's a globe? We're not going to speculate. We're going to actually go through our experience of the Earth being a globe. So how do you experience it that way, Bird?
We can do calculations about the
Well,
roundness of the Earth.
we as a plural. I'm asking
Yep.
singular. You. We as a plural, singular.
Sure,
You.
I can do calculations of the roundness of the Earth, and
Yeah. No. No. Do you understand what primary experience is, Bird? That means when you go outside in reality, where do you see it? Where do you measure it? Where do you do any of the things that they're telling you about the Earth being a globe? When and where?
Wait, but so calculations are still a primary experience, right? Like I'm still
What
taking
are you
measurements
calculating, Bird?
of
What
the
are you
world
calculating?
around me, the curvature of the Earth.
Oh, the curvature. Yes. What curvature do you experience that you're measuring or you're calculating? Where is it at, Bird?
Well, I mean, I'm taking measurements of.
What?
I mean, you could take a number of measurements of
Well,
things,
give me a
of
primary.
angles, of
You're being
shadows that are cast on the
very
ground.
vague, Bird. Being very vague. Just give me something specific.
Okay, I'm telling you that we could take angles of shadows that are cast by the sun. We can take those measurements and we can do calculations about the roundness of the Earth and how they.
How do we do that?
Okay.
Walk me through the process. Walk me through the process step by step, and let's see if we can get to globe. Go.
Okay. So the most basic method is Eratosthenes' method from back way on yonder. It's by taking a pole that you know does not cast a shadow, or in the case of Eratosthenes, he looked into a well and saw that no shadows were cast in the well. Then you take another stick that is far enough away from the well where it does cast a shadow and measure the angle at which the light is coming in at the same time, and then you can calculate the curvature of the Earth based off that angle of that the shadow is being cast at.
Okay. Did you have to presuppose that the Earth was a curving surface prior to this measurement?
Yes, you did.
Okay. So how do we measure something that we already knew what it was? That's not a measurement, is it, Bird?
Well, that I didn't say a measurement. I said calculations.
So the calculation, did it require some assumptions?
Well, all calculations require assumptions, yeah.
Well, I'm asking for this particular one. Did it require any assumptions of the Earth?
Yes.
Okay, so when we assume that the Earth is a particular shape, is it somebody's hot micing? Guys, fix your mic, please. Somebody's hot micing right now. I think it's Old Haas. Thank you. So when you're actually assuming that the Earth is a globe and then measuring shadows, do you think that you're 100% conclusive that it is a globe, Bird? Or could it be something else?
It could very obviously be flat, yes.
Okay.
From those calculations.
All right. Well, that will be
if you made different assumptions, yeah.
Yeah, that would be all then. I think we're done here. It's not conclusively a globe, so it's not measured as.
You asked me how I knew it was a globe, and
Yeah, but
we do
it's
those
not
calculations on
right.
the
But
Earth,
it's
and I
not
know
conclusive that it's a globe, and that's the important thing here is that you understand that it's not conclusively pointing to the Earth as a globe. It
I mean,
could
we've
be
taken pictures of the Earth, like it's
right, but that's still
very clear that it's a globe.
that's still something that you couldn't understand because it's not in your eyes you wouldn't be able to verify it. You can only believe it as someone who's been given information.
Like I don't like if we're doing extreme skepticism, I can't like verify that I'm not speaking to a robot right now, right?
Yeah, but we're not talking.
I have to make certain assumptions.
Sure.
Like at some point, you have to make assumptions in your.
I know,
You're the one that sounds like a robot, bird lawyer.
The problem happens when they hand you an image.
Got me.
The
Got him.
problem. Yeah, no. The problem happens. The problem happens when they hand you an image, and you just believe it. That's not verifying the information or the legitimacy of it. Because if you are saying, okay, I see a picture, therefore Earth is a globe, well, if that's a low standard of evidence that you accept, then everything that you see is an image form could be the very well nature of reality. And that's just not the case, is it, Bird?
Okay, but so can you like disprove
Yeah,
these
but did
pictures,
you answer my question? Is it, Bird?
Can you disprove
Bird,
these pictures?
is it, Bird? Like if I show you, listen, if I show you the Loch Ness monster or
like,
Bigfoot or the Yeti, or it doesn't matter what I show you, is that reality, Bird?
So again, we're coming back to this hyper.
Just answer my question.
Your question requires more than one
answer
word
my
to
question.
answer.
I answered yours. You can answer mine, right?
Yeah, but Alpha, your question requires more than one word to answer. I can't.
Well,
answer
really,
in,
I know.
in a
So
half a second, right?
you just said that when they show you pictures of globe, you accept globe. Globe is the reality. Globe is the truth. Okay,
Sure.
if I show you pictures of other things, like an 80-foot gorilla climbing an Empire State Building, you'd have to accept that as reality, just like you accept the globe.
Words. A picture is worth 1,000 words, so it would.
One second, gentlemen. Let me have this conversation, Bird, please. Thank you. So, wouldn't that be the case, Bird? If I show you an image of an 80-foot gorilla climbing a building, you'd have to accept that as reality because your standard of evidence is images are true. Therefore, anything else coming to you in the image form would be true as well.
I mean, I think it's important to be skeptical about these things. Correct?
Yeah, but you're not skeptical about the globe, Bird.
Come on, dude. Really, you got to let me finish what I was saying.
I'm skeptical of your skepticism.
I really can't like answer these like questions. You're asking like really important philosophical questions, and then
they're not
expecting me to answer in like half a second. It doesn't make.
So
any
the
sense.
image of the Earth being a globe is a philosophical question, Bird. Is that what you're?
No,
thinking?
you're asking about the nature of evidence that is being given to people. You're asking beyond that. You're not asking that one simple question. Well, which I can say positively that those images are accurate and correct. We have verifications of those images. We have verifications that those are real images that were
what's their
taken by
verification,
people.
Bird? What's their verification?
You're not at any
Bird, what's our verification
to understand that.
Bird?
Well, we can. You know that we can verify pixels in an image.
Oh my God, you people!
What?
Go ahead. What did you say?
What do you want?
Hold on. Let me hear. I gotta hear
these hecklers. That's fine,
vetoes
Bird. Coming in
finish
every
what
3
you were
seconds.
saying. I want to hear what you were saying. Finish what you were saying.
Okay, so we can verify through a number of methods by looking at the pixels, by looking about how these images are processed and how they're put out. If these images are legitimate, and if they are the totality of the image taken, and we know that the images of the Earth are accurate. They were taken numerous times, and they were verified to be real. We have those pictures. I can go on the internet and I can post you litanies and thousands and hundreds of thousands of pictures that were taken
How about one of them? How about one of them that you've sussed out the pixels on?
Hold on. I know it's triggering. Trust me, I know it's triggering, brother. But I want to take him down the logic path real quick. All right, so if you're showing me all these images and you're saying, well, we have ways to verify these images. What is the one method to verify the Earth as a globe? That's the only thing I'm asking you right now. And if you know
that's a different claim. You're asking me a different thing now. You realize that?
Listen, it's the same question from the images, right? We're only staying on the images currently, right now, this moment. So if somebody hands you, hold on, Bert. If somebody hands you an image of the Earth as a globe, right? How do you know how to verify that image with the method that you just detailed and you outlined?
So this is what I'm talking about. You have to go to this point of hyper skepticism. Every time that you want to hold on, let me finish. You have to go to this
from
point
Indianapolis in here though.
All right, hold on. Who's the other gentleman speaking?
40 Glock. See you. Hey.
All right, yeah, just have a seat, sir, for one moment. Let me just have this conversation with Bird. We're gonna unmute you. Trust me. All right, Bird, just relax. All right, we're taking it simple.
I am relaxed. I'm just telling you that like this mode of hyper skepticism where you can't trust any evidence given to you just doesn't help me at all. You will positively say that.
Okay, you need to relax. Take a breath. The only thing I'm asking you right now is how all right, guys, really? All right, so the only thing I'm asking you right now, Bert, is how the verification method was done. That's all I'm asking for, Bert. And if you know, you could detail it to me. That's the only thing you got to do. The verification process for the Earth being a globe, it sounded like you had an answer, but it sounded a bit vague. So I'm drilling down to how you know the method was done. So, like for instance,
you're not letting me explain.
Well, I will. But I just want you to be clear on what I'm asking. I don't want there to be any confusion, right?
I know,
So
I explained it to you already. I don't know if you didn't listen to me.
Yeah, when we see an image like of the globe, right? What is the method that somebody can do, like me or someone else, so that we can know that that image is exactly the one that represents the Earth correctly? What can we do?
A picture. So you can look at the pixels created on the picture, and you can verify through technology if those.
Which one? Sorry. Which one?
Which technology? I don't personally know the method of like the exact how those verify.
Oh, then you must be wrong.
Okay, so hold on, guys. Whoever's saying that, you can wait just a moment, okay? I want Bird to explain, but it sounds like, Bird, there isn't a method that you know of. It's what it sounded like to me. So, okay, so you don't know the method, but yet you trust that there is a method. Is that correct, Bird?
Okay. No, there is a method. So the issue is.
Okay, who are you, sir? Can you please? What is your name? Go ahead. What was your name, sir? I will find you if you speak again, and it'll be where. Okay, there it is, Vince. Boom, gotcha. All right, I didn't need to wait for you. All right, so Bird, that's what it sounds like to me. You're confused about the method. You think there's a method, but you don't know what method it is. So to me, you're describing a method you think is possible, but you don't know if there is one or not currently. So is that true, Bird? Can you please explain that to me?
Okay. Can I speak for more than 10 seconds?
Yeah, so long as it's to the point, right? Just
my God. This is what I'm talking about. Okay.
Okay, we need to hear you bloviate, sir. We'll just get to the point. That's all we want to know. The method by which we can scrutinize the images we get from NASA. Right? So all I'm asking you, please tell me the method. If you don't know, you just said, well, I don't know the method. It's getting kind of weird now. So I do want to move on. If you don't have that method, that's fine. We can move on. But do you have the method, yes or no?
Can I speak for longer than 10 seconds?
But do you have the method, Bird? Yes or no?
Can I speak longer for?
You can if you give me the method. Do you have it? Yes or no? Is the question.
Can I speak for longer than 10 seconds?
You're gonna keep getting muted until you either answer what I'm saying. Do you have the method? You can speak longer.
A terrible platform.
You can speak longer than 10 seconds. All you gotta do is just give the method. That's it. Simple.
Can I speak for longer than?
Yeah, you're not. It's simple, Bird. Just give us the method. You can speak longer than 10 seconds if you give the method. You don't have to caveat by saying, "Can I speak for 10 seconds?"
Well, it seems like every single time I want to talk, you're just going to mute me because you don't like what I'm saying.
No, I just want.
I just want to speak. I want to be able to have a discussion.
I want the answer.
You're stopping that from. But like that's not how discussions work. Just demanding an answer from somebody.
Do you know the method? Yes or no?
I have a Scientific American article here that can describe you how to verify that these photos are real.
Okay, so you do have a method. What is the method that anyone can do to find out if some of those images are real or not?
Sure, we can. I mean, we could go through these verification methods.
Yeah, if you can detail it to us, we'll listen. Go ahead.
Well, I just posted the article. You can read through it yourself. It's quite
well,
a long
that's
article.
fine if you want to tell us, Bert. If you don't want to tell us, that's okay. If you don't know how to articulate, you have to articulate the information you just dropped, sir. You can't just drop the elephant and say, "Here you go." Well, yeah, tell us what you learned. What did you learn?
The most important thing is camera fingerprints, right? Every single time a photo is taken, pixels in that photo have digital watermarks on them that are not readily easily seen by the by your naked eye, right? You'd have to go into the data of the image and see how that image is composited. I don't know the 100% method of doing this, but I know that it is possible to do. And I know that independent verification methods of pictures taken by NASA have gone through this camera point, kind of this idea of camera fingerprinting, and have verified that those are legitimate pictures.
Hold on a second, though.
Go
ahead. If it's a digital imprint, and I already know the answer to this question. If it's a digital imprint in the file data, can it be faked?
Can a digital, not on the level that you're talking about?
Well, the answer is yes, friend.
Well, no. So, like that data, you would have to be literally changing line by line binary code of the.
Is that impossible? Is that impossible? No, it's not.
That would be impossible. Yes, that is.
No,
that
it
is
wouldn't be impossible.
That a human would not be able to do.
Oh my goodness, dude! That's why you just run it through a software program. Good grief!
But wait, no, even a software program can't do that because we're not talking about like changing some like coding on some computer. We're talking about changing individual binary numbers to mask over the fact that
yeah, that's easy, dude. I'm going to break it down for you. That is easy.
Oh, okay. So now we're just denying reality. That's fucking great. That's not an easy thing to do. Changing binary.
It's easy, dude. It's easy.
It's not. No, it's not.
I mean, easy, difficult. It's relative to whoever is or is not competent. So
yeah, exactly. That's the point I was making there.
Yeah. Well, so
let me put it this way. It's possible in principle, right? And if anybody could do it, then people who have systems that are worth billions of dollars definitely could do it.
It's not even. So, it's not even by principle. Like if you're getting like
it is.
It's not. If you're like looking at the metadata and changing line by line binary code of the metadata of an image, that's you're like at that point there's like that's
oh my goodness, dude, how is it encoded to the pixel data in the first place?
In a digital photo?
Yeah, how?
I mean, it's like thousands of lines of code, right? That are like,
okay. So you keep saying thousands of lines of code like it's something big.
Or sorry, not code. Sorry, binary, right?
So what?
That's how computers store data, but by binary.
Yeah. So what, dude? How is it made in the first place?
Right,
hold on, can I talk real quick? I've been waiting this whole time.
Let him answer.
We're on the point with this gentleman, 40 Glock, and I know, and I don't want to interrupt what's happening here. We're on a logical path with him. Either he's going to be able to substantiate his claim. Hold on, Bert. Either he's going to be able to substantiate his claim, 40 Glock, or he's not. So I know you want to jump in, but we got him on a logical path. So
yeah, but I'll just be real quick.
We want to hear you out, okay? We do want to hear you out, sir, but we don't want the conversation interrupted just yet. Just hold off a moment, okay?
So I got a relevant question. Any of y'all in here from Indianapolis?
Yeah, that was real relevant, dude.
Yeah,
real
not
good.
relevant. I told you,
Good
dude.
job, Gluck.
Anyway, go ahead. Back to the point.
Yeah, but before we go on, for example, a relative interruption would be, I'm a software engineer that creates the codes for EXIF data and printing on a digital level from the snapshot. That would be a relevant interjection. Somebody like that.
Yep. He went out the back door, AI, because he knew what was coming. So there's Bird.
Anyway, look, I don't need to play this denial game. The answer to the question is it's encoded by software in the pixel data, and it can be done post hoc. It doesn't have to be done in an original taking of the photo. All you have to do is have the same instance of the pixel values fed through the software. It's easy. Literally easy peasy cheesy.
And he also never gave a deductive argument to refute the obvious truism that it is possible to fabricate inauthentic photos, which is what he needs to prove his point.
Yep. We were going to go there, Greg, but he didn't have the stomach for it, so he bounced.
Yeah, we couldn't go there because he didn't want to go there because he couldn't go there.
Yep.
There's a great word for that, intransigent. Intransigent. I mean, look it up unless you want me to tell you, but it's a great word for people like that.
Yeah, that's interesting. I like that. 40 Glock
is another good word.
Let me just unmute 40 Glock because he wanted to come in with something about being in Indiana. I don't know. That wasn't relevant, but go ahead, 40 Glock. You're unmuted.
What you said?
I unmuted you now. That guy left. So.
I ain't hear you.
Did you want to add something to a conversation for this room, or did you want to say something else?
Yeah, I was just wondering who was from Indianapolis in here.
No,
not me. Are you a Fever fan? Are you celebrating Caitlin Clark or something?
Nah, I need someone from Indianapolis. Is you from Indianapolis?
No, sir.
Nobody in here is. Nah, but I said I had an irrelevant question, not irrelevant. Y'all just some deaf motherfuckers. I never said
irrelevant.
Yeah, I said I got an irrelevant question, not relevant.
Oh, irrelevant questions usually aren't. Those go without saying when someone's in the middle of a conversation.
Yeah, we thought you meant a relevant question delivered electronically.
Nah, I said irrelevant. And what's crazy is I've been waiting to talk longer than you, Overlord. So I don't know why you even tripping right now.
Hey, we ain't tripping. We're stable.
The problem is, friend, that I'm the curator of this channel, so I get to speak whatever I want. That's how it works.
Nah, see, that's y'all and Alpha's problem. Y'all be
what?
Nah, he not no Alpha.
Y'all whatever, dude.
Y'all be muting everybody for no reason.
It doesn't sound like a problem to me, friend.
Alpha need reported.
Man, usually you got some dagger strips, bro. What's up?
Hold on, friend. What'd you just say, punk?
Why are you throwing pinkies?
Say what?
I don't know. It sounded like a threat there.
Well, we gotta
I'd like to hear it quickly.
Why do we gotta be all that, bro? Why do we gotta be all that?
I said, y'all,
what are you doing over there in Indianapolis? Who are you looking for in Indianapolis?
I ain't in Indiana. I'm in Cincinnati.
Who cares, man?
Something going on there?
Y'all catch mad.
I need someone from Indy.
Oh, this is just annoying.
You from Cincy?
So never mind.
A Cincy boy needs an Indy man. An Indy. I see.
All right.
Hey, where you from?
Yeah. Meanwhile, back at the ranch. All right. So let's get back.
Yeah,
to the point.
I'm from the flat Earth. That's right.
All right, I'm not finna interrupt. Go ahead.
I'm from the plane.
Thank you. So who else we got? We got Dakabai. He's a hard boiled guy. Let's see. We got Matt's in the house, but he's deafened. Lolo's in here. I don't think anybody else brand new. Phantom. Who's that guy? Don't know who he is.
I've been observing for a while. We've discussed many.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Well, we got Vince. I don't know if you want me to unleash Vince. Vince.
Unleash the Vince.
Unleash the Vince.
Oh my goodness, dudes! I just ate an egg salad sandwich. You want me to throw up?
That's probably because it came from a gas station, bro.
You left it out in the sun?
No, it's because Vince's vocal tones are going to penetrate my stomach and cause an eruption.
Oh, no.
Hey, did you make an egg salad sandwich yourself? Did you make it yourself or did you buy it? Be honest.
Oh, the pastor's wife made it for me.
Why do I hear the bleating of an infernal Vince?
So, have you spoken to him, Greg?
Yeah,
Very
you're looking
briefly.
at a Hollywood set
It was
for
not pleasant.
movies were made back then.
All right.
The Hollywood basement.
Hey, I got another one for people. If people say, you know, mass attracts mass, say, show me mass attracts mass. Say, show me mass
You think
bend.
that?
No, I don't think that.
Looks
Say,
real?
show me mass
Oh,
bends light.
you're out
Show
of your
me
mind.
mass. Say, show me mass bends light. That's another good one. They actually believe that mass bends light, and it's the same thing as, you know, show me mass bending light.
I mean, the answer would be Hubble, but then you'd be like, "Well, that's not real," you know. So.
What is Hubble? What do you mean Hubble? Is
Redshift, you know. But yeah,
is light bending
gravitational
around Hubble?
lensing.
Oh, 2010. Okay.
Does Hubble bend light around it?
Yeah,
as well?
sorry, but
No, it observe it.
Well, what?
You can just Google that. That's like really easy to Google. Gravitational lensing, redshift.
Yeah, redshift, blue shifts. That's light crawling in and out of a gravity well, right? You're saying a photon is gaining energy towards a mass, or is it losing energy towards a mass? Light. You're talking about a photon, or is it a field?
No.
Well, I mean, what the hell is it?
No.
Wait, what?
I
So
got
what's your
you.
actual question? What is a photon? Or are you asking like
What's
what
his actual
about
question?
mass
After
attracting
you just
light?
asked the actual question.
I mean, he just like
unmuted you
rabbled
because
about
you
3
have an
things
argument.
that he can easily Google. Like I know
What
why I would sit here and
redshift-
explain to him.
You are verbally quibbling and not discoursing.
Well,
Yeah,
I'm
so-
giving him advice to Google. I think it's very useful.
Oh, there they go. They're back there.
Redshift and blue shift, correct? That's light crawling in and out of a gravity well, right?
Oh my God.
Like,
Is that
it depends on what you mean by those words. You know, if you're going to be pedantic about the words crawling, then no. If you want to
not
be like
crawling, moving in and
He's
out?
asking you about your position, so you explain what you mean by your words.
Yeah, I shouldn't use crawl. You're right. What word should I use? What is light doing in and out of a gravity well?
gravitationally lensing or blue or red shifting. That's what it's
What is
doing.
but lensing? Is that a force?
Is it a force? Like,
yeah, how is
what
light
do you
being
take
bent?
force to be?
Well, you're saying light is being physically bent, right?
No.
Okay, so what do you mean that light is lensing or bending?
So
I don't get it.
when you talk about red or blue shift, it's about light losing or gaining energy because it's interacting with a gravitational field.
Right. So if it's redshift, oh, go ahead.
That sounds like something coming out of Star Trek. Dude, how do you know
holy
about?
crap! That ain't. Hold on, though. That ain't even the right answer, dude. Good grief.
Let's get into
Good
redshift, blue
grief.
shift, baby. Take the red.
Let's grandstand some more. I mean,
Yeah, if
listen,
you're gonna,
you know,
look, if you're gonna be a
I thought
Glover,
about this, but then I just
if you're
get
gonna be a
muted.
Glover paradigm
Being too
guy,
based, so.
at least get it right, okay?
So light
I mean, if you want to know, just Google it. Like, there's a
just
good
so that people
Wikipedia.
please let me say this. Just so that people understand, did we begin talking about this just as a subject to begin moving on to? Is that right?
We could shift gears. We don't have to go to redshift, blue shift.
If we moved on to this, then that's fine. Just so that there's clarity.
Mm-hmm. And by this is mass physically bending light because it's mass.
Yeah, but Dakabai got it all wrong because he doesn't know how to explain that. So I don't know what he's talking about, but it's definitely not coming from the rhetoric of the paradigm of the Earth being a globe. So he's got that wrong.
So
Is there a
then
paradigm
are we
of
waiting
the
for
rhetoric?
Dakabi to clarify his premise?
I don't have a premise. I'm just answering questions that someone had.
Yeah, based
your
on
premise,
what,
your position is not clear. So would you like to clarify what you mean to convey?
I'm conveying that
God,
there is
y'all are
such a thing as redshift and blue shift and gravitational lensing, and
I'm gonna
that's
put y'all on
the
YouTube. Just a little.
gravity like interacting with the light and giving it more or less energy.
Did you mention that just for the sake of mentioning it, or was it a support?
No, you're asking me what my position is, so I'm giving you my position. I'm just answering your questions.
You have this habit of replying.
Of answering questions
when other people are talking to you. That's stupid.
I can make a lot of money off you, dickheads.
Hey.
Well, because three people over talk. So. And
look,
when you say
listen,
something that's not true, then I'm going to interrupt you. Yeah.
Okay, again. So can you just listen for a moment?
No.
Would you like to
If
clarify?
you say something wrong, I will
You're
interrupt you.
still being disruptive. Would you like to clarify what you mean to convey? Did you mention these things just for the sake of mentioning them, or were
No,
they
I don't want to
supporting
clarify it.
premises to a major? You see, you did it again. For what?
Yeah, I'm gonna continue doing it. Like,
yeah. Oh, so he's gonna continue
because you
being disruptive.
misrepresent what I
Moderators, handle this,
say.
please. Handle this, please.
All right, listen, friends. You two stop bickering and move the heck on. Thanks.
So once again, did you mention those things as supporting
Okay, I
premises
clearly
for a
said
major
move on.
premise?
I clearly said move on. I didn't say ask him again.
So we're not going to talk about the subject now?
He doesn't want to talk about it. He clearly said he was just answering the question that kid had. That's all.
Sure,
I mean,
that's fair.
he used vague terminology.
Moving on,
He didn't really address.
Whatever.
He just kind of used vague terminology to describe something in a
Well,
different
really, my
way.
central point was please Google it. It can explain it better than I can. You know, like
I
even
mean,
just a Wikipedia article.
I have, and so I wanted to see, voice to voice.
Oh my God, dude,
what you
listen,
believe.
friend. This kid doesn't know anything about it. You understand me? That's why he told you to Google it. His answer was nonsense.
Okay, so I did Google, but I wanted to know if he knew anything about it, if he could explain it.
Yeah, he
He don't.
Yeah,
That's also not what I said, but
so
okay.
he pretends to know. So it's almost like he's living as though he thinks he knows.
I mean, feel free to have a dialogue about me between you two.
We don't want to. I told everyone to move on. Hopefully they'll take the hint and stop talking about you because you're irrelevant.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like you have a lot to offer.
That's why the move on was suggested.
I see.
So,
social cue. Got it.
anyone else besides that annoying pest?
Yeah, he's gone.
Okay.
The vast majority of the time in this voice channel, man, it's just these annoying pests.
Yeah, they gotta say. They have to say something. They can't just sit there and say nothing. So they make up shit in their spare time.
I've noticed just saying redshift, blue shift is like saying gravity now. When it comes to relativity, it's the same.
At least to someone who is not even adept in scientism.
Yeah.
You know, the light just can't just be red. You know, it has to be an instance of light traveling an ungodly, unfathomable, unquantifiable amount of time and distance to where it eventually appears red, even though it's not really red if you get much closer.
Have you guys ever seen stars twinkle at night? Anybody?
Oh yeah.
What colors are they twinkling?
The vast variety of colors.
Yeah.
Red and blue?
Goes through the whole frequency.
Spectrum.
If they're going through red and blue, one single star, what do you think it's doing? Going back and forth?
It's zipping back and forth between point A and point B at ungodly speeds.
There you go.
It's moving back and forth.
No, and you know what's weird is that you can actually observe the colors when you're watching one. Like, I know, I was looking at the night sky one night, and I was like, why? There's this argument that people are having with redshift and blue shift, like as if that's the only color they would see from a star. But what happens when you see many colors?
Like, yeah, whites and purples, and they just all blend.
Yeah. So what's he doing?
Now you want to talk about superposition, wink, wink.
Yeah.
Well, and that's what doesn't make sense is when they're relaying all this to the Eddington experiment, where they saw a star right on the edge of the sun solar disk, and they're saying, oh, that star's location is really behind the sun and it's bending around. You'd think that, okay, well then what stars are in any position? Wouldn't they be bouncing off each other's gravity wells and bending here and there and getting to, you know what I mean? Or is that what they believe? Do they believe
a whole host of asinine implications?
Yeah.
Including that Dakabai was saying in here. Because really, all you have to do in that paradigm is really just pull something out of your back pocket and go, here you go. Got you this answer. Oh, but by the way...
Yeah. It's like a mental Band-Aid.
My answer may not be sufficient, so appeal to Google as well, because they might give you some more information, which also doesn't help because they don't know anything either.
If there was ever an instance of demonstrating what does making mountains out of molehills mean, it would be this doctrine.
Well, it's like compounding lies. This is what it is. They just keep compounding on each other, and they're just piling up to fix the next lie. You know,
Never empirically verified the star to be a humongous ball of gas flying around in a cosmic vacuum. Never empirically verified the supposed distance. Never empirically verified their atomism, which they're presupposing. Never empirically verified the uniformitarian presupposition.
But their empirical evidence is the Eddington experiment. I'm telling you, they press hard on that experiment. That's like one of the biggest ones.
So, Brewer, hold on, gentlemen. We got a new person that's in here.
Yeah, I was about to trail off and say, hey.
Mizra Perez, thank you for joining the room. Are you there?
Yeah. Hold on. I need to look
Mr.
up
Perez?
something quick.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hey, how's it going?
Well, welcome.
What brings you to the room? This room, Mizra?
Well, I kind of wanted to listen to the conversations, and since a lot of people was in this room, I thought something interesting was going on.
There always is something interesting. But yeah, do you have a specific question, perhaps, for the room? Or if not, we can ask you some questions.
Firstly, yeah, I got like one question. I'm pretty sure we kind of did prove the distance between the Earth and the Sun with which was it? Let me search the experiment. I don't really have it in my mind right now, but
it's in there somewhere.
Yeah,
if you don't mind, before you find the information, do you recall what it was about? If you don't, that's fine.
So from what I know, with the way that we proved the distance between the moon and the Earth, not the sun and the Earth, I remember reading about that too, but I'm just going to pull up the article so it would make more sense about sense. But the way that we proved the distance between the Earth and the moon was by putting, and Neil Armstrong put basically like a mirror on there, so we can shine a laser to tell the distance and if it's getting away or not, basically. But besides that, I don't really remember what I read about the sun one. Again, I do need some time to just look it up.
Yeah, take your time, man. We're here 24/7, so if you wanted to just like sit and listen to us have a conversation with other people, and you can, maybe ask some questions later or you join in. I think it's important that everybody gets heard, at least the first time. Like Eli is with me on that. Like when we meet somebody new, we want to at least hear their arguments for the first time. So if you have any that you want to bring up or whatever.
Thank you.
Yeah. And something to think about too. The evidence that the Earth is a globe. Do you think that there's any that would substantiate? I'm not. Besides, distances to the sun and the moon. Anything that could substantiate that the Earth being a globe, like curving?
Well, a bunch. I'm pretty sure, if I remember correctly, you can go on literal plane rides where you can see the horizon bending. That's just one. There's also a bunch of scientific equipment that's like really big. That's like basically shining a laser through one end to the other and calculating the curve. That's another one. I don't remember the name of it. And the third one was, what experiment was it? And okay, so basically, I am really new to the debating stuff, so
That's fine.
But yeah, the first point that I would like to make is literally going on a plane ride.
Okay, so you see, let's say, have you ever done this yourself, or you're saying that that's what people say that you can do if you want to know if the Earth is curving? Have you ever been on a plane yourself?
Yeah, I did.
Have you witnessed curvature from?
Well, by curvature, there was like it was really cloudy, but you could really tell the horizon line and how it was curving. I don't. Yeah, basically, yeah.
Okay. How high do you think you guys were at altitude when you took the flight?
I have no idea because
Well,
the
if it's a was
flights
it a
are.
commercial? Was it like a flight, overseas or,
It was private.
It was a private plane?
Yeah, it was private.
Okay. So you mainly were flying probably maybe anywhere from like 30 to 50,000 feet, something like that. I don't want.
Probably
I don't want.
again.
Okay.
So I have no idea about the altitude. I'm just telling what I saw from the
Okay.
window.
So think about this, right? If you're flying at that altitude, because usually, or I'd say normally, they're flying around that altitude. But if that's the case, then how big would the Earth have to be for you to see curvature at that altitude? Do you think that the Earth, being the size that it is possible to see that curvature from an airplane window?
Well, I mean, you can see the horizon from just like being on the ground and just looking at a vast emptiness like a sea, but I would say yes because again, it just depends on the elevation. Because from higher up, it is easier to see because you're seeing a way more distance with it rather than being on the ground. Yeah.
So let me just put it into your mind. If you did see curvature from an airplane window, do you think it would be possible that a person seeing that phenomena, right, the Earth curving, that then when they land, when the plane lands, if they so chose to, could they measure the ground to be curving just like they saw in the airplane window?
Well, I would guess so. Depends on how long of a ruler you have, basically. I mean,
Ruler.
let's say. No, I'm giving an example. Let's say you have a completely straight piece of metal, right? And it spans across a mile. I'm pretty sure if the whole place is flat, even if it's flat, you would still be able to tell the curvature of the Earth. And I'm just giving an example.
All right. So that's a good
I mean,
idea.
that is how you would measure it.
Yeah, something to think about, right? With a piece of iron. But let's get realistic in the real world, right? Can there be ways that today we could measure? Like, is there technology that we have that would be able to measure things like long distances? Do you think?
Yes, we do.
Okay. But it's certainly not a tape measure or a yardstick, right?
No,
We're not gonna.
it's not long.
Okay.
Yeah. So my only complaint would be that it's not really accessible by the public. Like,
really?
Not by the public, like your average Joe. Like, if you had money, you probably could have like bought something like that. But
So, what way could we measure the Earth today? Do you know of any way? Like you and me.
Okay. There's this one way we could, and I'm pretty sure there was an experiment done by like actual flat earthers with it. You get two cardboards. I don't know if you heard of it. You probably did. And then you put two holes in it. I'm sorry, one hole in it. And then you take a military grade, well, not military grade, but just a really strong flashlight, and you point it across it. If it goes across the line, even though it's fully straight, by like measuring it, you can say the Earth is flat. And if it doesn't, I'm talking about the long distance, by the way, and it's round.
Right, but isn't there a way that academia showed you how to measure the Earth? Don't you think that they would have taught us in schools everywhere instead of appealing to like let's say a video that you saw? Like, wouldn't that be like? In my opinion, I think wouldn't people everywhere in schools everywhere be taught how to do this simple measurement? Don't you agree, sir?
Yes. Okay. Yeah. They.
Oh,
I mean,
okay.
they could.
I thought maybe you were appealing to that video because you thought it was a better method, but I think this academia should teach us the way, because schools should do that, right? They should give you a method to get the information of the Earth having that curved surface. And I thought maybe you had that information, being is that it sounds like you're fairly intellectual, so you'd be able to figure out. Well, the school would tell you, and being that would be the case, what is the method that they taught us how to do that, or have they not taught us how to do that?
Speaking of personal experience, they did not taught me how to do that. But
Oh.
I guess yeah, just quickly, I guess the reason for that is the place that I live in. I don't live in America, by the way. You can tell from my broken English, but it's because we don't have that much of time in school, I guess, to teach that many stuff. So let's say you have 8 years until high school and graduation. Not 8 years, it will be like 12, but you have 12 years. From the start, you gotta explain curriculum, like, I don't know, from high school level, you gotta explain curriculum and etc. You have 2,000 years from birth of Jesus Christ to modern day. You gotta explain a lot of the most important inventions and how to use them and math, etc. to these children from scratch. So you have a lot to teach them, and putting basically, I'm going to say a well-known scientific fact, because according to curriculum it is, so that's why I'm saying it like that. Proving how to do it is like saying, well, why don't they teach them how to peel an orange or anything like that? So, you know, I hope you can understand.
Do you find it interesting? There's no curvature drop in any course of, like, here's the math of what the curve would drop after a certain mileage away.
Hold on, Bruber. Hold on.
Okay,
So
great.
Do you think schools should be able to teach someone how to think about that, sir?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so they're not doing that essentially, right? And you just made up, like, I guess you could say it's an excuse that you made up for them. They don't say that themselves. You're making it up on the spot right now to cover the fact that they didn't do that. They didn't teach us how to figure out how we can measure the curvature of the Earth. So your explanation, which is an excuse, is basically the reason why we don't know how to measure it. Is that correct?
I wouldn't call it an excuse.
I
More
would.
like, okay, so I'm not in any form of educational department of the government, so the only thing I can say is a speculation. So, like,
right. So it's an excuse, just like I said. Wasn't I correct? It was an excuse that you said that they can't or they couldn't do it for X, Y, and Z reason that you just labeled out. But really, that didn't come from academia. That came from you.
I didn't say they couldn't or wouldn't. I just said, I said why they probably didn't.
Right.
I did put the
It's your yeah, I got it. It was your explanation of an excuse as to why they didn't. I said it correctly.
Sure. Okay, then let's call it an excuse.
Right. What I'm saying is the most important thing is that because it didn't come from academia and they teach us, and all people everywhere, about earth science, right? They so call it earth science, but it's not really, because really all they're doing is telling you that you have planets and stars and trust the authorities and things like this. They don't tell you how you can achieve the knowledge of the curving earth. They just tell you that it is curving already. So my important information I'm relaying to you, sir, is that we all grew up with this information, right? Each and every one of us.
Yeah.
And because of that, it becomes what is known as a foregone conclusion. It means that we just already assume somebody figured it out. Right? We as a collective don't ever investigate it, because the only thing we know is that we were born into this world where they told us that the earth is a globe. And so we don't know how to figure it out, right? We don't know how to do the test whether or not the Earth is curving on its surface. So what do we have to do, right? We have to figure out, is there a way that somebody's measured it, right? Has anybody in history has ever measured the curvature of the Earth? So that's where we're at right now. In this conversation, this channel that you've just entered is designed to ask those questions and to also get answers, whether people know or not. How it's possible to either know if the Earth has been measured or not. And so based on our conversation, mine and yours, right? So far as we understand is that academia did not teach us, right? Did not teach us how to do this method, but yet some video, some obscure video that you referred to did do that. It's kind of weird, right? That you're appealing to a video instead of academia where it should have came from. So now we're understanding that academia's responsibility, which they failed to do so, is to teach us how to figure out whether or not the Earth is curving. They failed to do that. So yet somebody with the motive to want to figure it out attempted to do so. But in your case, you're appealing to the video because that's all you have currently. You don't have some substantial knowledge from academia to give you the information how to do a method to figure it out, which is what I'm underlying right now for you. So,
Mithra, have you thought about because you were talking about the airplane when you were up in the airplane, you saw curvature. Have you thought about when you're on the surface of when an object goes away from you, how much drop there would be away at a certain distance? Have you ever thought about that? Looking at maybe a boat or a car.
Yeah, I know. So the horizon line, right? That's what we were talking about.
Yeah, go ahead.
I did see ships like going over, like not going over, but like disappearing into the horizon line. If that's what you're asking, I did.
Yeah. So when you see that happening, I mean, what goes through that process of, okay, the ship's there, now it's not. When you say disappear, is there a reason that you believe of the disappearance?
Well, the way it is that let me explain. So, what's the question?
Well, because you're saying you saw from a commercial airline or a private jet where they fly roughly the same or maybe under, that you saw a substantial curvature, and it's probably x-axis curvature, which is that bend left to right, I'm assuming, of the horizon. Because okay. So if you apply that to the surface that you're on now, wouldn't you see then an effect? Like, I guess when you're on the ocean, and when you said you saw a boat disappear, do you have an understanding of why it disappears?
Well,
are you invalidating his point of reference?
Huh?
Are you invalidating his point of reference?
Invalidate? No. I'm valid. He's at the ocean. He's looking at boats, and he sees a boat disappear. He said disappear. So I'm curious what he believes in his mind. What causes disappearance?
Okay, so when I say disappear, I didn't meant it as in just poof.
I know that. I know it's not dematerializing, buddy. I know it's a gradual. I know it's a gradual disappearance. It's not like David Copperfield here. He's a magician.
Yeah.
So we all acknowledge that the disappearance is occurring, though, right?
Yeah, there is some sort of gradual goodbye.
Right.
There it goes. And I'm just wondering what you think, applying what you saw from the surface and now or from the air, now you're on the ground. Are you, what's causing it now? Because you're thinking you saw a lot of curvature.
It's not what he thinks, right? There's only two possibilities, right? There's a possibility in a round Earth model and a flat Earth model. So there's only two potential options, right?
Yeah, but we're going to let the gentleman ask and answer the question. No Country, you can have a seat for now. Did you hear what I said? Yeah,
I heard you. Why are you crying? You're just crying because you're sad?
You can have a seat or else we sat down. It's up to you.
Yeah, where's this little brother attitude coming from, huh? Don't pick on us. What's going on, buddy?
I'm just...
I don't know, little brother pestering me at my waist.
All right, so back to the questions, gentlemen. Mizra?
So your question is how I...
Thank you for that irrelevant aside.
Okay, yeah. I mean, you're on the beach. You see a boat go away.
Wait, what?
What do you think's causing that?
Yeah. So, do explanation that I personally give it is that the Earth is curved in such a way that after some point it gradually goes down the line that I can see, because human eyes can see straight forward with the light that reflects to us. So after it goes over the curve, you can't see it, and that's the reason why it just gradually goes down. Like when you're looking at a ship going over the horizon.
Would you say that?
on a-
Would you say once it disappears from your eyesight, you're saying are you saying you can no longer see it again once it disappears from your eyesight?
No, let's say, okay, so let's say a ship went backwards. You can
Oh my
see it
goodness.
go. Huh?
No, okay. So
He's
so you're
setting
kind
up
of
an opportunity to talk out of both sides of his mouth, is what he's doing.
No, he's answering a simple question that he was asked, right? And now
No,
you're
he's
interrupting him.
well, I mean, you're saying it disappears from your eyes because of, you said something about an angle, something about line of sight, something about a limitation of eyes.
No, okay. So the reason you asked me about my explanation, correct? About why? Because that's what I gave basically. It's because in
Well, you
my
said
opinion,
a few things, and I didn't know what it was because you said you were mentioned. I think you mentioned the words I repeated to you.
Yeah, so you have to explain to Brubber what a sphere is, right? He doesn't understand like what a line of sight on a sphere is, right? From
No,
the
no, no.
surface.
No, when I see a boat disappear, I have come to conclusions of why it disappears, and I don't need a sphere to do that.
All right, but you acknowledge that it disappears.
Yes, but I don't need it to be on a
Okay.
sphere to do. I don't.
All right, so
do
let
you,
him
do you,
answer.
do you,
Let Perez answer the question because he's asked a question. All right,
He
and
already
now
did try to answer no country. He said reflection. He completely screwed up the chant of the day.
I didn't say reflection. I said
You said reflection.
no, that's not what
I
he said.
said
There
that the
is
way
no
that we
country.
see, hold on, the way that we see stuff is that the light reflects from the perceived item to the human eye, which then get perceived and made into an image in the brain. That's what I basically explained. Reason
yeah,
why you can't see the ship when it goes over the horizon line is it's either getting out of your side of view, which can be explained in a circle because it's going downwards as it's moving further away from you, or you can put another explanation, which he asked for my opinion, which I said in my opinion the circle explains it the best. So don't strawman me.
Yeah,
No,
Mizra,
just.
I think there was a word that you were using that I just want to clarify. You said reflection, and people are just having a complicated time trying to understand. Is that what you meant? You know what a reflection is versus refraction? Because I know English isn't your first language.
Yeah, I know.
So
By reflection, I mean the way. Okay, so basically, you see an apple, right? In the darkness, the reason why you don't see that apple is because your corneas aren't getting any light from that thing. So the way that you see color or images is the sun or any kind of light reflecting onto the image and then reflecting back onto your eyes. That's why when you see stuff under blue light, it turns into a completely different color. Is
Welcome
what
to
I was
Flat Earth.
basically.
Yeah, you're
Huh?
explaining it perfect. You're explaining
You
perspective
just snapchat
wonderfully.
yourself.
Yeah, you're
Okay.
doing a good. Keep going on that track of perspective. How the eyes work, how angles work, how distortion works, how limitation works. That's great.
you're
That's
doing
what
good,
you guys
Perez.
asked.
Don't let them upset you, right? Just because they're confused
Wait,
doesn't mean you have to.
wait. He's not upset. He's got a cheerful disposition. We're all having a cheer. I don't get the poisoning of the well here. What you're doing to all of
There's
us
no
here. What is that?
poison. I'm good. You guys are you're
You're putting
being
emotions into
sarcastic.
him.
You're being
I don't know why
sarcastic and
you're.
rude.
No
I just
country.
don't know why you're adding emotions into him that aren't real. He's not. I
Who's
don't.
emotion?
As anybody viewing him as upset?
I do have a
Are you upset?
question.
You're not upset, right?
just continue, gentlemen. He's muted for now. He'll wait until the conversation is over with Mizra.
Okay. So
Okay.
yeah, keep going with angles. Keep going with. You even said that the object appears to go down. You said it yourself. It's exactly right. It's appearing to go
Did.
down.
No, okay, let me explain. The reason why you see it going, like, slowly going down is... Okay, so, do you want me to just, like, collect all of this information and make it more simpler? Because
you've made it simple. We're understanding you. You're talking about how your eyes are working.
Yeah. So,
yeah,
I'm just talking about that one guy. I think his name was Old Horse or something, who said I was talking about reflections in the way when you see
Yes,
a mirror.
those were your words.
Yes, but that's not the only kind of reflection that you have. Everything has a reflection.
Okay, well, I was addressing No Country said you didn't say that. Would you like to tell No Country that you did say that?
No, he talked about... Okay, so he said that I didn't say reflections in that manner, which you said that I did. So
Oh my
he's
goodness,
not
Mirza.
technically wrong. Huh?
Well, I think you understand why things disappear across the horizon, or your limited horizon, or how you perceive it. I think you get there's a limitation in how your eyes work.
Yeah, that is correct. I do have a question, by the way, because, I was asked a question. How do you explain these things disappearing over the horizon?
I thought you just explained it.
No, I did, yes, but...
Yeah, and I thought you made it really clear when you first said over, you said you made sure not to be that specific about it. But now here you are saying it went over the horizon. Yeah, you're
Okay,
talking
let me explain it one more time. It's really simple. So, right? Robert asked me for my idea about why things disappear over the horizon. So I'm not claiming any factual basis, okay? I'm just saying that's the explanation that I give, because that is what we're doing in this channel, as he said.
So not due to a geometric, not due to the curve of the Earth, then.
It is due to the curve of the Earth, but that's my
Okay,
explanation.
got it out of you, finally. Goodness gracious.
That's because you were just saying that it was all limitations, the angles, how things appear to move downwards, but they're not really. It's just an appearance. So you're kind of teeter-tottering now. So I mean, how is it? Well, because you had this great explanation on how perspective's working, and you know that the thing isn't really disappearing over a surface. Because of a surface, but it's because of a limitation and how things work in the distance and how angular size changes. That's what you're just saying.
Oh, okay, yeah.
The angular diameter of something will change as it goes across, goes away in the distance.
Okay, so simplest way to explain this is literally think of it like this. Okay, in a ball, you're at the A point. When something, right, because we have gravity, and the explanation of that in a circular world is that it's pulling everything.
Well, we don't need to get into that of why we see things disappearing.
No.
Of
Yeah,
gravity.
I know that is what I'm going to explain.
Yeah, that's too big of a jump. We don't need to go to gravity from why ships
That's
are
what I'm trying
disappearing.
to say. So it's basically, it's not flying away, right? It's not going straight forward. When a ship moves forward, it's not going straight forward. If it is curvature, it's moving alongside the sea and etc. because it has gravity that's holding it in place. Well, not in place, but like moving across the surface. So when we say that something is going over the horizon, because most, the horizon explanation of a horizon is a curved Earth, we're saying that it's going over the line where we can't see it anymore, like going downwards because it's a curvature. So
well, you can't see it because you're a limitation. But what if you put telescopes and binoculars? What happens?
Yeah, and you still can't. I mean,
binoculars
have. Yeah.
If you can't see it anymore, your eyes you're done. You can't see the boat, and there's times where people put binoculars and they zoom in on things and they see it again. So what is that telling you?
Okay, so let's say Okay, I need you to tell me like a distance, because the scientific explanation of it is, I mean, let's
forget
say
this.
from,
Can we just forget distance for a sec? Because we're just talking about what happens when you don't see it anymore. And then now you put now you have something that can zoom in and see it again. So why can't you see it?
Okay, that's what I'm trying to say. It doesn't technically zoom into the object. Okay. So let's say you're on a ship, right?
Oh, let's not.
Something goes over the horizon line, and a ship goes over the horizon line, and you want to see it. When you use a binocular, you're extending the reach of your eyes. You know, it has more like the lenses extend the light coming into your eyes, which it makes it easier to see. So you can see it in the fog or etc. But you can't really see it without having more
Makes it
elevation.
possible to see.
It makes it possible to see.
Not just
That's
easier,
why-
possible.
Can you not interrupt me? Thank you.
Well, can you not talk out of both sides of your mouth?
Oh, I'm so sorry, but that is
No
I'm
need to
literally trying
apologize.
to explain something in a language that I'm not foreign, like a language that I'm not really educated in.
You're good enough.
Thank you. Again, I'm just trying to explain why and what explanation the curvature gives. So, so you have to have basically an elevation. That's why the old, like, you know how pirate ships were, right, in the past, where they had a higher elevation of places for the lookouts to see other ships from. The reason is, even if you use 1,000 zoom lens, if something goes over the horizon line, right, further away, like from you in the horizon line, you won't be able to see it. When you go above and be able to actually see, zooming in makes it easier, yes, but in any case, if something is like, let's say, 40 miles away from you, example wise, and your horizon line is at 2 miles, you won't be able to see that thing. Doesn't matter how much you zoom into that horizon line, because the curvature explanation literally says that you're looking straight forward instead of curved ways. So yeah, you won't be able to see it, basically.
Right. It doesn't. I'm not saying it changes your line of sight or anything. I'm just trying to show you the limitations of why we see things. Okay.
I don't.
Yeah.
I don't deny the limitations. We as humans have a lot of sight limitations, a lot of competency limitations. So yeah, you are correct.
Perfect, friend. You're right. So now we got claims on the table. We need the brass tacks, right? So the brass tacks is that you could see boats 30 miles away. Okay? From the ground level.
Yeah.
Now, geometrically, according to your claim, that's impossible.
That's where we're getting.
According to my claim,
you claimed that when something goes beyond the horizon, no matter what zoom you get, you won't be able to see it, right?
Dude, yeah, that is basically what I said.
That's excellent. So then that means that if the geometry of the Earth is a fixed size, and the horizon is a fixed size, which it must be if the Earth is a fixed size, right? Then you should not be able to see a boat from 30 miles away. Correct?
Sure, but you do. Okay, 30 miles is like not that long of a distance if we're talking about
No, friend. Hold on. It's not about seeing, as you already described. It's about the horizon being in your way, right?
Horizon isn't technically in your way. It's just that you can't see it because it's going over horizon.
Right.
Yes, but listen, friend. When something goes "quote unquote" over the horizon, the explanation is it's going over a hump, and then
it's going below, and it's going below his horizon, your horizon line. It's going. Wouldn't it be going below your horizon line? Do you believe the boat is actually physically moving beyond your horizon line?
By physically, you mean just getting out of your line?
It's starting to move perpendicular to your horizon line. Like you're going to.
Doesn't matter, friends. The only thing that matters is the claim that the horizon is a physical object in between you and the boat, and that is precluding you from being able to see it, which is why you can't zoom in on it. That's the claim. Now, if it's the case that it can be shown that a boat beyond the horizon can be seen in an extent of 30 miles, then that would disprove that claim, right?
No, not really, because depending on again, I don't know the exact number, but it can just be, or like the horizon line could just be over the 30-mile range. I don't have solid
Dude,
numbers.
someone standing at the beach, someone standing on the beach, okay, seeing a boat at 30 miles is impossible if the globe is a radius of 3,959 miles. Yeah, look, you don't have to take my word for it. You could go do the math, and it'll be validated that the line of sight would intersect through the apex of the curved arc that the globe is claimed to be, right? Which is the whole point, right?
So, okay, then I do have one question for you guys, but like, I do understand that what you're trying to say is that you can see it, right? So, can you tell me about any kind of data that was given where you can see this? Because if we're talking about fucking, what was it? Giving proof to each other. What I say is my observation. But what you're saying is data, and like it has to be grounded. So I have to ask for some kind of proof. I'm afraid because
Oh yeah, look, sadly I can't give it to you right now because the chat in this server is rolling deleted, and so I can't access it on the quick. But we have from that observation, which was actually taken by Mr. Indio, who's a regular here. He has the tracking data for the boat directly from the website that tracks the GPS on the boat, where the boat is located off the shore. He has his location. He has the images. He has him tracking the boat out to sea, all the way out to 30 miles. And he can resolve the boat with an iPhone at 30 miles from the shore.
What's the drop on that? Let's see.
At 30 miles, it's like greater than 500 feet, I think.
Because 10 miles is 66 feet, right? 10 miles, you have 66 feet. That thing should be.
At 10 miles, a boat would be gone.
Now, is that, 10 miles, is that 66 feet below the line of sight of where you are, or the surface of the earth?
See, I'm not sure which one. I will tell you this, though. I do know that 25 miles is a precluded zone of 90 meters. So what, 9 times 3, what's that, 270? So 270 feet at 25 miles. That would mean that there's no such thing as a boat that's 270 feet tall. So you're not going to see a boat at 25 miles, let alone 30 miles.
Yeah, because it's being obstructed by everything above it, all the earth above it. Yeah, if that was the case, does that make sense, Perez? You get how the drop works. You get how the drop works, where something, if you're on a sphere with a surface, it's going to be blocked.
Yeah, absolutely. So fair enough. It's not just this one observation, though, friend. We have a wiki with hundreds of observations. There's observations that are done in the Guinness World Book of Records. Hundreds of miles. Things that should be miles below the alleged curve, but you can still see them. So if the premise is that I can't see things beyond the horizon, then that premise is just false.
Yeah, it's got to just be other factors. It's got to be other variables with what you were saying earlier.
Except I will give this caveat graciously that it's not categorical that sometimes you can't and sometimes you can. That's the point. It's not like every time it does the exact same thing. Sometimes it does this, sometimes it does that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Damn the medium we live in.
So, can I ask you how you explain the horizon line then?
Oh, well, it's very simple. You have a limited field of view that's developed by angles, and as things approach the critical angle, it can no longer be resolved. Problem solved.
Right.
Now, that does seem kind of simplistic, but if you parse it out logically, you'll see that it's correct. You don't have an infinite amount of available angles, right? And you don't have an infinite amount of sensors, right? So once something falls essentially below your ability to resolve it, you can't see it. That simple.
Okay, I do have a question about that though. Then technically, let's say, okay, I do have to ask, do you believe the Earth is curved or do you believe that it's flat?
Well, dude, why would I need to believe it? It's
I'm
clearly
just
it's
asking.
clearly demonstrably flat everywhere I go. It's oriented horizontally, and it's the same everywhere I go. So
I do have.
it's obviously flat. I don't need to believe it.
Okay, so basically, the reason why I asked that is, by your logic, if I took a telescope, right, it has huge magnifying power, right? You can look at other planets like a long distance. Yeah. So, please, listen. If I take that and go to the sea line, let's say there's no obstacles between me and you can test this out. In that case, wouldn't me looking into that show me right across, like literally across the continent?
No, not at all.
Why not?
Well, first off, you have the problem of the atmospheric occlusion. At ground level, you can't really see past 300 miles on a good day. 240 to 300, if I remember correctly. That's just the standard ambient atmospheric occlusion rate. So you wouldn't see anything past 300 miles, regardless. Secondarily, yes, you claim they can see things that are far away, but remember those are claims. No one's been to those things to validate how far they're away, but that's irrelevant because every optic still has a problem that it still themselves have a resolution limit, so they wouldn't be able to see forever, especially if you're shooting across what's essentially a straight angle. So like take a piece of paper, right? Write on that piece of paper anything, and then start tilting that paper towards your eyeballs. As soon as that paper turns at a certain level, you won't be able to see anything, right?
Hey, yes, I do know, but I'm asking you why that literally turns. Like, okay, so I have I have a better explanation. So, then, if I remember correctly, the distance between sea level to the outer atmosphere is around 100 miles. So, in that case, how do we look out of a telescope, right? Like any of us
Yeah,
can buy a
well,
telescope.
yeah, fair enough.
Strong.
But you're missing the point. Is that the atmosphere is arranged in horizontal striations, right? The gradient of the atmosphere is horizontally arranged, so the densest atmosphere is low. So looking out sideways, you're going to have the most occlusion. Looking straight up, you're going to have ever decreasing occlusion. So of course you're going to see further if you look straight up.
The thing is, if the Earth is flat, right, and it has to have a dome over it in that case, correct? Because you can't unless
it doesn't have to.
No. I'm asking, like, let's say the Earth is flat, right? It has to have not a dome, by the way. I'm not talking about a physical dome. I'm talking about the atmosphere. It has to be a dome, or like, unless it's a square shape, it has to be curved in some way, right?
What? It could be any permutation of shape. All as we know is that the gradients in the atmosphere are horizontally arranged. So they exist laterally. They extend out on the x-axis, right?
You can just look. Okay, but the thing is, most observatories aren't just looking straight up. They're looking at an angle, and sometimes.
Right. So if they're looking at an angle, think about it this way: if they're looking at an angle, then that means they are looking through an ever decreasing occlusion rate. If you look horizontally, you're looking at an ever increasing occlusion rate.
Yes, that's what I'm trying to say. Like, I can just take a telescope, right? Go above to a rooftop, and then look straight, like straight.
Yep. I'm glad you said that. So let me tell you what happens when people do that.
Yeah.
People take advanced optics to high altitude. Okay. Like let's say 9,000 feet, and they look out horizontally, towards this other surface of the Earth, which would be lower in altitude than them, and so it would be a diagonal, right, with a decreased occlusion rate than normal. They use infrared technology, and if you know anything about infrared, it allows you to see further and through haze and stuff. So what actually happens, friend, is when you go higher, you see even greater distances than would be occluded by the globe horizon. So, for example, some of the world record photography is taking pictures of mountain ranges, right, in infrared, approximately 300 miles away, and the tip of the mountain should be about a mile below the hidden height, but you can see the thing.
Okay, so I have a lot of questions about that though, because that is not the type of elevation that I'm talking about, or the type of tech. I'm talking about the normal telescope, right? A one you can buy at a dollar store. If you take that, and if you go onto like a second story building without any obstructions in your view, and you look straight, like straight, I'm talking about like a horizon straight, just you can see other planets. So I'm asking you why that is. If you can't see the horizon line, right? I mean, if the horizon line disturbs your line of view when you have literally nothing in your way, then why doesn't it disturb you when you're looking a lot of distances away to other stuff? I mean, wouldn't you just see something else, like cities or anything else in that matter?
I don't think he's listening to you, AI.
Hello?
Speaking of, you're saying seeing cities where you shouldn't be?
No. That's not what I'm
Oh,
saying.
forgive me.
So,
I missed that.
yeah, if you want, I can explain it again.
Yeah, but AI already explained this to you. I only just jumped in chat, but I've already heard him explain this to you. So you're looking horizontally through a telescope. You're looking through the thickest part of the atmosphere. Yeah, because you're looking horizontally.
Yeah,
so
horizontally.
You can't see forever.
That's
No
what
one
I'm
claims.
saying.
Yes.
You can.
No one can see forever.
That is not my claim, though. What I'm saying is,
Okay, what are you
if you have a
asking?
telescope.
Yep, you're on a second-story building. Yep, and then you look across horizontally. What do you expect to see?
When we're talking about a flat Earth, right? Horizontally speaking, even if it's his explanation, you would not see the planets. You would either see you would either not see anything.
Where are
right?
you seeing
Or
the planets on the horizon? When are you seeing planets on the horizon?
Dude, no, that is not what I'm saying though. It was his claim, right? I'm going over his claim. He said that the limitation was the human eye. And when you look at it with a binocular, you can see over the horizon line, which is why I'm asking him, explaining why you don't see, like, over the continents when you look with enough tech. Because there has to be amounts of curvature.
What's a tech?
Huh?
What's a tech? When you see in a tech, what's that?
Literally a telescope. That's what I'm saying. You can see
Okay, just
thousands
say a
of
telescope then.
miles
What's
away.
a fucking
No. Okay. When you use a telescope, I need some kind of explanation.
When you use a telescope, yep, are you looking at the sky or are you looking across to the horizon?
Right. Okay, listen. When you have a telescope, right? That's the explanation that I give was going on to a rooftop and then go and looking at the horizon.
Yep.
You don't
Go ahead.
see all the way across the continent.
Well, why would you expect to though?
Because he said the limitation was the human eye instead of a curvature of any sort.
Yeah, but optics have limitations as well.
Yes, but that's what I'm saying.
But what are you breathing right now? What are you breathing right now?
What do you mean?
Well,
What do you mean?
You live in a condition of atmosphere.
No, okay, I know, but he said that, not me. I don't disclaim the fact that you can't see over the horizon. You guys did.
Okay. So are you saying there is no limitation to what you can see?
No, that okay. With enough tech,
But what do you
separate.
wait?
Yes.
Just, I need to clear this up, dude. You're saying that
Yes.
AI said there's a limitation to your eye and optics, right? Now, are you saying there's not a limitation?
Yes, but no. That
You're
is
saying
not what I
there's no
said.
limitation. Yes, but no.
Technically, no. That is not that simple, though. Human eye has a limit. Yes,
Of
that is
course,
correct.
all optics
I
have
did
limits.
not. Look, I did not deny the biological fact that human eyes have difficulty seeing far away. But what he said was if you look with a binocular, you can see farther away.
Of course you can. That's
that
what
is,
binoculars
no.
are for.
You listen for a second. He said that, right? So, and then I said, if the binocular, the way that it reflects light into your eyes and makes you see stuff, it helps you. Then with enough tech, like a telescope, wouldn't you be able to see much further away? Because
Okay, I'm going to explain something to you. All right? Yeah, have you got the weather app?
Have I got the what? Weather.
Weather app. Yep.
Yes, I do.
So if you jump onto your weather app, right? It should have a visibility range on your weather app. Visibility today is at 20 miles. Yeah.
Right.
Have you ever seen that before, or when on the news?
I did.
Yeah.
You know what that's about, right?
Yeah, it's how far you can see.
I know, yes, but you know what
weather.
conditions that affects. Like
What can tell us what conditions?
What
on a weather app?
And yes, that's what I'm trying to say. From fog to amounts of humidity.
Not always fog.
Stuff.
Not always fog.
Yeah, so
you can have a clear day and the visibility can still be 30 miles.
So Mirza, when you told us there was literally nothing there to blocking your view, it sounds like you're recanting now.
What do you mean?
My visibility today is 42 kilometers. 42 kilometers of visibility.
About 30 miles. There you go.
Okay.
What's blocking it one day and what's not blocking it the other day?
A lot of factors could be in case. I mean,
well, there you go. So why should you be able to see forever then?
But then I'm asking you why you're seeing the fucking planets across the universe.
But you don't know how far they are away. And then what he said was, when you're looking up dude, just hang on, man. He said when you're looking up into the air, there is less air exponentially as you go up. Yeah, so it gets clearer. You're not looking constantly through more and more atmosphere. It gets less atmosphere as you go up. So if you get yourself to an elevated position and you look up, then you're looking through less atmosphere, right? Therefore, you're going to see clearer and you're going to... Sorry?
Okay. So if I take a plane, right?
Oh my God.
And
Can you just agree that what I... Can you just agree that if you look horizontally, you're looking... Hang on.
There is atmospheric difference.
Okay, can you just... Can we just go... Okay, am I saying the right thing here? If you look horizontally, you're looking through more air. If you look vertically, you're looking through less air. Would that be a correct statement?
Are you talking about a flat Earth or a round Earth?
It doesn't matter in this case.
It does.
Okay.
It does. Because if you're looking horizontally... No, listen. If you're looking horizontally in a round Earth, then the distance that you see is different. If you're looking at a flat Earth, right? The distance you see would be to the across the Earth, not distance that you see, but the distance that you're looking at, right? So technically, with a flat Earth, what you're saying is correct, but with a round Earth, it's not. So you
Okay,
gotta
so
explain.
what you're saying is, if you look
No, but let me
horizontally, you're
finish.
going to end up on a spherical Earth, not a round Earth. You're going to end up looking into space because the planet drops off.
No.
That's what you're saying,
Oh
yeah?
yes, basically, yeah.
Yeah. But in order to start getting there, you have to look through the thickest part of the atmosphere. So in this case, whether it's a spherical Earth or a flat Earth, I heard you say before, then it doesn't matter in this case because we're only talking about 100 miles, correct?
To the outer atmosphere, yes. But
Yeah.
again,
So in this case, it
then
doesn't matter.
you
So can
have
we agree that as you look across to the horizon, you're looking through more air than you are if you're looking straight up on both occasions?
no. Okay, the
Oh
way
my
that you're
God!
saying it is
Someone
wrong,
else can
though,
talk to him.
because technically,
I got
no. The thing is,
someone else can
in
do it.
your
An idiot.
own words,
Well,
you
wait. Let's
gotta
think of
tell.
it as a let's think of it as a density gradient, right? What do you think the
Yeah,
density gradient is upwards as opposed to across from you?
And retards.
literally. Okay, yeah, upwards. It is simpler. Like no, it is less dense. I'm not denying that. What I'm
Okay, it's less
denying
dense
is
as
that.
you go upward as you do across. Why do you think that is?
Can you let me explain?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I did interrupt. Forgive me.
Yes. There is a simple disapproval of what you guys are saying. If I take a private plane, right, today, and I take a telescope with me, then because I'm way more elevated, then I should be able to see way further out. And I mean, in your own words, on a flat Earth, basically be able to see across the continents because there's less atmosphere. Correct?
Well, it's a big flat Earth still, and you're still seeing across a major
Yes, and I
distance.
know. That's what I'm.
No.
And your
No,
angle.
because you're looking down to the thickest
Oh, I'm not
part
looking.
of the atmosphere.
Yeah, that.
No.
Yeah.
So if I can
Okay,
see
you're
the
not
other
looking
planes,
down
right?
because you'd need to be
No.
looking
I
down
can
if you're
see
on a sphere.
what you're okay.
And
In
if you're
your
not
case,
looking
I can see
down, you're
other
looking across
planes.
a flat Earth.
If I look across, then I should be able to see a lot, like almost all of the planes flying, right, in the same elevation that I am, because I am
How far
higher
away
elevated. No,
do you
listen.
think you can see a
Let's say
plane
I'm
from?
10.
How
Can
far
you
away do you think
please?
you can see a plane? No, because you're being ridiculous.
Oh, you're being ridiculous.
You
Unless you have
are.
any
You
other
don't even
explanation besides
you don't even
atmosphere.
understand that you can look. You can't. You're going up into the heights of the atmosphere, right? And then
You're
you're
still.
looking back down because you're talking about the
I'm
continents.
not looking
So
back
you're looking
down.
back
I'm
down.
looking
And
across.
You're
what's
still in the
down?
atmosphere. You're
You've got
still in the
clouds.
atmosphere. When you're in
You've
an
got
airplane,
clouds.
you know when you're in an airplane. Wait. When you're in an airplane, you see clouds above you, right? You know you can see clouds much higher above you. You're still within the atmosphere, within the
I
layers. I
can
call it.
literally go above the
You're
clouds,
not a.
which I can
But
explain why.
that doesn't mean you're above the density gradient. We're talking about it. You're not above the
No,
density gradient. You're in the density gradient still, but you're not
I know
above it.
that's not what I'm. Okay, the
Well,
density gradient.
you're
I'm
envisioning
saying.
it as you're in space, looking over this density gradient, which you're not.
Okay, so
You're
Why
still
let
in
don't
me
it.
people
explain.
people
And
understand
when
this
I
stuff? It's just
asked again, you guys did not
plain,
answer me on that. I'm still
just
in.
plain
No.
basic.
The horizon line is still the same as what I'm saying. You guys just listen. The distance that you can see because you're highly elevated, and let's say it's round,
Yeah.
you can see further out. And when
Well,
looking
no,
down
only
onto the
to a
horizon
certain
line.
point,
Wait,
though. If
listen.
it's
No, don't cut me
sorry, if
off.
it's
No.
curved, no.
Can
If
you
it's
please
curved,
not cut me off?
sorry, if it's curved,
Thank
you can
you.
only see to a certain point because it drops off
Oh
and then
my.
it goes behind
Look,
the curve.
if you're
So
going to cut me off,
that's
then
wrong.
what is
But you're
the
wrong.
point of me explaining it to you?
You're wrong.
That is literally just you asserting your point over what I'm saying.
But
I didn't.
geometrically, you're
No.
wrong.
I shut my mouth when you were talking, so please show the same respect. Okay?
It's not a
You
problem,
go ahead,
mate. You
man.
reckon it's a ball? How about you
Thank
show us
you.
the curve then?
That is.
He doesn't understand basic geometry though. So
Yeah, I don't think
do
you're.
that.
Yeah, are you still grasping though that you still grasp there's a different density gradient above you than away from you, horizontally, right? You can grasp that, right? You know there's a significant difference. Even if you go in an airplane, you're still seeing through an enormous amount of density away from you. In a 360 degrees, there's density 360 degrees surrounding you in all directions. Okay, you're seeing through a massive density.
Yeah.
Okay, do you understand that, right?
Yeah, sure.
Correct. Yeah. But that's not what I'm saying.
So, I'm not saying that now.
One more time. But this time even more simpler. I'm not saying you're looking down. I'm not saying you're looking up. I'm saying you're looking straight forward. Okay?
Yeah, in a 360 degree circle, we get that. You're still seeing through density.
I'm yelling, but you just listen. You're looking straight forward, right? In this imaginary thing, you're looking straight forward. We don't
need to imagine it.
You would say, no. Even with what he said, you're supposed to be able to see more because there is less dense atmosphere from just looking straight forward. I'm not talking about like across the globe or across the plane. I'm just saying you should be able to see more. But the horizon line elevation, even though you can see more in miles, you won't be able to see more across. Okay? That is scientifically provable. Like just from getting onto a plane ride.
Okay, so prove it.
No, just let me finish. By what you guys
scientifically provable.
Yes, I mean, if you want, let's just go on a plane ride.
Well, it is scientifically provable that if you raise in elevation, you will see further. Correct.
Yeah, the distance to the horizon changes as you rise. It extends outward. Right?
No, that is still not what I'm saying. So, elevation, right?
No one knows what you're saying. That's the problem.
Okay,
but
hold on.
You're not listening then.
Okay,
because you're not saying anything.
Mirza, shut up for 5 seconds. Are you saying as you go into a less dense medium of air, you can see further? Yes or no?
Horizon-wise, no. Miles on the ground, then yes, because you're further above.
So
doesn't make sense.
So you're saying you can see further as you go elevated. Now, why can you see further as you get elevated? Is it because the air is less dense? Yes or no?
Let's say yes.
Oh, so let's say yes. So it's
Yes,
either yes or no. It wasn't
because
I'm not sure fucking question.
No. For what you guys said, for it to be correct, then I need to say yes.
I don't give a shit what they said. I asked you a question.
No, okay, so you're asking me what my viewpoint is. And
We're
I'm saying
trying
no.
to get the information out of you because a lot of people are not following you because you're bouncing around. Do you?
Well, I'm not bouncing around. I'm literally giving you the most simple explanation about the horizon, which you can you can just do it yourself if you want. Just buy a plane ticket and a telescope. I mean, they wouldn't let you in with it, but a private one.
And what will that do to the horizon? So out of that, I've got buy a plane ticket, get a telescope, horizon. I missed the first bit what you said.
Right. So we also, I don't know if you were here, but we had a long conversation before just this. So it's a continuation. But so basically, what would happen to the horizon? It's still there, right? I'm not saying it's disappearing. It's still there. It's not moving. The angle is still the same. But because you rose in elevation, you can see more on the ground. But you can't see more across.
That's because of angular resolution.
What do you mean you can't see more across? If you're on the ground and as opposed to in the airplane, like you're saying, it's
across. By across, I mean the angle wise. You're still seeing the same angle. In miles, right?
You're in a plane. You're in a plane. You always have to look down.
Okay, so let me explain that one more time.
You don't look across because the ground is below you. Correct?
If you
the ground is below you. Yes. What I'm saying is, then why don't you see other planes in the same elevation?
If you live on a ball, the apparent horizon, as you elevate, would always appear to be going down. That does not happen.
It does.
When do you?
Well, you show us where this happens, my friend.
Yeah, when are you looking down
Just-
when you're looking at the horizon to move?
Yes.
It just looks like you're looking across.
Man, what do you want me to show you? You want me to take
You
you on a
want
plane
us
ride?
to see what you're trying to use words for, which is failing miserably.
Okay, then you know what? I'm like actually explaining why the horizon is that way. You have to, the only explanation that you gave me is that atmosphere. Then I can just say atmosphere, and that would be my explanation
You're
about
confusing
it being
yourself.
round.
Zip it. How far do you believe you can see? Standing on the ground, what's the maximum distance anyone can see?
I don't know the numbers. I don't have to
Let
know
me
the
get this straight.
numbers. We're
Let
not
me get
talking
this
about
straight.
scientific
You're in here
wise,
telling
because
all these people your stupid fucking religious beliefs, and you've come in here with zero numbers. You're an idiot. Fuck
Oh,
off.
I'm so sorry. Can you tell me how you think gravity works? If you were talking about numbers, gravity is the simplest way we can tell if the Earth is
And
round or
let's
not.
segue into another fucking discussion.
Yeah, don't go into gravity.
If we talk about numbers, right? You don't accept the horizon. If I wanted to ask you the
Hold
horizon
on a
numbers,
minute.
you wouldn't be able to
No,
do it.
stop.
But
Go backwards, you retard. In any way,
no,
shape,
you're
or
the fucking
form,
retard.
not
Are you
one
stupid?
flat earther, shut up, you muppet.
Right,
Not one
no, I'm
flat
not going
earther
to shut up.
says there's no
What?
horizon.
You
We all agree
don't
there's
know
a
how
horizon.
No, you don't know how to have a conversation, right?
No,
do
you don't know how to think coherently, you fucking retard.
When you joined, which you joined later because I noticed your profile appearing, but when we first started this conversation, it wasn't about fucking datas. I literally told them that I
It was
didn't have
about
any
the
numbers.
horizon, so let's stick with the
Shut the
subject.
fuck up. Shut the fuck up for a second.
Oh, here we go.
I
Now you're
told
telling
them
me to shut
I
up.
didn't
You've been
have
gibbering
any
away for the
numbers
last fucking
because I
30
was not a
minutes.
professional. No, shut up. I was not a professional, which I didn't have that much study on this field, and that I only joined to listen into it. Like from what the people were saying, Berber said it was not a problem because we were talking about what we thought it was. So I said, okay. So when you're not in the conversation and we're talking about our stuff, and when you join halfway in and start spewing bullshit,
So now we're having a conversation about conversation.
Dude, you were not at the start of this conversation.
Okay, stupid. Shut the fuck up and look in the text chat. There's a picture. It's got 2 fucking oil rigs in it. You tell me where the horizon is, because that's what we're discussing. The horizon.
Why is
So
it
let's
down?
get back
No.
to it.
It is literally right in front of you. Why is one rig more down in elevation than the other one?
You explained that earlier.
Stop. Right.
You explained that earlier.
Mirza, this picture has fuck all to do with elevation. It has to do with distance. Do you comprehend that?
Then tell me why. Tell me why.
Tell you why what? Tell you
Mirza,
why
you
what?
explained that earlier. You explained
why. No.
Mirza,
you
you're
explained
not
that things
listening.
appear to move downward in the
You guys
distance.
stop talking at the same time, please. What
Mirza,
was
you're not listening. This picture has nothing to do with elevation. Those oil rigs shut up. Those oil rigs are distance markers only. That photograph is 1 foot from water height. Where is the elevation? Where is the horizon in that picture? In front of the oil
literally
rigs?
see it in the picture.
Shut up. Where is the shut up? Where's the horizon? In front of the oil rigs, between the oil rigs, or behind the oil rigs?
It's literally everywhere in that picture. Okay, you know what? I don't have.
Do you
permissions to
understand
send
plain
anything
fucking
on that
English?
chat. No. I don't have.
Yes.
permission to send anything on that chat.
Do
So let
you
me just put
understand the English?
No,
Is the
no, let me
horizon
just put
in
this
front,
picture into
behind,
Paint
or
and
in the
show you
fucking
where
middle?
it is. No, hold on. I
Where
have an
is
idea.
it? Answer the question, boy.
Can you shut up for a second? I'm answering you.
Well,
What
answer it. In
is
front, behind, or in the fucking middle. Pick
Can
a
you
word.
shut the fuck up?
Oh my goodness.
Thank you. Oh my god.
Angry
So,
clown.
answer
Get to the point.
That, dude, I don't think you understand. Horizon isn't just a one thing. right? When you're looking at
Are you a special
the
kind of
circle,
fucking stupid?
can you fucking stop, you retard?
Answer the
You
fucking
literally
question.
asked me for an
In
explanation.
front,
Yes, I
in
am
the
giving
middle,
you your
or
fucking
behind.
explanation.
In that
When your
photograph,
beliefs are
where
being
the fuck do
disproven,
you
you
see
can
the
just get
horizon?
mad and talk over fucking people. Shut up.
Just answer the fucking question.
Yes, I am. Just shut the fuck up.
Mirza, we're referring to the visible horizon,
Yes,
not
okay,
any
I know.
imaginary
That
ones.
is what I was going to explain.
Okay, cool.
You
Cool.
just keep talking over me. So,
In front, behind, or in the middle?
right. It is literally all across the picture is what I was trying to say. Let me explain. When you're looking at things in a circle, right? Stuff that's on the ground goes down as it moves onto the horizon line. That's why one of the rigs looks bigger than the other and also looks higher in elevation.
Shut
No,
the
just
fuck
listen.
up. We asked you a basic question. You are not answering it. In the front, in the middle, or at the back? Where the fuck do you see the horizon in that photograph?
We're just asking that simple question right for now. We just need where you see that horizon in that image. Where is it?
We're talking about the last viewable distances behind both of the oil rigs, but again, that is not the question that you should be asking. Still, that does not explain your point, though.
Now, you were talking of being able to see curvature due to the fact you were elevated. So, if you were living on a ball, there would be associated mathematics with that ball. For example, a radius. What is the radius of the ball you believe you live on?
I have no fucking idea because, again, it was not about metrics when I came into this conversation, which
We
I
don't.
did.
No one else gives a fuck anymore, mate. It's just me and you.
Okay, 2
Yeah,
minutes
no, I
ago in the
know.
chat, I posted how to get the math. I don't know how clear it is. What do you see? Is it clear enough? 50 minutes after the hour. It has the modus tollens with the math that's been approved by a university's mathematics department.
I can't. Can you reply to it? Because again, I don't have any chat permission, so I can't really search up anything from you or.
You don't have to search up. It's literally like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 posts up on my screen.
Oh, is it Earth is not a sphere one? Where's the horizon in this picture? Please research.
Yeah. And then it's got the modus tollens above it, the section, the paragraph that's above it. Is it readable or do I need to get another copy?
I can't read it. I can see no more than and not, but not the red ones. Or I guess they're blue.
Let me get another one unless somebody is more trigger happy than I am. I got to search.
Oh, yeah. Somebody sent it.
Gotcha.
All right. Thank you. Can you read that paragraph?
If P, then Q, not Q, therefore not P. If there must be no more than calculators. Horizon distance greater than 94 miles before P. Okay, I did read it.
All right. What's the equation there that is approved by a university's mathematics department on where the horizon should be?
Alright, so you're basically saying that it can't be over.
I'm not saying anything. I'm asking you a question, sir. I asked what was the equation that's in the paragraph saying where the horizon should be.
So, you want me to explain what exactly?
I'm asking you to explain. I'm asking you if you can recognize the equation. Because whenever I went through school and I went through math, they was giving us paragraphs that we had to read, and we had to pull the equation out of what was being said in the words, right? I'm asking you to give me the equation in that paragraph.
So it just basically says that it can't be over 9.41 miles. I mean, I'm saying in point, but you know.
Are you answering the equation, or are you giving me the equation?
No, I'm not giving you the equation because I have no idea about the equation.
Okay, the equation is 1.225 times the square root of the observation height in feet, right? So You could literally
no,
do this
okay,
anywhere,
about that.
and then plug the math in, and then that equation is telling you the distance to the horizon. You understand that?
Right, but that's what I'm trying to say to you. These oil
I'm
rigs,
not
and
understanding what you're trying to say. That's why I'm asking questions, and then I'm asking for answers, right? So it can make it clear. I just need to know if you understand what the equation is saying.
That's not okay. So it's 1 foot, right? And it's 1.2 miles. So firstly, in that question, then why is one of them lower? Firstly, lower in altitude, and secondly, horizon line, right? The way that we explain horizon line is literally the things that go over the edge, from a scientific point at least, over the edge where you can't see it anymore. You acknowledge that?
You're not really engaging with his point.
No.
I don't know how to engage with his point, because he's saying, okay, you have this picture, you have these data.
All right. Slow down. Just slow down. Why don't you try to find out what his point is?
He literally explained it, which I said I have no idea about.
Okay. Well, if you was to go to, I don't know, the beach or bridge, wherever you decided to go, and you knew the height of elevation, right? You would be able to plug your height into that equation, look out at the distance, and then if you didn't have topography creating an alternate horizon, right? Which is why we prefer going to the beach or a lake of some sort. You could actually identify the distance that's being done to the horizon, right? So if you're in an airplane, right, the max commercial height is about 44,000 feet. 1.22 times the square root of 44,000 feet is about 230 miles. Okay. If you're looking out that plane window, you should be able to see the horizon at about 230 miles. If you do the equation, you'll get the right answer, because it's like 200 less than 30 miles. I don't remember what it is exactly. Maybe like 228 or some shit. I can't remember. But you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Okay.
I understand
So
what you said.
that is the math. That is the numbers to identify where the horizon ought to be on a ball.
Right.
Because this was given to us by the university's mathematics department. They did the math for you, because it seems to be hard to understand that you could use a parabola to try to find the curve down towards the horizon, right? So here, university gave us the math where the horizon could be on a ball.
Again, I can't. Okay.
And so the
I
picture
understand.
underneath that paragraph, it tells you
Yes, I can.
that
Am I
these
going
items,
to be
these
able to?
objects, are at 6 miles and 9 miles, right?
Right.
And the equation is telling you that the horizon should be at 1 mile. The
Firstly, I do have
horizon
to ask
beyond the
where this
farthest.
picture was taken, firstly, and how you know the elevation.
California.
Yeah.
Does the here BMLSB 69 posted that video? I can't remember how many years ago, and he went through whenever he made his video. He put in like the distance to them. He verified it with the Google Maps so that everybody could be kosher on the distance.
I'm talking about 1 foot
He
one,
turned his
rather
camera
than
around so that you could see where he was standing while he was making this observation. And in the Google Maps, he actually identifies where he was standing. So he really made it, simple.
I'm not talking about the distance. I'm talking about the height.
No, you had asked me where was it done, and I said California,
No.
and then everything else that followed.
No. The thing is, I'm talking about height-wise. How do we know that this is?
Has no relevance
Because in
in
the video, the man stoops down and puts the camera on the ground.
Right.
Which
Okay,
he
so
didn't
let's
put his
move
camera
this
in
in.
the water,
Okay,
so that's at least a foot
I
above
understand.
the sea level. That's why you get the 1 foot.
Okay, I understand. So I have one more question. in that case. So let's say that what you said is correct. This picture is wrong. You know, I'm just saying. But in that case, how do you actually explain one of the rigs going down?
Easy.
Because they only have 3 miles. No. Listen.
It's the horizon, dude. It's got nothing to do with the oil rigs. The horizon, it's supposed to be, that you're saying is blocking the oil rig, is behind the oil rig. Have a look at the picture.
It's behind. Yes, I know. That is not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is,
but now you're talking about if the horizon is in front of the rigs and the rigs appear to be behind the horizon. Is that what we're talking about?
It is the horizon. Okay, the horizon is the last viewpoint. The horizon clearly in this picture is after the rigs because you know that is the definition of the horizon.
Yes,
Also,
and you're saying that one is that it's blocking the rig because you're saying it's going down, but the horizon that's supposed to be blocking the rig is behind the oil rig. So how is your horizon blocking the rig?
Okay, so I'm going to say rig 1 and rig 2 in this case to identify the rigs. Rigs 1 and rig 1 is the one. Yeah, just can you please listen? Okay, it's 6 miles rig and 9 miles rig. So 6 mile rigs is closer to us, correct? From the 9
shit.
So, can you just shut up? Thank you. So, excuse me. But so I'm asking you why you see one of the rigs as smaller and also
because it's
lower
further away. You just said it. You said one's closer, one's further away.
No.
So things
and
appear
I'm
to
saying
get
why
smaller
it's
in the
lower in
distance.
elevation.
Mystery solved.
Fucking hell.
No, why is it lower in elevation?
Things
How
get
can it be
smaller
the
as they
horizon?
get further away. It's called
No, I'm not talking about that. I mean, literally, when you look at the rig.
Just listen, man.
No,
It's simple.
also, this picture is a great example. You want to know why?
How can things
Because
be lower
rigs,
in
can you shut up?
elevation when it's on the water?
Oh
The
my
horizon
God,
is
okay.
behind
You
the
know what?
second oil rig.
I am not.
The oil rig cannot be lower in elevation. It's in the
And
water.
I'm speaking. Can you not
Oh,
talk?
dude, you've been speaking for an hour. When you say literally, no, it's not literally smaller.
Yeah.
No,
What
it's
happens?
okay. I know that you.
Good
Okay,
Lord,
you know
sir.
what?
Can I ask you something, Perez?
Oil rig. The reason why the oil rig is such a great example is because oil rigs have a standard on how low they are or they're not. Which, if you look at the size is not what I'm talking about. The elevation of the rig, either that rig is literally under the sea and it's sinking, or there is some kind of curve that's making it seem like it's underwater. How are you going to explain that?
Okay, what happens when an object that's taller than your eye level moves away from you? Does that make sense? Just hold on a second. Hold on a second.
Yes. Okay.
Does that question make sense at first? So if you have a tall object that moves away from you,
he's even
what
talking
happens
about
to that
that.
object?
He's saying that the rig. Sorry, he's saying that the rig is in some sort of valley or something.
I know. I want him to bring the ring. I want him to bring the rig closer to him.
All right,
what
no
happens
worries.
to the
Sorry,
rig?
mate.
What happens to the rig if you bring it closer to you?
It seems bigger, but that is not what I'm talking about.
Why would it seem bigger if you're bringing the rig closer to you? Why is it seeming taller the more you bring it closer to your eye?
That
perspective, right? So what happens if you put it away from you?
Yes, but do you want me to explain? That is only in size. We're talking about elevation.
You understand you do see in angles then, right? So if it's twice the distance, it's half the angular size.
It's not twice the difference, but that is not what I'm talking about. The thing is, what you guys are saying, right? And
what
also,
are you
let me
talking?
put it. No, let me open Paint real quick. I can't send messages.
I understand what you're saying,
me.
and Bob the science guy went through this years ago. The back rig happens to be 15 foot lower in the fucking water. Guess what? That has no relevance to this image. We don't care. The rigs are just distance markers only. Full stop.
Yes, and that is no. The thing is,
Yes. That's it.
Yes.
There is no retort.
Yeah.
If you want to
Not a
talk
single
about anything else,
ever
you're
talks
going
about the height of the rigs above the water. It's all about the water itself. You know that.
He's gone. I don't think he likes me.
Man, he doesn't know anything. He's weird.
If you talk about anything other than the horizon, right? You're off topic. You're off
think
of
he's
the
gone,
argument.
mate.
You're not arguing against the
Sorry,
argument
got
anymore.
disconnected.
No, he
Back.
come back.
So, what I was saying was, again,
But
rigs.
sorry, I need to make this clear. Right? What you're saying is that there's a dip in the water and the elevation of the rig is lower than the other one. Is that what you're saying?
No, what I'm saying is, yeah, basically, yeah.
You
I'm
are.
not talking
So,
about.
So the water's not level.
So when we look, so when we look at the
No, that is
horizon,
not
which
what I'm.
is supposed to be the thing that's blocking the rig, is behind the rig. So you're saying there's a valley of water, and then it raises back up again to meet the horizon. Is that what you're saying?
No. Okay. So when you see a ship go over the horizon, you don't see it just disappear. You see it slowly go down, until you can't see it anymore. That is basically that, because it's farther away in your horizon point. The rig is more lower in elevation, which you can just observe by the walkways. There's supposed to be walkways underneath the fucking rig, which is clearly, unless that rig is literally sinking.
Okay, the masts, Mizra, are the masts of the ship pointing away from you as it's going over this curve?
Let me look.
Let me look.
No, I don't understand.
Okay.
You gotta explain it. Like, there is no image or anything in the fucking.
Well, dude, you've latched on to something in these observations that defeat the 3959 mile globe in the first place. You understand that's a 1 foot observer site, right?
Sure,
Mezra.
but you guys still didn't
Mezra,
explain
where does the Earth start curving away if that's from a 1 foot observer site?
Okay, look. Thing is,
no, it's simple.
Let's say,
if you're so sure it's the Earth curve, where from a 1 point observer site does that curve kick in?
So
technically, as soon as your eyes leave the surface, as soon as your eyes leave the surface of Earth, technically.
Is eclipse actually serious with that thing?
Since you won't answer that, spoiler alert, both of those rigs are beyond that distance.
No, dude, the fucking... Okay, let me explain this very quick. Math-wise, I have no idea. Okay? Let me be clear.
I gave you the math. You can't say that anymore.
But you get that as soon as your eyes leave the surface of the Earth, technically that horizon at 0 degrees, your eyes should be dipping below it because you're off. Because your horizon is the physical Earth, right?
Okay, Ecoplex. I'm talking about Ecoplex and the gift that he sent. I don't know if he's in the call or if he can hear us because he sent that. But the thing that's wrong with what he sent is that is a really small thing. Right? We're not talking about a mile's distance about this gift. The above one, which it does not show the lower how lower it is, the black one, critical inception, it does not show the rig being lower than the other one. I'm not even talking about perspective wise. I'm not even talking about it being smaller, right? That is like number wise. Let's say number wise, you guys are correct.
Elevation of the rigs has nothing to do with the point of the photograph.
You know what? Are you going to have a normal conversation and shut the fuck up for a second?
Do you comprehend what we said fucking 10 minutes ago? Yes or no? What the oil
mathematically, yes. Mathematically, yes. I have no idea. Okay, let me be clear. I have no idea mathematically. But in any case, unless you guys can explain why that rig, the second one, isn't. I'm not small. I'm talking about small.
Let me get this straight. Unless you can explain why it's 15 foot lower, you don't understand the photograph.
Right.
Hang on.
So
wait a sec. Wait.
By
asking about that, right? By asking about that, you're asking about geometry. So you're going to hand wave the obvious geometrical flaw of the horizon being at a further distance than would be allowed on a sphere with this said radius to go to another geometric claim, right, about how the oil rig appears to be. Right, so
no. Okay, so we're just talking about horizon-wise, right? I have no idea. When I first joined this conversation, I did say it. I have no idea about the numbers, right?
When I gave you the numbers, you can't say that.
You just need more perspective, buddy.
Can you please shut the fuck up?
Thank you. No, you need to acknowledge that because I gave you the map. It's there for you to see. It's there for you to do on your own at any point in time of your life.
You can just then explain to me why it's lower in elevation. I'm giving you guys. No, I'm
It's a
giving
different
you guys,
rig. That's why it's different.
It's fucking. There is standards on rigs. There is supposed to be a fucking walkway below it, or else that rig would be literally demolished.
If you want to talk about
those rigs are defunct. They're not in use anymore either. They've been derelicts for decades.
One at a time, guys.
Hey, hold on.
Claiming geometry.
Those rigs are abandoned, man. Do you realize that?
No, hold on. Platform California, right? Oil rigs.
Platform California is not in this image, as far as I know.
No, listen. It has a walkway right below it. You can look at a picture of it right now. It has a pathway below.
Talking about California,
That is not
the rig California. Are we talking about?
What is your point?
No. Are you guys going to fucking listen? Let's look at Platform Hill House.
I'm not listening because you're not on the argument anymore.
It has.
Period. Stop. Full stop. You're not on the argument anymore because you want to talk about
any measurements for the globe. We should move on to somebody else.
Yeah, because he doesn't even get that if the rigs are in the water, they're at the same elevation. Is retarded, man.
Yeah, the water's one elevation. The water is one elevation, noob.
It looks
the
like
water is one elevation, you noob.
Alrighty, we're going to try this the nice and steady way, and I know how much you like me, Junior. You said the horizon was behind the oil rigs. And guess what? Everyone in this room agrees with you. Anyone that doesn't can fuck off. Right. Where should the horizon be, my young friend?
That is literally what I said. I said it's behind the oil rigs.
Yes, we got that. Now I'm asking you a very simple question. Where should the horizon be if you live on a ball with a radius of 3959 miles?
No idea.
It should be 1.225 miles from that photographer, which is clearly in front of both of the oil rigs.
Oh, that's such a great thing. I just noticed.
That's what we've been trying to say for the past hour.
But you want to argue about the rig.
So wave the magic wand and we're on to another subject.
Okay, you know what?
He's trolling, man.
You should literally move on to another person. You want to know why? Because you're not listening. What I'm saying is, are you guys also taking into account the elevation? Shut up.
It's got nothing to do with the elevation of the fucking rigs. We don't care. They, like I stated quite clearly earlier, they are distance markers only. Someone could go and put an orange witch's hat out there or a traffic cone as they call it.
Dude, that is not the thing, though. Okay.
Hang on a minute.
No.
It is the thing. They're distance markers. Nothing more, nothing less. We don't care if they're 10 foot high or 1,000 feet high. We do not care.
There's a claim geometry to Earth, right?
You should.
There's a claim geometry. There's a claim geometry, right? And that geometry, right, should be observed, right, based on your height and the claimed size of the Earth, right? So there should be a distance beyond which you can no longer see any more of the surface due to that geometry. And that point at 1 foot should be 1.225 miles, right? But that would form your horizon. But the horizon in that image is clearly beyond the oil rigs, which are marked at distances of was it 6.4 and 9.7? Is it, or the other way around? But anyway, yeah. Okay, so if you want to discuss, right, about how the oil rigs appear to be in elevation in reference to one another, then you will be claiming geometry, right? You're saying that's due to Earth curvature. But we've already dealt with the geometric side of things. You can't have effects of geometry affecting one thing and not the other.
He won't understand that.
You guys are just going to mute. I don't have to discuss about it, but that's what I was going to try to explain. You guys see, if we're talking
your
about,
explanations are worthless, man.
No, no.
They are. They're really worthless.
Okay,
Whatever
so
you think you've
why
got,
the fuck
and
do you
you think
guys?
it's new
Okay,
and
let's
improved,
move on to another
we
question. I'm
haven't
not
heard it
going to speak.
before,
You guys
I
just keep
promise
muting
you
me
we've heard it
because you're not
before.
listening. No,
No,
Hey,
you're
can
not
you
listening
agree?
right now.
I'm either
Can you?
wasting my time because you
Can,
guys are keep muting me
hey,
or
dude,
talking
can you
over me,
agree
right?
that? Can you
No,
agree
shut the
that
fuck
1
up.
meter? Hey, don't talk to me like that, man. Hey, can you agree that 1 meter above sea level at 6 meters is the same? At 6 miles is the same as 1 meter above sea level at 10 miles. Can you agree with that?
No.
Same elevation?
No.
You can't agree with that. Okay, you're
It's
done,
not
man.
same
See you later.
elevation. Which
Put yourself on mute, man, or I'll do it for you. Because that's dumb shit.
Who is this guy talking? He seems really, really rude. What's his name?
Oh, I don't know. We rolled him up pretty much, so I wouldn't ban him or anything. He's just
I've been listening for ever since he came on, and
Yeah.
his tone with you
It's
guys.
Miraz Perret.
Yeah, his tone's
Right.
become rather disgusting. Do you
I
talk
have
to
a
your family
question.
like that, mate? I'm still talking, dude. Can you not hear me still talking?
No, I don't. Look,
So
if you
you
want to
let
ban me
other
from the
people. Sorry, my friend, shush.
I don't
You let other people.
care.
No, I'm gonna have to mute you if you keep talking through me.
Think no, hold on. Like you think I'm being rude, right? I'm talking to 5 different people. They're
Seriously, you're that entitled to think you can just barge through me whilst I'm still talking? That's beyond compare, dude. What you like? You're not an entitled little baby. You don't own this room. I respect the fact that you're fighting against 5 people, but your language is disgusting and you're not holding yourself like a man. You can have this conversation without speaking to the people the way that you are. And now that the fact you've tried to talk through me whilst I'm trying to politely engage with you, you need to think about what you've done, Sunshine. So we can have the conversation, but maybe take a breath.
Okay, that would be perfect.
Good.
Okay. I'm so sorry about it, using those words, but what I was trying to say was, and again, I apologize. When you look at the horizon, you guys, if you look, there is literally the horizon line, right, on that picture behind the rigs. The reason for that is those rigs also have an elevation. So when you look at a height, like a skyscraper, right, the height of it is greater than the ground below, which is why you can see it from a distance and curve, which is what I was trying to explain. So I wasn't talking about the elevation which you couldn't see them, right? I was just trying to tell you guys about the elevations of the rigs because of that. So that also has an individual thing. And also I have to go to the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back and it will be like a breather.
Okay, take your time. We'll engage with you on your claim that you've made just then. Go and take your breather, mate.
Thank you.
Okay.
I like washing my hands when I'm frustrated.
Sorry, guys. I've been listening in the background for however long this gentleman's been here, and wow.
He started with
he's
perspective was a good
railing.
thing. How it started.
I think he honestly wants to engage with us to find out how it is we think. So I haven't written him off as a troll or anything.
No, I just think he was getting a little bit upset and whatnot. That's fine. That's fine.
Yeah, I don't think he knows how to think about being on a ball right now, and I think going into that with him would be helpful.
We'll try and go through it slowly at some point when he returns.
But honestly, if he can think, if he thinks that the horizon, so he's clearly stated the horizon was behind the second oil rig, and then he's saying, but the other one's lower in elevation. Yeah? So, and then I said, essentially, you're saying there's a valley of water, and then the horizon rises up to behind the oil rig.
Mm-hmm.
But he couldn't actually. I don't think he could think about what he was saying.
No. Yeah, I heard that as well.
Because that would mean it's concave Earth. Maybe he's a concaver.
Well,
Yeah,
if it's
I
going
was
the way
thinking
you
about that
want
earlier too. Honestly, I was like, he could go right into a concave Earth theory with this, like the last guy a few hours ago.
Yeah. I think what he has in mind whenever we say flat Earth, he's thinking of what's on the internet. Because I've been talking about it a lot at work. I'm working with like 200 or more people, and while discussing it at work, I've come to find out there's like 5 or 6 other people who are also on the flat Earth understanding. And anytime I'm listening to conversations that are, within hearing, they're talking about, oh, these flat Earth fuckers think that there's an edge and they could fall off and all this shit, right? And then I engage them and I'm like, no, everything's within a contained environment. I think what they're doing is they hear about it, and instead of engaging and listening and finding out what it is that we got to say, they go to the internet to try and find out what the internet says we are saying. And then whenever they come here, they got to fight about it because it's obvious.
I think you're right. This latest wave of flat earthers are kind of terrible.
Yeah. So.
Okay, hello. I'm back. That was a nice little break. I did get calmer.
Did you, mate? Yeah.
Did you go look at the horizon?
I did.
Okay. So, what's the problem with one of the rigs appearing to be lower than the other one? Why does that necessitate the surface that are on to be curved?
Okay, so technically, right, number-wise, you guys are correct. I have no idea why. I mean, I have a theory about it, but besides that, I don't have any mathematical explanation for it. But as far as I'm studying architecture, so the reason why those rigs are still in your view is probably because they're higher in elevation, right? So let's say that platform habitat, right? Platform habitat was 16 miles away, so closer to that line. You would see less of it, right? You would see the the old rigs, cranes and etc., but you wouldn't see the lower platforms. And if it got farther away, you would only see the cranes, and then you wouldn't see nothing of it. So that's what I was trying to explain. So it's not about, you can't see the floor level maybe from that distance, but you can still see that. And there is a reason for that, which is why I'm asking you guys. So why do you think that happens?
So you just went and talked right past the point again.
What?
You went and talked
again,
right past the point again.
How? I literally just
because
asked the question about what you...
The point isn't how much of the rigs you can see. That's not the point. Try again.
Right, can you explain me the point then?
Distance to the horizon. These guys have been telling you that the rigs are there as mile markers to demarcate the distance, and that's all they're there for. We're not saying you should see this much of them or that much of them. We're just using them to reference the distance to the horizon by. The point is distance to the horizon.
Also, another thing is that, yes, that is correct. Aren't you asking me... Also, wait, two things. Firstly, when you see the horizon, the reason why you can see the things is because of the waves. Like, I'm talking about the sea. The reason why you don't see plain emptiness after 1.2 22 miles is because there's waves there and there's some amount of movement as the elevation. And the reason why I brought about that elevation is because these markers are a great example of that. So even if we're talking about distances, right?
So that will be a red herring again. So we're talking about the distance to the horizon.
Right.
Yeah.
So the horizon is 1.22 miles, correct? And
well, no, it's not. That's the problem. It's not.
Yes. Can you please? But
no.
The thing is,
no.
What do you mean?
No,
no?
not
what do you mean?
You haven't demonstrated that you've understood the point even once in all this time.
I'm so sorry, but let me explain you something.
No,
what do you exactly want me to explain? You want me to say, "Oh yes"?
Yeah. So the distance to the horizon, geometrically, would have been 1.2 miles on the globe that you supposedly live on, that should be obscuring that rig, according to you. So is it at 1.2 miles?
You're just going to mute me when I'm speaking. Okay, forget about it.
It's just a simple question.
Oh, it's not. When you're
I
muting
will.
me, right? When I'm explaining
Yeah, well,
something.
I'm going to keep you on topic, and being muted isn't the topic, so that gets you muted too. So is it at 1.2 miles? Heard enough of your shit, dude.
I'm not going to answer to you, dude.
Okay, I'm going to put you on mute. I'm going to put you on mute for good then. See you later. Heard enough of it.
Usually, if they can't answer where the horizon is, it's because they realize there's a problem.
Yeah, it's so fascinating. As soon as your eyes leave the surface, that horizon would technically have to dip. But I mean, it's negligible, obviously. But on a geometric horizon, I've never seen the horizon dip. I've only been to high as an airplane, but I don't see any dippage. My eyes aren't physically looking down. I just keep looking across, and I just keep seeing more and more Earth. I don't know about y'all. Right? Because wouldn't your eyes physically have to move from the line of sight of horizontal to then, wow, it is dipping.
Yeah, I've stood on a hill before and watched it dip. I know what curve looks like.
Hills do it for you?
Shit, I lived on a plateau for a year. 7,500 feet. It was the greatest fucking year of my life.
Oh man, did you have like one of those build an empire views? You know how you view outside, you're like, man, I could start an empire. I could start a business.
No,
you know,
I didn't have one of those views. I was on a fob, and the valley that I had to watch periodically each month, maybe twice a month. It was just a valley leading up to another ridge line, and then hell. Anyways, from my tower to the left, I had a mouth of a valley, and to the right, the valley just contoured around, so I wasn't able to see the mouth of a valley. There was a saddle that I was able to look through and see a little village off in the distance. But
how idyllic.
Yeah, I enjoyed it. It was great.
It's like you're in a jewel. Yeah, I mean, that's beautiful. Were you a farmer, or were you working in the fields?
I was in the army.
Oh, army. I don't know if I heard you say that. Forgive me.
Yeah.
Man.
I didn't say. I'm sorry. I should have led with that.
Hey, man, brave. Thanks for what you did. I mean, a lot of people have no idea what it takes to even enter the door to register, you know?
Well, I know a lot of people who want to join, and they don't have the ability to join.
Oh, man, that's terrible.
And then I know
like,
a
you
handful
think
of
they
other
could
people
fly a
who want to
drone or
join.
something? Why can't they join?
Physical limitations.
Well, that's the thing. Maybe they can't fly drones or anything. Nothing with their hands. Is it? Because a lot of people are just flying drones over to countries.
No, for the army at least, your basic duty is to be a rifleman, right? So even if you were, flying drones or whatever, if somebody was in the AO that you were holding up flying the drone, unless you was stateside flying drones through a network,
yeah.
Then if somebody was to come into your area, you would have to defend your area, and you would have to be physically fit enough to be able to defend your area. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay.
I mean, there's just some people. It's like, I mean, I know Ukraine. They would take anybody. They take any handicap. I think at this point, So it's like some people would be willing to. I don't know why they wouldn't fight for them if they really wanted to get in there. But I understand they do need certain limitations if you want a strong army. You know.
Yeah. Well, I know that they're also coming out with waivers for like the autistic. They got to be at a certain range. They got to be on a certain portion of the spectrum, and they got to have a waiver saying that they can function.
Same with the gender spectrum.
Person.
You can be on a gender spectrum and I guess be you can get in higher positions based off that now.
Yeah, I mean you got those who can't speak and comprehend or want to follow along in a conversation, and then you got others that can track and follow along the conversation and be black and white and tell you when you're wrong and fix it the way it needs to be fixed, and those are the beneficial. So
how does it feel being out, not having as much authority over your head, or do you kind of still feel that?
I mean, at work I'll feel it.
Yeah, but much less. I'm sure you can at least don't have to salute your boss.
At work, there's still structure, like the structure within the army, and then getting out of the army. It didn't really change too much. You had your boss. You either respected your boss or you didn't.
Right.
So, I mean, that's still the same. People still didn't listen to you if you told them what to do, even if you were of superiority. They'd still tell you to fuck off if they didn't like you, and you just did what you had to do and carry on. It's
there's only so much. There's only so much discipline, right?
Yeah,
you can throw around, and who's going to take what? And I bet being in there longer, you take less discipline, right? Like that doesn't phase me. It doesn't affect me, or maybe not.
Have you ever done the same person in as you are before you got in? The only thing that changes is maybe the way you conduct yourself, if you feel it's important enough. Maybe you didn't understand what it was like or how to conduct yourself with authority figures, and then now you know how to conduct yourself with authority figures, or how to mingle with the structure. But if you give two shits about authority prior to going in, you're not going to give two shits about it while you're in, even after you've gone through the training.
Have you taken any authoritative approaches yourself now to others, like taken from that? So you're becoming now an authority? That makes sense?
I have not put myself into a position of authority since I've been out. I enjoy it.
Okay. Not yet. Maybe you don't need to.
No, I'm okay where I'm at.
Yeah. Hey, sometimes people like to follow and observe, and it's just, it's good to be a part of the crowd sometimes, because crowd mentality can cause an avalanche, can cause a big wave.
Yeah.
Just because you're in the crowd doesn't mean you're not a leader. Right?
Right.
That's good stuff. Yeah, did you guys what came to me was the Coriolis thing about shooting guns. I forgot how that was like a big thing coming into this, and nobody talks about that anymore. How the rotation of Earth affects bullets. I still couldn't believe that was a thing. In school you learn that, and the toilet spinning you learn that, and that's all dropped. It's interesting how things are dropping now, because that was just so radical to believe.
You still get a few people who will say it. We had somebody try to bring up Coriolis last week.
You said you were sniping? Didn't you say you were a shooter or a sniper?
No.
I thought you said that.
What I said was that the basic job is to be a rifleman. What I was an Apache mechanic. I fixed helicopters.
Oh, that's badass. You got in there, got dirty and greasy.
Yeah. I kind of miss it, but at the same time, I don't.
When you wouldn't want to work on like hospital helicopters or something that has maybe news helicopters, at least work on them again?
No, I'm working fixed wing, and they're way simpler.
Oh, I don't know why I assumed helicopters.
Well, because I worked on helicopters, and you said, well, why don't you do helicopters now?
Oh yeah, Apache is, then I second guessed what an Apache was. That's why. I get you now. That's cool though. So you do have some sort of field with fixing.
Yeah. I also recognize that while the Apache hovered, the ground underneath it didn't move.
Yeah, it seems like it, right? all these tours, all the tours I watch, all the time lapses of planes and helicopters. It just seems like they're moving through a medium that moves over the surface, like the air and the wind currents and the clouds. That's all moving, and then they move within it, and then they're affected by that. They're not affected by the surface of the Earth. Mm-hmm. Yeah, man, I bet you got to see quite a bit of the Earth up there because in a helicopter is different, right, than in a plane.
Yeah, kind of. You can feel when the pilots are going up and down way better than on a plane. Although you still feel the elevation change on a plane if they're doing it drastically.
Yeah.
And then if the air current gets real tough and it picks the airplane up or becomes lacking and the airplane dips, you feel it turbulences.
Yeah, I feel like you're in a gyroscope on a helicopter. Like, I know there's gyroscopic mechanisms to a plane, but it's elongated, where it feels like the helicopters, it's almost like you're in one of those things and you're just going up and down and in every orientation imaginable. Well, until your capacity of orientation, but you can only go so many ways.
I had a friend who was the crew chief on a Chinook, and they were carrying guys to go out and jump. And while they were going to the jump site, he was on the hydraulic system. There's a pump that you can use, oscillate it, and independently pressurize specific systems. So he put the hand pump in the neutral position. So whenever he pumped the handle, nothing happened. And what he was doing was he was talking to the pilots through the comm system that the infantry guys don't have. And he was telling them, all right, let's fuck with them. So whenever I tell you to go up, pick up the helicopter. And whenever I tell you to go down, I want you to let it fall. And so he would sit there and pump on the handle and tell them to go up. Whenever he stopped pumping and, leaned over to rest, he would have the pilots drop the helicopter down. And eventually one of the NCOs of the guys that were carrying was interested as to why this was happening. And he was like, I got to pump it up. There's a leak in the hydraulics. And so they were cycling all the guys walking through, pumping on the handles to keep the helicopter in the sky.
Oh my God. Free work. I got to do work. Wow. Hand pump a helicopter.
You're gonna fall if you don't pump.
Yeah. What? You pimp harder. Yeah, and it also controls the radio.
Oh, dude. The electrostatic wicks all over the aircraft, right? And there was a night we had a specific officer getting into the aircraft, and the wicks on the rotor blades weren't good. And he was like, you need to change those out, otherwise it's going to mess with my radios. And the guy who was launching was like, what? Are you serious? Are you playing with me right now? And he's like, no, I am absolutely serious. You need to change those. And so he comes in. He's like, hey, I might get yelled at because this guy is like, I need to change the static wicks. And I was totally rude and said, what? Are you serious? And then the pilot came back from his flight and was yelling at our NCO that he needed to be more respectful. And we had another officer in there. And the guy was like, well, I'm the PCOIC, and I say that I have 1,500 flight hours to say that I know what I'm talking about when I say these static wicks are going to mess with the radios. And the other pilot, our pilot, was in the room, and he leaned over and he was like, I have 2,000 flight hours, and I'm telling you, you're full of shit.
500 more hours does it.
It was a big dick fight.
Difference, big diff. That's a big, yeah. And so so the 2,000 hour guy got it, so that he has seniority.
Well,
and it stayed.
It wasn't a position of seniority. The guy who was talking
Not seniority,
about,
I mean the experience.
Yeah, well, yeah, he's got it on experience, but I think they were on the same playing field.
Yeah. Yeah, I still never been in one. I've always wanted to go in one. Been in a hot air balloon. That's that and an airplane. That's it. If you get a chance to try a hot air balloon, I know you're into Apaches and helicopters. It's a completely different world, but But some people are more afraid. I've heard people that are not afraid to go into helicopters are more afraid to go into hot air balloons because of the lack of control.
Yeah. You wouldn't catch me in a hot air balloon.
What?
No, I don't like heights, bro. I get that fear of falling real hard.
Just strap a squirrel suit on you and a parachute or two. You're fine.
You'll be all right.
Yeah, if you're with your honeyboo, I mean, if you do it for your girl or your lover or whoever, you know, and you have a nice sunrise breakfast in the hot air balloon, you know, you're gonna bypass your heights because you want to make a brave statement for your loved one. You know? I would do anything for love, but I won't get in a hot air balloon. That's you. That song's about you. That's cool. How'd you find this room? Because I was in the politics room forever, and then I used to be in Jim Panda's room. Did you ever hear of Jim Panda?
Yeah. I haven't been to the server.
I don't know if I got accidentally knocked off or something, but I can't get back in. I don't want to get back in, but I'm just curious how people find this one, if there's a lot of crossover.
24/7.
Because there was another 24/7, completely different room, and I don't know if that came over to the isn't the politics, or what is the name of the whole
we
room?
all came from that. We set up a colony here. You could call it that.
Yeah.
From 24/7.
The mods and ranked members came over to the server. We have a few other places too right now.
Right on. Yeah, I dig it. I mean, I'm imagining 60 years from now still doing this. It'll be fun.
Yeah, we're growing, man. We're getting big.
Yeah, why not? And by then they'll be on delay. They'll have more delays than Artemis missions. Yeah, by then. Oh man. Hey, good day to y'all.
You too, man.
Robert, you are in Gem Panda server?
No.
What's your thoughts on that server?
Not even worth talking about.
Okay.
Bunch of grown men acting like animals, hating flat earthers. That's all that server is.
Yeah.
I see globetards are globetarting.
They're back at it.
All right. You know, whenever I pass by the VC and I see a couple of red moots, and I already know.
That one's a special case there.
Oh, it is? Okay.
He's a Bevite.
Got it.
Do you know, I got accused in my DMs the other day of being a Bevite. Like from somebody who watches on YouTube and doesn't even come into the server. It's like, have you ever listened to anything that I fucking say before? I'm seriously not a Bevite, and if you knew me any better, you'd understand why. These people are weird. Like, seriously weird.
Isn't calling somebody a Bavite, though, like TOS?
Yeah, we could make it that way, I guess.
Maybe
what?
It must be the English accent. They hear that and they go, yeah, Bev.
Yeah, I'm sure they say that about Nathan Oakley as well, right?
Yeah.
I just don't know why they're allowed to make another VC ripping off Flat Earth, calling it real Flat Earth. What the fuck's that shit about?
I know it's wrong.
I already went to ModMail about it. I mean, I know I'm not like a mod here, but I just kind of went ahead and did it because I think it's bullshit.
It's just a little room for the trolls to make themselves better. You probably noticed that didn't last long. And eventually someone decided to name the channel after themselves, which is
I just think it's a slippery slope because then you can make like the real conservative VC, the real like it's just going to be fucking ridiculous.
Yeah. Yeah, they should just be doing their own thing, but at the same time, they have no idea how to make a room actually last and work out like this. Yeah, they'll never be able to pull it off.
Look how Globe Earth fucking panned out, dude. Globe Earth 24/7, dude. Nobody's there.
They've tried over and over since the very beginning. And then when they got desperate enough, they stopped making those little pop-up VCs and they started like renaming Rage Cage and stuff.
Yeah,
and still
really
they felt
crazy.
Yeah. Like, yeah, let me just leave my VC and let you just become the mod. Yeah. Good idea. I'm gonna fall right for it. Was it my connection or did people stop talking?
Nope.
Okay.
My wife.
Mic check.
I'm silently agreeing with you.
Okay, cool.
Moment of silence for the globe.
Some awkward silence.
Not unless you make it awkward.
Give it time. Someone will come in and scream at you.
It's a good time to kind of catch our breath here before the globe card invasion comes in the evenings, and then we start gravity this, gravity that. You know, big G, little G.
Angles. I got angles, baby. What's our angles?
You got angle.
Just angles.
Einstein this, Newton that.
Hey man, I'm looking for that new 90-degree angle. 90 degrees, man. The full 90. Got any?
It's well.
Nah, bro, I got a Netflix episode.
God, I love right angles. It simplifies things so easy for my globe card brain. Dude, is it? Love that. Love that right angle.
If you want to buy it, bro. Anybody
Let's
want
meet in the Disneyland parking lot. I'm going to sell you a perpendicular.
I'll trade you 2 horizontals for a perpendicular.
Yeah, I'll take that any day.
You got any parallels?
Go fish.
Some divergent. I got some divergence over here. Don't you leave me sitting with all these 60s, man.
You got to spread those angles wider.
Oh.
You want an obtuse or a cute?
Go fish.
Not often I get called cute.
You guys are cute with your cutes.
You know it's not about size, but angular separation.
Don't be so obtuse, bro.
Dude, that was slick.
Why is none of the Globers are funny? Why is that, man? What's up with that? Not even funny.
Dude, I do not know. Like, what is
Because
going on?
they have to be taken seriously, otherwise it's not funny to them.
Okay.
Why can't they meme either? What's going on there? Why can't people write funny words on a picture and post it properly? What's going on with that?
Kind of broke up for me. What?
I'm wondering why can't they meme either? They can't just write funny stuff on a picture and post it. They don't know how to meme.
Guys, I haven't had any curved baseline in forever. I can't find any. Can you help me hook it up with some curved baseline, man? I'm fiending like hard right now.
I got some red shift, blue shift for you, bro.
Ooh.
Got me scientism.
Didn't Neil deGrasse Tyson call the universe a drug? He was talking about how intoxicating stars and nebula are, and how it makes his mind wander and race and go into imagination land all the time.
That's racist.
Yep, there's Neil deGrasse Tyson talking about his drug preference on National Geographic TV.
Must be a delay.
Australian Starlink.
Damn it. I haven't seen that yet.
Does anybody know anybody that's using that thing? Anybody?
Yes, AJ.
AJ's got
AJ uses it.
Starlink?
Yep.
Wow.
It's
pretty good. He comes in good and clear, man.
Is it any better?
I can hear you.
Oh no, Starlink.
Yeah, it's a little scratchy, man. A little scratchy. Crunchy.
No, is Starlink better?
I don't know. Talk to AJ. Let's see.
Should have been here now.
He was using it anyway. He told us he was using it when he was on his property, and he was like living in a caravan or something, and on his property they sold the house, and he's in the process of moving. I don't know if he's using it now, but
okay.
He was.
I wonder if you purchase Starlink, you can take your equipment with you wherever you move, and it doesn't matter if it's tied to an address or not. Because, like, you get cable TV, you get internet for your house, it's got to be tied to your house. And then if you want to take the equipment with you, you can, but then you got to pay for them to change it to whatever new address you go to. Or if you want a mobile system, you got to pay for a mobile system specifically.
Yeah, it's weird how like it remains the property of the service provider.
You guys ever play music in here?
Only if it's blasted really loud.
No, we sing.
Sing.
Which browser do you guys use, by the way? Opera, Firefox? Which one?
Some programs don't like other programs, so whatever works.
I mean, to me, it's weird that they're all globe-shaped. Do you know what I mean?
Wait, what's globe shaped?
The browser icons, so like Firefox, Chrome, Internet Explorer, like even Safari, right?
Oh yeah, yeah. World Wide Web, yeah.
Exactly.
They
Should be the GlobeNet.
The introduction on the news, they got the little globe and they swirl around it, and then they zoom in real quick, and it's all like 2 seconds worth.
You get the music, you know.
Wait, can I get your take on this? This is not going to be a long debate, not today. Just like very simply, at a high level. If like all the news agencies are like lying, and all like the space agencies are conspiring, right? And the government as well. But, like, how many are dumb and just like believing in the narrative, and then like education systems, news networks, you know, stuff like that? How many are like fooled by the lies, so they just blindly propagate it? And how many are like in on it? Do you know what I mean?
Right. Teachers don't
Yeah,
lie.
you should look at the Project Mockingbird, and in the United States, it's the CIA funded.
Wait, your mic is cutting out, Kiko.
You're a robot.
It's almost
Refresh.
impossible. Yeah. Can you reload?
Project Mockingbird. Project Mockingbird.
Something about a mockingbird
Project
and then robot.
Project Mockingbird.
Project
Mockingbird.
Project
United States. CIA. Plants. Project Mockingbird.
I think that they're decompartmentalized as in like the data and information and on a need to know basis per your role in the world stage and to the effect that you influence an individual or a group of people, what have you. I don't think everybody who are in these positions that have a massive influence, I don't think everybody is in on it. I think that maybe they get paid. You know, they have reasons as to why they promote certain ideas and beliefs, but I think it's decompartmentalized. Go ahead.
Even still today, journalists are getting busted staging scenes, like when they're supposed to be, on live on the spot correspondence, and they've just staged a scene. It's not real. You're not allowed to go into the fucking heavy armed conflict zones and all that. Like, so they just stage it. They just they get an ambulance and they dress up a person as a soldier and fake a wound, and it's all bullshit.
But wait, so with that in mind, you're saying that they know that it's fake, but they're still like spreading the lie. It's not that they're ignorant; they definitely know. They're just like constructing the narrative.
Yeah,
Right?
liars
I mean,
are
they wouldn't
liars.
accidentally like create a fake like ore scene or a fake like globe scene, right? Is what you're saying.
They just they're
Would
gonna pump out
everybody
what
have to
sells,
be in
right?
on a conspiracy? Would everybody have to be in on a conspiracy? Yes or no?
No, that's what I asked, right? Because you have the people
Right.
conspiring, and then you have the people following and believing in it, but still propagating
Right.
it. And so I'm asking, like, what is the divide here? Like, how many are in on it?
No, you have key people who can spread information, and then you have your useful idiots who will propagate it, and then you have the people who know, right? It's like
Yeah,
the
then I guess
military.
you could
You
divide
have,
that into the people who know and resist, and the people who know and
yeah,
does nothing, right? But
you
yeah,
have you have the people who know, which is your officers. They're also scaled, right? So your general is going to know the why, ultimately, why this unit has to go do the thing. So the general tells whoever needs to be told to go tell the unit commander, hey, y'all need to go do the thing. Yes, sir, gonna go do the thing. So he tells his NCOs, and the NCOs tell the privates, right? That's how it works. You have the people who know, who are not ultimately needing to be directly controlling the useful idiots, right? You just need the key people to influence the useful idiots correctly.
yeah, I agree with that sentiment when it's in the military or in a workplace where you're paid for your time and not paid for your opinion, right? Paid for your skills and your time. But in real life, when people aren't paid so they can question whatever they want and it doesn't destruct anything, right? You would think that that would sort of not hold, right? I mean, a private can't really say, no, I don't believe this, or I want more information, because that would cause inefficiency and problems with like the order execution. But you could sit in your home and be like, nah, man, I don't think it's a globe, or I don't think it's flat. That's not going to cause issues, right?
Prior to deployment, I don't know how it is in other countries, but in the United States, the unit has to go through a process in order to get ready to deploy. And in part of this process, one of the questions that you get asked on an individual basis is there anything that would hinder you from going on deployment? Like, if religiously speaking, I didn't want to go and involve myself this on a religious level, I could get, pulled from the deployment, and then somebody else would take my place. You know, especially if it was like they only needed like 100 people to go, right? They'll find somebody else to take my spot. They do it all the fucking time. So on the individual level, at least in the United States, at least at Fort Hood, you had the right to say, no, I don't want to deploy because of a religious reason. So even in like your real world case, if we're going to talk like NASA, right? Your engineering department, they don't have to be in on it, right? All they got to do is build a thing according to specs, according to math, and then the mechanics just have to put the shit together. Your the janitors that are working the buildings, they don't have to be in on it, right? They just go there to clean. But whenever you get like computer graphics department and they're creating, you know, scenes for the ISS, so to speak, then they would know about it and they would be told, you're not allowed to talk about this. And they would be in the top secret or higher clearance level. And if they violate their clearance level, then there's consequences. It's as simple as that. You either know because you're in a position that needs to know, or you're not in a position of needing to know. And therefore you don't know.
Yeah, I guess that follows intra-organizational, but like you have news media who are independent, right?
No, you don't have organizations that are independent news. Your news network is still an organization. There are still going to be people who need to know and need to not know, except it's not going to be on a strict level as if we're talking about NASA, you know? And then I don't recall a private news network in the United States, right? After Clinton, the private news networks went away.
I guess that sort of rests on your definition of a news network, right? Does it have to be cable? Then okay, sure. But what if
Okay,
it's like
if I don't have DirecTV, right, and I just plug my TV into the coax cable in my wall, and I hook up a little antenna on the outside that picks up whatever's in the radio waves, right? And I'm only allowed to have 6 channels, right?
Yeah, then I agree.
At least 3 of those channels are going to be a news offered channel, right? I got Fox, NBC, and MSNBC. Okay, those are not private news networks. Those are a structured organization.
Agreed. But I'm talking about more specifically, there you have independent. Let's not call them news agencies. Let's just call them channels, right? Or units, or something like that.
Like on a, like, you know, a group of
Daily
people get together
Wire,
and look for
fucking like
information,
Tucker. Huh?
Like, you know, regular people going out, finding information and publishing their work on like Reddit or something. You're talking like that level.
No. Like Daily Wire, like Tucker, like you have even like Alex Jones. You know, what was his show called? Like the Alex Jones show, something like that. Millions of viewers, right? Sometimes even beating cable. So the viewership is there. It's not just one guy, and it's like a structured organization, but it's private, right? Sometimes it can be one guy, but usually it's a multitude of people. Even those people seem to agree that the globe is round. There are some that says it's flat.
Well,
I agree. But
I know, for example, Alex Jones, it's under what is it? It's the TV channel that has a swirly eye, that network. Fuck, why am I forgetting this right now? It was found out that he's actually in an organized network. He's not totally independent.
What I find interesting is with these truther shows like Alex Jones, Or let's say, what is the other guy that is very famous with his podcast? I forgot his name.
Tucker Carlson?
Yeah, also him, but also the most famous podcaster.
Joe Rogan.
Joe Rogan, yeah. So they all have these, they're all within the narrative framework of what they're supposed to say or how far they can go, which is kind of funny how they commonly avoid the topic flat Earth. And I think that is not by pure coincidence. That is by the submission they have to give towards the system itself. Yeah, and I think it's pretty funny. Like they really tried their best to put flat Earth under the rug, or at least to scrutinize it to a point of absurdity to make it look stupid, which is very obvious on YouTube as an example. Because there's no serious approach from the narrative side of views towards this whole aspect, which kind of shows that they're desperate. If you would see serious interviews, without cuts, people actually being able to speak on a platform and so forth that has a lot of views, that would be intellectually honest. But they do the opposite. What they do is scrutinize and misguide and mislead and misrepresent the whole aspect of people in itself, and that just shows that they're fearful when it comes to this topic. They don't want to have it spread.
I don't know. I mean, do you really think that's the case? I mean, we've had like Netflix shows and movies, and we've had like long format interviews. I've seen, at least when I say we have, I've seen that. And so
I posted a clip of Joe Rogan.
Type
Joe
in
Rogan addressing the flat Earth.
Well, type in. They have these vague. I'm talking about like getting someone like,
you want to be on the Joe Rogan show?
I mean, I would do it. I have no problem if they fly me in. They pay for everything.
They would have to pay for you to go on the Joe Rogan.
If only Globe Earth.
No,
could, like,
if they provide
spiel for like 2.5 hours.
If they provide,
what's your best evidence?
If they provide the travel costs and so forth, no problem. I would do it, but I would suggest that there's even better people for that job. Which because I'm not natively English, so sometimes it's maybe better to have someone who can clearly get the point across. Anyways, the point is why do you think it's a coincidence that we have a president like Obama saying there's no time for a meeting of the Flat Earth Society, when we clearly know, even the anti-Flat Earthers, that the Flat Earth Society is a pure misrepresented group created to divert and misinform people and scrutinize and make Flat Earth look stupid? Isn't it weird that Obama is obviously pointing towards that CIA organization?
So isn't this a Flat Earth Society by definition?
So people go on the internet and type in a Flat Earth Society and think that's the standpoint of Flat Earth. Pretty weird coincidence, isn't it?
Can I read the definition of society for you?
No,
I don't know. I don't know what the point. I don't know what the point would be.
So you're using the word society, so I thought maybe it'd be good to clarify.
How is that in relationship to my point? How is that in relationship to my point?
Like bakers, or
it seems like it seems like you're having some kind of negative attitude towards the word society, maybe?
No. You misunderstood my point I was making.
I'm not going to be associated with the Flat Earth Society.
Why
is the Flat Earth Society's points and have them presented to me and expect me to defend their fucking opinion when that's not my opinion and that's not my position?
Okay, yeah. So you're saying the Flat Earth Society are strawmanning the actual Flat Earth arguments?
Yes, they are Central Intelligence created to create this misinformation and to scrutinize and misrepresent something such as the topic we're talking about in here, which is flat Earth.
I don't
But
know a lot about Flat Earth
but they
Society.
also
Can
do
you-
it.
wait, Cleander?
They also do this with other
Cleander?
topics, which I can't talk about when it comes to medical side of views of things and so forth. Right? They do it with many topics, as long as the government can maintain the narrative order of information to be true, because it needs to be classified and confirmed by the government. Otherwise, it's misinformation. It is false, and you as an NPC. You should never trust any misinformation that is classified as conspiracy by the government. Therefore, they need to create these groups that will automatically make you think, oh, these people are insane, so I don't need to further look
Wait,
into
Cleander,
new
I just have a
information.
question. You said that they misrepresent what Flat Earth is about, and
Oh,
some of
yeah.
the things they say are wrong, or you don't support those takes. Could you
You know
give
how
me?
I
Because
know
I don't know anything about
Mhm.
the Flat Earth Society and what sets them apart from you guys in this
Yeah.
society. So maybe,
Yeah.
and I'm being genuine. Could you tell me,
Yeah.
like, what is something they've said that's like, no?
May I give an
Yeah.
analogy? May I
Oh,
give an
yeah, sure.
analogy? Okay, if you're an American and I say football, you think of the game that has the oval-shaped ball, and people wear helmets, and they wear big jerseys and pads, and they chase each other and tackle each other and shove each other across the field, right? Okay, now if I said I play football, and you're American, you're going to think I wear a helmet and pads and shove other men across the field. And then I say, no, I'm not talking about that football. I'm talking about the other football. And then I start saying that I wear a t-shirt and shorts and long socks and cleats. And then you start to say, oh, I still have an oval-shaped ball in my hand. So now I think you're talking about rugby. And I'm not talking about rugby. And then you start telling me that I'm actually talking about rugby, and then you make me have to defend that rugby position when I'm actually talking about soccer.
Yeah,
Right?
I follow
You get what I'm
that. So
saying?
I know what a straw
Can-
man is, and thank you for a good analogy. That was a good analogy, and I know what you mean about it. But I'm saying, like, more specifically, like, what is something they misrepresented?
Yeah. Can I answer that?
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
for example, the Flat Earth Society claimed that we are accelerating upwards. That's why you're sitting in your chair today, for example. What they also do is they make these comics of discs in space with waterfalls off the edge. But in general, the point is, it is a whole circus of misinformation and representation that has been going on since childhood, because I can see the fruits thereof, right? And this is very important. Now you need to very much carefully listen to what I'm saying. This is very important. The fruits of the misinformation I can see by the way of how people come in here who are new to the topic, and when they have flat Earth in mind, they think about a disk in space where balls revolve around the disk in space, where there's water just falling down the edge, and that there's an edge where you can fall down, and that that there is just an atmosphere like within the heliocentric model in the globe, and it's just literally like a pressed down disk that is flying through the ever expanding void of darkness, like the ball is supposed to do. And it shows that the fruits of misinformation and misguidance and the mixing of geocentrism, the very much established, worldview of geocentrism mixed with heliocentrism, you can see the fruits clearly by the very way people argue when they first come in here. And this is not an uncommon thing. This is very commonly that people have a misrepresented view on this whole subject.
As if we've conceded.
Kiko, what if I tell you that the Flat Earth
of-
Society has a answer on their?
Yo, you
FAQ
just
where they say that the
interrupted.
Earth is
You
not a
just
floater?
interrupted T-Dub, man.
Yeah, exactly, Clay. They do that as if we've already conceded to several heliocentric points, right, or claims, and that's what the Flat Earth Society does. It concedes to several claims as if it's a given, right? As if we have to explain gravity. No, we don't. No, we don't. Oh, Earth has to be an object embedded in a larger space with other objects surrounding it, like the sun and the moon and Jupiter and all that. No, we don't have to concede to that.
It also feels like, or don't they also say that Australia doesn't exist? Like some flat earthers.
Well, yeah, that's another common thing that is. They I probably haven't even. I haven't even stated all of it, you know. And again, this shows the fruits of the misinformation and misguidance is working. And this is the very point where I wanted the people to be at, that they have these crazy ideas of something we would never invoke, neither confess as an argument to bring forward for the whole topic. But they use it as a tool to automatically make people think, oh, this is completely retarded. Why should I ever spend any more breath of air on this whole topic? I'm just going to move on. And that's how people are going to stay in ignorance, because they have been presented a false image of something.
You know what? That's really sound criticism. I would say if I knew nothing about flat Earth or something like that, then I would buy into that narrative myself. I would think this is so silly. These people are silly by default. I'm not going to engage. So you are right. I think it's very warranted to address that matter, if that's true. I don't know.
But that was my first reaction in 2015. You need to understand, I was the kind of guy who wanted to become an astronaut. I was the kind of guy who tracked the ISS. I was the kind of guy who loved everything about space movies, dinosaurs, as a kid, and also later on aliens and all these. I've sucked it all in, everything that you can imagine regarding these types of topics. And it was like a 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 weeks of just pure cognitive dissonance, telling myself, oh, this can't be true, like bubbles in space, or look at like these CGI glitches of astronauts. Dude, this is just all bull crap, blah, 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 you know. And this was during a time where YouTube was yet not censored, and where quote unquote flat Earth was not yet presented as misinformation. And where there was no like information boxes below the video, so everybody could have just upload whatever they wanted. And then I went out into reality, and I had vacation in Italy with my parents, and then I looked at the ocean, and I was like, golly, man, like maybe I have been fooled, maybe I am wrong, maybe I need to put down my pride in this hobby of mine, and yeah. And this is my side of you, man. And I can understand why some people are so emotionally attached to it, that even if they subconsciously have understood that they don't live on a spinning wobbly tilted space but flying from an ever-expanding void of darkness, they consciously still make the decision to ignore their subconscious understanding of it being false, and they just move on. And by just watching some random YouTube videos where they tell themselves that this has clarified that the Earth is indeed still a spinning ball, for example. Or they use some kind of other branch to hop on or hold on to in order to keep their belief, because we humans, we have been created to believe in something. This is our very nature. And that's why it hurt us. It's going to hurt us so much if something like this is going to be taken away. So I can really relate to some people, you know.
So I think it's right that if you build your whole epistemological framework on science and how you receive science and what you're told by government and credible sources, and that's like your lens of viewing the world, and somebody comes and shatters that, then that could be an attack on you and how you have to sort of build yourself up from a ground level. People don't want to do that necessarily, so they avoid that conflict, and that's rational. Not rational. That's a rational way of thinking, right? At least short term, but long term it's damaging. And
that's
I'm
the smartest thing you've said, AG.
Thank you. But I'll say this: if you sort of like extrapolate that to a macro level, then you're gonna need some people that are okay with dismantling themselves and building themselves back up, right? So you need some people to say, well, I might disagree here, but if I'm wrong, I'm willing to change my mind, right? But that goes, way outside of just flat Earth. That's a life philosophy. That's something like if you want to convert or you want to be atheist, and you sort of like remove religion or include religion in your life. That's a huge change, right? And so these changes aren't easy for a lot of people. So in the public discourse, especially, people avoid these conflicts, and I think that's fair. It's okay to know that people aren't equal in how they want to engage or if they're able to engage. That being said, though, I think that holds true also for people who have undergone this change, and they need to also be open-minded to, sort of reset and go back to what they
Further
were before.
investigation.
Yeah, and I think that is even harder because if you've already changed your whole lens of how you view the world once, and you then find out that all that time was quote unquote wasted, I don't think it is, but you can see how that thought would be rational. Then they don't want to do that whole thing again because then that's time wasted. That's also why you excuse a lot of bad behaviors in addiction. I've done that and I still do that, and it's very hard to keep yourself accountable. So I'm not saying that that is an irrational thing to do. Very human, very common. But you can see how somebody who've undergone this whole like restructuring of their human psyche and how they interact with people, and even socially, if they change their friends because of this, how it can be even harder to come back and say, "Hey, I'm sorry, I was wrong again." Right? That's going to be even harder, and that goes both ways. It could be globe flat, globe again, or it could be flat, globe flat again, right? Or even more. Like you could do that infinitely. Hopefully, you
Well,
wouldn't
yeah,
want to.
as an intellectually honest person, it is a very, very important thing to be
Self-critical, skeptical. Yeah.
Self-critical and skeptical, yes.
Yeah.
Thank
Yeah.
you. And also to always keep in mind that you can be wrong all the time.
Yeah.
And I tell you, man, I might be wrong with many things in life. But what I can't be wrong with is what reality represents itself to be to me, because it's an inherent, commonly shared observation, right? That's the issue, right? If I want to say that it's the opposite of what I observed, then it's my burden, and I don't want to have this burden because I just want to accept reality for what it is. If somebody else can take the burden, that's cool. I mean, good for them, right? But I can't do it.
Right. I think you say something that's interesting. And I would agree with you on a personal level, but I would disagree on you on a philosophical level. And what I mean by that is you say you trust your senses and your human perception. I agree. On a personal level, I think that what you see is actually represented in the world. It's not that we all see things differently, maybe, and if a tree falls in the woods and nobody sees it, does it really fall? I know there are like arguments of like solipsism and epistemology and how you even acquire knowledge. I know. I'm saying like on a realist level, I agree with you. If you see something with your eyes, it's hard to go against that because that's the core truth, right? At the core, that's what you can trust, your own senses. And it would be weird if like your senses were made in a way that what you saw was actually the opposite. That wouldn't be logical, right? Especially when you communicate with people. So I'm with you there, right? But I'm not with you when you say that what you see is flat Earth, because yes, there is an argument that when you view the world on the surface, it's very hard to notice curvature. You would even say you wouldn't notice it. It wouldn't be visible. I would say it is, but okay. But then you go and bridge that into, well, if I can notice it here, then I don't have to go further than that because this is my core truth. And so even if something explains this phenomena, if I can't view it with my core sense, this is an unshakable truth to me. So I won't have my mind changed. So for a person like you, it sounds like you would actually have to see the curve yourself. That is the only way. You wouldn't even trust somebody else's measurement. You would have to go there yourself. Would that be true?
Well, I gotta make you understand my perspective on these things, and it's kind of it's a perspective of redundancy, and I hope you understand what I mean by that. So how even in modern technology we have many redundant systems, especially for, let's give an example, for aircrafts you have redundancy systems when it comes to emergencies and so forth. And it's the same with this whole worldview I have, right? So if I see and observe and even measure a flat horizontal topographical plane. And even if then someone says, okay, screw that, I have other measurements, I'm like, okay, cool. My redundancy then would be that I fall back into is, how is this new measurement you're showing me, or this new thing that goes against it, which is all cool, you know, maybe, you know, you have something there. How is that going to stand against the redundancy that then we have the way water behaves, for example, which would be one redundancy, that water always seeks its own level, and you know, we observe it to a certain scale, and it will always be a specific shape that it adheres to, right? And then if you say, okay, I have these measurements, and then you want to go against this redundancy that I have with water, I'm like, okay, now you have a new burden. Now you need to show me that water is doing that I obviously will never observe it doing in reality, right?
Yeah, but you would have and go and observe that. You would require that, right? Because you say it's a redundancy. I think that's sound, right? I think it's okay to have core truths, right? You call them redundancies, I call them core truths, right? It's a fallback to something you won't question, right? It's a default. And you won't change your mind unless you have a burden of proof, I think was your words for it, right? And I think that's fair. That's how we all operate. We sort of have to build on something. But I would challenge that view and say, you could have somebody on a different planet. You say, oh, you can't go there, you have to prove that. Sure. But let's just imagine for a second that you were teleported to outer space, or in the space station, and you saw that water didn't seek its level, that it was just floating around, and you could manipulate it up, down, around, droplets everywhere, no gravity. You would then be met with a situation that questions your core truth. And so now you would either have to default to, this is a thought experiment, that would never happen, or you could say, well, if I was in this situation, you know, then I would have to either concede to gravity, or I would have to find something else that would make it so water doesn't always find its level, because that sort of saying in itself would be incomplete, because now you have physical senses that tells you it doesn't always find its level, right?
I would like to jump in at some point.
You can go now.
Yeah, 1 second before you jump in, I just want to, you know, yeah, but he stated something towards me, so you need to at least give me one second to clarify. In the realms of imagination, everything is possible indeed, and the thing is this, I come from that realm already, you know. I already come from, I already told you, you know, with the astronaut thing, with the things in the past, with the documentaries and so forth. I come from that realm where I just watched something and then I was like, yeah, that's it, you know, believe, right? And then I even had these imaginations of what it's supposed to be, the huge, ever-expanding darkness of galaxy that we're shooting through, and blah, blah, blah. I in my mind, everything is possible, right? But just because something in my mind hypothetically imaginary is possible doesn't mean that it is reality, right?
I agree, but it's a hypothetical. So I'm saying if you engage with it, I'm not saying that it is true, but I'm saying in that scenario, your worldview and your core truths would be challenged, right? And so something like that could tell you, well, I would need to change my mind. And so the only way that would happen for you as a person is not to look at video evidence of people who have done that. So I don't think it's imagination. I think there is like solid evidence. We have absolute grounds for believing that the Earth is a sphere, right? There's like unquestionable data, but that's because philosophically, I don't need to go there myself. I can sort of trust other things than just my initial observation. I can look at other observations. I can cross-reference. And yes, you could say, well, the more you do that, the more trust you give up. And that is true. I haven't been to space, right? I'm not claiming that I have. And so, yes, there is a trust element, and it seems that we're different on that scale, whether or not we want to give up. I'm not giving up all my trust. I'm not just taking the word for it. Like, I need both sides, right? And I think that's fair. But you need more than I do, right? And I think that's why I'm a glober and you're a flat, right?
Can I get my thing? Can I finally? Yeah. All right. So I would like to explain in like ways that are super easy for like even like an 8th grader to understand. So I'm going to speak in a way that's just completely comprehensible. Anybody and everybody that's been a human at some point has stood on top of a hill. When you're on top of that hill, you can look around you and you can see where the hill curves and tapers off. You know that there's like shape to it. You know that you're not on a flat surface. But if you were an ant in the grass, you could look in all directions around you and it would just appear flat. And you would have to be as big as a human to that hill, to that ratio, to the size of the planet before you would ever see a curve. Otherwise, just like the ant, you would see that it's flat. And I feel like to argue that would mean you're actually retarded.
Is that how we know it's curving?
Yeah,
By
so you
how
can't
flat it
tell
looks?
it's curving.
What do you mean?
You just said you can't tell it's
You're just
curving, so
telling
how
us-
can you tell it's curving?
No, you can see that it curves. No, you can see it if you're a human on top of the hill. You can totally see it. But if you were as small, but if you weren't as big as but you only can see the curve because of how large you are in relation to that hill. If you were the size of an ant, it would look flat to you.
Okay, the size of the ant with respect to the Earth, or what?
What do you mean?
They were trying to say.
Oh, no,
I'm trying to be a middleman here. Let me be a middleman. Okay. Yeah. So they're saying if an ant can't see the curve, but it might be there, but he can't see it, then how would he know if it's there or not? And in the same regard, if a human can't see curve, then how the hell are you gonna defend that there is one? Right? There might be, but there might not be.
Well, I mean, through common sense and science, yeah, we know. Like through common sense and science,
I'm
because
with you.
we know that the ant,
I'm with you, but I'm saying you need something else than just saying you can't see it because you're so small. Because that opens the door for there not being one, right? That's not enough.
And A1, I mean, here's the thing. A1, can we agree and just establish a baseline here that science is both qualitative and quantitative? Can we agree on that?
I don't know. I just think that if you think the Earth is round, if you don't think the Earth is round, you're smooth.
No. It's a yes or no question. It wasn't open-ended. Do you agree that science is both qualitative and quantitative? Do you believe, and do you actually not even believe, do you agree that science is both qualitative and quantitative?
No.
Yes? Did he leave?
No.
These guys don't accept science.
He literally just left. Okay.
Wait, he left?
Yeah, get PTF out. All right, cool. Sounds good. The reason why I pose that question for everybody else in the room is because we have had this rabbit hole discussion before where people come in that are globetards and say, well, I saw this, I saw X, I saw Y. By the way, same argument can be said for those on the flat Earth side, right? I mean, it's all perception. When you're talking about an ant versus a human, well, there's differentiators between human to human as well, peer to peer. Like, it's just, to understand that is to then go, all right, now let me try to actually prove my fucking argument that what I see actually exists. And he didn't do that. He just left. So get PTF up.
I wonder if he thinks that table would look flat to an ant or not.
Well, again, it doesn't even matter because, like, I could say, oh, my Earth looks curved, and then you could be standing next to me saying, no, it doesn't. Done. And if I have nothing to back it up, dude, it means nothing.
Well, are you saying that your Earth looks curved?
No, I'm using this hypothetically. I'm just saying, if we're standing next to each other, it goes without saying, but we can both have differences of what we observe. Right?
No, do you see it though? That would be the difference. If you see it and I don't, that would be the difference.
Well, correct. Right.
Yeah. So do you see it?
The way we come to an understanding is through quantitative measurement, right?
Correct. Yes. Because if I'm going to stand there, again, I'm saying hypothetical. It's not a matter of my belief, right? I'm saying in this hypothetical scenario, if we did have a difference of opinion, I said it was a curved Earth or globed hard, and you said it was flat. Well, then I'm going to then have to respond to you by saying, okay, here's how I'm going to prove this. If I just say it, it doesn't mean shit.
Do you see that, though? Is that what you see?
No, it's not what I
That would
see.
be
I've
the
already said
defining
it. I already said it's hypothetical. I'm not like a
the
blowtorch.
defining factor if a difference of opinion would be, because you're saying, okay, this person says they see it and this person says that it looks flat. So
Right, but
who
that's not the
sees it?
case between even you and I. We don't disagree.
So no one,
But
yeah, I
that's what
know,
you're
but
asking.
I'm just saying, but no one sees it. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So there isn't an argument about that.
I don't know that guy. Fuck it. He just dipped. All right. Moving on.
You ask the colorblind what colors they see, or do you give a test that'll objectify what colors they do and don't see?
Give a test.
Yes, there is a test that checks for color blindness. You got a circle with a bunch of dots on it. All the dots have different colors and different shades within each circle. And then you ask the person, what do you see? Tell me what you see. And the person will give a list of 3 options, right? They'll either say 12, 26, or 52. And depending on what it is that they actually see, is actually showing what colors they don't see. Does that make sense? So whenever you ask the person, where's the horizon? Over there. Well, is it on a ball or is it on a flat plane? You have to have a test to show, is it due to the geometric shape or is it an optical effect?
I think it's different. I think there's different science behind that.
Well, you wouldn't ask the person, is it due to it being flat or a ball, right? Because the person would then give them their opinion, right? The person's going to, if you ask the colorblind, what color is that? They're going to tell you what color they see. And of course, everybody's always associating the green tree to the color green. So whatever shade of green that tree appears to be in that person's eye, they're still going to tell you that's a green tree, right? But what shade of color are they not seeing? What shade of color do they see? That's what the test is for. That's what the black swan is for. Is it optic or is it geometric?
Right. So everyone knows that the Earth is round. So then you could just be like, yeah, well, the horizon, I would assume, would be round. So.
Okay, where do you see this?
When you look on the horizon.
You see it
really?
first?
You measure? Is that measurable?
Yeah, when I'm in between 2 mountains, yeah, you could definitely tell that the horizon's
No, not over mountains. How about over water?
over water. Yeah, you see
Hills of water.
What's
you
the
see
issue with doing it over mountains?
it. It's all in your perspective. So
You see mountains of water. Huh?
no, I'm saying like if you're in a valley and all around you is mountains, then you have a skewed perspective. Rather than like water. Water's not a good one. Like it's not good. It's just too big. The Earth's too big. Doesn't matter.
But you can do it over land. That is ridiculously hilarious.
So if you take the constant of sea level, you would have to have a very long space that is completely the same elevation on sea level.
Sea level is flat, horizontal, level.
Say no from the point from each point, latitude, longitude. Let's see, pick a point, latitude, longitude. You're going to be at that exact sea level point.
They're all the same level, and they're all parallel level. Lines of level are all parallel. Sea level is level.
Right. I feel like we're disagreeing somehow.
Not necessarily. I don't know. Do you think Earth is a ball?
An oblong ball.
Well, you think it's spherical in some sort, of some sort.
Yes. Yeah.
Hence the disagreement.
Okay, so there's the disagreement. Yeah, you would have to show measured curvature if that were the case to verify that that was true. Otherwise, you're basing your statement on no information at all.
Wouldn't. I mean, I just have. Honestly, you know, I'm going to say this right now. I haven't been into the server in probably like 3 months, 4 months. So I missed the whole entire debate of the eclipse. Because I was going to bring up, wouldn't the something eclipse something? And I just missed that whole debate. So I don't know.
Surprisingly, they didn't have a lot to say about it.
So you had to run away from the measurement. Okay, gotcha. Thanks for the concession.
No, I was just prefacing me saying that by saying I wasn't in here for a while. Did we debate about that?
And you needed to practice saying that?
Preface. Do you know what that means? Do you know what that means? Do you know what preface means?
Oh, preface. Sorry about that.
It's okay. I mean, honestly, it doesn't matter because you're just going to say, I was going to say, I'm defeating myself on my own argument, okay, because I'm just experiencing what you're going to say in my own mind. Anyway, regardless, I was going to say that the shadow cast from the eclipse would be a good indicator, but you can't really see the shadow cast like on the entire Earth where it was casting.
Actually, I found a photograph. I'm gonna go look for it for you guys.
Yeah, they said it was only 124 miles in diameter.
But you can't really see that.
Oh, really? Yes, you can.
You can't really see
the area of totality.
Well, yeah, if you're in it. Can't really see 120 miles around you, can you?
They can tell where it is or where it isn't. So they pretty much know where that corridor where that thing is traveling. And it's only 124 miles in diameter. That's this time.
Pretty tiny. So it's like, yeah.
So that means the moon is 124 miles in diameter. Or thereabouts.
That's true. I mean, explain. Honestly, I want someone to explain that. How can the moon cast such a small shadow?
Yeah, exactly. That's a flat Earth argument. So that's what we're trying to ask.
Glovers, go in here. Someone say that.
Going the other way too is another one, but that I guess is debatable on some aspects of it. So I won't get into that part of it. But the other one is the Selenelian eclipse. Are you familiar with the lunar eclipse? It's a.
Yep.
Both the sun and moon are above the horizon. There's no explanation for that in the globe either. As well as basically, anything you want to imagine, like there being a full moon there being a full moon at midnight, or there being a sliver moon at any time in daylight. Actually,
I could actually see the moon. I saw the moon at 4 o'clock today.
4 p.m. headed towards west.
4 p.m. Yep.
Tells me a little bit where you're at.
Well, I'm definitely in America. So.
Right.
No, but
right around the Midwest, probably.
Somewhere around there. Yeah. So I would think you would have to account the some type of, I don't know, quantum physics, and the fact that like the way the particles of light are bouncing through the atmosphere and things like that for lunar eclipse. That someone smarter than me has to explain that.
Well, just the whole thing about it is, bro, is that none of us knows anything about those objects in the sky. Those luminary objects, they're not operating on the same principles that we can relate to here. They're actually supernatural to us. So that's why it's really hard to say anything definitive. You can't really say anything definitive about the sun, the moon, or the other luminaries.
What if ancient
Hang on.
civilization? Okay, yeah.
Supernatural, you say? Who said that?
Yeah, they are. Just think about it. They're what do they call it? They're paranormal to us. We don't have any explanation. We don't know what powers them, and we don't know the source of that energy, where it's located. If it's just a focused beam of light that's coming out, is it a freaking etch-a-sketch board? Like we're looking at a freaking hologram, some film reel. Who knows, man? We're in a created place by an intelligent agent. There is no question at all whatsoever, based on the information itself that's here before us.
What do you say to the argument that if you allow for the supernatural, then you're not doing science? That science needs to be falsifiable.
Yeah, so I'm not using it as what I'm saying is it's akin to saying what we know the sun and moon is. But there are some things that we do know for sure, such as the surface of Earth. It doesn't curve and no one uses that curve. Whether it's too large or not, high-speed jet fighter aircraft are flying at 1,000 miles per hour, 10 feet above the deck over the ocean, and are not adjusting their nose for any kind of curvature, which would be a phenomenal amount at 1,000 miles an hour. It'd be something like a mile a minute or something like that.
The one thing that always baffles me is,
don't you guys always say like 8 inches per mile squared? So like, wouldn't that just be like 8,000 inches?
Huh?
No, you have to. The miles are. It's miles times miles. Miles are squared, yeah. So if it's 5 miles, you go 5 times 5, 25, times 8, which is what? I think it's 200.
Yeah. Okay, so 1,000 mile displacement squared would be a million, so 8 million inches.
Then you divide by 12 to get the feet. Or, yeah.
I said inches, right? But yes. And of course, airplanes don't usually go 1,000 miles per hour, right?
Yeah, but they never adjust for curvature either.
But if they did, how much would they?
2,700 feet per minute. At 500 miles per hour.
Don't mix fucking units, dude. Like, I got 666,000 feet per hour, right?
Wait, how'd you get that?
Just keep this in mind. For 8 inches per mile, for every let me see. For every 100 miles of distance travel, would require hold on, let me see. Is 6,667 feet of vertical drop for 100 miles. Every 100 miles, 6,600. So over a mile drop in 100 miles.
Okay.
So at 1,000 miles per hour, type in 1,000 miles.
Yeah, the fighter jet
You
going
get
1,000.
And then get your answer and then divide it by 60 and you'll get how much drop per minute. Is that other dude got the calculator up, Sonny?
Yeah, 1 second, yeah. 1 second. $1,000,000 times 8 equals 8 million. Why is that right? 8 million. Yeah. 8 million divided by 12. Oh. Yep. 666 feet. 6 million. Wait a minute. That's divided by.
I've got 11,000 feet per minute.
How much?
11,000.
So
that's 184 feet per second drop.
184 feet per second. I mean, come on, people. Wow. Okay, I think it's time for a back ride. I'll be back in a little bit.
Please, son.
So it's got real quiet in here.
A moment of silence for the globe, bro.
Well, I guess that's something that is necessary sometimes.
They put a lot of effort into it, I will say that. And it's a lot for some people to lose. I do understand that. And that's why I can understand why people get so angry at us for what we say. We're going against all of the body of science and, you know, whatever they've got invested in it through their family and their learning in their schools. But it is how it is. Globe idea, the whole paradigm's over and done with. Flat Earth just takes it all away.
Yep. We shatter the whole dream. Well, I guess that's why it's so hurtful.
Understand as well why people get angry. They think other human beings are so stupid that we think, oh, Earth's flat, like, you know, humans thought all these hundreds of years ago. You know, get that too. Like your fellow man saying something that sounds so crazy that you get really crazy and angry at him. I understand that too. But
there it is.
They've got to see past that. They've got to see the information for what it is.
Yeah. Well, what they gotta see is what reality represents itself to be. That's a hard thing to accept if you have been taught since a childhood that it's supposed to be the opposite of what you experience and observe. So what should we value higher, reality and what it shows us to be, or what people claim reality is in fact, but they claim it's the opposite to what it represents itself to be, which is very contradicting.
Yeah, huge contradiction. But then I don't know. For me now, it's easy in a lot of ways because everything I do see about, you know, science or television or space or well, it's all on television. You know, all this fantasy stuff that we're supposed to be believing in. It only comes through that, you know, box on the wall. Reality is the life outside and how I use Earth and how I move across Earth and stuff. That's reality for me. So it's not all that much to lose, really. I wasn't going to go to space. I'm not ever going to get on one of Elon's rockets.
How high up? How high up does that crack go? The beam.
So, Jimbo, how high up is it?
Well, it is what it is. And it's definitely not a ball.
Hey, is it Friday yet? We're anywhere near the weekend.
Well, I'm gonna head to bed. Good night.
Hey, Paul. Rest well.
You too, man. Good night.
Well, it'll be a good night. I'm not long awake. Weekend. 3-day event.
I'm a glober, by the way. Can I ask you guys a question?
Yeah, go for it.
Let me go ahead. What is beneficial about believing if not a globe Earth?
Well, I don't need to believe in what I see in television anymore. I don't need to believe in what I'm told the Earth is. Now know that it's not what I'm told. So there's a sense of reality. Financially, there's no benefit in it for me. I don't chase money. I suppose you could make money out of it if you wanted. But it's more about the reality of where we live. And I mean, put it like this: have you ever felt yourself spinning and whizzing through the universe? You drop. Broken another one, guys. Sorry.
Did he just bounce out after you asked him a really simple question?
I don't know if it's a Scottish voice or sound incredibly boring and they all just go to sleep, Jedi. I don't know what's the deal, dude.
It's definitely not boring, mate. That's for sure.
I get the same old.
Shut up. Bloody Australians.
You mean my accent is miserable? Fernandra. Yes, are you on about miserable? Do I sound that terribly sad and depressed?
But you sound nice and calm compared to my dad, old dude. He's got that aggressive Scottish accent.
Yeah, well, that comes along quite readily as well.
Where was your dad from, Timbo? Was he like from Glasgow? That's deep and profound. I appreciate you answering, mate. Cheers.
Oh, sorry, what'd you say? I was next to a motor.
You're all right. I was asking where is your dad originally from? Was it like Glasgow area?
Yeah, Prestwick on the coast. About an hour from Glasgow.
Yeah, okay. Glasgow
I think they
accent
learn English in the pub.
Glasgow accent can be a bit harsh sometimes, can't it? That's fair.
Yeah, but it's funny because he went to boarding school in England, up in London.
Right.
So when he speaks calmly, he sounds like he's got an English accent, and then when he starts yelling, it switches over into a Scottish accent.
The anger comes out in Scots, eh? That makes sense. Oh, dude, where's your accent from, mate? Doesn't sound like it's Glasgow, but I might be really, really wrong.
No, you're right. It was originally the Glasgow area, but then I moved up when I was just about 9. I was really young. I moved up to the west coast to Oban.
Right.
And, like the gateway to the islands. So it's like the Gaelic has softened it. That's why you don't hear the broad Ouija in me. And I lived over on the west coast for 20, 30 years, and then moved across to the east coast. So now I'm more possibly Dindonian or Fife. I worked in Fife. I lived in Fife for a few years. Like Pantomas accent.
Yeah, I think I understand you, mate. Yeah.
So I've picked it up. I've picked up a lot of it from all over the place. But grew up. We had like a hotel when I was young. We dealt with tourists from all around. At that point, all around the world. I'm going to say, yeah, like people came from all across the earth to visit the Highlands and Islands, and a lot of them stayed in our hotel. So I picked up accents from everywhere all across my time, and I can drop into American or Italian or Spanish or French or whatever I need to to get a broken verse in English across to people.
Is there anybody else in the chat who wants to challenge a Scotsman, an Australian, and an Englishman about the shape of the Earth? Sounds like the beginning of a joke, doesn't it? Scotsman, Englishman, Australian walk into a bar.
And they all say the Earth is flat.
One of them's upside down. How's the antipodal side of the world going these days anyway, Timbo? You're hanging on for dear life.
Cold, mate.
Oh, is it? What?
It's getting cold down here in the south.
I'm going to move further north then.
Friday night, that's bar jokes. These are the kind of stories that we come out with when we get out of work. That's where all that comes from. But that's the start of a classic, actually. The whole upside down thing, dude. I was nearly on the floor there. Thanks.
These Australians have got it tough, man. Not only hanging upside down for dear life, but they got to fight off kangaroo. They got to fight off all the wildlife, mate. Every single thing's out to get you. Even the koalas. They cuddle you to death.
Killer drop bears, dude. Oh, Breckenor's in here. What's the chances you're going to make up and speak to us, Rick? I haven't heard your voice, if it's your voice, in a long, long time, sir.
I haven't heard Reckonor speak for about 3 years, maybe 4. I doubt man's going to speak up, and we all know the reason why.
Yeah, that's fair though, Jedi. That's totally fair. I get that. I mean, he was happy enough to speak on 24/7 at one time, and I know it was me that banned you, Rick, and you know why I banned you. But we were playing.
Yeah.
And these days are past, bro. But yeah, it would be nice to hear you talk again if you're ever up for it, man. Seriously, it'd be nice to look for you. A long time.
Yeah, shout out to Reckonor. Shout out to you, big man. Seriously, if he unmuted himself and started speaking, this whole chat room would go mad.
I remember 24/7 lighting up. I remember people, YouTube count went through the roof, and then people started to come in and check-in started to fill up. Reckoner started to speak. Remember that night specifically as one of the nights I thought, my lord, there we go. That's the thing, though. I mean, we are people from all across Earth. Some of us are someone to other people. And that's how it is. You know, I know there's an awful lot of people here from the music industry or the movie industry specifically. I've got friends who work in film in Scotland that listen in all the time. You know, I've got people who work in Parliament, dude. You know, we're all friends with someone else. No, so yeah, like I always understand why people aren't all that happy about maybe speaking up or coming forward in that regard.
Here's a question for you. Is it me, or has T-Dub started to sound a lot angrier recently?
Saying nothing, he might shout at me.
Kind of answers my question then, really, doesn't it? T-Dub, if you're around, man. Good to see you in the room.
Best behaviour, Queen's in the house.
We've got quite a few people in the chat. I haven't done this for a while, so let's do a roll call. It's literally been months since I've done this. So right at the top of the server, if I completely forget about the 24/7 Discord live on YouTube, I've literally tried to start a conversation with them before, and it's a fucking bot. Showing us on live on YouTube, by the way, so be mindful of everything you say and everything you type is being live streamed. We've got 3D Property Printer. What's up, my friend? Alpha, big man, ball busting Veritas has literally just joined us. What's up, my friend? Crit, the resident brain scrambler, has joined us. Sonanja's looking pretty in the house. What's up? Grass is here. What's up, Lulu? Hope you're doing well. Grisper's joined us. Jedi, that's me. Newt is here. Pen Pal. Plum Bob, what's up, Plum Bob? Quad Stefan, so I won't bother talking to you. Reckonos here, Subdued. Timbo, that kangaroo guy. Trinity is God and Love. And Old Dude. It's interesting that Timbo, T-Dub jumped up. But welcome one and all. This is the 24/7 Flat Earth channel here on the Politics server. If you've got any questions about the shape of the Earth, then please unmute your mic. If you want to make a claim, if you want to defend the fact that you think the Earth is a ball and you want to die on that hill, then please provide your claim with evidence and we will go through it. But welcome to the channel, my friends. I hope everybody's having a good evening, good morning, good afternoon, or good night.
You're still as good as you always was.
I think I'm getting better with age, to be fair.
Right, what time is it? Dark o'clock. Miggy must be on his way to work or something. It's dark o'clock.
Yeah, it's dark out, so I don't know. He must be on his way to work. Alpha, if you can unmute yourself, if you're driving about, give us a shout out, my friend. I haven't spoken to you for a minute, to be fair.
Hey, what's up, guys? No, I'm here. I'm just listening.
You at work, on your way to work? You at home? What are you doing?
Yeah, no, I'm just hanging out, but I'm not at work.
Oh my God.
Well, what you guys got going on in here?
Nothing, man.
What's wrong that you're not heading back to work, Miggy? All you've been doing for the last 3 weeks is going back to work, bro.
Yeah, dude, I've been working mad hours.
I know. I've been watching
And I've been
you,
listening to
you.
Spirals. I've been listening to Spirals, and I can't join them because they usually happen when I'm at work. It's frustrating. And it's the good ones too, because it's like, you know, the baller who's really confident coming in here. I'm like, oh man, I'm not there. That's okay. I've got a few of them when I'm on. Some in the morning when no one's in here.
Yeah.
What's that?
Are you still recording? Are you still building your playlists, Miggy?
The what playlist?
Well, mind you had a YouTube site going for a while, and you had your own recording in from 24/7. Were you not building a?
Yeah, the plan is I got to get with what's his name, Republicus, and he's gonna start up a Rumble channel in here, a dedicated Rumble channel. But I'm currently right now in between places, so I'm about to move. So once I get set up in a new location, I'll be doing all of that.
Oh, good. I know that it was going really good for you, and then something happened. I kind of you changed for work or something. But yeah, you were getting right into it at one point.
Yeah, I kind of spread myself a little bit out there with going on the platforms. So I mean, they're there. I have to just reactivate them again, get them going. But I wanted to do like we first started, me and Jedi, with a show called the Flat Earth Initiative, and we did really well. We had a format and everything. We would meet like what was it, like a few days a week, something like that, Jedi. We do like an hour show.
Oh yeah, I remember those days.
Yeah, that's
I remember.
Yeah.
Am I coming in clear, guys, or am I muffled, or how does it sound?
No, you're coming in really clear, man. You're fine.
Okay.
There was different people come in. You had different guests in, didn't you, Maggie?
Yeah, we even had Zanuck. I think he was the first guest that we had on, the baller. But we'd have like the format was like the beginning. Jedi would come in and introduce like what flat Earth is. You know, just a few talking points, and then we move into like zany space news, and that's literally just anything that they were talking about at the current time. And then we had like the main topic that we discussed, and possibly like server ongoings. So we could probably do that in here, which is kind of like an extension of like what we do in 24/7. I don't know. I was thinking about like redoing it again. I was going to, but like the plan had shifted because I was about to move. So that I'm gonna do that once I'm back located in my my new house. So
yeah, nice one, man. That'd be good. Well, it was almost like little podcasts. It was great.
Yeah.
It was a great resource because I threw it to a few friends. I was like, "Here, watch this." They're like, "What's that, flat earth?" And I was like, "No, that's flat earthers actually talking about reality. Different people in from flat earth forums and groups and stuff, and talking about different stuff." And they're like, "Oh yeah, that sounds interesting." Great wee thing in that regard.
Yeah, I plan to do that again. I wanted to have like a regular panel, and then after the regular panel, like just whoever's here, you know, can show up and participate. And you know, we have like each and every one of us has basically a part to play in what we do here. I think I like that dynamic a lot. I don't mind like the whole Nathan coming to the server and that, but he has a format that's just like mainly focused on him. I like to focus on each individual person in here. I think we all have like our own way that we do it, so I think that's very unique. So
yeah,
I once we get the format going again, it's kind of like what, you know, have a few ballers come in and you know us have back and forth with them, stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean, you know my temper as well as many do, but yeah, I get angry because the dance floor doesn't get shared the way it used to, and people don't get to shine properly. Everybody's trying to get in next or stuff. And you remember the days when like we used to tag each other. People would tag each other out their bed and say, "Come on in here, get in here and jump in for 5 minutes," and you tag out and let someone else in. Oh my lord, that was halcyon days, man. That thing is still there to be had. But yeah, that was phenomenal.
Yeah, we can do that definitely, I think. But it's just the interest in the like the program. So the program, like everything's got to be set up for that to kind of get that going. But the idea is still there. Like we haven't moved from that. Obviously, it just needs to take curating the like the channel. Because I was talking to Republicans, and if we get a dedicated, a dedicated channel on Rumble, then I think that's going to be even better. Because I told him, like, I don't mind that this channel here, the YouTube, belongs to Helio, but I think there needs to be one that's just 24/7. Like, it's nobody's, you know what I mean? Like, basically, Indio has the keys or whatever, like, and we all have, like, that. It belongs to all of us, like, so that nobody's, like, it doesn't belong to anyone. Like, let's say, I was to move away, or stuff would happen. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't matter what happens to me. Like, that channel will still remain. So it's that's kind of where I want to shift the focus to. I talk to Republicans about, because we have like thousands of hours of content, and it'd be a shame to like let it get caught up in the Ethernet.
Aye. And that's another thing, like from what we've got already, somebody could be sitting in a back room and actually, I'm not saying this, that we should be producing hit pieces for the public to try and sway them to flat earth. But there's so much stuff out there recorded that if you were to scan through it, you could probably get 2 to 3 hour conversations with people. And combine that with some graphics, or the graphics that we were showing on the screen at the time, and break it down and do an explanation or an expose on it. There's all of that work still waiting to be done. Like, it's just weird. They're waiting for somebody that got the skills, knows how to do it.
Yeah, that editing is like a whole other beast, like all by itself, for sure.
Well, bet, dude. Yeah, I looked at it and ran away a long time ago, and I haven't looked back since.
This is a public service announcement, just in case none of you are aware. But tomorrow evening, so 3 o'clock Sunday. My God, days are going to be really weird. But 3 a.m. Sunday morning for us in the UK. Sometime, I think it's around 10, 11 p.m. Saturday night for you American guys. And please, I haven't got a freaking clue what time it will be in Australia. But we've got a guest event happening. Heretic and I have been working behind the scenes. There's been some interest from some people that have joined the 24/7 actual server, and we've been communicating with them. They're interested in doing an Ask Me Anything. We'll be doing it from one of the guest rooms, one of the moderated guest rooms, like we did when we had the AMA with Nathan Oakley. So there'll be a moderator involved, and there'll be people literally coming in live off the street and so on, and asking flat earthers questions about why we say that the earth is the way that it is. So if anybody's interested in joining that, the announcements will be posted. If any moderators are in the chat and you haven't heard about this, then you probably need to read the moderator room. That'd be a really good idea. But if you could be around for that, guys, I would really appreciate it. And I know Heretic would love your support as well. So tomorrow evening, Ask Me Anything on a flat earth. That'll be happening. So please come and join us.
Very interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Hi guys.
Hey, what's up, man? Welcome to the room.
Is the Earth really flat?
Oh God, being as nobody else is talking. Yeah, man. Was that it? Was that your question?
Have we been in space?
Have we been to the vacuum of space?
Yes.
No. I would suggest that the vacuum of space isn't real. It can't be real for various reasons.
Please elaborate. I find this interesting.
No problem. So we're told that the Earth is an open system. It's an open system where in one place on the Earth where we're breathing, we have gas pressure, and it's open to the ever-expanding vacuum of space. This gives us two problems. One of those problems is pressure is defined as the force exerted by the gas upon a container, walls if you will, PV equals nRT, where P is solved for force over area, and area is given as theta meters, a physical boundary to press upon. So if there's no physical boundary to press upon, we wouldn't be able to achieve pressure. Second problem is being as there's no physical boundary separating our gas pressure from the ever-expanding vacuum of space, then entropy will increase and the gas will ever so politely go away. The gas would continue to expand into that space. This is according to the ideal gas law, Boyle's law, Gay-Lussac's law, Avogadro's law, Dalton's law, second law of thermodynamics and kinetic molecular theory. To have an open system with gas pressure not expanding into that vacuum is a violation of those laws. So the vacuum of space can't be real because we're breathing.
But how do we see other planets? Where are they?
Up in the sky. And we see them through telescopes, or if we're lucky enough with our eyes. The medium that they're in, I have no idea. What they're actually made out of, I have absolutely no idea. But to say that Jupiter is an uncontained ball of gas in a vacuum is a violation of the laws that I just mentioned.
Okay, yeah, I understand.
Cool.
Yeah, I don't believe we've been to space, to be honest.
Well, most of the information that you receive are from these agencies, be it private or public. And most of the things that they told you about the objects in the sky are just a story that you fill your mind with and you wonder about. None of the information can be verified by you or anyone else. So you're basically looking at lights in the sky with a story that's attached to it by the people who gave it to you, right? Whether it be an education system or, teacher that pulled you aside and say, hey, I can tell you what they're all about. So nobody really knows. They're just all having these ideas based upon a story that they've been told. So they're just kind of passing it along like a tradition. And you believe it like a tradition. And that's why you ask the question, what are the other planets? Are they flat? What are they? So you're asking us based on this idea that you have, without any evidence.
Yeah, I don't know. I just curious how your perspective on it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's our perspective. We just see them as lights in the sky, nothing more.
Mm-hmm.
Anything else that we would say about them would have to be backed up by verified information, which none of us can actually say that we know.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So you believe it's like we live in like not a globe, but like flat underneath, like how do you say? I don't know how to describe it.
So we would call it flat Earth, not because
Like a
the Earth
sphere.
we would say it's flat Earth, not because the Earth is flat like a piece of paper, but the horizontal plane that you're standing on right now is referenced in the way that we understand all across this realm that we exist in is horizontal. So that horizontal plane is referencing a specific horizontal or premise that the plane of existence is horizontal.
Mm-hmm.
There is no curvature to it.
Is there anything in the Bible like talking about this?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Job 14. And was it 28? Job 14:28. I could be wrong on the verse. I have to look it up.
Do you guys believe the Earth is 6,000 years old?
Mm-hmm.
No. It's unknown.
I kind of
think it's
do.
hollow, and I think another.
Well, that's fine. I mean, you could believe that, but it's still unverifiable. No one knows the origin or the beginning.
Yeah.
There's a bloop
Yeah,
in
we
there.
don't know.
Right. So you
Inside
could
the ice
believe,
wall, there's a hidden bloop, and you
any
have to
story
find
about
it.
when it began, but you wouldn't be able to verify it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I agree.
What about the sky ice and the ice wall?
Oh, hold on, big boy. 1 second.
Sorry, I have
gentlemen, did you have a question?
Yeah, my throat's kind of scratchy. I'm gonna make Junkmaster 5 say it for me.
What? All right. So this is kind of flat Earth related, but kind of not. So like,
There's a
what's like
bloop.
really far down there? Like, what's really far down there in like the horizontal plane and such?
I think it's a bloop.
Well, the furthest people have ever been digging into the Earth is only 8 miles. So 8 miles down. I think the Chinese probably beat it by a few meters, but not too much more than 8 miles.
All right. Pretty insightful.
Did they dig into the ice wall?
No, that idea of an ice wall you guys might think of like Game of Thrones that surrounds the entire Earth was probably an early idea that people had with the whole entire Earth surrounded by ice walls. That's not the case, though. We do have ice shelves, and when you go to Antarctica, you'd be able to know that ice shelves are referred to as ice walls. You could look them up right now. Like, I want you to do me a favor. Type into Google ice shelves. Type in ice shelves, and you'll find out. You'll see images of what you guys consider an ice wall. It's the same thing, an ice shelf.
Yeah, and when they dig into that,
I think I see a bloop in one of these images.
What did you say?
I think I see a bloop in one of these images. You know if the bloop is in Antarctica?
What is that?
The bloop? You haven't heard of the bloop?
No.
Okay, so the bloop is like deep within the ice wall. He's like an uncharted creature. He's of preposterous proportions.
That's just a silly thing you're saying to make a funny meme to your friends and be popular. That's up to you.
No, it's not silly. It's true.
It's not a thing. Yes, it is. It's not a real thing.
So it is true.
There was like recorded audio of it. I think it was like a low bloop sound.
Yeah, that's why they call it the bloop.
It's really a lowbrow troll that you guys are doing. It's not really.
We're not
funny
memeing. We're not memeing.
It's
not a troll.
Is your life in Antarctica, though? Is your life in Antarctica?
I mean, there's ice.
Anyway.
There's polar bears in Antarctica, so think about that.
There was a green area. There was like an opening in the ice where it was green.
Alright. So listen, gentlemen, do you have any questions you'd like to ask? Because we could tell you anything you want to know. I mean, I would say try not to waste it on memeing too much, because then you're gonna go all your life without knowing any information, just funny memes the rest of your days. Like, I wouldn't want that
it's
for you
not a
guys.
meme if it's true.
I mean, to be fair, memes are kind of chaotic in a great way, so I wouldn't really mind that. But I see what you're saying.
Yeah, I get it too. I like memes too, but I mean, here I want you guys to actually like critically think about if the Earth is a globe or not. Like, what questions would you ask if you could to somebody that says, "Hey, I know the Earth's a globe"? What would you ask them? How do you know, right? Like, how do you know the Earth's a globe? Because when you gentlemen go outside, you don't see the Earth as a globe like they show you in pictures, do you? That's what this channel is all about. It's about critically thinking about those kinds of conversations.
So my proof would be as if they dig down to the Earth. Sorry, they dig down to the Earth. What if they like fall through it like Minecraft? Like what?
Yeah,
like,
but that's not possible.
Like people have dug down, but I don't think they've dug down far enough. I think it's just like really thick. It's like a really thick air. It's not a globe, but it's really thick.
What if they found China?
Well, so think about it like this. In Russia, there was a thing called a super borehole. And what they done was they dug for a long time, like months on end. And they reached an 8-mile limit where the drill wouldn't actually penetrate the Earth any farther. It got really hot at the place that they were at, so the drill had a really tough time going any farther. Like, it was something solid wasn't letting it penetrate any farther, so they had to abandon the drilling because it was really costly for them, so they stopped drilling. So 8 miles was like the most that they could ever drill.
You think
of course,
the 8
Chinese...
miles like started the blooposphere?
No.
Like, instead of lithosphere, they turned it to the blooposphere. The blooposphere, because I heard that bloops live inside the core of the Earth.
Okay.
It's what I've heard.
Sure.
So can you maybe confirm
Alright,
that?
is there anybody else in here that has any questions?
No, I don't got any questions. Can you confirm it for me, please?
Alright.
Is it true?
I'm not going to dignify that with an answer because you're trolling, so...
I'm not trolling. I'm asking a question.
Yes, you are. You're trolling.
Yeah, I'm asking
I think it's kind It's kind of odd to shut down many arguments by just saying you're trolling. I mean, I agree with you in a lot of senses. I don't know. I don't think
you want me to prove it to you?
Silencing the truth here.
Gel, do you want me to prove it to you?
Like, no, I agree with you, but I just feel like even if they might be trolls, it might make you look worse if you're shutting down arguments, because some might see these trolls as actual questions, and yeah.
Okay, let's just put it to the test. What is a bloop?
I just told you the bloop is a creature of monstrous proportions, and it was heard as a waveform deep inside the ocean.
Yeah, thank you, but how do you know that?
Because I saw it on the news.
What
There
news?
was a whole article about it.
What news?
It was on every news source.
Okay, can you put it into
you
the
can look
text
it up
chat
right
so
now.
we can see?
You can look it up.
Yeah, put it in the text chat.
Look up the bloop.
Look up the bloop.
Look it up on Google. You can find it.
That's fine. I don't
lying.
have to look it up. If you know the information, just present it in the text chat.
Okay.
Okay. Do you need a picture of the bloop? Yeah, picture of the bloop.
All right, put it in the text chat. All right, for the rest of everybody else, if you have any questions, I know Big Boy was asking some. You can do so. The young gentlemen are just being rascals for now. That's fine.
I don't know. I'm trying to think.
Yeah,
like I read a lot of stuff like this, like Antarctica and stuff like that.
Yeah, just a little background on all the people in here. 24/7 is like a conglomerate of people that have been doing this for at least 9 to 10 years already. We've been on the internet having thousands of hours of conversations, and these young people that are in here now are nothing new that we haven't experienced before. We've had many people come in here think it's a meme, that it's funny. Some people are angry.
I'm not laughing.
Some people call us names. It doesn't matter. Like, we've faced everything, so none of this is new to us.
I put the evidence in the chat. It's from Wikipedia. So
yeah, I also put an article about it if you want to read it. I'm not trying to be a troll. Just saying, I'm not.
We're not trolling. We're just asking questions.
Okay. Yeah, that's
Can you hear the sound from the bloop?
No, it was only heard once.
That's a funny little meme that they got going on. They're trying to make it serious so that the audience
bloop sound, man. I'm scared to listen.
Is there something that you're hiding from us, like NASA?
Did you see the image of it?
Hiding the
It's not
pictures
real.
of the flat Earth?
No, they're not hiding the pictures of the flat Earth. What they're doing is
I found a YouTube video of it. It's the bloop.
So they're not hiding the. Yeah, that's enough about the bloop. I don't want to know about that. So they're not hiding pictures of the Earth. What they're doing is they're giving you an idea of the Earth being something that you don't experience it as. You gentlemen are very young, and you don't experience the Earth as a globe. Like the pictures that they show you, there's nothing you can compare those pictures to. You don't see that kind of thing in real life. So that's something I want you to think about. Like, if you ask them, how can I tell that this story of the globe is real? I don't measure any curvature on the Earth. I definitely don't see the Earth you're presenting to me in this image that looks like a sphere. Where do I see that? I don't see it anywhere. Adults have these conversations where people that come in here thinks, like, for 60 years of their life, they believe in the Earth as a globe just based on pictures. And they don't ask any questions of, like, how the Earth is measured to have curvature, or that the Earth is spinning, who measured that, or if we have a cosmic vacuum that surrounds us. Nobody's asking these important questions, which I think you young people should at least think about, Whether or not you think it's a meme, I think you should just at least think about that.
Well, yeah, I was thinking
I believe in the flat Earth. I believe in the flat Earth. Like, that's what I'm saying.
That's how I
hope
thought
you know
about
that.
the bloop. It's not a funny meme. I'm not trying to troll. Like, it's a real question.
We just think it's something that, like, closely ties to flat Earth theory in general. If that makes sense.
Well, no, not your meme. Not the idea that you came in here. You guys thought about this before you came in here, and I'm pretty sure you said, hey, you know what would be funny? If we go in there and tell them that this bloop thing that we're going to talk about, that would be so funny. You know what? Those flat earthers wouldn't even know what hit them. We know, guys. We've had this before. It's nothing new to us. Nothing new. But if you were to ask real questions about how you know the Earth is a globe, then you'd get real answers, because you don't know that the Earth is a globe. You young people have only been told that it is. But what I would say is this: always be curious and always be skeptical, because you never know, like, if someone's telling you something that's real or not. So ask questions, you know?
Well, I'm kind
That's
of
all I'm
asking
saying. I
questions
don't
right
want
now.
you guys to think like, oh, I know now the Earth's flat. I want you to, like, be critical thinkers, you know?
Yeah, like I think the Earth is flat, but like it's kind of for different reasons. But like, you know, I think it has a lot to do with like the creatures, if that makes sense.
No, it doesn't. But thank you for keeping the troll going.
It's not.
All
It's
right.
not a troll.
It is.
Oh, we trolling?
You're telling
Yeah.
us to ask questions, but you're shutting them down. Is there like something you're trying to
No,
hide from
here's
us?
what I'm shutting down. Let me get crypto up to speed. They have a little funny meme troll that they're coming in here with a creature called the bloop that lives in Antarctica, and it basically looks like a giant octopus, or, you know,
No, that's
octopus
not
creature.
what it looks like. We
You
don't know
guys
what it
haven't read
looks
the
like.
first rule of trolling, have you? The
No,
first
the
rule of
giant
trolling.
octopus one is Cthulhu.
You guys haven't read the first rule of trolling, have you? The first
No,
rule
we're
of
not
trolling is that
trolling.
it has to be funny.
Yeah,
And so
honestly,
if it's not funny,
what he said.
then
Nobody's really laughing.
yeah,
Everyone
if
thinks
it's
you're just
not,
a couple of
I'm not
fucking
laughing
twerps.
either because it's not
You're
funny.
a
It's a real
couple of
question.
fucking twerps. That's what they all think
it's
you
clearly
are.
not funny. Yeah, so it's clearly not funny. So maybe just either come up with something funny or.
I know it's not funny. I'm asking a question.
Honestly, the only thing that's really funny is how pathetic you guys are. Makes me
Yes,
laugh.
it's very thinly veiled. The thing is, right, we've dealt with idiots like you constantly for years. We know
How dare
that you are. So
how dare you call me a name over a question I'm trying to ask? I'm only trying to get more
stop
intelligent.
being of shit. Stop wasting our time.
I'm not wasting anyone's time by asking questions.
God, give the act up. No one cares.
It's not an act.
I'll just go then. Leave.
I think you need to take a chill pill, man.
gentlemen.
I don't know. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, no one cares, man. Your trolling isn't funny. Go away.
It's not a troll.
Nobody's trolling. We're just asking questions because we're
You are
curious
trolling,
and trying to get
gentlemen.
answers.
You are
I'm
doing
not
that very
trolling.
thing we say you're doing. We're
You're
used to
trying
it.
to gaslight us
We
into
know what a
thinking that
troll
we're
is.
trolling. It's not really working.
Yeah, just go away, guys, or ask actual questions. You know,
It's a real question.
ask a different real question then.
I don't have any other real questions besides that. I think
Then put yourself on mute. Then.
That's the only topic I'm interested in, actually.
Then put yourself on mute because this is not the VC for you.
Why? Can you tell me why?
Because that's not the subject of the VC.
What he said.
It's related to it, though.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
I'm going to put you on. I'm going to pull over and put you on mute unless you.
Honestly, I just think the trolls are not even funny. They're just being pathetic assholes.
Honestly, same. I think trolls are fucking pathetic assholes. So I think, yeah. I think we should just mute Octavius. He's being an asshole.
Alright. I get him.
It's just boring at this
Too
point.
bad
Even
they're
the
children. They could have.
Honestly, all these assholes
They
are
wasted
just
all
totally
their
trying to
airtime
troll.
on this when they could have been asking questions. It's sad.
Even Globers find you pathetic and cringe. Like, just grow up, man.
Yeah, now we'll give them 2 seconds before they all drop out. It's been nice knowing you, gentlemen.
Speak for yourself.
Yeah, I have hope, man. Someday that.
Oh, that was mean. I'm so sorry. Yeah.
They're just being rascals.
I mean, now we're going to get Crypto to pull over in his car and mute them. That's definitely saying
Yeah,
something.
we don't. I didn't want that. He can
I
keep
almost
driving.
found this car around.
You almost sound like a parent in a car. Don't make me turn this car around.
Yeah, exactly.
Don't make me pull over.
I got called a boy earlier. Oh, I was not happy with that.
Boy.
Yeah, someone was like, oh, let the boy do it for you. I was like, boy? You did not just call me boy.
Just. Oof. Oof, dear. Bag.
Yeah, trouble in Trollville. Speaking of trolls, the main trolls, the actually the level 99 cave trolls that come in here, They started their own little cave troll group. They started their VC or something. What are they doing? They're banding together like the forces of evil.
Well, do you remember on the original 24/7 server, there were a bunch of trolls that grouped together and came up with the alternative 24/7. Basically, we don't like the 24/7 moderators very much server, and
what's
yeah, it was like the official hate server for 24/7. And I got invited into it on an alt because I basically pretended to be one of the banned Globers. It was just them complaining about us. That was literally their whole shtick, was just complaining about us.
That's what they're doing now, Crypto.
Yeah, I'm sure. It's just really funny. Like they all got like wrecked in a debate, so then they all just band together and complain about it.
They're in there talking about our numbers and how do we have these numbers? We're number one. That's not possible. I need to look at. You got Geeks in there talking about he needs to look at the server numbers and seeing if they're not inflated, and they're so pissed, dude.
Why would Globers inflate the numbers for a flat Earth VC? Doesn't make sense.
Yeah, he's trying to call foul play on our numbers. That we're getting good numbers because people are just sitting in here and it's not real people engaging. It's weird, but they're a part of it. So,
well, yeah, they're half the reason it's so popular.
Yeah, exactly. And then they're still asking how it got that way. It's funny.
Yeah.
It's like, dude, you're in here all the time. What do you mean?
I would like to thank Geeks and all of the other dedicated anti-flat earthers for the success of the Flat Earth VC. I would also like to thank my mom. I would like to thank my dad. I'd like to thank Jedi.
Yeah, exactly.
Bad Boy, who never talks. Even though I do often see him in here, and he's clearly a Globe Earth alt. And yeah, I'd like to thank my agent. Thank you.
No, actually, I'm a flat earther now, to be honest.
Really?
Yeah,
Yeah,
sorry.
I am.
Yeah.
Because I have nothing useful to say, that's why.
Weird. I didn't know that. If you really are serious, I didn't know that.
No, I'm serious, and I actually lost 2 friends because of it.
Oh shit.
Well, sorry to hear that, but I didn't know that either. So.
See, that is an important thing to say. It's important that people will literally ostracize their friends over a belief. I mean, that's massive. It's ridiculous, but it's massive at the same time.
Yeah, it is.
But then they'll often say in here, like, oh, do you talk about this in real life? I'm like, hell no. I don't want to ruin my fucking business relationships and my personal relationships and this shit. I'll talk about it online and I'll, there are certain people in real life I'll tell, but I'm not going to go telling everyone. It's not worth it. There's too many closed-minded people.
You're not taking a bullhorn into Red Lobster and telling everybody the Earth is flat?
No, man. I'm not going down the beach with a sign saying, fluff for. I'm not doing that shit, man. I've got a real life. Why would you? Do you know what I mean? No.
Yeah, I do.
I do respect that, bro, because there's a lot of times in life that I couldn't have done that too. But nowadays I walk about with a baseball hat on saying Earth's flat. Ask me about it. Because I can. Just because I can.
Respect.
But believe me, when I put on a suit and I go to the city, I don't wear it.
Yeah, it's not worth it. I don't live in London anymore, but I spend a lot of time in London. There's some violent, closed-minded twats everywhere in the cities. It's just not worth it.
Yeah, and they're looking for a reason to be angry.
Yeah, man. I'm good, thanks. I'm not going to bring that shit to my personal life. Nope.
Yeah, you don't need a cup of acid being chunked at you for wearing a T-shirt that says the Earth is flat.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they'll do it anyway, right? So why encourage them? No, fuck that. But,
just very quickly, hate to interrupt. Crypto, you owe me a DM. Remember yesterday you said you were going to tell me why your life was so good. So I'll send you a reminder. So I'm really interested, dude. So I want to know the good news. Give me a shout when you can, bro.
Well, I'll be back in about 2 hours. I'll send it then.
No
You
worries,
buy a new
mate.
puppy? Crypto?
No,
I'm
no,
just
nothing like that. But no, it's good. You might find it interesting, or you might think it's a bit strange. But yeah, it's good news.
cool.
But then, I mean, I'm in a flat Earth VC, so what can be stranger, really? Like,
I don't know. We've heard of some pretty strange things, man.
yeah, exactly. Right, I'll be back in 5, guys.
All right.
Seconds, minutes, hours, days, weeks, months, years, what? Could be anything. So ambiguous.
We got that kangaroo guy in here.
5 millennia.
Oh, blimey. All right, I'll start counting now.
Have you ever been to one of those posh cafes or posh restaurants, and now, like, instead of putting £5 or £10 on like a dish, it just says 5? I'm just like, yeah, 5. Is Bitcoin, or is it? Literally, next time because it's all over parts of, like, the posher parts of London. Everywhere they do this. Like, why?
To see cool and trendy, probably.
Yeah, probably. Right, I'll be back in 5 minutes.
Thank you, mate. This is the 24/7 Flat Earth server. You need to be really specific.
Yeah, when you say 5 minutes, what do you mean? Let's reduce that argument to absurdity.
Every time I'm about to leave, you guys like ask me some dumb question. I feel like I have to answer it before I go. 300 seconds. Bye.
Really? What's a second? How have you defined that?
He left them in a hurry, too.
What's up, guys?
Matt. What are we going to do with you and your little secret club trying to plot against this channel? What are we going to do with you, Matt?
Who's in a secret club trying to plot? Come on.
You're shaking hands with all those. I know that laugh, dude. That laugh is a laugh of guilt. Because you're rubbing your hands when, like, we got something planned for you guys. It ain't nothing new,
dude,
bro.
Listen, I'm never gonna come after you, Alpha. You're a good man, you know. You have a flat Earth belief, but that doesn't define you, you know.
Well, never should define. Listen,
kind of.
All good.
When you go report to the League of Doom, tell them we're all good over here. So
I know, man. Like, apart from the flat Earth stuff, you guys are like, you guys are chill people. I mean, sometimes you guys get a little crazy.
Yeah,
but...
dude. When are you gonna look? I told you, man. You're going over there with those freaking schmucks, dude. They're nothing but trouble, man. They're gonna wind you up and listen to the way they discuss things. They're wondering how our numbers got the way they are. It's like, dude, they're in here all the time. What do you mean? They're contributing to the freaking numbers. Like, it's just logical, bro. It's like, you don't want to hang around those scrubs, bro. Like, I told you before, man. Like, that's not a good look, bro.
What happened? Were you guys arguing about numbers?
No, they are. Your buddies in that other room that are creating the anti-room to this one.
Oh, they are?
Oh, yeah, you were there.
Can't be real. They inflated them. It's all fake. Geeks is gonna, I don't know, he thinks he's gonna be staff here and he's gonna go and fix all the numbers.
Yeah. Well, you know what's weird is that, Matt, you were there sitting there, them talk about it. You were like, dude, I think they're all right. You should have said something, bro.
How are our numbers
I was
fake, though?
I was deafened, I think, or something. I wasn't really listening for like the past. I think I've been here, then I left, and I rejoined. But I wasn't listening for like 3 hours straight. I left my computer.
I was talking about the other channel, not this one.
Oh, I wasn't in there.
Yeah, the Legion of Doom. In that place. Yeah, you were. I saw you in there. Bro, I saw you in there, bro. What you talking about?
You did not see me in there. I didn't join it yet. I swear
lied
you did
to
not see me in there.
Dude, come on, man. Do you want me to bring out some video evidence?
If I was in there, I would have told you I was in there. I was not in there.
You're a lying fool. I seen you in there, bro.
No, I was not in there. I'm telling you, I was not in there. If I was in there, which I'm probably going to be eventually,
listen,
I will tell you. I'm going to let you tell it.
I'm going to let you tell it. I'll just leave it at that. I'll let you tell it. Anyway, we're gonna keep moving, man, because we got busy work. We ain't got time for that kind of stuff. So, but yeah, interesting conversations lately. A few people jumping in.
Usually how it is. Any new stuff?
Not really. Oh, there was a little 3-person troll that just came in here. Young kids, just rascals. They're just doing their old meme thing. I mean, they're bored. You know how it is. They couldn't be more than 14 or 15, I would say.
Interesting.
Telling us that the bloop is in Antarctica. You can see the scroll up on the text channel. You'll see what they were posting. Let me see if I can find it.
Yeah, 24/7 Flat Earth is the most popular channel, I think. I've seen those stats.
Hey, no doubt, man.
We've only been here like 7 months as well. It's 7 months to get those hours up. I think it took us about 7 weeks to become the top channel in the server. And ever since then, we've been most definitely the top channel within the server. So it's shout out to everybody that gets involved, Flat Earth and Globe Earth alike, man. It's good stuff, so I really appreciate it for sure.
I mean, it's not only. I mean, I would say it's like really good entertainment, but I mean, sometimes there's some decent discussions happening here. So
Do I hear Matt actually? What, dude? All right, man. Oh, okay. All right. It ain't all that bad, huh, Matt?
Nah, man. I mean, you guys are. I mean, for me, I don't know. Like a lot of people join in here and they leave. I mean, you guys made me do more research on, just a lot of the things I didn't really know about much when I first came in here. But you guys are better expanding my knowledge, anyways, right? When you question me about stuff and you pin me on it, it makes me want to know about it more, so I can, come back better prepared.
Yeah, exactly.
Right, that's it. My job's done. That literally is all we're here to do. So actually, we go back and forth, man. I'll give you that, but I actually appreciate that comment. You've come here and you've thought about things and had to research things and even question why you believe the things you believe. My job is done, mate. Thank you for that.
Absolutely, man.
Yeah, and I said
That's
it
the
before
one thing
because
as well.
I've talked to Matt before. I was like, dude, we're not here to convince you that the Earth is flat, bro. If you believe the Earth is a globe the rest of your life because of, your social circles or what, I don't even know, like why you would still want to believe. But whatever the case, you were here and you were challenged, and that's all. Like the rest of it doesn't matter to us. That's about it. That's it.
It just made me more curious and just trying to understand things that were more complex before. I think that if anyone joins in here that's, just discussing flat Earth, I think anyone that joins here a lot should try to probably do more research and better back their beliefs up, Try to really figure out how things work without just getting the face value understanding of it.
Do you know that there is an astrophysicist that joins here? Like he's been joining. Do you know that? I don't know if you knew.
I know that.
His name is ITR. He's got like a galaxy avatar, a purple galaxy avatar. I'm pretty sure he was in the room when you were here.
Wait, is it A-E-RO or something like that?
No, it's ITAER. I believe he spelled his name.
I don't know if he was here when I was here. Maybe I seen his name, I don't remember it.
Gosh, man, I want to say he was here yesterday or the day before. Anyway, he's.
I see that name. Yeah, I don't remember though.
He's an undergrad.
He was here today.
Was he?
That's cool. It'd be fun to see astrophysicists in here. Maybe when you guys have Nathan Oakley in here, you guys could set up a room where you guys have the astrophysicists go up against Nathan Oakley.
Oh well, I mean, yeah. I mean, Nathan does his thing, but we can definitely speak to him too. That's kind of the other thing too. I need for like a person such as yourself to see those interactions. So
yeah, astrophysicist.
PhD student. Oh wait, he just tagged me right now. I'm sorry, he's listening on the live stream. He just tagged me in the text.
Yeah, I see that.
Look what that guy. I misspoke.
That's cool, man.
Yeah, that does help right here. No, we're just talking to Matt Nuclear. He didn't know that, but now that he does.
Yeah, you know we've had PhDs come in before, right? Astrophysicists.
Yeah, thanks, man.
I don't know if you know that. Yeah, really. We had a guy come in probably 3 years ago now, and had a good old discussion about Olbers paradox, problems with it. And what you find with these guys who are astrophysicists, they're actually a lot less wedded to the ideas from a zealot standpoint than you guys are. But they still believe the ideas, but they're not like zealots. They just kind of make the arguments instead.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, case in point, that guy here, same thing. Yeah, he appreciates a good argument. You know, he still thinks the Earth's a globe, but he's not as staunch as the other guys that come in here that don't have the evidence. You know, I mean, he's been through academia, so he has a different view. So basically, what Crypto's saying is spot on.
Yeah, and to be fair, I think a lot of people that come in here aren't really astrophysics or know anything about physics. So when people come in here, they just most likely want to like crack a few jokes and leave, or maybe kind of test what they know a little bit, debate with you, or argue with you guys. Not really debate with you guys. A lot of people that join in here aren't really, you know.
Yeah, they're arguing. They're not debating. Right. Yeah, but it just gets kind of boring, especially when someone comes into troll and then you say, "Don't need you to troll, bro. It's boring." And then they're like, "Oh, but I'm not trolling." You know, oh, for fuck's sake. Now I have to deal with the denial of the obvious troll. Waste of time, man.
Yeah, I mean, even the most like regular day people that come in here but don't really be in this room, like what will probably happen is they'll join in here, and even though they are right, I think they're a glober and you're a flat earther, you guys have more experience in debating this topic. So you'll ask them the right questions, which a layman will probably not know. So then it just kind of leads to issues. But
yeah, well, I had a guy earlier, and he still never answered me. And it was a simple question, not even proving the globe or flat Earth, but he refused to. Like, basically, he knew he was being, let's just say, trapped, but he didn't know how. And so I said to him, I basically said to him, look, if the globe is a sphere and it's 70% water, then the water has to be curving, right? Obvious.
Yeah, didn't the gravity would compress Earth so it's floating randomly through space and it ignores the gravity of the sun. So the lizard people invented it to make it speak harder.
Someone mute this guy. See, this is exactly what we're talking
about. Oh my god, you're glazed. You're glazed. Oh my god.
This is exactly what we're talking about, man. It's just a waste of time. No one appreciates this shit. Like, what? You're not even funny, man. So anyway, I was talking to this guy, and it took me about probably half an hour to get him to concede that a globe would have to have curving bodies of water. You would have thought that's a prerequisite of a globe, but no, it took him about half an hour to even accept that. Because we were talking about how you could falsify the globe, right? But he didn't want to do it, so why would he accept what I was saying? It's kind of cringe, man.
I think I was using that
if you have a sphere,
with the
those young gentlemen are back in the room again. The ones that were here earlier with the bloop troll. They're muted though, but they can't speak.
Yeah. Good.
Welcome back, Kipper.
They're launching an invasion.
By the way, as well, Alpha Veritas, Miggy, if I see Vince again, I'm going to mute him, and he's staying on mute till he can control himself.
Oh yeah,
I saw Vince here yesterday. I saw Vince here yesterday.
He tipped his hand.
I was talking to this other British guy for ages, and Vince just kept on just obfuscating, just making the points much, much, much more difficult to discuss. And it was just infuriating. And then misunderstanding what I said, it's just like, no, I don't want him talking anymore. He can't engage in this topic, so there's no point in him being in it.
Well, worst of it is that you're driving, so you can't get to the mute button, and that even makes it worse. Like your anger just hits like level 10 by the time you get to the mute button.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, I was angry earlier. I admit. Luckily, Gregory.
Gotta have someone else mute him, I guess.
Yeah. Well, no. As soon as I get in, I'm just gonna pop Vince on mute, and he's gonna stay on mute because he's a waste of time. It's like with Matt Nuclear, right? At least I know that if I'm saying something, it's actually gone in his ear. I actually know that he's heard what I said, even if he's going to disagree with me like vehemently, right? With Vince, I know for a fact he hasn't understood what I've said, and he's just disagreeing.
I will say on that point, though, you're bringing up that you're going to keep this guy muted or whatever, but from my perspective as another mod in the room, I would never undo another mod's mute or question what they've done there. Yeah, I'd just leave them there, and then that's up to you, mate. Whatever you want to do. Fair enough. I appreciate that. And I don't mute easily. I'm not trigger happy on the mutes, but there are some people who just don't have a place in this discussion, and so I don't like muting most of the globers actually, but only if they're being very rude or just aren't contributing anything. No, that's 100% right. And I don't normally mute too many people either, but I think that we need to stick together, and we shouldn't undermine other mods' decisions. If there's someone who has an issue with it, we should have the discussion in private and not undermine each other. Yeah, that's fair enough. That's absolutely fair.
So tomorrow is Nathan Oakley's. Is it going to be a 3-hour session in our server? Yeah, 3 hours. So he usually comes in at 10. And then, 3 hours where we're going to mod the way that we need to for Nathan. And then after that, if he decides to stay on and debate or discuss anything, he's just another bum on a seat in here, and he gets treated as anybody else. And he's quite aware of that. Also, for the moderators, if there are any terms of service or rules broken in here, we do need to protect, this server. So he will have to be muted. I did hear what happened in Earth Awakening last night. It was a bit of a disaster, but
I think we need to speak to him about what happened last time, because that was not on.
No, I spoke to him 2 nights ago. I arranged that I could speak to him and basically told him, yes, that wasn't on, that it had gone on for too long, and that when I had left and other moderators come in, he couldn't treat the other mods like that. So that's where we sort of came to the decision we needed to have a actual show length where then it's over and everybody comes in and can have the opportunity to speak as normal.
Yeah, certainly. I feel like so long as the mods in here don't feel like they're being undermined or like saying that they have to be pushed to the side or like anything of the sort.
Well, no, I agree 100%, Alpha. I just got asked to organise this by, just so everyone's aware, Righteous Force. I talked to Righteous Force a bit, and Righteous Force owns the server that Nathan's in FED. And he's trying to get out a little bit, and he just asked me whether I would be happy to try and organise some of Nathan's shows elsewhere off of his server, such as politics. And I said I was happy to do that for him just to help him out. I actually don't even go to Nathan's shows. It's the wrong time of the night for me. And I can say I don't necessarily agree the way that he reacts a lot of the time. I find it just not very productive, but I've done it to help out Righteous Force, and hopefully it can help this server if Nathan behaves the correct way, and we can get some more people in here, and hopefully it can help Nathan to get a few more followers. And but if it doesn't work that way and it's not suiting the server and it's not suiting the other mods, then obviously the server comes first.
Yep.
Done in.
Agreed.
I've got some free time tomorrow, so I'll definitely try to get around and mod that.
Yeah, we were getting pinged by the actual politics mods saying, guys, fucking pull him in or I'm going to shut it down. So that was the problem, I think. And then contacting one of his boys, and then I unmuted him, and then it was a bit better, and then he went off again. But it's like 8-hour show. It's a bit fucking much.
Yeah, I did make that very clear that this is not our server, that we only have a room in here. and that if he comes in here and behaves like that and abuses people, etc., breaks terms of service, breaks the rules, that we will lose our room because of him, and we're not going to allow that to occur.
Stunning stuff, AJ, man. Appreciate the hard work that you put in there. So that's 2 events that we've got for Flat Earth over the next couple of days. Obviously, the Nathan Oakley show that's coming in tomorrow, and obviously the Street AMA event that's happening on Saturday night, Sunday morning. So, hey, look at the effort that us guys put in so we can entertain and provide information for you guys. It's a lot of hard work, man, so I appreciate it, AJ.
But Flat Earth is dying.
Right.
It's you've got all these events going on involving hundreds of people, but Flat Earth is dying at the same time, right?
Yeah, apparently so.
Yeah, do you see how many hours we have? 17,000 hours in this chat.
Yeah, but please don't hold it against me if Nathan plays up. Yeah, I'm just the middleman. I can only tell him, once he gets on his show and gets fired up. I mean, we know what happens, but I am doing my best to try and control that. But like I said, if it doesn't work, he just can't come here.
So mental note, if Nathan plays up, blame AJ.
Yeah, we're going to hunt you down, AJ. We'll come and get you. Your fault.
And with this AMA tomorrow, are we going to have a discussion at some point on who's doing what so that we've got all our ducks in a row, so to speak?
No, we don't need to talk about it. We've already decided you're doing it.
No, the Pierce Watkins one.
That's what I'm talking about. We've decided you're doing that one too.
Well, I thought I was
You leave
hosting.
your,
I don't know about moderating, but how's it all going to
AJ,
work?
you're
Do we
our
know how
man,
it's going to
dude.
work?
You're the man. That you're the guy. All right.
You leave your sense of humour at home this morning, AJ.
What's that? Sorry.
Well, we might as well name you. We might as well name you Ambassador AJ, if that's okay with you.
Go is a fucking bitch for that, bro. Like, what the? Oh shit! I unmuted my mic.
What?
Fuck. I was talking
Yeah,
about
fuck
something
off,
else
man.
and I muted my mic at the wrong time.
You all right
My
over
bad,
there,
bro.
man?
That's all right. I'm a
straight,
bitch,
my
Matt. I understand, Matt. It's all good.
I wasn't even talking. I was talking about some other guy. I wasn't even talking about any of you guys in here. Fucking hell. I just got pissed at something. My bad.
Well, according to Elder Bear, I'm the booking. So anyone needs any bookings done to run something elsewhere, just contact your booking agent here for a small fee.
Yeah, I was wondering if
I'd like to
you could
book
book in
in Elder Bear.
I was wondering if you could book in a Bev versus Brenda debate so that we can all laugh.
Oh Jesus, dude! No.
I think that would be the worst debate in history.
Would that be a staged
No
event?
one would say anything.
Sorry?
Would that be a staged event?
I don't. However you make it happen, bros. If you can make that happen, I will pay good money to see it.
Yeah,
There would
you
be
would
no
have to charge
conclusion
for
at
that.
all.
You would have to charge for that fight right there. You'd have to actually charge for that. People would be like lining up to see that.
All you'd hear is water level, water level, water level.
And water level is not flat.
Yeah, the Earth is not flat because it's got
it's
mountains
water
and shit.
physical.
Well, we got waves. You know, it's not flat.
Got hills too.
Yeah, it's not flat.
Wait, what? There's hills? Man.
Yeah.
9 years I've been a flat earther and nobody ever pointed out a hill to me. What the
And
actual...
valleys, dude. I mean, well, that makes it
My
worse.
mind just went bang. Valleys
God.
too, of course.
Sorry to be the bearer of bad news, but I just drove up a hill.
Well, the Earth is not flat. Let's go. Come on.
Shot seven down.
Yeah. Phew. Finally, somebody rescued me. If only somebody had brought up hills earlier. That's 9 years bloody wasted.
Turns out it is rotating in a vacuum of space after all. Because I drove up a hill.
Yep. Hills prove you can have gas pressure without a container.
Yep.
Yeah.
You know what would be worse? Having not flat earther, and an upwards moving earther, and Brenda all in the same room. Jeez, dude.
That sounds like one of those bar jokes. It's like Bev, an upwards earther, and a concave earther. I don't know, walking to the bar. Some shit.
Yeah, what would the bartender say? You'd have to make the punchline. Another round of beers, guys? Get it? Round? I'm just kidding. I don't know.
The bartender had already left because he was like, fucking hell.
Yeah, I was going to say the bartenders can fuck off.
And we got Rick in here if you guys want company from a Glober. He's got a couple of arguments in the hopper.
Can't be
He's a staunch Glober.
I don't think I have put any globe positions forward. I do believe in the globe, but I don't know if I'd say I'm a staunch glober. I've only asked a few questions as far as I've.
I know, Rick. I'm putting you out there because you don't mind speaking on the.
I'm happy to
mic,
chat
so.
if you would like to discuss anything.
No,
well,
I mean.
I feel like we should handle this in a panto style. Boo!
Seems reasonable.
The Earth curves behind you.
Me? I'm in a very square box right now. My office is not very big.
Yeah, humans weren't meant to be in cubicles, Rick. Get outdoors and do something.
Hell yeah.
Well, right now I'm enjoying just sitting and watching some TVs and chilling out, but I'll go for a walk later.
Yeah, when you look upon the Earth, notice how wonderfully horizontal everything is.
That's actually something I've put a lot of thought into, and I don't. And this is not a criticism or anything. This is just me asking a genuine question. If you were to look, this is what I've sort of thought. If you were to look at a basketball, so you're really close to it, right? It'll look curved, right? Yeah. But if you were to look at like a dinner plate from the same sort of height, it would still look, what you see would look the same. So looking at a flat surface with an edge to it versus looking at a curved surface with an edge to it, because you can really, without any depth perception, you can really only ever see one plane. And I can't visualize how a curved surface or a flat surface would look different in that scenario. If someone could explain it, I'd love to hear it. I can't. To me, they would look the same. So I haven't really been able to think about that.
You say a basketball and the plate? Is that the two things you're comparing?
Yeah, like I'm just thinking if you have one that's, I say a plate. just thinking of common household items, right? But I'm just thinking if you look at those two items from any perspective, like if you look at those two items from like as if you were on them, like closed down, they would look the quote unquote curvature or the horizon would look the same, right? Or similar.
No, I don't think so, Rick. But how did you imagine it being the same? Because one's curving and one's not. So how do you reconcile that?
Well, it's only curving because you look at it in multiple angles, right? Like if you look at a basketball as a round shape, and you can't because we've got essentially two eyes, and because we know what a basketball looks like, we can tell what curve looks like because of light changes and whatever, because we see objects all the time that are curved. But I mean, if you look at have you ever seen those that like the absolute black paint? Have you seen that stuff? It's like the blackest black paint. It's really, really trippy because you look at it and you can only see the 2D of it, right? Because there's no
depth
changes
perception.
in color or whatever. Yeah, you just lose all depth perception.
Doesn't show any depth.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. So like we wouldn't have any depth perception on a globe because if if we were on a globe, I don't think you'd have any depth perception of it being a globe because it would be so the size of it essentially.
You mean like
due to the frequency that is being absorbed,
No, what I'm saying is like.
You mean like you mean like locally flat?
No, okay. I mean, hypothetically, say you stood on something that was locally perfectly flat, right? For like, I don't know, say a kilometer in every direction. Or actually, you know what? Let's say 5 kilometers. Let's say 5 miles in every direction. It was perfectly flat, right? Like no variation at all. And you did that, and then you stood on something that was perfectly smooth, but the curvature of the predicted curvature of a globe, right? But we don't have any depth perception on the surface that can be meaningful for us to, because it's such a small sample size. We don't have any depth perception, so I just haven't been able to visualize in my mind how it would look different being flat versus how it would look being a globe. Like I can't.
I get it.
It,
So you can only see the Earth as a horizontal plane that you can see, not so much as a globe. Is that correct, Rick? Now?
Yeah, what I'm saying is that I can't see whether it's a globe, and I can't visualize. Like I see what I see, and then I'm told that's a globe, right? Or I see what I see, and I'm told that that's flat, but I can't visualize how it would look as a globe and how it would look as flat, being any different. So if both of those things, for me, if you stood me on a completely flat surface and you said this surface, or a completely smooth surface, and said this surface drops at a rate of whatever it is, I forget the numbers, 8 inches over a mile or whatever.
8 inches per mile squared, yeah.
So if you stood me there and said this drops over 8 inches of a mile, I say, how far is the horizon? And then you go, oh, that's whatever, 5 miles or 3 miles, whatever. And then I go, wow, so like I would have to be able to see like 8 inches a mile away. Like that'd be imperceivable. So I'm just like, for me, I'm going, how would it look different being like the angle? So what I'm saying is if the horizon was curved, the angle from an observer would be like 0.002 degrees to the horizon. Negative, like of a drop. And I just don't see how I could possibly perceive something so small. I can barely tell the difference between like 5 and 10 degrees, right? So like 0.002 is like, yeah. So I'm just saying I don't know that how my observation could. I'm just trying to visualize how it would look.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. So locally flat would be something plausible to you, right? Saying the Earth is locally flat.
Well, yeah. I mean, I can't observe anything. Well,
right.
I don't like saying locally flat, but because locally flat, you know, I don't like that phrase because, like you were saying before, it infers that there's, you know, no hills or whatever, which is, you know, it's a ridiculous inference. But locally flat is in the average of the surface.
As in the average, yeah.
The average is flat.
You could expound on it. You could actually say what you mean. You know, I know what you mean by it. So okay, locally flat has a connotation to it not being paper thin, 2D flat.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to suggest that, like, because, and that kind of goes back to what I was saying about the perceived curve, like, because the surface is not a perfect. If you had a surface that was like a perfect, like 100% smoothness, then maybe you could see if there was a curvature, or maybe you could see if there wasn't. Maybe it would be really obvious, but because we never have that, we always have some amount of deviation. I can't visualize in my mind how it would actually look different.
Okay, so. Do you think that anybody at any point in history has ever measured this curve? Like anyone?
I believe I believe they have. I'm not saying that they have, but my belief is that it has been measured by various people throughout history.
But you don't know who they are. Is that correct?
I don't know the names, but I know there has. Well, I say I know. I believe that there has been measurements. I don't know. It's not something that I've studied or looked into or.
That's fine. The names could be escaping you, but do you know the method? Or you don't know the method either?
The method for how they measured the curvature?
Correct.
No, I don't. I've never looked into those experiments.
Okay. So you don't know if somebody's actually measured the Earth as a curved surface. Is that correct?
No, like I said, yeah, that's not something I've ever looked into. I don't.
Okay,
I believe
so
they have, because that's like a fundamental.
Belief that somebody's somebody's done something does not equate to they actually done it, Rick.
I'm not suggesting.
Let's just try to reason. Let's just try to reason with each other here, right? Like, let's be real.
I just didn't want to misportray my belief. I wanted to be upfront that I do believe that it has been done. I didn't want that to be unclear. That is my belief. And I think the reason that I say I believe it without having, you know, either studied it myself or done a huge review of it myself is because, you know, I personally am a scientist, not related to physics or anything, other forms of science. Excuse me. Sorry, I just had to cough. So, and I think the
Shut
fundamentals.
the fuck up.
Okay. The fundamentals.
Hold on, Rick. Hold on. Yeah, you'll be muted. Actually, he left. Go ahead, Rick.
No worries. So the fundamentals of science, essentially, you sort of learn as a scientist the things that are required for the next step. You need to have a base understanding of them, but because the science that I'm doing and looking at is sort of reliant on everything else being the case. If anyone in my field was to try to go back and look at these things, then no one would ever get to my field, if that makes sense. Nobody would have enough time in their life to ever start at the beginning and go all the way through to the end.
Yeah.
And so science would never
I
progress.
get
So I
you.
just have to take.
You're trusting. You're
Well,
trusting somebody else has done the work so that you didn't have to. Basically, like what you're doing.
and that
in a specific.
allows me to do my science. If I didn't do that, I couldn't do my science.
Well, okay. So let's just say that you think somebody's figured it out, but what we're saying in this channel is, okay, that may be the case, but can we at least ask the question, who did it and what is the method? Is that fair for us to be
that's a
asking
totally
that
reasonable
question?
Look,
Okay.
as a scientist, one of the key things that I learned and sort of, the most important thing that we were sort of drilled into through university was to ask questions and to be skeptical. Like if you read something and just accept it on face value, then that's not science. That's just belief. Like there's no critical thinking. So whenever I read anything, I am skeptical of it. Pick up a newspaper, I'm skeptical. I pick up whatever, I'm skeptical. Anything I see, I'm essentially skeptical of until a logical argument has been, cohesively put together that explains it. At which point I, choose to either remain skeptical if I'm not convinced by the logic, or I will, believe it as a possibility. And it takes a very long time for a belief as a possibility to belief as a fact to change for me. I don't.
So a question I would ask you is, do you think that your belief is justified in thinking that the Earth is a globe?
I believe it's justified, yeah.
Okay, what is the justification for it?
I think I've spoken about this a few times. So not with you though, but with other people. My belief is justified on a few things. One, I have a certain level of trust in established science and observations that I make. When I question how those observations come about, those observations are explained under the other aspects to the Earth being a globe, and I haven't been able to find an alternative, consistent explanation for those observations. So it's at the moment, essentially, it's lack of a better observation, lack of a better explanation.
Well, what do you think about what we've been talking about in this room? Does that challenge your perception?
Oh, absolutely. Some of the things that, essentially the main reason I come here is because the questions that are asked have, and I was actually here the other day when that guy you were talking about came in who was struggling with the concept of water being curved. One of the things is the questions that are asked are in many ways challenging the base observations and the base assumptions. And, you as a scientist, often you forget the things that you're making, straight out assumptions on. And
what you're saying is that it reignites your passion for research and study into certain fields where you took for granted for such a long time, or that lay dormant because nobody was ever talking about these things. They made, basically science was kind of just the thing that certain fields maybe that you looked at and possibly not really engaging with the full grasp of like what it means to be a scientist, and this has kind of reignited a sort of passion for it.
Oh, look, I find it very
kind of what I'm hearing.
Yeah, I mean, I find it very interesting. I also find the process of logically exploring alternative possibilities very interesting, because there's always possibilities, right? Like I believe the most plausible possibility is that the Earth is a globe, but I very well may be wrong, and it may be some other shape entirely, or or not, or it could be, may not even exist. Who knows? But I do enjoy the thought of exploring those possibilities because you can't discount them as a possibility unless you've
Well, is there
even
a
if you fully
possibility
explored
that the
them.
Earth could be flat and stationary, Rick?
Yeah, it's a possibility until I mean, my observations and my understanding and my belief, I don't think it's the most plausible possibility, but yeah, it is a possibility. I mean, it's impossible to say that, especially because the arguments that put forward for the flat Earth, some of them are essentially, you can't. There is no counter argument. For example, if you say the sky is a hologram. I'm not saying that you guys particularly have said this, but I've heard other people say it. The sky is a hologram that's put there to intentionally trick us. Well, yeah, I mean, that is absolutely a possibility. We think we've sent spaceships up into space, but really that's just close to the top of the container, whatever. So if that is the possibility, I mean, yeah, absolutely, 100% been deceived, like straight up. If that's what's happened, I accept that that's a possibility. I don't think it's the most likely, but yeah, 100% a possibility.
Well, at least there's room for skepticism, whereas there are some that would say, with a dogmatic belief, that there is no possibility for a flat Earth, not even in any logical sense, which means that what leaves one's mind to be closed to any argument, even if they don't agree with it. So that's more of I think, a dogmatic philosophical position to take if you're in here, and I don't know. It would be, but this is what I'm getting from that.
I mean, that's fascinating because you know what I said earlier about how, generally speaking, better qualified, more intelligent people are less dogmatic in their belief of the globe. Well, I think Rick has just demonstrated that he thinks that the Earth is a globe, but he's not saying it with like 100% certainty. And that's because he's actually more familiar with the process by which knowledge is actually gained. And I think that's true for virtually everyone who's in those higher fields, apart from the preachers, the science communicators, who I actually think are also idiots. Most science communicators sound stupid because they actually are. When you talk to really intelligent people who actually understand these ideas at a very conceptual level, they know that there's hell of a lot of assumptions being made. And so they hold the information more lightly in their hands,
I think the other thing as well for people who, and this is something that's incredibly obvious on certain topics, but if you speak to somebody who has no knowledge of a topic, if you speak to someone who has very little knowledge of a topic, in many cases they'll consider their knowledge, and I've done this with friends. I'll be like, oh, what do you think is your knowledge of, I don't know, how a car works? And they'll be like, oh yeah, I think I know about 8 out of 10 for how a car works. But then in reality, they know maybe, I don't know, 1 out of 100. They know that you put fuel in it. They know that stuff moves around and burns the fuel and then you get power. They've really got no idea how a car works.
Yeah, they can change the oil, but they don't know how the motor works.
A lot of the time, these people are even lucky to be able to change the oil. Like, they literally have no idea, but they think they've got a good idea because they haven't had the experience of learning about topics and realizing that a topic, any topic really, even philosophical topics, or what's the other word I'm looking for? Artistic topics, can have incredible amounts of information to learn, and if you don't have that information, it can be on first glance, oh yeah, that's a really simple topic. But in reality, there's a huge amount to it, and the more that you learn about it, the more you learn that there is a huge amount to it. So I understand basic physics, right? I took physics at uni, but I don't pretend to be a physicist. I know from my introductory classes to physics that I know almost nothing about physics. So I don't pretend to be a physicist. I can plug in numbers to a calculator and I can be like, oh, well, that means roughly this. But I could never do a first principles calculation of physics. I just don't know enough. I don't know anything about it, essentially. I think that's something that people learn with either higher education or when they start to actually learn about topics. And I'm sure most of you guys had a similar experience learning about the flat Earth topic. That when you started, you were like, yeah, the Earth's flat because it looks flat. But in reality, that's not why you guys have formed your belief. You've formed your belief because you have gained a large amount of information. Well, not everyone, some of them. Some of you guys, most of you guys who are talking have, from what I've gathered, and are incredibly knowledgeable about it. And in a lot of cases, you guys have actually got more information about, the globe Earth than a lot of people who would say they're globers are. Like, I mean, I can't tell you who's done the experiments. I reckon you guys can probably say who's done the experiments. I wouldn't have a clue. I barely even know how much the Earth is supposed to curve. Like, I'm like, I know it curves.
Rick, let me ask you a question. What is your, if you don't mind me, you don't have to reveal this. I mean, if it's anyway going to dox you or you don't want to say it, but what is your field that you work in? What is it you do as a scientist?
Broadly speaking, environmental sciences.
What does that entail? Environmental, like, what do you work?
I won't dox myself, but but broadly, the sorts of things that typically environmental science would cover would be, ecology, looking at the, animal populations, plant populations. Then you've got, things that go on to like the larger scale stuff, which would be like, obviously climate change or oceanography. And then there's the more sort of, I guess, the nerdier side of it, which would be things like soil contamination and geology and stuff.
I just paid a guy. Sorry, I just paid a guy like this guy 120 grand to do exactly that on my property. I was doing a subdivision, and I had to have a fire and ecology study done. And they basically, come out and count animals and count blades of grass and tell you where you can put your house without ruining the native trees, and take 6 months and cost you 100 grand.
Yeah, sounds about right.
Well, there's money in that field, but do you think that a lot of it has to do with hard information, stuff that's empirical and tested and verified, or do you think most of it has to do with a lot of speculation that you do, or
I think for a lot of it, different I guess categories of that has a lot to do with I wouldn't say speculation, but drawing inferences from observations. So ecology in particular, there is a surprisingly high amount of mathematical finesse, I guess, put into making sure that the methods that you're employing, are representative. But overall, like I think it was AJ just said, a big part of what those methods are is in how little work you can do to get an accurate answer. So if you were to go to AJ's property and you were to literally take an inventory of every species on the property, and then do an abundance of every species on the property, that would cost like tens of millions, because it would be incredibly time consuming. So the alternative is to go, all right, well, AJ's say doing $1 million subdivision, how much can he afford to put into a survey? Well, let's say, he can put 100 grand into it. That's reasonable. I'm not saying it is, but hypothetically, that's reasonable. What can we do with 100 grand? Well, we can do some nested quadrats, which would give us a representative, we believe, of what is actually there. So a lot of work goes into that. But like you say, a lot of it is drawing inferences from lower amounts of data. However, other forms of environmental science, like the soil contamination stuff, a lot of that is just like straight up hard numbers. There's no, it's just like you take a sample.
There's no speculation.
There's no speculation. You take a sample, you find out what's in it. It's just a yes or a no. It's a lot of times it's actually absence, presence.
I'm looking at like things that you do or studies over like maybe gradually over time, or how the conditions of the land will affect like the animal and plant life. But you have to know certain factors that would weigh into like why you would make a decision, that would affect, like, let's say AJ, where he wants to put his house. So you have to know what you're talking about. You can't just like, give some arbitrary number based on like a speculation that you do.
No,
you know what I mean? Like,
definitely. It is a lot of it. Like I said, is very much a matter of minimizing the amount of work to still get an answer that is accurate. But in a lot of cases, it's like, how accurate do you need, right? So if AJ is putting down a house on a big field of land, well, it doesn't really matter if he kills a bunch of stuff under that, because in reality, whatever's under there is most likely going to be 20 foot or 100 foot or 200 foot over the other side. The chances of, what is the risk? Well, the risk is low, so we don't need to do a huge amount of work for it. But in instances where the risk is really high. Sorry?
Y'all ever heard of the bloop before?
No, I don't know what that is, sir.
Oh no, it's bro troll. There were 3 guys coming in here earlier.
Right.
Yeah, Zach, your friends already came in here talking about it. But what were you saying, Rick?
Oh, so a lot of it's about like how much effort or essentially cost in time or real dollars needs to be put in because of the risk. So in something that's a really high risk, then obviously you need more effort and you'll be more accurate. So it's a lot of it's about assessing the need for accuracy, and where there isn't a need for really high accuracy, well, if the risk is low, the impact is low. If you get it wrong by a little bit, you don't put in the really high efforts. So you do make a lot of assumptions, and it's acknowledged that those assumptions can be wrong.
Yeah, no, I was just kind of like listening to you, and it seems to me like you are a fairly reasonable guy. I mean, you're not going to be too staunch in a position if you're wrong. You'll be like, something to consider. That's very unique in this arena. It's very unique, especially if you're coming from an academic standpoint. There's a lot of people that the internet guys who think they're pseudo intellects. They come off sounding a bit too more philosophical or staunch in their idea that the Earth is a globe. It makes it for a more difficult conversation. You know what I mean?
Yeah, totally. I think for me, certainly, the biggest thing in my field is asking questions. If you looked at what we know about ecology, for example, it's almost nothing. So it's looking around for observations and being like, well, hang on, what is this animal doing, and what does that mean, and why, and so this is not something I did, but something I know somebody else did. They saw the way that kangaroos behaved after a flood, and they were like, I wonder if the kangaroo behavior around floods has, I wonder if the kangaroo shit has an important interaction with how ecosystems recover after a flood, and they're just like, I wonder. I don't think it did. I think the answer was no, but it's like
you're talking about a correlation, like any correlations that can be drawn from certain types of behaviors.
Well, in this particular case, this guy was an ecologist he was a flood ecologist, and he was interested in how algae and bacteria spread during flood events. And he was like, oh, look, I see kangaroos walking around the floodplain, and they're pooing everywhere. I wonder if their poo has something to do with it. And I don't think it did, I think that the reason I say this is because in my field, a vast majority of what we do is looking around at things and going, I wonder if that could be the case. And you go, yeah, look, in this case, I did this, and there looked to be a correlation. And then somebody else comes along and goes,
man. Yeah.
Well, yeah, but someone else comes along and goes,
correlative.
Yeah, totally. And someone else comes along. Well, in certain aspects of it, some aspects of it are not. Some aspects of it are not at all correlative. But other aspects, people come along and you do something. You're like, oh, look, this is great. Look what I've just found. And someone comes along and goes, no, you got it wrong. And then someone else comes along and goes, yeah, so you got it wrong. And you're like, oh, okay. And it's like, okay. I thought maybe this was the case. I was wrong. And so I'm very open to being wrong. I am all the time. It happens it's not that's how we learn, is by someone making an observation, thinking that maybe this is because of something else, and then other people can come and test it. But if nobody comes up with any ideas to test, then there's sort of no way forward. So in a lot of cases, it is about just being like, yeah, this is a correlation. I think maybe this, and then everyone can get together and test it, and then that wasn't right.
From my understanding,
when we talk to scientists, it's funny because whenever you tell non-scientist globers the kinds of things you just said, as a flat earther, they always just say nah. They always say nah. And it's like, I had this conversation yesterday. I was talking about how intuition is like a loose part of the scientific method, because you need to have a rough idea of where to go when you've got a blank slate. You can't just test absolutely everything. So you have to have intuition to say, well, if I test this, then that will be a useful hypothesis, and then I can take that forward. Because no, intuition has nothing to do with it. You're like, but then when we're listening to someone who actually deals with science on a day-to-day basis, that's what you've just said. I just find it amazing how they can nut constantly.
I think a lot of people. There's like two things that makes me think about. A lot of people have a perception of science as like a person goes out and does an experiment or does a observation, writes a paper, and that's stamped by the scientific community and committed as scientific fact forever on. And there's a great example of that, and it was something we used at university as a really good example, and it's called the river continuum concept, which I won't go into, but basically it talks about how rivers evolve as they go from the top of a hill down the bottom of a hill, and how they change. And the concept was written. A guy got paid a real lot of money to write it. He made a bunch of assumptions, and then people went out and tested it. And the people that went out and tested it, firstly, were like, "This is wrong," and they proved that his concept was wrong. But he actually ended up never doing any more science because he was so heavily criticized by the science community for being wrong. But then over time, people have realized, well, actually, what he said may not be applicable in every situation, but broadly speaking, it's applicable. And everyone started to realize it. And now it's actually taught as a useful guide to how people can expect rivers to behave over time. Like over time, I say over time, as in when they go down. So it's not taught as like this is the dead set fact, but it's like intuitively it makes sense. But in testing, it doesn't always make sense. So it's like a broad stroke for how you can expect a hypothetical river to behave, and a lot of rivers do very closely follow his predictions.
Rick, this is super interesting, by the way. So would you say that the foundation for that knowledge is based on, well, an assumption?
Well, the foundation for that particular knowledge was based on observations that scientist did. I forget his name off the top of my head, which is annoying. Anyway, based on observations that he did in I forget the country, but basically the observations that he made were based on essentially a small sample size of rivers in one country that didn't experience like a winter-summer melting cycle. And so anywhere you went in Europe or North America, which accounts for a pretty large portion of the Earth, as it turns out, anywhere he went there, essentially his observations were wrong if those rivers were part of a melting and a summer melt and the winter freeze cycle. The observations he suggested just do not work. So I think the concept works, right? And so that's why it's been, it's no longer considered an accurate prediction of how rivers are, but it's a concept of how rivers can behave, and do
just
behave.
Just a guide, basically.
Yeah, it's a guide. That's right. It's not considered.
It's not meant to be used as the one for all answer.
Yeah, exactly. But originally, he was paid to make a one raw answer. He was paid a lot of money for it, and which is partly why he got so heavily criticized. But the reality is, in a lot of science, and definitely in natural science, like what I talk about, I call it natural science, but I know that's not necessarily the definition that people use here of natural science. But in that form of science, being wrong is essentially inevitable. No one is ever going to be right with everything they do.
So from my understanding, like with what occurred with me, most of your work would be you already have a standard that you're trying to meet or apply to. So, where I was, I had requirements that I couldn't have something within 60 meters of a gum tree, or there was a certain type of grass that was a native grass that you guys had to find, and if it was in that location, I wasn't allowed to damage that grass. And then if it comes down to also you guys gave me requirements on soil erosion and things like that, where I have to go back now and submit something to council to say how I'm going to control soil erosion in this area that you guys found. So there's already a sort of benchmark there, and you're just counting animals, native flora, fauna, seeing where it is to meet that benchmark. Yeah, it's not necessarily testing too much.
In that specific space, which is like impact assessment for development, that's more of I wouldn't call that necessarily I wouldn't say it's not science, but it's not research science. So they're not looking at new concepts or new things or testing new things. What they're doing is essentially they're just using scientific methods, and I don't mean that as in the scientific method. I mean methods of science, of doing science, to determine an impact. So that's not really that's not research science in the sense of coming up with new ideas. They're just saying, okay, you've got this level of impact is acceptable. You have to be within this level of impact. Are you? Yes or no? It's not research science. So it's a bit of a different application of the science.
To the guy that you were just explaining about the river, I suppose.
Well, yeah, he's doing he's trying to come up with a new idea of how something could work that explains rivers worldwide, which is obviously a little bit difficult to say the least. But it's, I guess it's the difference between a guy who designs a car and then a guy who builds the car. Both of them are using the same concepts of mechanical skills and mechanical
knowledge. What I
knowledge.
find interesting,
but it's
what I found interesting was with this, and look, this may be off topic, pull me up, but even though they have this benchmark that they're trying to meet, like you said, you're within this, you're going to cause this much damage. That's all good. But what I found was, if you've got lots of money and you can pay to do the damage, you can damage whatever you want. You can come and tell me, don't remove that tree because of this and this reason. It may be a hollow tree. It may have native animals living in it. But if I can make an application and pay the money, then there's no problems in damaging that tree.
Yeah, look, I mean that's something that's I'm not going to profess to be an expert in impact assessment or planning law, but if someone's talking about big projects, I guess there's two different ideas. There's projects that people do because they want to, and apologies again if this is off topic, just tell me to shut up. There's projects that people do because they need to, and if the government, the people who are in most cases doing the projects that they quote unquote need to, they've decided that project is a required project and is important, and at that point then it's more about assessing the level of impact and requiring offset of that impact. So if you look at biodiversity, what's the word? I can't think of them because I've never used them. Whatever. They could basically, if you want to knock down a tree that's got a hollow in it, you've got to put up 3 more trees with hollows in it. You'll put in 3 fake hollows in other trees so that your impact is offset. Or maybe you've got to clear some vegetation that's damaged, that's highly important.
Sounds
so
like a
buy and offset that vegetation elsewhere. It's like biobanking or
It's
whatever.
like a very noble field. Is that why you got into it? Because it was like you wanted to save the earth in a way, like the plant and animals. And you wanted to help the environment.
I think I don't really know why I got into it. I just sort of fell into it. It was something that I was good at school, and I just sort of had I don't want to say an innate understanding, but I sort of had a base understanding of this stuff, and I was always interested in it. I've always liked observing the natural world. So having a job that includes observing the natural world is pretty awesome. Most of the time. Sometimes it really fucking sucks, but a lot of the time it doesn't.
Yeah. All right. So yeah, no. But you basically outlined a lot of the truth behind what people that are actually working in certain fields, the level of honesty that you would bring to the table, not basically holding a position that's too dogmatic and not being able to be flexible enough to say, I could be wrong, and it could very well be something else that I didn't think it was.
Well, I think
it just kind of shows. It just really goes to show who we're dealing with, with these guys and their positions on why they think the Earth is a globe. Because it sounds to me like those guys, they want to be right. They want to win an argument. They don't want to be wrong, but yet they want to still appeal to people in the scientific community at the same time. It's just pretty strange.
It was like that guy that came in the other day that was fumbling around about whether the water was curved, and he obviously had no idea what he was talking about. He didn't have any idea what he was talking about in terms of the flat Earth, and he didn't have any idea what he was talking about in terms of the globe. He had no understanding of either, but he came at it from an approach of, oh no, obviously it's curved, obviously, but it's but you don't even understand the basis of what it would be if it was curved, which is honestly that's a large percentage of people, and I think it's hard because for a lot of people, and actually for almost every person, they go through their life accepting that things are as they are, and so they're right. So like mobile phones are, no one needs to know how a mobile phone works for them to be a mobile phone, and so people just go through their lives without ever thinking about it. A lot of this stuff. And so when someone is, questioned critically on how and why they believe stuff, that they've got nothing. They're just like, I believe a mobile phone works because I use it.
Yeah,
but,
they've taken the information for granted, is what you're saying.
yeah, 100%.
What most
and
people have done.
Well, I mean, I think essentially everybody takes, especially science and technology, for granted in some area. Like people just have an innate trust in how things work when they need to. And if the argument of the globe versus the flat Earth is one of those philosophical things. I was actually chatting to a friend about it the other day, and he's like, "It makes no difference to me. I don't care whether it's either one or the other. Like, why bother talking about it?" And I was like, "Yeah, fair enough." But I think when it does, and that's I like talking about it because I think it's interesting. But for a lot of people, they don't care about things unless it's interesting to them, unless it's important to them to understand it. But generally speaking, in life, there is somebody else there to understand it for you. If you go to the doctor and you've got, they hold a little thing up to your heart and they say, your heart's making a weird noise, I need to cut you in half and fix it. More often than not, people are like, oh, yeah, okay, cut my in half and fix it. They've got no idea what they're talking about. They don't even understand how a heart works, let alone what's getting fixed. So I think people come from that level of ignorance and try to argue it. It then looks silly. Like no one's going to go into
it's a total trust. It's a total trust into like the information given by someone who's maybe an expert, when second opinions do exist, right? So there's a lot of information that people haven't done research on or otherwise be knowledgeable on, and I think that's kind of a detrimental thing to do if you come into a chat room like this. So,
well,
with that being said, Rick.
Sorry.
Yeah, go on. There you go.
I was like, that would be as absurd as Alpha going into a chat room with heart surgeons about and debating the best way to do a triple bypass. Like you just wouldn't do it.
Exactly.
It's a stupid thing to do.
Why would Well, but yet they do it, right? So it's almost like when you commit an error so big that you think that you're pseudo intellectual because I read an article on the internet that I know how to do a triple bypass. Like, what does that make me, right?
Well, I think most of those people are just they're just ignorant essentially, and they're idiots.
Exactly. Well, and that's the hard thing because people don't want to feel like their intellect is diminished because they thought they read something on the internet and they believed all their life that the Earth is a globe, so they're not wrong. So, and that's the part of the problem. But that being said, I did want to kind of get back to the room. But Rick, appreciate your time to at least kind of engage in this way, and it shed some light on how people perceive others. So you probably got a different perception from the team as they heard you kind of go through, what you think. And so, appreciate your time, man. We got some new people in here. I'm going to call them out by name if you guys want to chime in, ask some questions. Perhaps if you have any information to substantiate the Earth as a globe. We got Big Rod in here. Critical Primal King, I think it's in here. Elder Top G. Eliza. Some people that I'm mentioning. Goose 8843. Let's see. Logic Cooled. Guys, if you're in here, you want to speak, go ahead and unmute your mic. We got Takeoff Coin. Zach's joined us too. He's hot micing actually. Zach's hot micing. But if you have any questions for the panel, we're all here. The Earth is flat and stationary, as we say. But if you think that the Earth is a globe and it's curving and spinning in the vacuum of space, provide some evidence and let's see where the conversation goes. So anybody want to unmute their mic and tell us that the Earth is a globe and that they know it?
I don't want to say the Earth is a globe. I just come in to listen and get different outlooks on how other people perceive things. I'm very interested in the conversation.
Yeah, good stuff, man. Anybody's welcome to just sit here and listen. Usually, every now and again, we get somebody who's brave enough to get on the mic and tell us with all assurance that they know that the Earth is a globe. And, we'll go from there. But we like to handle each person as a case-by-case basis. We don't like to just paint a broad brush and say everybody is ill-equipped to have the conversation. We'll find that out as soon as they start telling us. So, It's basically an assessment. That's how we gauge it. But yeah, you guys are welcome to kind of give us that information if you want to, of how you think that the Earth is a globe in 2024. Otherwise, I guess we'll talk amongst ourselves. We got Rob Noxious is back in the house. What's up, Rob?
What up, though?
Wrong time,
sure,
bro.
man.
You were supposed So, Rob, wrong time, man. You were supposed to come in yesterday.
Yeah, I got the message at 3 a.m. I was sleeping, buddy. Sorry.
What message?
We were going to have
alert?
a Rob Noxious versus Bev discussion.
Oh, geez. Okay, so all right, if we're gonna make the triple threat, it'll be Rob Noxious, Bev, and Brenda.
You guys want your heads to explode?
I will. Of hearing all three of you trying to reason with each other. And we want to see of the three of you who's gonna bow out first.
I heard Brenda's got a baby.
Oh, that Tupac song? Yeah. Dude, you are old.
Yes, I am.
You got a hot mic, bro.
Yeah, it sounds like you're trying to get in the squeaky toy.
Sounds like a zip tie. Yo, Zach, mute your mic, man. I'll help him.
That's better. Thank
All
you.
right.
I really appreciate that, as did my
Yeah,
ears.
no, I was like, what is that scratchy noise? What the hell? All right.
It was a wild sound.
That's pretty wild. So shout out to all you guys. Welcome to the room. One of the most popular rooms on Politics server. We got 17,000 hours of talk time. Some people hate us, some people love us, some people are confused. Either way, we're the top channel in here, so we like to stay number one. But we can only do it with your help, so thanks, guys. Everybody who's participating right now. You guys are contributing to those numbers. We got accused of having inflated numbers. You guys are inflating your numbers somehow. We don't know how, but you're inflating them. Really? No, nothing goes on here but good old conversations, arguments, and debates. So people are attracted to that. They like that. They like a good rousing discussion every now and again.
Well, you got to remember, we've also got people like Scott Mackey who just sit in here 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, adding to our talk time hours.
Yeah. So, yeah. There's nothing wrong if you guys sit here and lurk. If you guys want to chime in, go ahead. Ask a question. Ask some questions. Find out the truth, whether you know something or whether you don't. I think that's the most astonishing thing, though. Somebody that thinks that the Earth is a globe comes in here and realizes they didn't really know what they thought they knew. That should kind of give you pause and make you think. I can put out a couple of questions there. They could be rhetorical. If you want to, you can chime in and answer them. But I would say the first question is, who has measured the curvature of the Earth any time in history? And when I say that, I mean the drop over the distance. So an observer at 6 foot height, what would he start to see the curvature descending on an Earth that's a globe? Because on an Earth that's a globe, he's standing essentially relative to his position, on the top of the ball. So everything that he sees around him would be curving away from him. Where, ships disappearing behind the curvature and sunsets and all the kinds of things that you think happen because the Earth's a globe. So that's what would be happening if the Earth is a globe in your mind, and then you're gonna have to justify how that's the case. So, yeah, you guys can try to do that if you want. I'll go through the other questions. The second question is the rotation of the Earth, or axial rotation. Has anybody ever measured the rotation of the Earth? Any time in history. They're telling us that at the equator, it's spinning at about 1,000 miles per hour. So how is that factored in, and how do we know that? That's question number 2. Question number 3. Do you believe we're in a cosmic vacuum, or do you know that we're in one? And so from that question, we're going to know the next question after that. So, which is gas pressure without a container. A shout out to the 24/7 team. What's up, Dave? Crit, if you're in the house. Flat
Going
Boy.
on, Mr. Alpha Veritas.
Oh, you don't.
I got a quick question
The same.
for people
Yes,
to
sir.
consider. Can objective reality be a debate? Think about it.
No, sir. Dead Air Dave strikes again. I remember he used to say that in the 24/7 channel.
Yeah, that's why there's
Dead
no
Air Dave
debate.
strikes
You guys just need to understand what the rest of us already do. Then we'll be all again on the same page together.
You understand the globe story very well, Scott. I'll give you that.
Well, it's just easy if you just want to.
Yeah, they were saying
I
that
have
our
a
numbers
question.
are inflated, Scott, but thanks to you, man, we've made it to the top. Couldn't do without you,
And
man.
what does that get you?
Top rank in the server, that we're number 1. Bragging rights.
Okay.
Let's see.
To whom are you going
Getting
to
people to
brag?
be engaged. Wait. And getting people to engage with the topic because they see that we're number 1 and they want to see what's going on in here, so they're curious. And essentially, you're helping us get more people in here so that we can tell them about flat Earth, and then hopefully they see the light, and then they themselves will then realize that the Earth is not a globe. So then they'll turn to the truth instead of relying on. So you're actually essentially in your own
keep
weird
going.
way, you're kind of contributing to the more people actually knowing about this. So yeah, thanks.
Cool. And so once they know the truth, then what? Take it to the next step. What's the next step?
Well, it sets their mind free, so they're not held down by silly little notions that the Earth is a globe, like that ancient mythos. They can now think about what true reality represents itself as.
And how
we
will
can
that
go
make their
further
lives
if you'd
better?
like. Absolutely. People
How
will
will that
sleep like
make
a
their lives
baby
better?
knowing that the Earth is not going to get destroyed by a killer asteroid from the vacuum of space, and or run out of resources, and or climate changing to the point where it's destroying the planet, and or having to leave this rock and go inhabit another one like a locust. Many other things. I can go on.
But how will they make their
But you don't
lives
want
better?
that. Well, like I said, I aforementioned.
It made my life better.
Those are all things that are out of anybody's control, right?
Hey, Mackie.
Well, no, they're not, because they're imaginary. They're not real, Scott. So when you put your mind back in the place where it should be, where it should be residing in your own brain, instead of giving your mind to someone else, which is what you guys do, because you're imagining that the Earth is a globe, and there's no evidence that it is. So, yeah.
So how did your daily life change, other than the fact that you just hang out with flat earthers now?
Well, I told you all the things that I mentioned to you. I wasn't worried. I wasn't not that worried about that stuff, anyways. But now that I know that none of that stuff is real, makes it even more easier to breathe, because now I don't have to be worried about silly notions of humans killing a planet and then extinction level events happening with giant asteroids are coming to take us out. I don't have to think about that stuff. It's not real.
Well, I don't think about that stuff either. So
Well, you do when they tell you on the news, like when you watch MSNBC and they tell you, well, there's a killer asteroid that nearly missed the planet. But thanks to our program at NASA, we have DART. And sending these 2 probes out will land on an asteroid and divert the asteroid's trajectory so it doesn't kill the planet. That stuff.
they never talk about that at MSNBC, man. Never.
Well, they must be on CNN then. Wrong channel.
No, not really.
Okay. Well. Yeah,
Mackie, why
I'm
are you
pretty sure you
lying?
heard it on some popular news.
Is that all you got?
Mackie, why are you
That's
lying?
all
Well, there's
up
more,
here?
but I don't want to take
Yeah.
up too much airtime. Gotta let others talk.
Yeah, Mackie.
You don't want to
Mackie,
talk.
why
What happened,
are you so
Alpha?
wacky, Mackie?
If I could
Mackie,
throw in real quick,
You live to talk. Come on, man.
it basically sets you free from all the BS. I'll shut up.
Yes, sir.
It
Yeah, but
sets
that's
your
just
mind
that.
free, and you have a whole new reality to explore and figure out what it is instead of somebody giving you the answer that was bullshit to start with. I'll shut up.
So what did you explore?
What have I explored?
Yeah.
Oh, several different areas, but it's not the room to get into that.
Yeah,
He
you know
can't
what,
tell you those
guy?
places.
Hey, Mackie.
But needless to say,
Well,
yeah, go ahead, Vlad.
go ahead. No, go ahead. I was just gonna fuck with him. He's doing that Agent Smith thing again, from the Matrix, right? Come back to the dark side. You know what I mean?
He can't stand when he hears minds being freed, but he's powerless
Exactly.
to do anything. You know what, Vlad? I said it to him before. He's contributing to their minds being freed by being in this chat room.
Oh, it boils him even more thinking about that.
Yeah, it
No,
does.
glad to help.
Love
Glad
it.
to help. Glad to help.
Appreciate you, man.
Yeah.
That's what I'm
Look at
here
him.
for.
Sarcastic, crazy with this guy.
I had an interesting question. Well, it's interesting
go
to
ahead,
me.
Rick.
I don't know if it's actually interesting. So I guess, like, I, as a scientist and a believer in the globe, I essentially, acknowledge that there's a possibility that the Earth may not be round, and there is some unexplained thing or something that is yet to be explained to me that explains why it's flat. Do you guys acknowledge that there's a possibility that the Earth may be round?
It's measured that way.
But
It's flat because it's measured that way.
No, I understand that, but I'm just saying, like, if I acknowledge the possibility that everything that we see and observe everything that I see and observe is essentially there to trick me, hypothetically, I acknowledge that's a possibility. Is it possible that the same thing has been done to you guys?
No.
Well, the problem we're having is what is objective and what is true, right? So would you say that there's objective? Would you say there's objective truth in your reality that you live in right now, Rick?
I don't like to think of truth as objective or not objective. It's just absolute. It's either true or it's not. I mean, truth is not.
Well,
truth to me is not something that
it's binary,
that is dependent on.
but that's binary, right? That's basically what we're saying with something being objectively true. It's redundant, I know, but it's still binary.
Sure. Okay. I mean, you
agree, right?
That's not how I would. I wouldn't call it a direct objective truth, but yeah. Okay. Sure.
But the example is that it's binary.
Yeah. Sure. But I guess
it either is or is not. Yeah, we could say it a different way. It either is or is not the case.
Okay. Yeah. That's fine. That's just a different use of terms. That's fine.
Yeah. Maybe it makes it more palatable to your, to your mind. So whether or not that it's a case, we have to find. Is it possible that we could find that information out? Like we can know that. Do you think that's possible?
To know whether the Earth is curved or flat?
Yes.
Is that your? Yeah, I believe that we can.
Yes.
I believe that people can. Yes. I don't know necessarily that we can say for 100% ourselves, but I believe that a person can.
Okay. No, well,
I'm just saying that some things are difficult for people to do, and not everybody is going to be capable of doing. Even the experiments that get observed in here. I mean, if you don't live near the water and you've got no money, you probably don't have the capacity to go and do a measurement or an observation of the water. I'm just saying, like that's one extreme to the other. Obviously, going to space is the whole other extreme. But my question is more about whether it's whether you guys have a possibility that perhaps for whatever reason you guys are being misled by. I mean, you guys hypothetically maybe
So
getting
let's.
misled by the government that wants to generate this
Yeah, I
debate.
get what you're saying.
Real
Yeah,
quick,
I mean, I get what you're putting down, Rick. So
I want to throw
here's
in
kind
this.
of like the rub. So if you're in a position to say that the Earth is a specific set size of dimensions, right? Like you got a radius, a diameter, and circumference. Do you think that that information could be tested? I think I've told you this before in a previous conversation, but do you think that information that they've given us the size of the Earth, that those measurements could be tested?
Yeah, presumably.
Okay. And would it be binary to say that you can know or not know whether or not those measurements are true?
Well, the knowledge of the elements of the measurements being true would be dependent on believing the measurements that you've made. So, I mean, there's always an option for making an error in your measurements. I'm very much
Yeah,
a
but let's just
measure
say
once, cut twice kind of
that
guy.
the numbers are given to us basically. How can I put this? They're set in stone. The Earth isn't a different size; it's that specific size. You understand that?
Yeah.
So when you go out and do your, whatever it is, however you're going to test this information, you're going to check to see if the Earth doesn't conform to this, or if it does. Can you get where I'm going with this? Like, you're testing that. Yeah, you're testing that claim. That's what's important. So, okay, if you can test the claim, and you either find out that it's true or not, the result will be you'll know if the Earth is curving as a globe, or it's not, or if there is no curve.
Guys, I have a question. Is the
Hold on,
firmament... Okay, sorry.
Yeah, I'll definitely answer your question, I promise. I just wanted to see if Rick can finish his question.
Oh yeah,
Or
no,
at
I
least
see
we're
what
on
you're
a
saying.
logic path.
I see what you're saying. I guess what I'm thinking about is the possibility that we are all being misled. Like I can acknowledge that there's a possibility that the globe is being misled, but is it possible that that the flat Earth is also being misled?
The reason why I led you down that path, Rick, is because we were on the opposite end of that. So all of us were in the side believing that the Earth was a globe. From that standpoint, we came to actually put this binary situation upon ourselves. Most of us did, right? I can't speak for all flat earthers. The term flat earther is not really something I would say that people that are doing this. I would say most critical thinkers, right, that are in this room, that know that the Earth is flat and stationary. How about that? That's better. If most critical thinkers actually apply a particular type of rigor to figuring this out, it's binary. It's either it is or is not a globe based on the information that's given to us. So we're going to test the claim. If the claim is true, then it doesn't matter how many times we test it, it will remain true no matter what. So it doesn't change. It's not malleable in the fact that the information will differ from day to day. It will be the same. It's static. It doesn't change. If the Earth is a specific set size of dimensions, and that's just what it is, and it'll always be that. Right? Because you've got complicated mathematics in which they tell you that they use for orbital trajectory, orbital mechanics, the distance to certain stars and planets and all kinds of stuff. So that information is specific. It needs to be there in order for other things to work. Do you get where I'm going? I can lay it out for you some more if you like.
No, I understand what you're saying. I guess that's. Right. I mean, that is related to what I was asking. But I guess what I'm asking is it possible that in any of our observations we're being misled?
Right. I would say yes if you think that the Earth is a globe.
But
if you think that the Earth is a globe, you haven't. Okay, so the first thing you have to do is make your observations, right? Gonna make your observations to see the foundation of the claim, right? That the Earth is a globe. You make your observations. What do I see in reality? Do I experience a globe? Is there any way my observations, when I go to different elevations, I could see it there? Go at a different altitude, could I see it there? And if so, if I do see something that looks like curvature, could I test it? Which means that going to see curvature depends on a mountain or an airplane or on the ground even. Okay, so if those things, or one of those things are true that I could make in my observation, what would it be tested as? and how much of a sample set do I need? So then you would actually have it incumbent upon yourself to actually test the claim and then find the truth out if it is or is not a globe per their specific size of what they say it is, right? So now it's upon you. You have to take it upon yourself to verify, or I should say falsify, the claim. So the claim is 3959 radius, 24,901 miles circumference. Right? All of these numbers mean that the Earth is a specific size. It's not bigger, it's not smaller, it's just that size. So when you go and do a line of sight test, you're going to check to see if the Earth conforms to this specific globe measurement. Right? So when you do that and you don't find the result that you're looking for, and you test and you test and you test, you keep repeating tests different days. You expand the test length to cover, whatever, a year. You don't stop. I mean, it's an everyday thing, right? You're doing line of sight tests. You're checking to see if the Earth is measuring to be what they're claiming it is, and you're finding out. And most of the people in here that have done these tests, basically line of sight observations with the curvature drop rate in mind, they found that the curvature is not in its predicted place where it should be, which means that the curvature is expected for a 6-foot observer to be at a specific place off into the distance. When you measure the elevation at which you are at, because I wouldn't know. There's a lot of variables, right? I wouldn't know what elevation you'd be at off the ground. What you're looking at in the distance. There's a lot of things to consider here. Numbers that you have to put into, like an Earth curve calculator and so forth. But if once you do all of these steps and you figure out that the Earth isn't conforming to the predicted amount of Earth curvature that should be there to obstruct the viewer to not see something in the distance, then what happens is you get your binary question answered. Is the Earth a globe with the specific dimensions confirmed or not? And that's why we would say it's not. Because when we test it, it doesn't conform to the specific predictable amounts of curvature that should obstruct an observer off into the distance. And when you do it, you're going to confirm the very same thing that we've confirmed. And therefore, it takes it out of the realm of it being unknowable to knowable. And now it's not a point of contention to say that we are being deceived by the government telling us that the Earth is flat, giving us a narrative or something, but we've confirmed that it's not a globe and that it actually is no measurable curvature found. Hopefully that made sense, because that's kind of a long way around, but I could have went a little bit longer, and I don't want to, because.
Oh no, I understand what you're saying. I mean, I think that's fundamentally is what we both essentially believe, is that we make our observations, and based on that observations we find an objective truth. I guess what I'm curious about is my belief from making observations of not just curvature but of other things, is that the Earth is curved, and I guess the question I've got is even though that my observations have led me to the belief that the Earth is curved, I'm still open to the possibility that I'm wrong, and I'm just curious if you guys are also open to the possibility that maybe you're wrong. I mean, I'm not saying you are wrong. I'm just if we're
not
open to the possibility.
not after you test it, Rick.
No,
that's the problem. Not after you test it.
Man,
Once you test it, it goes beyond. It goes beyond. It goes beyond a belief. It goes beyond somebody telling you that it's flat. It's actually verified that it actually is, and it's not curving.
I suppose
So it goes outside of the realm of just, because right now you're in the realm of unknowing. You don't know. It could be flat. It could be globe. You don't know. You haven't tested it. Once you test it, it becomes binary. It is not what they told me. It is just what I observe it to be and what I tested it to be. So the testing phase after your observation needs to happen. If you are that skeptical, if you really want to know, the answer is there. But if you don't ever go look for it, if you don't ever test it, then you'll be in the same state that you're in right now, Rick, unknowing. So you would say that your position would be logical in your case. I would say yes, because you haven't tested it. So yes, you can think of the Earth as a globe Earth and a flat Earth at the same time. because you don't have the answer. Once you have the answer, then you now know. It's not a matter of being deceived anymore. It's a matter of understood knowledge. You know now.
I guess I would probably never get to a point where I would say that I know.
That's fine. I mean, but like,
Regardless,
I think that's
but
more of a philosophical. That's more of a philosophical standpoint
of evidence. The saying
that's
saying
fine.
that you
Like,
know beyond any possible, that there's no possibility of it being something else is to me how can you say there's no possibility of it being something else until every possibility has been considered? And so I would say,
one thing. Listen, I would say, I put it to you this way: if it's not curving up or down, then what is it?
Well, I believe it is curving down.
Well, no, I'm just telling you the answer to the question. If it's not curving up or down, then what else can it be? It's only one thing that's left.
Yeah, your delusional beliefs are not reality, my guy. So whenever you come here and say, I believe this, I've seen curve this, that's not reality. So I'm sorry to say.
I mean, saying that I've got delusional beliefs is pretty strong, but you're welcome to your
No,
opinion.
you're a Glover, you're delusional.
Okay, you're welcome to your opinion.
No, that's fact. It's binary, my guy.
Well, I don't think it's quite so binary as you're suggesting, but that's okay.
No, it's very quite binary. He just asked you the question, if it's not curving, what is it? And all you said is, well, it's curving to me, I believe it's curving. You didn't even fucking answer his question. See how delusional you are? Get the fuck out of here.
Okay, that's rude. The options that are currently on the table, I think the inference that you're making is that if it's not curving up and it's not curving down, then it must be flat. However, that's assuming there's not a fourth possibility, which I can't say for absolutely certain that there isn't. I mean, I don't know.
Well, what would be the fourth possibility?
I haven't even considered.
I'd like to hear it.
Well, that's my point.
Well, can you consider it now? Well, consider it now. Tell me if
I could try and think about it, but maybe it's not something that any person has ever thought about. But I'll think about it and I'll get back to you.
I'm pretty sure everybody that's ever come across this topic has thought about that question at least once.
I mean,
but the question still remains: if it's not concave or convex, what is it?
Well, I think the saying it's not this, so it must be this is. I wouldn't do that in my position. I wouldn't say if it's not something else, then it must be, something. I would say if it's not one of these two things, then that gives evidence towards perhaps it could be this, and then we can go ahead and continue testing that idea.
Listen, curvature. How is curvature defined? And let's just talk about that. If you're gonna say curvature, would it be like elevation change, or rate of change of slope?
Yeah, it could be. Yeah, that's a
okay. So rate of change. Yeah, rate of change or elevation change. These descriptions would fit like a curved surface. Now, on the fact that you're doing this line of sight test over water, if there is that deviation, could it be measured? That's the problem that we're having. That deviation, that rate of change, that's what we're saying. Where is that factored in any of these line of sight tests? And how much of it is noticed? So from an observation standpoint and from a measurement standpoint, you'd have to have both in conjunction, looking at something and also measuring its rate of change, if it's indeed a curving surface. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I understand what you're saying. I suppose the difference between what I'm suggesting. Well, no, I'm not suggesting anything. What I'm asking is, and I think you've answered it, which is fine. Is are you open to the possibility that it is not flat? Now, I'm not saying that that's saying that it is a curve. I'm just saying, are you open to the possibility that it's not flat?
Once after you know it's not a possibility.
For the fifth fucking time, no, my guy. How much time does I have to say no? God fucking damn it.
I literally started my sentence with saying, I think you've answered this.
Yeah, once after you know, it goes beyond the realm of being skeptical and, possibly being wrong to actually knowing that you're not wrong because you've actually tested it. What happens is prior to that, you're in like a position like you have, either you have a position that you hold right now because you haven't looked into it or tested it, or you have a very solipsistic worldview where you would say you can't know anything. That would be probably a category that I think best suits what you think about and how you're. I wouldn't put that on you, but if the shoe fits, right? If you think that nothing can be knowable, then you fit in that solipsist mind.
I don't think I would say
that mindset.
I don't think I'd say nothing can be knowable. I think that's probably a little bit too absolute. I don't like to I don't like to think in absolutes because I think if I think in absolutes, it leads to essentially.
Already said it. So
Sorry?
Rick, you already said it. You said I will never know. You said that.
I just said
that's an absolute.
I didn't say that nothing. Well, sorry. I will probably never know, but
that's an absolute.
That's more of a assumption of.
That's an absolute, though. You've given yourself an absolute.
That may be an absolute, but it is. I guess the difference between what I'm saying is I would not like to say that nobody can ever know, and that's different. So I will never know is just where I am and my amount of time and energy and effort that I can put into it.
Okay, so would you say as a possibility you may never know, or it's not possible to know? That's a whole different question, or phrased differently.
I think it is possible to know, but I don't think I will. I don't think that I will ever know, because I may be wrong. Someone may tap me on the shoulder and be like, "Hey, jump in this spaceship. We're going to Mars. Get ready."
Spaceship. But the standard of evidence I think that you're putting forward is almost unreasonable. But it's unreasonable. Like I think that a normal person. Yeah, you put it's okay. You know what that sounded like to me?
That's just my standard. I'm not putting that on anybody else.
I know, but what I'm saying though, Rick, from the onset of what that sounded like was like, I would know that Middle Earth exists. I just need to hop on my dragon and go fly around and see all the orcs that live there, and I will know at that point. But it's not even. You know what I mean? You phrased it in a way that looks like, is that even going to happen one day?
That's why I said I'll never know. But I guess my point, I'm not trying to be facetious or bad faith or anything. For me personally, I don't. For me to have a position that I say I know this to be true and am not open to considering the possibility that it's not, or that there is no possibility that I know this to be true and there is no possibility that I'm wrong, I would take a huge burden for me, like a huge amount of evidence and a huge burden of proof for me to have that level of confidence. And I don't have that in I think almost anything.
That's fine. I mean, and nobody's here strong arming you to think any different. I think that has to happen on its own. For any one individual who's pondering these things, they have to come to grips with what they understand they think reality is, and then question almost philosophically how they perceive the world. And if it's something that they can reason within themselves that it can be known, and they're going to attempt to try to know it, then let the researcher do what they have to do what they must, right? So they can achieve that goal. But if you feel that kind of information is too absolute for you to know, then I think, just like you said, you will never know. But that in and of itself is an absolute. So I mean, that's.
I said I'll probably.
Hold on, before you start, hold on. You guys are gonna go on for another spiel. So I posted an image in the chat right now. Right, this is the moon that I'm seeing right now as I'm walking home. Right, the sun is right above Australia right now, boys and girls. It's about to hit noon in Australia. Now, how in the fuck is that moon 50% shadow like that? Almost a straight line, my friends. All the Globers, explain that shit to me right now. Thank you very much.
Whereabouts are you? I mean, you might not want to dox yourself, but
I'm in Canada. If you didn't know that,
I didn't know.
On the other end of the world, my guy.
Let me have a look where Canada is.
Now look at the photo very carefully and tell me how that's even fucking possible on your heliocentric model. Thank you very much.
Sorry, where did he say he was from? I couldn't quite get it. I'm not familiar with the name.
Canada.
Oh, Canada. I thought he was saying a different thing. Canada's a
Yeah,
pretty
he's
big
just
place.
saying
But
it differently. Yeah, Canada.
yeah, that's fair. I don't know
The
whereabouts in Canada
illumination
he
of the
is.
moon is irrelevant. Or I should say, there's no dependence on where you are, right?
Did I hear?
I'm just passing the highway. I'm not gonna hold on. Almost there. I'm almost there. I'm gonna tell you everything right fucking now. Don't worry, buddy. Hold your horses. All right, boys and girls, I'm back. So, Mr. Glober, fresh Glober, Mr. Science guy. I like to be super science, etc., etc. I've been listening for a while. Don't worry. So,
You talking to me?
no, I'm talking to the other guy. Yeah, you fuck.
Oh, well, how the fuck am I supposed to know you're talking to? That's very... Jesus.
But you're the only Glober that was talking the whole fucking time. Who else, man?
Bro, chill.
Hey,
I don't understand why
chill,
you
Mike.
yell at us.
Yeah,
It's
why are
like
you
a
so
problem.
why are you so angry?
Grab the soy boys again. Sorry. Wow. Fucking let me grab the world's smallest violin and play it for you guys. Okay, listen.
I'll stick it up your ass.
It's 12 in Australia. It's 10 a.m. or it could be fucking 2 p.m. because Australia probably has a bigger time zone. I'm not sure, but you Australian guys can correct me how many time zone Australia has. See, Canada has about 3 too. So in Canada, you can see this moon right now. Right. So in Canada, everybody can see this fucking moon. I think Canada has 4. I think it's Pacific, Eastern, Central, and fucking Atlantic. Yeah. So anyways, that moon is right above us in Canada. You guys see it's 50%, right? You Globers claim that the sunlight is being reflected off the fucking moon, and that shadow is being cast by the fucking by the Earth onto the moon, and that's why it's looking like that.
Correct.
Okay, then explain to me, Glober, how's the shadow up there right now?
The sun is shining on one side of the moon, and the other half is not illuminated.
Yeah, but didn't you hear me just say that the sun is on the other side? It's in Australia right now, my guy.
The sun is not in Australia, actually.
My friend, did I not fucking tell you that the sun is on the other side of the fucking world in Australia?
But if there's another side of the world, wouldn't that make it round?
The moon has nothing to
No,
do with
idiot. It's like your other side of the fucking room.
Why are you calling me an idiot because I asked a question?
Because that's a stupid fucking questions, and stupid fucking questions deserve stupid fucking answers.
I think you're a stupid fucking person.
No, you're the fucking guy
Yes,
that asks
I ask a simple question.
A stupid
I come here to
question.
learn, and then some ignorant bastard with a foul mouth gets on here and calls me fucking stupid.
Well, you're. It's fucking a stupid question.
So, because I don't know something and I ask a question, it's stupid. So I'm supposed to know everything. So how do you learn things without asking questions? I came here to learn, not be insulted by some moron that has not learned the English language and can't express themselves without using vulgar language.
Oh my god, look at this guy crying. Look at this guy crying. Keep crying, little girl.
You're a fucking moron.
Yeah, keep crying. It's like everybody sees what's.
Hey, hold on, Holmes. Hold on. Listen. Everybody knows that was a disingenuous question, okay? So don't try to play us for the fools, all right? So I'm going to unmute you now. If you talk about that question not being disingenuous, which clearly was, then you're going back on mute for me to tell you it was disingenuous again. All right, so just move on.
Whatever. Have a good one, guys. You're not willing to teach anybody. You just want to beat them into submission.
Hey, dude. You blew smoke
I
up
just
our
asked
ass.
a simple question. I wasn't trying to be dishonest or anything. I asked a question.
Started talking
I
about
don't
the question
understand.
again, you just
I don't
told him
understand. I'm just trying to understand what
Dude,
you're trying
you're
to
full
explain.
of crap, Holmes. Dude, you're full of crap. Thanks.
How do you know? You don't even know me.
I know for a fact, dude.
You know for a fact.
Yes, I know, and you know, and everybody else knows. There ain't nobody here that doesn't know, so quit playing.
I don't know.
I don't know. Honestly, I don't. I came honestly to learn.
Dude, your
I'm not
gaslighting attempt ain't
arguing
gonna
the
work.
point. I'm not saying it's not you're not right. I just ask a question.
So if someone says other side, that means it's a globe, and you think that's a legitimate question?
Yes, if you have two sides
Okay.
to something, you have a front and a back. That gives you something other than a flat surface, correct?
Oh, you can have a front and a back and a flat surface. Good grief.
Oh, yes, you can. So, are we saying that the sun is on the other side of the flat surface, and Australia isn't on a flat surface, or is the Earth flat and everything's contained within it? I'm just asking a question, and I'm sorry if this seems not the right questions, but I'm honestly trying to figure out how it all works.
What the explanation is to think about it the other side of the room. Don't think about it as other side of a object in space. What they're saying is the Earth is on the other side of, I don't know, the room or the other side of the backyard, whatever. Same thing. He wasn't.
But wouldn't you see it from the other side of the room? If it was flat, wouldn't you see it?
Different discussion. But
you guys are talking past the point. The point was, which Vlad didn't even realize he got cross-lined from, is that when he was saying other side, he was speaking within a paradigm. Okay? So he was saying, if, right, I'm here in Canada, and if you guys claim this is the way the sun and the moon work, and if Australia is on the other side, then explain this observation to me. Okay? That's what went down. That's what Vlad was saying.
I am not
Exactly. It's interesting. It's interesting that all the flat earthers understand exactly what the fuck I'm saying, and it's interesting how all the fucking globers have no fucking idea or try to fucking obfuscate off the point. Isn't that great? It's interesting, right? Fucking
Hey,
interesting.
Alpha, are you here, man?
Yeah, I'm kicking back. What's up, man?
If you want to hold this guy's leash, I'm happy to explain his question.
Oh, that's a wrong thing to say, though, ITR. Yeah, dude.
I just don't want to get yelled at. I mean, he's asked a question, but then someone attempted to answer and kind of got screamed at. It doesn't really seem worth the time. But I am happy to address it if he's going to chill.
Yeah, but that's just choice of words, man.
I could pick another analogy if you prefer.
No, I think that whatever. That'll be. You don't have to do that. But okay. So if you have an explanation to his question, then go ahead.
As far as I understand it, his question is: if people in Australia are looking up and they're seeing the sun, so that's where the sun is, and they're looking up and they're seeing the moon that is lit up, but since it's now like 7 p.m. or later-ish in Canada, right? How is the moon getting lit up by the sun in the globe paradigm, right? If it's hiding over there above Australia, is that the question? Am I understanding that correctly?
Yes.
Yeah, he might have had to step away, but yeah.
Gotcha. And the answer is that in the globe paradigm, again, I'm not making a claim here. I'm simply explaining to his question, how it works in the globe thing. So not a claim. The moon is orbiting the Earth, right? And the darkness on the moon, the half that is not illuminated, is not the shadow of the Earth. It is just the moon not being illuminated by the sun. So what you're seeing in Canada is the moon over there getting illuminated by the sun. What you're seeing in Australia, you're facing the sun. And what you're seeing in Canada is you're facing away from the sun, and the moon is sort of between you, often in orbit. I could maybe draw a picture. I'm driving home right now. I could draw a picture if that is unclear to anyone. But at least within the globe paradigm, not as a claim, but within the model, there's no contradiction here. It's exactly you'd expect to see.
Wrong.
I asked a very similar question last night, and the flat earthers muted me because they thought I was trolling.
Tair, whatever the fuck your name is, whatever you just said, pure bullshit, my guy. Try again.
What about the new moon?
What about the
dude
new
you're
moon
pulling
when
out
there's
is
no
bullshit
moon?
is the
Where does the moon go for 3 days?
astrophysics PhD. I mean,
Amazing. A PhD
if
in
I was
fucking bullshit. Congratulations.
if I was a person who wasn't an astrophysicist, I would at least give consideration to what the astrophysicist was saying.
Who's the
Personally.
astrophysicist?
Hey, my friend. Let's just say I
hear the
have a engineering
astrophysicist?
degree too, so go fuck yourself. You're gonna fucking take that astrophysicist fucking jargon, shove it up your fucking ass. Dumb fucks. You guys can't fucking determine. Listen, you motherfuckers cannot determine. You guys cannot determine drop over fucking distance. You can't fucking find the curvature rate with your fucking radius. You guys are all fucking scattergunning fucking random shit trying to fucking get your globe together. The fuck out of here.
You scream at people and tell them to get the fuck out of here. How do you
If you
think
don't like
anyone's
the
ever
answers to your
going to
questions, I
support the
suggest you
idea of
ask
what you're
different
saying?
questions.
I would like to listen to the astrologist over there who studies planets and the cosmics and perhaps hear what he would like to say in this conversation of the Earth is flat. You guys cannot scare everybody off and just yell at everybody who asks a question precisely because it doesn't fit your narrative.
Yeah, he
Thank
who
you.
spoke, that was, if anybody's trying to figure out who it is, it's ITR. Larry, I think you were asking the question as well.
Yeah, I like talking to people who are educated because they seem to have, a little bit more morals than people who just come in here at any flat earther type. So
Yeah, we
if
were
I-
actually, me and Crypto were having that conversation. Go ahead, AI. You want to go ahead?
I was just going to thank him for his civil tone.
Well, no, I mean, we were discussing this earlier prior to, well, you were listening at work. We were talking with Rick and a few others before.
Yeah, I heard a little bit of it, maybe a couple minutes. I was trying to get some work done. Not very well, obviously, but I didn't catch nearly the whole conversation.
Let's see if you, because Larry's got a few questions. I don't know if he wants to go over the thing that I don't want to spoil it. I'll let him kind of tell you.
Yeah, I don't want to interrupt if anybody else needed to go first or wanted to ask questions first.
Nah, bro,
But-
we weren't really on a
yeah.
topic. You can, you got
All
the
right,
floor.
So what's his name? Is it Io or something?
You can call me Itair. I-T-A-I-R. I don't really care. It's not my real name, so I don't really care. I don't really care if you mispronounce it. It's not my real name, but I say Itair. But whatever you want is fine. It's not big deal.
Right, so you're an astrophysicist?
I'm a PhD student in astrophysics. Yeah, so I have
Okay,
undergraduate
you're-
degrees in physics and
Gotcha.
astrophysics, and a master's in astrophysics, but I do not yet have my PhD.
Gotcha. All right, so there is a crisis in cosmology, right?
There's a variety of crises in cosmology, although perhaps less so now that the DESI results came out.
Yeah, I heard that there was some new results that came in. You said DESI? I thought it was James Webb.
So, well, there's been two sort of big things recently. Some people claim to have calibrated some standard candles differently with James Webb, which I have not examined. But DESI, which is the dark energy, I think, survey instrument, has done some baryonic acoustic oscillation measurements. However, I must preface, I am not a cosmologist. I do not study cosmology. My field of study is much, much closer to home, so I'm not an expert in this.
Okay, so you said your expertise is much closer to home. What do you mean by that?
I study protoplanetary disks, so like young solar systems, star forming or planet forming systems, excuse me. And I study like small bodies, like comets, meteors, that kind of thing, within our system and within these other solar systems.
Okay. Now that I understand your expertise, I have a question for you. So, Halley's comet and other comets that go way out and then come way back over 70, 80-year periods, stuff like that. When they go out, it takes the gravity of the solar system to, make them go around the sun and head back out. What is the gravity that is out there beyond the solar system that is creating such a large gravitational well to get them to slingshot back the other way that is somewhat similar or equivalent to the sun and the solar system? No.
There is not another source of gravity that is affecting Halley's comet. What's going on is that it has a tangential velocity, which results in a spherical orbit, just like a planet, circular orbit, excuse me.
So this all works out mathematically like no problem, even though it takes the entire solar system, that gravitational well, to get it to slingshot around. Nothing out there gets it to slingshot around with the same gravity from the same place?
I'm not quite sure I understand your question, and I also wouldn't say that it takes the gravity of the entire solar system. It's really just the sun. I mean, obviously the planets pull on each other, they pull on the comets, etc. But those are all very, very small, higher order effects. essentially all of the motion, especially as an astronomer, I love to round things. So especially if you round it, essentially all of the motion could be attributed to the sun. You know, everything is much, much smaller than the sun, and consequently its gravitational influence in the globe model is much, much smaller as well.
Right, but if I understand correctly, in the heliocentric model, planets don't really orbit the sun. They orbit the center of mass, right? The center of gravity.
They orbit the very center, yeah, which for
The
every
very
planet
center.
is inside
Right.
the sun, yeah.
Right. So I guess if it's inside the sun, I guess you're saying it's the sun's gravity, but really it's the totality of the gravity in the solar system still, right?
Are you familiar with the there's a mathematical theorem, and being mathematical and not astrophysical, it's logically proven, to actual rigor. It's like the central shell theorem or something, but it's if you have a potential that is spherically symmetric, then it acts as if it acts from the center of that potential.
Okay. So yeah, you're not a theoretical astrophysicist in training, are you?
I'm not. I am an observational astronomer.
Observational.
Here, give me 1 second. I'm just getting home. I'm gonna hop on the actual computer so you can hear me a bit better. I'll be back in
Sure.
about 1 minute.
Sure, take your time.
In the minute that has gone, I would like to ask this question in a different direction of things. A lot of the conversation on here is very mathematical. There's that idea. I want to look at it a little bit more from the abstract point of view as perhaps required. I'm asking this. Should we always look at a sense that the Earth could not only not be flat, but could be something else? And what pushes us to determine that the Earth is flat, and what do we get out of it to understand furthermore about the universe around us?
It is, excuse me, it is flat. It's measured and navigated that way. There's no if, buts, and maybes. It is flat.
I don't know if it's fair to say that it's navigated that way. As far as I'm
It
understanding,
it is absolutely navigated.
Not denying it. Not denying it.
Sorry, go ahead.
More particularly, what I'm asking further even is, what should we be looking at the rest of the universe as? Because we can't just stop at the Earth is flat.
Well, what do you mean by universe? What's the universe?
The universe is the thing that I think is outside, right? Because I've never seen it with my eyes, but I've seen pictures of it, right? But
lights in the sky.
The rest of everything outside of the sky, the sun, the moon, the other planets, they're not just ideas. They're there. They're comets out there.
We don't know what any of that stuff is, though. They're lights in the sky.
I'm not assuming that I know what they are, but I know that there are things there. We're not. We send satellites, and we can say that there's satellites there. We're aware the things that are outside within our own vicinity in the solar system that we're exposed to. So,
yeah, but
my question is, we can. My question further. My question furthermore is, when a person begins to realize that the Earth is flat, where do they continue on with what the understanding of the universe beyond it is? I'm more curious about what's further outside there when the conversation gets stuck on certain things about just curvatures, measurements, and refuting sciences that we understood, to come back to one point that the Earth is flat. We get it. What about the rest of the universe? How does that translate to the universe?
Yeah, I want to try to answer that. So, most flat earthers aren't really as curious about the heavens as I am, and that's a stereotype, so I may be incorrect. I think that they're just, kind of okay with the fact that you can't science space or the heavens, whatever you want to call it. So they're just kind of happy with not knowing. So for most of them, I would think that they've regained that curiosity that they had as a kid, like, first star I see tonight, type thing. Wonder, what is that? Like, remember when you were a kid and you saw the moon and you were like, what the fuck is that? What is that? Like, what is it really?
Yeah.
We have that and you guys don't, I think, right? So it's not completely like they don't care. It's just, for the most part, they like to focus on the actual Earth itself, because once you see that the cosmology that we've been fed is incorrect, you kind of get to start over and build back up from the foundation up. Now, I am speaking for everybody, and I am being stereotypical.
But you're very smart.
I don't know about that.
I've
That's
listened to you
debatable,
quite enough, and you're listenable, so that participates as smart for me.
Okay, so I can string a sentence together, and I'm a talented parrot. Yeah, so I want to get back to the conversation that I was having with Atir, if you don't mind. So, Atir, you said that you were more interested in local stuff like planets and comets and asteroids, correct?
Well, not our planets, exoplanets, and specifically
Right,
planets.
exoplanets. I got
But yeah,
that.
so I don't know. I don't study the planets in our solar system. But yeah.
Right. So a lot of claims that I've seen over the years, like, this planet's made of diamonds, and this planet is made of marijuana, and this planet is, whatever they want to fill in the blank, right? What is the exact way that you can tell what a planet is made out of?
Well, I mean, all of these things are just our best guess at the moment. You look at a planet, you can use various methods to determine its density, and in some cases even to talk about its atmosphere and make some statements based on that. But I think if you these things, a lot of the misunderstanding, and I understand what you're saying, but I think a fairly large part of the misunderstanding is someone publishes some paper, they say something interesting, and then it gets picked up by some mildly reputable source who says, oh, this paper's got an interesting little claim. Then it picks up by someone else who's like, holy shit, diamonds on a planet? My God. And they post some crazy shit. And then it gets out to everyone. They're like, wow, astronomers think these planets are made of diamonds. The original paper probably said something like, there is a relatively high chance that the high pressure environment forms some crystalline carbon stuff, and yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I see what you're saying there. People kind of run with it, kind of like your grandparents. They get excited easy and they kind of blow things out of proportion, right?
Something like that, yeah.
Right. Like, somebody sees you on the side of the road with a cop. By the time it gets to your grandparents, like, I'll bail you out, whatever you need. And it's like, whoa, he was just
escaping and also arrested at the same time. Exactly.
Right. Okay, so the thing is that a lot of people think that you're like a natural scientist, and when you guys say that the planet's made out of diamonds, it's like a settled science fact. And that's not really
So
the
if people
case.
think that, they'd be mistaken. I'd agree
Right.
with you there. Yep.
So what about, like Jupiter, right? You can use spectroscopy to, look at Jupiter, and you can say that you think it's a gas giant. Some people think it has a rocky core, a rocky center. Some people don't. But the truth is, you don't really know if there's a rocky core, do you?
I mean, we have theories. We have evidence that favors or disfavors those theories. I do not believe that the current highly supported theory is a rocky core, but yeah.
Well, you can't tell. That's my point. You can't tell whether it has one or not.
Depends on your standard of proof, yeah.
Well, I think that flat earthers have a really high standard of proof. In fact,
I completely agree.
They say that that's a bad thing, but if we're talking about natural science, I kind of want my biochemists to have a high standard of proof too, and not just release anything into the market.
I certainly do not think there's anything wrong with a high standard of proof. The question is how high. How high is important, how high is practical, and that depends. It's situational, right? It depends on the work you want to do. If I'm going to have open heart surgery, as I think was briefly discussed earlier, I would certainly like my surgeon to have a high standard of evidence for vetting the procedure he's about to do, right? If I'm going to bet $1 that my friend's like, hey man, I bet you $1 that Jupiter's got a rocky core, I don't need a particularly high standard of evidence to be like, yeah, all right, sounds good, man. Right? It depends on the situation.
But isn't that Newton's razor? Go ahead, bro.
I think you might have been out for the conversation. I'm also a scientist in an incredibly different and unrelated field, but I think I was talking about the standards of proof that with AJ that are required for different. This is in environmental sciences, and the standards that we hold things to in order to be sure. In a lot of cases in science, we'll rely on essentially on the risk. So if you have a really high risk, like a heart surgery, you want a really high standard to say this is a really high risk. We have to be very, very sure before we will say that yes, I can do a heart transplant. Whereas if the risk is, okay, we got it wrong about the core of Jupiter, then in order for us to be confident and say, yeah, we think that Jupiter's got a rocky core, that doesn't require a particularly high standard. because the consequence and the risk is not. It's just something that we'll be wrong about it for 5 years, 10 years, and then someone else will work out that we're wrong and they'll correct it. It's kind of like as best we know now, this is what we believe, and if we're wrong, we're wrong, and we're open to that, and we'll address that in the future. But I think in terms of putting hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars into building evidence of what the core of Jupiter is, well, the risk of being wrong if we say what the core is the risk versus the harm of being wrong is not that substantial. So it's not something that you would put a huge amount of energy into, and certainly not a huge amount of cost, because if you're wrong, it's really just a matter of time before you'll work it out and correct something that is really just for interest or scientific furtherment's sake. It's not something that's life or death.
See, I would love to believe you, but I have to think, back, right, just a couple hundred years ago, there was a guy who said, hey, after you dig in those dead bodies and you open up the cadavers, go wash your hands before you go to the OB department and deliver the babies. And the reason why is because I have some statistics here from the midwives, and they have a really high success rate. Now, any scientifically minded person, like a trained physician, would say, hey, that looks like we could do an experiment, right? Why don't you two guys, Kevin and Henry, go ahead and wash your hands for a couple weeks, and let's check out the results. Everybody else, business as usual. Go ahead and take apart the cadavers and go deliver the babies, and we'll see what happens. No, that's not actually what happened. They locked the guy up in an insane asylum with crazy people, and they beat him so bad that he had an infection that he could have cured with distilled wine, but he didn't get the treatment that he needed, and he died in an insane asylum, and they called him a crazy person because he said, wash your hands. These were trained scientists, qualified men of science.
Yes, they were. And I think the training and the thinking of science has developed quite a long time since then. I mean, and there are, the history of poor decisions across multiple fields of, anything is, very widespread. People made bad decisions with information that in hindsight was relatively obvious. A good example of that is, like similar to what you were saying, the early attempts at C-sections. They legitimately thought, we just need to do it faster. That's the problem. We're not doing it fast enough. We just need to do it faster. And obviously, they just kept killing people. And then, that was not correct. But I guess the point, and then what you say there is, hundreds of years ago. I think that's the kind of the key thing there. Hundreds of years ago, people didn't have anywhere near the knowledge we had now to have any level of understanding of bacteria, and they actually thought that sickness was transferred to something called the ether. Which is a separate medium that we had no knowledge of. It was like some mystical medium, but that's because there was no microscopes. There was no, so to suggest something that was so wild, like it's because of bacteria or it's because of this sub-visible thing that is causing this sickness. That was like you say, at the time they thought he was insane.
Before we get too far away from the topic, I think everyone needs to realise what was said about the core of Jupiter. So because it's not that important, then they don't have to worry about gaining evidence. Everyone take note of that.
I don't think I said that.
Right?
I think I said that because...
not you. ITER said that. It wasn't
That's
about...
not exactly what I said either.
Okay, so what was it then?
I said is that the standard of proof you require for different things is situational.
Okay, so let's go Jupiter. So you working out what Jupiter is low risk, so therefore requires less evidence. Yeah.
I would argue that compared to open heart surgery, the standard of proof for Jupiter is lower. Yes. To me, personally, understanding or being confident that I understand for sure the composition of the core of Jupiter is less important than the possibility of killing someone. To me personally, that's what I'll say.
Yeah. So it doesn't require as much rigmarole as or rigorous study, as anything else. So you could say, the core of Jupiter is made out of diamonds. Okay. Yeah, it doesn't really matter so we'll just say it. Yeah.
Well, I think it's more if the
welcome to say that if you like.
I'm not talking to you, Rick. I'm not talking to you, Rick.
Oh,
I
Timbo
mean,
being a dickhead again.
you've just joined
Business
in.
as usual. Timbo being a dickhead and doesn't want to have a conversation.
Well, I'm not talking to Rick because he's not in astronomy. Rick's
But I am
in
in science.
environmental science. So
Well,
I'm not asking Rick about Jupiter.
you're asking about scientific burdens of proof.
I'm not asking you, Rick.
I
Because
didn't
you
realize
don't
it was a
know how they
one-person
came up.
conversation.
You don't know, but you don't know how they came up with the core of Jupiter, for instance, is maybe solid. So it's not a conversation that you need to butt into. I'm asking ITER. So you say Jupiter is this, yeah, the standard of evidence is not as high because no one's at risk, correct?
I mean, there's very little that's more important than, a
Just
human
answer it.
life.
Is it correct? Is it correct or not?
Would you repeat the question, please? Not as high as open heart surgery?
So
Or
no risk. No, it's a simple answer. So the core of Jupiter is this. No one's at risk if it's not. So therefore, standard of evidence drops. Yeah.
what I was saying is that the standard of evidence
Yes.
required,
Yes
if
or
there's a,
no. Yes or no.
my answer to your question is not a yes or no answer. I don't agree with the premise.
Okay.
Well, you've misrepresented my premise is perhaps a better way of saying it.
Have I? But you said it's not because people aren't at risk, and it doesn't require as much evidence.
What I was
No?
trying to say is that there is nothing really in my mind that's as important as a human life. That's the highest standard of evidence for that situation.
Yeah.
So certainly I would agree
Jupiter,
that I would agree that the
require
composition
less
of Jupiter
evidence.
is less important than a human life. Yes.
So would require less evidence. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what it how hard was that?
See, I disagree
you.
again because I don't think human life is even that important. Because if anybody would be important, right, it should be everybody. But if you don't see the world that way and you think there's more important people and less important people, you would think that the the president's sister, Kennedy's sister, you'd think she'd be kind of important, right? But we all know what they did to her. They gave her a lobotomy and they kept poking around in there through her eye socket, through her frontal lobe, until she stopped talking and responding.
They did.
And
Poor Rosemary.
yeah, poor Rosemary indeed, because apparently she was a little, I
A little
think
too
they
uppity. Yeah.
yeah, something, right? Something was wrong with her, and they decided to scramble her frontal lobe to
They
stop
did.
the
They did it
problem.
that.
And, the guy earlier said, well, it's a couple hundred years ago, we were caveman scientists and now we're all sophisticated. Well, Kennedy was president, in the 60s, right? And this woman lived to her 80s like a child, like she needed to be taken care of 24/7 because of what they did to her. And they called it a botched lobotomy, right? That's, how they kind of hide it and cover it up. But if anybody's done any research into lobotomies, that was a successful lobotomy. So, I really don't have a lot of respect with, the institutions when they do things like this. Now, I'm not saying all of it's garbage, but I'm saying, as the human race, I think we can do better, right? We got to stop saying that, like, the cosmology is like a settled science. And when it comes down to
But I don't know any
theoretical,
scientist who would confidently say that cosmology is a settled science. Or
well,
probably
Scott
anything that anyone
Mackey,
studies, like their field. Well, Scott Mackey doesn't study cosmology, right? He's not a physicist, so it doesn't really sort of irrelevant, right? He's essentially a
And
layperson.
and I would never say that anyway. So stop putting words in my mouth, man.
wait a minute, Scott
Not
Mackey,
cool.
are you saying that you never said that there's settled science?
There is settled science, but cosmology is not one of them, and not the edges of it. But let's go back. Just go back to what you were talking about with him. Keep me out of it for now.
Yeah.
I thought there was never settled science.
Yeah, settled science is the married bachelor. They don't exist.
No, I think there are certain sciences that are considered settled in that it's not a science or an aspect of science that we're actively pursuing. And that can be for a variety of reasons. It can be because the science has been, settled to the point where it is relevant for what we do. And as technology improves, there will be more scope to investigate it. But there are certain areas of science. For example, we were talking about this last night. The temperature that water boils at. That is not something that we are actively pursuing in science. It's not. No one's out there being like, "Ooh, I don't know if it's really 100 degrees at sea level." They're going, "Yeah, it's 100 degrees at sea level," because for relevant things that it matters for, it doesn't matter if we change it. It doesn't matter what it is exactly. So when people talk about settled science, I don't think they're saying we 100% know everything and are satisfied with cosmology. We're talking about things like boiling of water. It's not. It's the very basic fundamentals. It's not. I've never heard anyone say that any area of my science is settled with it's just what we understand, and if there's something that we understand that is for example the numbers on the periodic table, I'd say that for largely those are settled, like hydrogen, helium, lithium. The order is settled. We're not messing around with that actively. That's not to say that it can't be expanded upon and can't be made more accurate over time, but it's just not something that's been pursued.
See, I'd agree with all that. Every last word he said, I agree with.
Yeah, I don't think science is ever settled, because at any time somebody could find a new element, and that periodic table is going to be subject to change. So for me, like it's obvious that lack of vitamin C can cause scurvy, right? But if you don't have selenium in the body, then the vitamin C is not going to be bioavailable. So with that new information that comes along, oh, you got to have selenium and vitamin C to make the vitamin C bioavailable. Like that's why science is never settled. That's what separates it from religion. A religion.
That's what Rick said. He says there's things that are considered settled, and the difference there. I mean, if you come through and find some alternative way in which water can be boiled at a lower temperature, that would unsettle that science. But until then, it'd be temporarily settled.
No, it's
considered settled. Right?
See, that's
Hold on,
separates it. Just real
Larry. Before we, all right.
Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
Well, there's always this fun little red herring where they talk about the quantitative issue here with the water boiling. You always want to focus on the temperature and the pressure. And the independent variable is heat. Doesn't have anything to do with how much heat. So don't bite on that.
Thanks.
Just to be clear, that was in no way a red herring. I was just pointing out that we're no longer actively pursuing testing and proving that water boils at 100 degrees. I wasn't.
No one's talking. Once again, you're talking about quantitative, not qualitative. Don't do that.
What you're saying is irrelevant. What I'm saying is that certain areas of science are not.
What I'm saying is irrelevant, even though you want to talk about something that's not science when you're talking about science.
What I'm saying is that certain areas of science are not actively being pursued because the information we have is sufficient for what we need at this particular point, and so it is considered settled. And as new information becomes available, like Ataya said, it may unsettle it and we may revisit it to make it more accurate or to correct it if necessary. But the concept of settled science is only for the very, very basic things that we don't require further information on. And we consider it settled as,
However, centigrade is a convention, okay? 0 degrees centigrade to 100 degrees centigrade is a range that represents freezing to boiling. That's how it was convened. So it's definitional. So it has nothing to do with science whatsoever. The fact that it boils at 100 degrees, because when water boils is defined as 100 degrees centigrade or Celsius or whatever the hell.
At sea level, yes.
I wasn't really sorry if I pushed it towards a discussion about boiling water. That wasn't really the intention. I was more just talking about the idea of settled science and what that really means in science.
A lot of people, especially the anti-flat earther type, are saying that science doesn't prove anything. So you got people like yourself that talk about settled science. Meanwhile, other people are saying we don't understand science and science is never settled because it doesn't prove anything. So
The
what's
truth
the
is
actual
somewhere in the
truth?
middle. Yeah, I mean, obviously the truth is subjective, right? What you consider to be the exact definition could vary from person to person. But science, as I understand it, the goal is to put forward potential explanations, hypotheses, and gather evidence that favors or disfavors those hypotheses. For individual people, based on their standard of proof, there may be sufficient evidence for something to be considered settled to them. And then at some point, if as many people think that, then the scientific community will say, all right, we generally consider this settled. But some people may have higher standards of proof and require more evidence before they consider it settled.
Science requires that you test the hypothesis, though. So you have to have a dependent and independent variable. Your dependent variable is the naturally observed phenomena, and your independent variable is the presumed cause of the effect. And that's what you're testing.
Middle school definition of the scientific method.
That is literally that is literally the scientific method. Anything outside of that is not the scientific. It's not
scientific method. Is what scientists do.
Peter, let them tell you how to do your job, man. Come on.
No, I'm not telling anybody how to do their job. I'm just explaining the definition of science and what the scientific method.
The middle school definition of the scientific method.
I got a question. Did they teach us incorrectly at the middle school level?
Well, like many things in math, physics, science, biology, they taught you a simplified version. Yes.
What is the non-simplified version of the definition of science? Go ahead.
Definition of science is what scientists do.
That is the definition of
fucking
science.
retarded. You're stupid.
That's the definition, guys. It just is.
Hold on. So when a scientist watches pornography, is he doing science?
You know what I mean, Larry.
At least try, Larry. At least try. Come on, man.
Well, I'm trying.
Engage in the conversation honestly.
It's something
Engage honestly.
Listen, friend. His point is not lost. You can't have such a broad definition of what scientists do. You gotta at least have something specific.
Can I answer Larry's question? He asked if a scientist watching pornography is science, and the answer is yes, Larry. There was a guy called Bill Masters, and he studied the science of sex, and he watched people having sex and made observations and recorded data, and he wrote books on the science of sex. So yes, watching pornography
That's not science.
can be science. Well, you say it's not science. I, as a scientist, consider it science.
The definition of the scientific method and what science is says that's not science. You're making observations and you're recording data. That's wonderful. That's not science.
If you want to have a debate about what is science, I suggest going into a room about science debate. I consider it science, and if you don't consider it science, that's fine. I mean, I don't want to argue with you about what you consider science. I consider it science, and I'm satisfied with that.
And that's fine. With all due respect, though, if you're saying that, if I want to discuss science in a forum, I should be going to a science area. Like, why are we discussing cosmology and things like that when we're discussing the shape of the Earth? What's the sky got to do with the Earth?
Because Larry brought it up.
It sounds like this word science can just mean whatever to anybody.
Yeah, it's stupid, man. Do you have a citation, Rain, for your definition?
I got some citations.
Go ahead.
For my definition.
And can you also post your citation idea that science is whatever scientists do?
We could use some of his. I'm sure we'd agree.
So you don't have one?
So let's see what Larry has. We'll talk about those.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, in my science, I guess it's closer to the middle school, but...
Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and check out Larry's links here. Let's see this geosociety.org, nature science. Scroll down to the bottom. Scientific method is what working scientists do, and not what other people, or even they themselves, may say about it. That is from your citation.
Larry.
So it's from nature?
One proved you wrong.
So you said it's from nature? Which one?
Hold on.
Geosociety.org/documents.
Hold on.
Bottom of that PDF.
Chill out, bro. Do you think that sentence exists in a vacuum?
Well, he's quoting sentences from it. Also, your second link is a 404.
Really?
That sentence could be a conclusion, right? So what does it say? The scientific method is something that scientists do? Is that what it says?
Not could.
I'm gonna go read it yourself.
That's one sentence of the citation.
That it's what they do, not what people say, or even what they say. So they're speaking about something specific, as in the methodology as to what a scientist would do. So that's exactly what we were talking about when we're saying, well, there's a method, and you guys are saying, well, there's a simplified version, and then there's something else. So provide a citation for the method, not just them vaguely saying it's what they do.
Well, I'm happy to use Larry's citation.
Well, that sentence, the context of that sentence doesn't even mean anything. Like it's not
Well, right
saying
under
that
that
it's not
citation,
no longer
endorsing.
lead to anything.
right
It's
under
not
that
endorsing
citation,
that the
it
scientific
talks about
method is just anything
experimentation.
scientists do. That sentence does not say that.
It says the scientific method is what working scientists do.
Correct.
that's
So the scientific method is what they do. It's not saying the scientific method is whatever they do.
Yeah, it then says no working scientist, when he plans an experiment, so now it's referring to what they're actually doing, in the laboratory, asks himself whether he's being properly scientific or he's being, what does it say? Interested in whether the method he may be using as a method. So
I can
they're
handle that
referring
for you,
to
man.
what they're doing after
No working
their citation.
scientist, when he plans an experiment in the laboratory, asks himself whether he is being properly scientific, nor is he interested in whatever method he may be using as method. When the scientist ventures to criticize the work of his fellow scientist, as is not uncommon, he does not base his criticism on such glittering generalities as a failure to follow, quote, the scientific method, unquote, but his criticism is specific, based on some feature characteristic of the particular situation.
Yeah. No. So he's a pseudoscientist.
So not being a scientist then.
This isn't even my source. This is your source.
All right, look, look, I don't give a crap. You read one sentence. I was just parsing that sentence alone wasn't sufficient to bear any burden to define what's going on, and you read more, which is what you should have done in the first place.
And then it was criticized what he was reading as if it was his quotation.
What?
What the fuck, guys?
Who did that?
Get a phone call, guys. I gotta head out. I will be back later.
But it's literally referring to the scientist doing an experiment. Right? It talks about a scientist doing an experiment. They have the word experiment in the word, so they're obviously referring to part of what they're doing, which would be doing experimentation.
Not
Yeah,
just observing pornography.
sometimes when I'm in the lab, dude, I just like drop kick the table and see what the chemicals do, and then I say it's an experiment, right? Because that's how you get random concoctions, right? It's an experiment because it's what I did, and I'm a scientist because scientific method is what I do, and that's what I did. Therefore, it's science, right?
Why is it so important to you guys that you define science?
So we know what we're talking about.
Yeah, why
when
do we
people
define
say
words?
Hold on. Stop for a second. Stop for a second. Okay, this first sentence that he pointed out in the source material that I provided, it's a true statement, right? It's like saying cutting hair is what barbers do, right? Scientific method is what working scientists do. I mean, it's true. I don't know how this backed up his claim that whatever scientists do is considered science. AI pointed that out perfectly. I don't know why you guys are acting like this is a huge win for you guys.
For who?
The anti-flat earthers?
There's no anti-flat earthers here.
Sure, Scott.
Look, if science is anything anybody does that's investigating something, then everything is science, and therefore nothing is science, and we might as well just use science as a handkerchief and just blow our snot in it in the morning and call that an experiment.
Yeah, and
So there's nothing in between that or anything.
In order to be called a scientist, you'd have to just do anything, and then you say it's science, and then you call yourself a scientist.
Yeah,
dude, I rebuilt my rear differential. I'm a scientist.
Science.
Yeah.
So who gets to define what science is then?
The method itself defines it. It's a method.
Methods can't define things.
Okay, how about Bacon? Right? How about he gets to decide?
Well, it has to be somebody, right? Or some group of people who define what all these words mean, right? Because a word's just a word. We collectively define what it means, do we not?
The scientific method is not defined. It's a method, Scott.
Who came up with it?
Holy crap. Why don't you do some research, bro?
I already have. I know the answer to these questions. I'm just trying to
Okay,
get you
so
on
tell me
board.
the answer. Why are you asking me the question then? Just go ahead and answer it.
There is no scientific method. There's many scientific methods, and every scientist
there's
you talk
many.
to will tell you that. Yes, because physicists don't follow the same methods biologists do, and biologists do not follow the same methods that geologists do, and geologists do not follow the same methods that astrophysicists do. Every scientific discipline has their own methods.
They should be if they're doing science, though.
Well, I just know this. If I'm ever choking on something, I don't want an anti-flat earther to perform the Heimlich maneuver because they're going to be like, I was observing. I was doing the maneuver.
Right.
Look, let's be clear. Just hold on for a second, Scott. Not all propositions are cause and effect propositions, correct?
I agree.
Right, so not all things can be determined with a cause and effect methodology, correct?
Correct.
Right, so if loosely you define the search for knowledge or investigation into either phenomenon or technology or any of these other types of things, right? If you're not doing a specific cause and effect relationship, if that's not what you're studying, then you wouldn't apply the cause and effect methodology that is generally known as quote unquote the scientific method, right? But if you were in a field, right, that's under the auspices of science, under that term, science, technology, maths, engineering, right? If you're in that the first S, right, then you would still call yourself, whether someone could argue it's colloquial or a misnomer, it doesn't matter. You'd still call yourself, well, I'm a scientist, even though you never investigate cause and effect relations. Okay, now lexically, that's not unreasonable.
You lost me there. Who doesn't investigate cause and effect relationships? Which one?
Lots of people.
Psychologist.
Like who?
Psychologist.
I'm not familiar with that term.
Good grief, Scott. You already agreed that there's plenty of propositions and applications that aren't cause and effect, and there's people in the fields that don't necessarily have to do that.
But they're not scientists, right? We agreed to that.
We did?
Well, I thought we were saying scientists investigate cause and effect, and that's what separates scientists from non-scientists.
Well, look, it all depends. Look, if you're going to say that science, quote unquote, in a penumbric sense, only applies to cause and effect, right? Taking it outside of that specific method that was named the scientific method in some time in the past, which we all know and love and were taught, right? Then yes, you would say, oh, nobody does science unless you're investigating cause and effect. However, if you take it away from that category and you make science a general term, like the first S of that STEM field, right? There's plenty of people under that penumbra that don't investigate cause and effect specifically.
Like who?
Wait, so you're saying they all investigate cause and effect?
If we call them scientists, yes.
Okay, so then what's your contention then?
All of these fields are, then they're not manipulating anything, so they're not testing anything. So, but they call themselves scientists.
Which fields are not manipulating anything?
Fields of cosmology and astrophysics, just to name a couple.
Well, but everybody else in the world considers them scientists. Why don't you?
No, but they don't follow the scientific method. They can't
but they
manipulate
do.
something.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay, sure. Can you give me an example of an experiment that an astrophysicist has performed? Just one.
I want to know, where is the
Yeah,
line
get
of
it measuring
delineation?
distance to stars.
Measuring
Where's the
distance
line?
isn't an experiment.
It is though.
Wait a minute. How is measuring distance to star a cause and effect relationship? Good grief. Your story's falling apart, Scott.
No, maybe. Not an astrophysicist. Let's wait till he comes back and we can talk to him what he does.
If distance, then measure cause and effect.
I actually have, listen, friends, I know this is going to be hard, but I actually know of a scientific experiment in that field. It's
Okay.
a very powerful experiment. Here it is. If astrophysics department, then funding.
Yep.
Wow.
Do stars cause light?
Yeah, somehow they figured out, I'm not an astrophysicist, I don't know, but somehow they figured out what stars are made out of. I don't know how they did it, but they did.
Did they get a biopsy?
They certainly claim to.
Well,
Can I get an answer to my question though?
What?
What's that?
Do stars cause light?
Yes, stars create light, yes. They emit light, yes.
They appear to be lights
Yeah, I
in
know,
the
right?
sky.
What do
Has
the
something to
flat
do
earthers
with,
say?
what's that?
I want to know what the
Oh.
flat earthers say. Like, do
That's
stars
Okay,
cause light?
sorry, I didn't know it was you, Parsable. Go ahead.
Stars emit light, but that's not a scientific question, right? Because in order for something to be scientific, according to Karl Popper, it has to be falsifiable, right? And we can't science the stars. That's kind of what we're talking about in here. That's the elephant in the room right now. Can you science the
I
heavens?
thought we were talking about cause and effect, right?
We are, my friend, if you'll just let me finish. Right, if you look at the links that I posted, it talks about how you have to manipulate the independent variable, which is the cause, to see the dependent variable, which is the naturally observed phenomenon or the effect, and you can't do that with stars. So you're talking about philosophy, and I'm asking, where is the line of delineation between philosophy and natural science? And in my opinion, that independent variable that the scientist has to wiggle is that line of delineation.
Well, your opinion is at odds with the entire scientific community.
No, it's not, because according to
It
Karl
is.
Popper, it has to be falsifiable. And if I can't show through demonstration, experimentation, empirical data through manipulation of the independent variable, then it's not falsifiable. For example, you say the tides are caused by the moon's gravity. I say that it's caused by fairy dust. Now, we can't science the shit out of this because you can't stop the moon's gravity and manipulate it off and on, and I can't manipulate fairy's dust. So this would be Newton's razor that if it can't be...
Hold on.
Okay, go ahead.
Well,
first off, I want to hear Newton's razor.
Wait.
Yeah, just
Wow, we got to hear Newton's razor for anyone who doesn't know what it is. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. Yeah, Newton's razor said that if we can't, decide whether it's true or not by experiment, it's not worth arguing about. Is that it?
You're asking me? I was asking you to tell everyone.
Yeah, that's the best I can remember it.
How about this? How about Newton's razor? If you can't remember it 100%, then shut up. No, I'm just kidding.
You're right.
Wait, I just want to clarify something.
That's AI's
Scott,
razor.
Scott, didn't you say that you agreed with AI that science is about establishing cause and effect relation?
it is, yes.
So why did you disagree with Larry's assertion that we talk about independent variable, dependent variable, like cause effect? Why did you disagree with that?
I didn't. We do have independent variables.
You said that why does everybody else in the world disagree with him? That's what you said, right? Something like that.
Because he said we need to be able to manipulate it. We don't.
Well, that's what we're talking about, though. No?
No, it's not. No, because the example he used with tides in the moon, right? All we need to do is be able to find the moon. And we can see the moon correlates with the tides.
Yes, but correlation is not causation.
No, but
So then you don't agree with Larry then?
That's what I'm trying to say
I
here.
don't agree with Larry, no. Because his assertion of pixie dust could be that's not a hypothesis because you can't measure pixies. You
Yeah,
can't
bro,
find the
check this
pixel
out.
in order to see if there's any kind of lag. Because the other thing is the tide slightly lag behind the moon. That's how we know it's not just
So
a
you
correlation.
agreed with
It is the
AI, and
cause.
Larry. You agreed with AI. Larry essentially said the same thing, but you disagree with Larry. I don't understand.
Larry said we need to be able to manipulate it. We don't. We can wait. We can let nature
You do.
manipulate itself, and we can let nature manipulate itself, and we can measure the different times it's doing different things, and seeing if that causes other things to happen. We don't need to actually
Yeah,
be able
but
to
that's
change it
not
ourselves.
the
What?
observer has to manipulate. The observer,
What
the
the?
researcher, not nature manipulating. What are you talking about, dude?
I
It's not
know you
science
guys
if you're
just
not manipulating it.
redefining science again.
Nobody's manipulating anything in that example. They're just correlating. Nature's not manipulating anything necessarily. That'd be an assumption.
Nature can't do anything. It's just a concept.
Yes, you know how Asian moms are very proud of their sons, and they're always like, "My son's a doctor. My son's a cardiologist." And then this American mom, she's like, "Well, my son's a corollariologist."
Yeah, he just anthropomorphized nature, didn't he?
Right. It's just a concept.
No.
Does
Wait,
nature
did Larry
select?
do it or does God do it?
Yeah.
God did it.
Hold on. I gotta teach everybody something. That's not called anthropomorphization. That is called pathetic fallacy.
Scott, does nature select?
Does nature select a no?
Does
You
nature
cut out. You cut out there, Larry, after you said. Something.
Sorry, I'm just saying. Does
It,
nature
it,
select?
it has no volition.
Right,
It's
and
not
it doesn't.
sentient. It doesn't do anything.
And it doesn't manipulate variables or anything like that.
But it does.
Oh.
It changes the variables without thinking about it. It just follows physical laws, and the variables change all by themselves. And we could measure other things in relation to those variables that changed all by themselves.
How do you prove that?
By doing it, never finding a single outlier. And that's when reasonable people decide that is proof.
But it's not
Is
science.
cataloging
It is
biological
science.
specimens science?
By definition, it's pseudoscience. It's not science.
Not by our definition.
Okay. Do you
Fair
know
enough,
the definition of pseudoscience?
This is what it sounds like that we have on the table.
You don't get to define it.
There's this ancient saying, correlation does not equal causation, but it appears like Scott is arguing, yes, it does.
Nope. Time lag. The moon's slightly ahead of the tides.
What does that have to do with anything?
It implies
Tells you
causation.
it's playing causation. Yeah. The thing that came first.
Holy crap, dude.
I'm sorry this stuff hard for you guys to understand, but it's pretty simple concepts actually. If you guys just allow yourself to believe in reality.
That's still a correlation, dude. Good grief.
No, it's a causation.
Holy crap, just painful, bro.
Okay, Scott, do you know what the definition of pseudoscience is?
It doesn't matter. You don't know it.
Shoot somebody.
It doesn't.
And
And you don't get to define
matter.
it. You don't. What I'm saying is you don't get to define it.
You're right. Oxford Dictionary will define it for you. Pseudoscience. Theories, ideas, or explanations that are represented as scientific but are not derived from science or the scientific method. Pseudoscience. Right. So you've agreed, acknowledged, admitted, accepted that you cannot manipulate anything when you're trying to suggest that the moon causes the tides. Right. Don't need to. So you've admitted that it's pseudoscience. You're accepting that.
No.
Oh, okay.
I'm not.
So let's go about this.
Dude, you don't get it. You don't get it, bro. The moon.
Yeah.
The moon goes a few minutes before the tides, therefore it caused them.
It implies causation.
No, it doesn't.
If
Not
a
at all.
gunshot goes off a few minutes before somebody dies, does it not imply that the bullet killed him?
Dude, think about that. A gunshot going off, right, doesn't kill people. The bullet hitting you is what kills you. So just a gunshot going off doesn't mean nothing. Not to mention the fact that you're going to find an actual bullet inside the dude, for goodness sakes. That's not correlation anymore.
Well, let's say like it's in the Gaza Strip, right? And like you can't like get intuitive sense of like how reality works. Like that makes sense to you that gunshots cause death, right? But then you would say, oh, there's just a high correlation, right? My point is that you could do
a gun discharging a projectile, and that projectile piercing your organs to catastrophic failure is not a correlation, for goodness sakes.
You could be in denial about the cause and effect relationship. That's my point.
The only person in denial here is you. Okay? Neither you nor Scott have demonstrated that you understand the difference between correlation and causation validation. Painful to witness.
What I'm trying to get you guys to understand is that correlation can imply a causation, right? It doesn't necessarily confirm it with 100% certainty, right?
No, that's what science
that's
is
we have further investigation.
Right, like the scientific method.
Exactly.
Oh, you mean like cocks make the sun come up because they crow?
Yeah, and then you could try to switch the order and see, oh, it's not actually one causing the other, right?
Well, but we can test that, right, by killing the rooster and see if the sun still comes up. And lo and
Yeah,
behold,
why don't
it
you
comes
test
up
it? Why don't you
nevertheless.
test it on the same vein by killing the moon? You see, the problem is you just put your foot in your mouth and you admitted that you had to remove the variable in order to validate that it was the cause, even though you had a corollary, implied or not implied.
You can wait for a circumstance where nature aligns, where we can perform an observation that will be a test. No,
that's not science. No,
What? You mean okay? Let's wait. Let's wait for when nature. Let's wait for when nature removes the moon, and then we'll know because the tides will stop.
We can wait for planets to align. We can wait for solar flares. We can wait for asteroid impacts, right? Like
You
I don't
just proved
understand
his
why aren't you getting
point. You can wait for the rooster to crow as well.
Yeah.
No, look, the fact that you literally had to concede via mumbo jumbo. I mean, it's quite satisfying to me, and I think everyone else is quite satisfied.
Let me ask you. Here's a philosophical question for you: does the observation that roosters crow at sunrise, like, is that something that science should investigate? Like, does that have utility?
Is that a natural phenomenon?
Dude, what are you trying to go down an appeal to pragmatism? An appeal to pragmatism? Is that what you're trying to go down here? An appeal to utility?
Isn't science entirely built on pragmatism?
What? Not necessarily. It could be built on curiosity.
Materialistic, right?
What?
Homeopathy has no utility. That's the problem with homeopathy.
Oh my goodness, dude.
Right? Or am I? Do you guys disagree with me on that? Or are you guys like into?
Hey, why don't you define the pragmatic utility, right, of why we need to identify that the moon is the cause of the tides and not simply a corollary? Go ahead.
So we could predict them?
Exactly.
Good to know.
Predict them?
Yeah. Helps with shipping and all those other kinds of stuff. There's, if you're a sailor, you might want to know when it's going to be high tide in order to know where you can take your boat. There's all kinds of good reasons why you'd like to know when the tides are going to be.
I posted a couple of definitions.
Why do you need a causation for that? If you already have a corollary map and you know it's a cyclical, then why do you need a causation relationship?
It's easier.
No, to isolate the cause of the answer.
Well, I mean, the answer is if you want to validate the cause. If you just want to claim a cause, by all means, go ahead. Two different things.
What still
back to
gets
my
me
question
after all this
about
time of being with
cataloging.
you guys, hold on for a second, Parsifal, is how you guys you're so resistant to accepting these things in the world. And it's just kind of weird why you just can't let this be true. Because it is, but you don't need it. You can't have it.
What's true? That the moon causes the tides, or that there's a
Yes.
correlation between them? Because
That the moon
it's
causes
true.
the
There's
tides.
no, see, that's a baseless assertion. You've got no
But
evidence
see,
to support that.
but this is you just not wanting to accept it. Why?
No. I've accepted that there's a correlation between them. I'm not accepting that one is the cause of the other. You can't just say that and just expect people to accept that with no evidence.
I don't expect anything anymore. I used to expect.
Actually, the tides actually cause the moon, bro. The tides actually cause the moon.
Yeah, the tides pull the moon around.
Exactly.
Yeah, but why would you? Why?
They actually
That's the thing that just.
Prove us wrong.
Why did you go there? Yeah, I don't even. This a mind.
Because it's the same, dude. Because it's an inverse corollary.
Don't like it when the
But it's
shoes on the
almost as if
underfoot,
you
mate.
guys are in
Back to my
a
question
battle
about
with reality
cataloging.
itself for some reason.
Of course. Can I ask my question about cataloging?
Go ahead,
Is
Parsifal.
cataloging the dimensions of a species? Is that science?
That's why I posted the definition of philosophy. I posted the definition of science and philosophy. They're very similar because natural
Yeah, but
science.
all you guys can do is just
Hold
repeat
on, bro.
definitions. You can't
No,
critically and answer
bro.
questions.
I'm trying to answer and you're talking through it. Okay. Natural philosophy was obviously born out of philosophy, but not all philosophy qualifies as natural philosophy. So what do you need in order for you to have natural science or natural philosophy? Well, you got to have the method, right? The method is key. If you're not running it through the scientific method, then it's not science. Please look up the definition of pseudoscience. So cataloging things about nature is the pursuit or the love of knowledge, philosophy.
Also not cause and effect either. Just
Right.
cataloging.
Right.
It's more of an observation or report than anything. But you see, the thing is that the term science is thrown around, and people do associate it with validation, causal relationships. So they assume that if something's stamped with science, then that means you have a validated cause. Right? But then upon further inspection, you find out that they just have a bunch of corollaries, no experiment, no isolation of the independent variable to validate whether it actually caused the thing or not. And so they're just stamping the word truth on it when it hasn't gone through the proper method to prove their claim is true. So while it could be true, it's not necessarily true. And to say it's necessarily true because you have an implied corollary and then stamp it science when everybody thinks that you validate it in a truthful way would be quite dishonest, which is why it's titled pseudoscience.
Yeah, but you guys think everything is pseudoscience.
By you guys, not by the rest of the world.
Like, that's why I brought up the question of animal cataloging, right? Like, are you guys going to say that like biologists are like doing pseudoscience?
No.
Why is that? According
Because
to you guys, if there's no specific cause and effect experiment that they're doing with like independent.
Hey, Parcel, hold on a second, Parcel. Like, do you have a reading comprehension or listening comprehension problem?
Just make your point.
So I clearly told you the answer, not 30 seconds previous to you asking that question.
Yeah, and so I've been listening, and I'm guessing you guys are going to say yes.
Go ahead.
If the biologist is not doing a causal experimentation to investigate cause and effect relationships, then you would say that it's not science.
Right. That wasn't your question, dude.
That was exactly
your question. Is if they're not doing that, are they doing pseudoscience? And the answer is no, unless they're purporting that they're using this validation methodology, right? So making causal claims without having done the proper method to validate their causal claims. For example, strong correlations, and they just say, oh, this causes this, even though they didn't prove it. So if they parse it out and say, hey, these are corollaries, these are strong inferences, these are implications, etc., then they're not being disingenuous. But if they're saying, I did science and I found the cause, then yes, they are being disingenuous.
So you would say that biology is a softer, I guess you could say the way it's practiced, it's like softer because you say that there's less certainty.
No. It's theoretical astrophysics that we're questioning. Astronomy, cosmology, paleontology.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you guys would be like kind of evolution. You probably have. I think that'd be my guess, right?
Evolution.
You know what? You know what's interesting about biology, Holmes, is that there is scientific experiments that can be done in biology, but in a lot of them, you can't have a certain type of cause and effect because the biome in a species is so diverse that different members will react differently. So you could make broad claims like, oh, this thing will affect this species like this generally, but it's not going to be a definitive if-then because not every member of the species will be affected. Like obviously, there's things like allergies and all these different permutations of genetic disorders and stuff. So in some ways, there's not a definitive cause and effect, but in some ways, there are applications. It's when you blur the lines, right, and start making it like, okay, I have a definitive cause and effect. That's when you're crossing the line.
Yeah, as long as they're saying that this is a study or what have you, then it's fine. But as soon as they say that it's a scientific study, that's when it's like, okay, show me the science.
Yeah, for example, smoking causes cancer. I'm just saying that as a statement. I'm not saying that as a definitive truth. Just the statement itself. Smoking causes cancer. Is that true? Now, it's a bit of a trick question. So let's parse it out. Do people get cancer from smoking? Yes. Does everyone who smokes get cancer? No. Therefore, in one sense, it's true, but in another causal sense, smoking causes cancer is not really true. Because if it was true that smoking causes cancer, then if you smoke, you will 100% get cancer.
Okay.
Let's talk about a biology thing then, which I know almost nothing of. But do we know that Down syndrome is caused by an extra chromosome?
Causes Down syndrome, so I couldn't answer that.
Do you think anybody knows that answer?
Maybe.
I want to
We
say
could look it up, right?
It is caused by a chromosome.
Well, I'm just wondering about the scientists, the people who know the scientific theory and what you have to do in order to verify something. I'm wondering if they have verified, or if they think anybody's ever verified that Down syndrome is caused by an extra chromosome on chromosome 21 or something like
But
that.
the weird thing is, you brought it up as an example, yet you don't even know. You just brought it up as like this wild shooting from the hip
No, I think it
theory
does know.
that you wanted to present to the whole group, and then whether or not somebody will say yes or no, you will still have no answer on your end to justify what you think is the case. So it's
Nice
really a moot
pivot,
point.
Miggy.
It's moot.
Nice pivot.
It's
Way
moot.
to avoid it.
It's
Way
moot.
to avoid answering the question.
It's
Good
moot.
work.
Yeah, dude.
It's
Like
moot.
you don't have to chime in on every topic, right?
Good
Yeah,
work.
but who are you saying that to? I mean, me or you? Because you don't have to either, right?
I said yes. Like I
Same goes for you.
googled it. It took 5 seconds. It
Yeah,
seems
but
that the
that doesn't
definition is literally
matter.
having an extra copy
He
of a
already
chromosome.
listen. When somebody outlines the clear statement that they didn't even look into it, he's just seeing what the crowd thinks. then he's not actually himself doing it in a like a study from himself, saying, you know, I researched this. Here's what my findings are, and therefore, what do you guys think? He's saying, well, I don't even know if this is true or not. Presenting
So
it
we
to
were
you like
doing
as a, so it's not. It's a
If
moot
you
point,
haven't
really.
noticed, Alpha,
we
like
were doing philosophy right now, and according to
exactly, we're having a meta conversation about
yeah,
the
we're doing
understanding of the
philosophy, and what
scientific
it says right
method.
here is
All
Down
right.
syndrome is
So
caused by a random error.
you want to play footsies? Sorry, I didn't know you want to play footsies. Let me let you go ahead and continue to do that.
We're having a discussion on what science
Well,
is,
thanks for
right?
that
And this is
10-minute
an
distraction,
example.
maybe.
So anyways, the web page says Down syndrome is caused by a random error in cell division that results in the presence of an extra copy of chromosome 21. Now, do we know that's true? I'd say we do. Anybody says we don't know that's true? Come on, people, don't go silent on me now. Man up. Does anybody say we don't know that's true?
It may be true, but you can't
Yeah, this is
validate
the
it
one thing.
unless you
This
can.
is the one
Unless
thing
you
you're
can.
gonna man up on. This is the one thing you're gonna man up on, and everything else from us getting you to answer any of the questions, whether or not the Earth is a globe, you don't. You run away. You don't answer questions like, "What is the sun?"
Alpha, if you're
Yeah,
not going
great
to
one,
engage,
Scott. Yeah, when
not every
when
you
it
don't
when
have
it's
to answer.
us,
You don't
when
have
it's
to engage in
hold
every
on,
topic.
Parcel. You don't have to interject when I'm speaking either, right? So everybody lets you bloviate, so why can't I? That's the thing,
Because
right?
you're
So
not
when
on topic.
Scott's challenged on certain topics, he doesn't answer any questions. He runs away. He just says "nuh-uh," but yet it's okay for him to do that and declare the victor right now. It's weird that he's trying to declare victor right now and grandstand and say, "Come on, guys, answer my question." Weird, right?
I'm not in a battle. There's no victory
It's
here.
funny, is what it is.
Oh,
Well,
that's rich.
there's no Alpha. There's no
Rich.
victory here.
It is to
There's
you,
no
Scott.
victory.
Every single day. Every single day that you're in here, you want to get your little victories where you can get them.
No.
And this is
You're
one of them right
projecting.
here.
You're projecting. I promise you, I
I will
don't
talk
want a
to it, Alpha.
victory.
I think it's funny to talk to idiots. That's why.
I would just like people to understand the world of which we share. That's it.
You know that's
Now back
BS,
to
and you and I both know that, Scott. That's BS. You and I both know that. Let's not
you're
kid ourselves.
projecting. You're projecting, man. I promise you, you're
Both can be true
projecting.
at the same time, right? Like, I can enjoy making fun of retarded people, and like I can still like try to share just like a little bit of my love of science, right?
So,
Yeah, but
so what I'm saying is, hold on a minute. Wait a second. Was that a snide comment, a backhanded comment to the room?
Yeah, it was the second one in a
Yes!
row. It was the second one in the row that he did. Go ahead.
Yeah. So, do you want to be escorted out of this room so you'll never come back again and do what you're saying you're doing? Because I'd be happy to remove you.
Did
And
I hurt
always
your
keep you in the room.
fifis, Alpha? Oh.
Yeah, this guy's he tipped his hand and he's gonna keep doing it. He doesn't need to be in here. I mean, unless you guys want this, do you want him to keep doing this and mocking us in this way? I vote him out. He shouldn't be returned. He's a permaban. Like right now, he should not be in here. That kind of attitude should not be in here.
Yeah, he never says anything. He just fucking talks shit. So yeah, do it.
Yeah, I mean, if we're trying to talk about philosophy and science, the personal attacks are just completely unwarranted.
Yeah, no need for ad homs.
I'm not quite sure who we're speaking of, but if they're not adding anything of value, then might as well.
Yeah, because we're just talking about philosophy. Like, if I'm in a room talking with people, mixed bag of people, right? Some of them properly educated, some of them not. Why would I say to the room, "Oh, I just like hanging out with idiots"? Like, he would never say that to my face, right? And the next thing he says, like 2 seconds later, is, "I'm in a room full of retards." Like, I promise you, wouldn't say it to my face.
Yeah, he doesn't need to be in here anymore. Parzival is excommunicated. He doesn't need to be a part of this conversation. If that's the way he feels, and he voiced it right now, and he said it twice, I mean, there's no more evidence that we need for him to not be here anymore. Other than that, we're just gluttons for punishment if we want to hear him continue to do that.
Now, if we could get back to the delineation between philosophy and science, or pseudoscience and science. That'd be great.
Well, yeah, I would think we should do some philosophy here, and specifically the philosophy of science, and ask ourselves: do we think the biology that is determined that Down syndrome is caused by a replication of chromosome 21, is that considered scientific and scientific knowledge? I would say yes.
Dude.
Can you hear me?
Dude, what?
We can now.
All you explained was just an assertion that this is caused by this, right? You didn't say any methodology how they gained the information or any of that, right? So
I don't know.
Well, there you go then. So that's the point then.
Well, but they certainly did not manipulate. They certainly did not manipulate anybody's chromosomes to create kids with Down syndrome. I guarantee they didn't do that.
Then it's not science. They haven't validated it through science. It's a correlative relationship in exactly the same way as the moon and the tides.
Well, I think you're in a disagreement with the entire scientific world. Go ahead, Waz. Sorry.
If we can observe the entire what world? The entire what world? Scientific world.
Scientific. The entire scientific community.
You mean the people?
Every last one of
that
them.
need? Yeah, you mean the people that need to perform the scientific method to validate their hypothesis. The people that aren't doing that. Is that what you're talking about?
No, the ones who get paid to do scientific work.
Oh no. But I'm just trying to establish and agree on terms here. You're saying scientific, which means they would be performing the scientific method. We've just agreed that they probably haven't performed the scientific method because they can't manipulate the chromosomes and we can't manipulate the moon. But you're still saying that this is scientific.
Are you deaf or just dishonest? Because I have never agreed that that is the scientific method.
I don't care what you agree. That is what it is. You don't need to agree with it. That is how it's defined.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
You don't get to define it. I'm sorry, man.
I'm not defining. I read you. I've read you Oxford, Merriam-Webster. I'm not defining it.
The dictionaries don't get to define it either. Scientists define it.
Oh, okay. My word. Okay.
Well, that's who defines it, and everybody in the world accepts it.
Except for you, when I post it, and you're like, the scientists define it, and obviously I'm posting, material from scientists, and you reject it.
I haven't rejected anything you posted.
Okay, so why don't you take a look at this?
It's going to be like the geology thing that we did about a couple months back where it proved you wrong and you went, oh. Remember that one?
No, I definitely don't remember me getting proved wrong by my own source.
Oh, you don't remember posting something in some geology thing? And I says, ooh, let's look at the geology because I know geology doesn't manipulate variables. And I knew that if we went in and read the actual thing you posted, we'll find a direct contradiction of your position. And we did. You don't remember that, huh? I guess
No,
that
I think you're
explains a
making
lot.
it up. I think you're making it up.
Well, Pope, do you have something from a geology magazine? Maybe National Geographic or something? In your stack of things? Post it again and we'll look at it. And we'll do it again.
I posted it.
I don't see anything. What am I missing?
National Geographic. You call them trustworthy?
No, but Larry posted it, and I'm pretty sure it was Larry. Pretty damn sure. I do get people confused sometimes. But it was what geologists do and how they do their work.
Yeah, but why should we accept that citation? You don't even believe that a dictionary defines words, even though that's what a dictionary is.
No, a dictionary says how people use the words.
Okay.
You got the cause and effect backwards.
Yeah, no, you don't know what a dictionary is. That's fine, mate. That's fine. You carry on.
Well, I know what language is, and apparently you don't, so.
Are you saying that dictionaries don't define words?
No, they try to list all the ways people use those
Doesn't
words.
it have underneath the word?
You're breaking up big time, Timbo. Sorry, man.
Section that says definition.
Does
it say definition under the word?
Timbo, you're breaking up huge for me.
Yeah,
say
it does the definition.
under the word.
It does, because that's
I
what
don't
the
think you, I don't
dictionary
think you
does.
can
It
hear
defines
it.
words.
Yeah.
Yeah, it defines words,
Definition in
Scott.
there.
No, it lists the ways in which
Oh,
people
no,
use
Scott.
those words.
Oh, sorry. Dictionaries define words, mate.
Wait, I have a question.
Yeah,
If dictionaries don't define words, where do we look to find out what a definition of a word is?
words are used in common usage in the public.
Dude, this guy's a disingenuous scumbag.
Notice
as
how
well.
you dodged the question there?
My word, this is crazy.
Did you
This
notice
is
the dodge
crazy.
there?
This
Answer
explains
his
a lot about how you
question.
guys think, though.
My question was very
What's
clear.
that?
No, just answer his
Yeah.
question.
Okay, I will directly answer it. What's the question?
Where do we look to find the definition of words?
Dictionaries.
Oh, there we go.
Uh-oh. That says a
But
lot about how you think.
how does the word make it? How does the word make it into a dictionary?
Hold on, Scott. Let's just analyze it.
You're a
double thinking.
disingenuous asshole, man.
You're double thinking, right? You can't hold both of those mutually exclusive thoughts in your head at the same time.
Is there any non-flat earthers in here?
Yes, there's lots of them.
I am.
Okay, and then is there anybody that's willing to defend the flat Earth view?
I'm sure there are.
Okay, are you, Larry?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so can you deliver a sound argument that establishes the conclusion that the Earth is flat?
You're interrupting, bro.
Yeah,
we're in here
in the middle of figuring out what a dictionary
That's
is.
goons, isn't it?
Yeah, just hold your patience. Yeah.
Hold my patience? That's an incoherent sentence, but I'll let it slide.
This guy has to be in control. But it's okay. You don't have to be in control right now. We'll just let it slide. All right, so, Scott, you said that we don't use dictionaries to define words, and then you said we do. So which one is it?
We use dictionaries to look up words.
He's correct. He's correct. We don't use dictionaries. Well, what's the definition of a defined? Because, I mean, words are defined, and then we look up the definition of a defined word in the dictionary.
Yeah.
But
words have common usages depending on the context. Sorry. Thought you were done.
Yes.
Yeah, that's why they have to sometimes go and change definitions in dictionaries. Like you will find that literal and figurative, or at least literal, is being changed because of people misusing it all the time. And so what used to mean literal, exact representation is now becoming to mean figurative, and they're going to include that in the dictionary. And they're going to somehow literal is going to mean figurative in dictionaries now.
All I know is words have meanings, and you do look them up in the dictionary and try to agree on that definition. If you can't, try to find another one that you can agree on. And then if you
wait, what does it mean to agree on a definition?
You don't know what that means? Like to
Yeah, can you disambiguate that for me?
Yeah, like if I say pen, right, and we're having an argument, and you say, wait a minute, what does pen mean? And I say, oh, I'm not talking about a pig pen, I'm talking about the writing utensil. Like, if we can't agree on that, then we can't go any further, or we're going to be talking past each other.
What do you mean not agree on that? So when you use a mouth sound, right, all you're doing is...
Why are you yelling?
Larry, this is Goonshine from the
What a
Debate
dickhead.
Bros. The Debate Bros guy.
Let him go, man. He's funny.
He's not really.
Why don't you
he's
just
not really here
deliver
fighting
the
us.
argument for the proposition, right?
I don't want him to detract where you're at. Go ahead, Larry.
Yeah, he was throwing me off, I admit. Okay, so, yeah, you have to be able to agree on definitions before you can have a conversation. If you can't get past that agreement part, you can't have the conversation at all whatsoever. Because you're
Wait, you think you can agree on definitions? You think the view that definitions are propositional, you absolute dumb fuck?
Yeah, go to the personal attack.
Yeah. Go get shit on in the conversation because you made a dumb fuck claim and somebody pointed it out. You sound like...
The Debate Bros are here, and if the next Debate Bro comes up, I'll try to whack him like a whack-a-mole. Go ahead.
I love the debate bros. I love them.
That guy sounded really angry. What was the topic about that he was so mad about?
We're not concerned with that. Larry's on a point. Let's just sit back and hear Larry for a moment, guys.
Okay.
So I used to hang out with this guy Armando, and he would always say like we're lost in translation, and we were all speaking English, so I didn't know what he meant by that. But as a Cuban, like I wanted to ask him, like, what do you mean by that? He's like, we're getting hung up on the words, and then I realized that a lot of people talk past each other because they don't understand the definition of the next person to
What's
the
the
user.
argument that the Earth is flat? Yeah, nobody's tuning into your ramble. Just answer my question.
Guys, you don't have authority here.
Yeah,
Like,
go
nobody
ahead.
has
Shut
to
up.
bow. Nobody has
Dude.
to bow down to you. You're not in
Nope.
charge. Sorry.
I'm gonna whack all
I'm
these
just,
debate bros.
yeah, I'm just gonna read some. Can I just read some?
You're cutting
Can I
out,
just
Timbo.
read something as well? No, you're all right. So,
You're cutting
in
out, brother.
addition to its basic function of defining words, so its basic function, a dictionary. Oh, sorry. Can you hear me? All right, I'll mute up.
Yeah, you might need to get closer to your internet or something because it's. We heard you for the most part, but then you cut out right at the end. So you probably need to get closer to your
Is that
Wi-Fi or
better?
something. Yeah, go ahead again, brother.
Yeah, it's just a different dictionary definition. In addition to its basic function of defining words, a dictionary gives definitions, pronunciations, and grammatical forms. So, Scott, you're full of shit, mate. And then it gives an example of a word, and then the description underneath it.
So what part did I get wrong?
He said it doesn't give definitions.
No, I said it doesn't define words. It explains usages of words, explains what the words mean when people use them.
What's the difference with definition and define?
So it provides definitions.
That's some serious
It's
double thinking.
it's a place where somebody's decided to write down how words are used.
AKA
And provides
definitions.
No,
The way that
Imagine you seriously sitting there going, "Oh yeah, dictionaries don't provide definitions of words."
Yeah. Anybody in
Like,
the real world would call you
my
crazy for
mind is
saying that.
blown right now. This is crazy.
I know. I can see it is. I can see your mind is blown, which is kind of blowing my mind.
Scott, you're the only person that would make me look up the definition of definition, bro.
Well, if we can move beyond this silly little conversation about what dictionaries do, I looked at your article that you posted before, and I, of course, went right to the section where we went over before. And you want to go over it again? And
Yeah,
I will
sure.
show you where your own. I can always show you where your own article says you're wrong.
Go for it.
How about that?
Sure.
All right, go to the Geo one, the www.geosociety.org, documents, GSA, whatever. I think that's the one I'm on. Yeah, and it takes you to some kind of PDF.
Okay.
You there?
Yep.
And if you go to page 6 of that document, and it says Scientific Method and Earth Sciences. You there?
Got it. Got it.
You want to read that first paragraph, or should I?
Go ahead.
The scientific method is not an exact recipe. There are many ways to apply the scientific thought process without necessarily using all the steps listed previously. Even when you encounter a simple everyday problem like the failure of your car to start, and this is where last time you went on this thing about whether it's your fuse or your alternator or something like that. So let's just skip the whole car digression this time. Whether you fail your car to start is the key to the ignition, you will likely use a thought process much like the scientific method. Your mind will jump through a succession of hypotheses that you will test until you find a hypothesis that is correct. And blah, blah, blah. More about the car. I think it's a really bad analogy, but you come to thinking, but the whole point is, okay, so now let's get back to the second paragraph. Earth science is the study of physical Earth from the outer reaches of the atmosphere to the center of the planet. Ooh, the center of the planet. What could they possibly mean by that? Including all the interrelationships between atmosphere, water, and rock. This study is necessary in order to understand the natural world around us, including natural disasters from hurricanes to earthquakes to volcanoes, none of which we can manipulate, and where to find and get natural resources, including energy, materials, and fresh water. As an example of using the scientific method, consider a study of faster flowing sections of ice that lie within large glaciers in the Antarctic. So apparently someone's going to the Antarctic and doing research. Step 1, research all previous studies in the area on the topic, collecting data, all data, photos, papers, satellite images, etc., if there are any. Step 2, make field observations of the glacier being studied and the exceptional, in quote, rivers of ice that flow faster than ice around them. Step 3, identify physical conditions and take measurements with all necessary technology at your disposal and over a certain prescribed time frame at the glacier. Notice no manipulation of variables, just taking measurements. Step 4, construct a model describing a possible method for the ice in this one section of the glacier to move faster than the ice around it, as shown by the data collected. One geologist's hypothesis was that some liquid material underlies the area of the glacier in question, providing a lubricant for the ice. Step 5, make predictions based on the model. Ooh, again, a model. Science always has these stupid things called models. The prediction would be that upon drilling to the bottom of the glacier, a wet material would be found that is not found under the other areas of the glacier. Step 6, test the predictions in the field by designing an experiment to collect the right type of data to answer the question. In this case, samples were indeed collected from beneath specific areas of the glacier, a difficult and sometimes dangerous task. Results showed that underlying the faster moving areas of ice was a wet mud and gravel slurry not found in other areas, perhaps from an old stream bed that provided lubrication for the ice above it. That's the end of the description of the method, which had no part in it where they manipulated an independent variable. And it is science.
That is
Sorry,
not
guys.
science.
Okay, so they're wrong. Yeah, you get to decide what science is, in contradiction to the entire rest of the world.
Science and the method around it have been well defined and established for a very long time. Yeah, they're wrong.
Whatever. I'm done arguing with you.
Yeah, cool,
You
man.
just think you
That's
get to
fine.
make up words.
Dude, you don't even agree that dictionaries provide words, definitions of words.
This was Larry's
Scott,
source.
if you're done,
I just read Larry's source.
If you're done, Scott, I'd like to continue
I'm done.
reading. Yeah, thanks. Using
Okay.
the scientific method can sometimes be complicated for geologists because Earth is their laboratory and it has many variables and is not a controlled environment. Controlled experiments, usually carried out in laboratories, are carefully designed to test a specific hypothesis that can be repeated. Unfortunately, many hypotheses in geology cannot be directly tested in a controlled experiment, i.e. the origin.
Let me pause you there. Larry, this
Why are you interrupting Larry?
Because it feels like a rap battle where you think one person has it, then the other person is like, oh, and then Larry takes back over, and it's like, hey, Baker.
He's gonna prove me right.
I'm sorry. Okay, can you start over, Larry?
No, I'm not going to
Yeah,
start
go ahead.
over.
Prove me right, Larry.
I'm not going to start over. Unfortunately, many hypotheses in geology cannot be directly tested in a controlled experiment, i.e., the origin of the Grand Canyon cannot be discovered by using this approach. Geologists must collect data by mapping or collecting specimens. They must rely on circumstantial evidence, which is subjective to interpretation and therefore can be challenged. So, the theory of plate tectonics, again, is an excellent example. Okay, so I want to go over what you.
And is that, and are they saying
hold
it's
on,
not
bro.
science,
You said you were
therefore?
done. You said you were done. So I want to go over the things that you skipped, like the example with the car. Now, the reason that you cherry picked the part of
Let's not do
this,
the car, Larry.
bro, shush, I'm talking. What is the matter with you? Do you have any self-respect at least? I mean, I get it if you don't respect me, but
I'll mute him gladly so you can finish.
yeah. Okay, so what I'm going to go over is an example, and it may not be exactly like this, but you have two cars, both brand new, driven off the lot. I disable them, and you take them to two different mechanics. The first mechanic says, it won't start. I have a theory. It's the starter. The second mechanic, through a process of elimination, isolates the cause and see that the starter fuse has been removed. He puts a starter fuse in there. It starts right up. Both mechanics charge you $500. One of them starts, the second one. The first one does not start. Which one is the pseudo mechanic that you have to take to court? It's the first one. The one that had a theory. No, the second one fixed the car. The second one put a starter fuse in by manipulating and isolating that independent variable, the presumed cause. He then went in the cab and started the truck right up.
Second one.
Over and over again, 10 times in a row. And he said, I think I fixed it. That'll be $500. The second mechanic has firsthand primary knowledge of what was wrong with the car, while the first mechanic, which I'm going to call a pseudo mechanic, has a theory, but he didn't test that theory with an independent variable. So you got to take him to court after you pay him $500 to get your car back. Then you got to go to another mechanic, pay him another $500. Then you got to file the paperwork because the first mechanic is a pseudo mechanic. Thanks. I'm done.
All right, he's unmuted.
Okay, so can we get back to the article now?
Sure, I never left the article. Go ahead.
Okay. And so at the end of it, that extra paragraph you read, did they just say that geology is not a science because they can't control everything?
That's not what I said.
Well,
That's
is
not what I
geology a science or not? Yes or no?
I guess it depends on what you're doing. If you can give me a viable scientific hypothesis that we can test, give it to me. What's the independent variable, dependent, and control variables?
We have the example in the article that I just read. Was that a good experiment?
So they had a theory that it was mud. They drilled and found mud.
Uh-huh.
So I guess you could call that knowledge, but is it natural
Well,
science?
they followed that up with what you read, which is in these other types of situations where you can't control for variables or manipulate variables, then what's being talked about is open to interpretation as to what the data means.
Correct.
Which is subjective to interpretation and therefore can be challenged. See, when you're doing an experiment where you have like the two trucks, you can't really challenge the second mechanic because it started after he did what he did. And let's say he documented it all. And let's say that he could repeat the process. Look, I take the starter fuse out, it won't start. I put the starter fuse back in, now it starts. Well, that's like a really high, certainty that it was the starter fuse being completely removed that caused the vehicle not to start. Whereas the first mechanic is like, I think it's the starter. Now, he might be right. Maybe I did disable the starter by removing the ground wire. Maybe it is, but he doesn't know. He doesn't have any knowledge, and the word science derives from a word that means knowledge.
Okay. Was the geology that they did science?
They came up with a theory, and they found supporting evidence for the theory, but no, it was not natural science.
Okay, so you disagree with the entire field of geology then?
No, I said if you have a viable hypothesis from the field of geology, I will examine it.
And you get to decide whether geologists are doing science.
Well, I think each individual person in this room can decide whether or not they are.
Well, what would make geology science? I don't understand that.
Oh,
If
we've
they're
already been
using
through
the
this, man.
scientific method, that would make it science.
Exactly. There's
but
no
was-
naturally observed phenomenon in geology.
Was the method that they described in that article the scientific method?
I don't think so, because they didn't manipulate anything. That's why it says they must rely on circumstantial evidence. Now, does that hold up in court? Circumstantial evidence? Is that something that somebody could be convicted on? While there's a good lawyer on watch?
Yeah. Yeah, the word
It's
geology is
possible.
not science, right? Science is what you're actually doing. So it's quite simple.
Yes, but were the geologists in that experiment described doing science?
No.
I think Larry answered that already.
What do you think? He said everybody gets to define whether they think it's science. Everybody in the room gets to make their own decision.
No, it's the method that determines what it is, not the people that determine it. The method determines that it's science.
Okay, we read the method. Was the method scientific?
Did they follow the scientific method?
Did you not hear it?
Answer the question.
Yes,
I'm asking
yes, they did. Yes, they did.
Okay, did they follow all the steps? Were they changing and manipulating the independent variable?
It's not part of the scientific method.
Oh, it's not in yours, right?
It's not
But
necessary.
the scientific method, as it states, what science is.
So here's the thing that I found that was missing, or maybe I missed it because I am washing dishes. So the thing is, the geologist it said that they had a model, but we don't know what that is. And I don't know what the supposition was, if there was any. They just went to test some glaciers, or maybe the composition of some glaciers, but I don't. I mean, I don't know what they set out to do in the first place.
So you always, I
mean, we're
don't
not
know either.
questioning.
It was a very short example.
What the methodology behind, like, what is their method of inquiry to establish in general for anything?
Well, they said they measure everything down to the core of the Earth to the atmosphere. So I guess, they use different methods for each of those tasks. They study volcanoes. How the hell are you going to replicate a volcano?
How does one measure down to the core of the Earth, Scott?
I don't know. I'm not a geologist.
Well, do you know how they did it?
No idea.
Okay.
Zero idea. Yeah.
Yeah, that goes without saying that for the rest of your argument too. So.
Well, how did they do it?
We were trying to do some philosophy of science to figure out which things, which behaviors, which processes qualified as science versus doesn't qualify as science, and if we can find some kind of clear boundary between them. And you guys seem to think that you have to manipulate the independent variable in order to do science.
Scott, let's say you and I let's say you and I get a hotel room together, right? And we're in there for 3 months, day and night, every day, all day long, but we're not allowed to touch any switches. Now, we can theorize which light switch goes to which bulb, but at what point are we actually going to be able to win the bet of which one of us got it right? How would we prove that?
They're just normal light switches? We couldn't.
Really?
Yeah, you just flip the switch. That's how you prove who was right and who gets to win the bets.
Look at the level of dishonesty that you have to get to, Scott, just so that you won't. Wait, do you agree with that assessment?
I thought he was saying we could. I thought he was saying we couldn't touch them. I read into what he was saying. I assumed we couldn't touch them. And
do you agree with Larry?
Yeah, if we can touch them, yeah, we can definitely tell which switch goes to which light. Yeah, sure.
Nice.
So you have to manipulate the cause to see the effect in order to have first-hand primary knowledge, or what some people might call science. Right, Scott? Just like with the trucks.
Yeah, well, we all agree that is one way to do science. Is it the only way to do science?
Well, it's the only way to do good science. Everything else is pseudoscience.
And
right?
who
You
did
guys
you?
believe.
Okay.
See, I think the problem is like I believe in 3 fundamental forces, right? You believe in 4, right? Because you're a fundamentalist,
I have no
right?
idea what I
So,
believe in. What's a fundamental
well,
force?
you don't know about the 4 fundamental forces?
And we talk about the weak and strong and nuclear and those kinds of things. And
Yeah, yeah.
oh yeah, I've heard of those.
Right. Okay. So you believe in pseudo forces, right? Like Einstein and his theory of general relativity, special relativity. Whereas, I don't really consider that a force. I consider it a pseudo force, right? But you might still consider it a force, right? So you like pseudo stuff. You probably like kangaroo courts too, right?
Oh, why do you got to always do this? Let's just
Well, I'm
stick
just
to the
asking,
topic.
do you like it when criminals are like railroaded into prison?
It's irrelevant. Of course I don't. I'll just answer your question.
Okay,
Of course I don't.
Right.
Good.
Why would you? What? Go ahead.
You're roboting.
Roboting
Timbo.
you huge, Timbo.
Sorry.
Timbo, you're roboting.
Sorry.
Useless, yeah. So
Yeah,
you know I don't like
I
people
know you
being
don't like
kangarooed.
kangaroo courts. Okay, so we have to understand that when we're talking about these things, we want to call things as they actually are. Like we don't want to
Uh-huh.
obfuscate the truth. We want to find out what the truth is. Well, how do you find truth? Well, I would say the best way to do it is firsthand primary knowledge. Like if I made a claim that I'm 6'3" and have 10 toes, what would be the best way for me to prove that? Well, present the body, right? If I presented the body, right,
Yep.
then I could prove I got 10 toes. Well, how would you see
Yep.
that I have 10 toes? You could look, right? But I could have
Yep.
one child that's working at Texas Tech in prosthetics and another child that works in Hollywood with makeup and movie magic, right? And those two together could make me a prosthetic that looked so freaking real, the human eye wouldn't be able to decipher whether it was real or not. So you would have to have 2 or more senses in order to find out whether my toes are real. You would grab the toes, feel the bones, feel the tendons, feel the blood, feel the heat, right? And with all those senses together, you have firsthand primary knowledge that Larry has 10 toes.
Yep.
But just observing, like you guys say, the observational science is, part of the scientific method. When it's only one step of the scientific method, observe a natural phenomenon. But there's this division fallacy that you guys are making. I don't know if you're doing it intentionally. In fact, I'm going to assume that you're not doing it intentionally. But in the same way that I don't ride my alternator to work, right? I drive my car to work, so the alternator is not the car. In the same way, observation is not the scientific method. Thanks, I'm done.
And so if we go back to the biology one and Down syndrome being caused by chromosome 21 replicating, so you got 3 of them. And given that we've never manipulated chromosome 21 to create Down syndrome kids, can we or can we not say with an absolute fact and absolute certainty that Down syndrome is caused by a triplication of chromosome 21?
You could observe a extra chromosome in Down syndrome if that's the thing, in all people who have Down syndrome, and then all people who don't have Down syndrome don't have an extra chromosome. You can then infer that people who have Down syndrome have an extra chromosome, and you could probably establish knowledge if you would observe it through a microscope. But it wouldn't necessarily
I agree.
It wouldn't necessarily be science. You could acquire
Why is it not
knowledge.
science?
There's a distinction between the scientific method and knowledge, which is also what Larry said before, right?
What's the difference?
It's
Why
not so
is it
much
not science?
it's not so much science as me saying I'm black, someone else is white.
something extremely far away. But I think the flaw in this logic is we're comparing earthly things to heavenly things.
Yeah, it's only an implication, right? It's not a call, like it's not a fact.
It's an implication, bro. I'm not saying I proved anything. I was surprised myself. Like I didn't know what was going to happen. I tried to pan from the moon to Jupiter. I tried it for probably an hour. It was a waste of time. I zoomed all the way in on the moon with a P1000. I tried to get Jupiter over and 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 over, and it took me a few tries to even get the moon after zooming in fully on Jupiter. But I got Jupiter clear. Full zoom, and then I went to the moon, and they were both in focus. So that would at least imply they're different. I mean, similar distances, if nothing else. But it doesn't prove it. I won't go that far.
But Brian, it's an implication to us and Woz, right, and the rest of us. But to Scott Mackey, that's settled science.
Brian, you were using a P9000, a P900.
No, P1000.
Well, yeah, okay, but that's still like that's a big boy zoom cam. Like that's like it's. Yeah, the P1000 is a little bit better than the P900. Yeah, well, right. So you were saying like your zoom, like you get the moon in focus, and then you were having trouble finding Jupiter.
Yeah, I couldn't find nothing, dude. When you full zoom, it's hard to find anything in full zoom, bro. I'm just being real.
Right. Well, yeah, because that's like using a telescope without a spotter scope on it.
The
That's why
with the autofocus.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, I'm just gonna say, do you have an autofocus on that camera?
Right, but let's say that you did. Let's say, okay, you got the moon in focus on your digital camera, and then you switch over, and let's say you did land on Jupiter.
I got Jupiter in focus. Sorry, I'm just trying to be accurate, but I got Jupiter in focus.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like with my telescope, once it's and now if I was to zoom in on a tree branch, or let's say that there's a chimney like 500 yards away,